Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your coach getting severed, the industry dry, it's a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, that's my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ay, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping this basics, skipping this classes, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, ayy, they not gon' like this, don't like surprises, I cause a crisis, man I'm a scientist, with the music I spice things, up to my liking, man I want nice things, that's not an AK, it's a Uzi, I pull up and shoot it to movie, I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie, cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci, word of my niggas from the 021, you count 6 shots and I count 2 guns, some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun, yeah, you can come over here, swear it's like no career, swear you got no idea, soon you have no career, take a good look in the mirror, they need to know that I'm here, don't you act like it ain't clear, yeah, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight, and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we
count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Don't you know you can't leave me now? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the
I
night.
was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
We are stacking up the days here at ESL Pro League. It is day 13, and we are continuing with the action. My name is Alex. You can call me Machine if you fancy, but we do have 3 more best of 3s coming up on today's show, and it starts with none other than OG, the international roster that Alexi B has found safe haven within and surrounded by new and old names alike. He's fragging out. The rest of the list is over here. You can see that Mouz Sports will be their adversary, and then following that one, we will venture over to G2 FaZe. That should be a barn burner, brought to you by Harry, Hugo, and Trace. And it ends with a glimpse at Furia. See what the South American squad have been up to, this time taking on Team Liquid, who did have a bit of an oopsie yesterday. We'll be talking all about it. I say we, myself, Henry, and Chad are going to get this show started. 100 Thieves keeping Team Liquid on their toes yesterday. They did convert in the end. This is the CS Money pre-show, and I'm Machine. We've got myself, Henry G, Chaddy B, and we are ready to talk about Group C.
It's another day of who wants to be the best international team in the world. It feels like a game show, right? Roll up, we get some Mouz Sports, we get some FaZe. Obviously, we got OG in the mix. You could even argue G2. Oh, okay. That was very unprofessional of me. No one's going to know what I just saw, but it just freaked me out. There was a cat on the screen.
There was.
Yeah, sorry about that. That caught me well off guard. But yeah, we've obviously got all the international teams within this group, and things are trending well for some, not so well for others. But look, we did have Group C. You were talking about 100 Thieves. Henry and I, we stayed up yesterday. We were watching the match. And something which I'm blinded to, Alex, something which I don't think I've thought about before is maybe 100 Thieves are chokers.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit. They're not closers, that's for sure. I'm not sure choker is appropriate, but still, they can't seem to finish off games, and they have massive leads here, Chad. They were up 15-10 against Liquid on Vertigo yesterday. Felt like a lock-in. You're already celebrating. You're enjoying yourself.
I was laughing.
It was already done, it felt like. And I told you at the time, these guys can't close out games. They can get the 15 very effectively, but getting to number 16 seems to be the main issue. It went to overtime. Liquid beat them 4-1, and it all fell apart on Vertigo. It's still promising for 100 Thieves. It's always been a good map for them, but still, that was a game that they had in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, if you want to pick Vertigo, you need to be making sure that you can be closing them out, because we've seen that they have the good fundamental understanding. They continue to innovate. We've been highlighting some of the strategies they've been pulling out, and the woes that Team Liquid, well, Team Liquid lost to Swole Patrol, right? The Thieves were actually able to take them down in the opening. So, you know, after seeing Thieves beat EG, I thought they might have not been a shoo-in, but at least with leads and close games like this, potentially being able to take down Team Liquid, who, if I remember rightly, I don't think they've beaten them since 2018 or something like that. So it's not looking good for the Aussies against Team Liquid.
No, we have selected one key round in particular that we wanted to break down. It's, of course, in that Liquid 100 Thieves game. And I think, Chad, you might have a couple of examples of where it went wrong.
Yeah, so we're going to look at a few of the details here. We're going to break this one down Barney style, as Trace would put it. So we'll get this one playing out. I'll talk you through the round. This is just a default spread over towards A ramp. The first detail I want you to notice is two individuals on the left side. Nitro dropping that smoke we've been seeing. Tees lurk up through a lot. We've been talking about that throughout. We're just going to see Naf now holding down middle, making sure there's no pushes or flanks available through the ladder room position. And the same for Twist watching over here towards B. So now we're going to go back over towards the A ramp. So we can see, I just want to pause this quickly for everybody at home. Your man here with the X-Ray Nitro, he's down in the lower deck in the forklift room. And with that line of sight that you can actually see coming through this little yellow line, he's keeping his eye on the scaffolding position at all times. Stewie is lurking through the smoke, and Allegiance in the back lines here just covering off with the Krieg. So we can keep this one playing on out. We're going to see the Molotov towards the sandbags. And we know that teams want to bait out utility. So Liquid are going to do the same thing here. Stewie and Allegiance are about to set up a smoke Molotov combo. Molly's going to land here. Smoke's going to land here. And you can see the reaction from the Thieves. They have to throw their own utility in case this is going to be an A hit. Molotov lands, smoke to deny. And right now we can just pause it. I'm going to clear it off and fast forward it a little bit before this execute comes on in. So they've milked out the utility. Now they've come on over. All the boys are here and they want to hit the site. So let's just look at how simple this utility is going to be. We can wait for the smokes to land, and you're about to see the hell that JKS is going to find himself in. So smokes are flying on out. We'll change the camera angle once again. So smokes to clear off. You're going to see two Molotovs land. One here. JKS has to react, and then a second one to trap him. Now we're going to keep playing this. You can see the hell of fire that he's in this position, and then look at the two. Nitro and Twist wrapping. He's completely trapped. Alish coming around. I'll pause it off. He is stuck between these Molotovs. One detail, though, you need to notice that makes this possible. Your man Stewie in the backline just looking at this boost box. He's got a Krieg. He's scoped on up. They don't need to worry about anything else. So this is a well-played round from that of a Liquid, and we could even see the JKS die, guys.
Yeah, we could even see perhaps it from a different POV. We can see it in the full screen just to watch how that looks in the real life.
Yeah, this was absolutely brutal. JKS got absolutely rocked here. Very nice execution coming in from Team Liquid. You can see them getting that nice control, baiting out the utility, and this is the moment where things get a little bit dicey for JKS. He has the option to go back through the site there, but obviously wants to stay a little bit more combative. Doesn't realize that second Molotov's coming in. You can see he is put in the hurt locker at that point, and it doesn't look fun at all.
Yeah, you saw the flashes onto the AWPer as well. Like, I thought perhaps there could be a way to stop the cross. We can see it from JKS's POV. He's feeling all supportive. The flames are coming. I need to retreat. I'm flashed.
That flash is
the flash is a big part of it, because as soon as he comes back around, he does well to get one. But yeah, that's a a strangling T-side at execute.
It's very simple, right? But the good approach there is you have Liquid constantly harassing, spamming the boards, and then JKS is going to hang around thinking, oh, maybe I can grab a kill here. As soon as those mollies land and he's trapped, that's a free kill. And once that part of the map is taken over by the Ts, it should be easy to get the bomb down and set up your post plant. So props to Liquid for 2 very close games yesterday, and that comeback on Vertigo was something special.
And Group C is housing the Americas, as it were. That is a separate league treated differently and with different promotions. In D, however, that is all part of the European Brigade, and OG Mouz clash first today. We'll be talking about that, of course, but outside of OG Mouz, you can see there's 2 other teams who've managed to pick themselves up a win. G2 and FaZe going 1-1.
Yeah. FaZe, it's been a little bit turbulent for them. I feel like their first win was over Tyloo to kick things off. That was the way they did things. It's difficult to take much away from that because Tyloo currently 0-3. But generally speaking, they're going to be the team that if they do get a win, that could turn the whole group on its head, right?
For sure.
They managed to get their first map victory at least yesterday.
That was something.
That was something.
That was something. For
is.
FaZe, the Mouz game yesterday that we got to watch, right, I think that was a close one. Something that I think most of us were watching that after map 1 thinking FaZe were going to take it 2-0. It did go 3. Mousesports did bounce back, and that was through some big performances of Chris J, right? And Carrigan as well with... Chris J even said he was doing some good calling there on Dust too. Things were looking good.
And remember, they didn't really have Voxic at all like that series.
Yeah.
And then we had Nuke and Dust 2 in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, in the interview afterwards, I think they echoed the sentiment. I can't remember who actually we had for the post-match interview.
Chris J.
Was it Chris? It was Chris, yeah. But he was just saying that like Voxic knows he can play better, but the fact of the matter is that the fact we can win without our star AWPer on his best map is a pretty nice luxury to have. We do actually have a chance to hear what it's like in the server versus Tyloo, because OG, they've got 1 win under their belt, and it was versus Tyloo. We have grabbed the natural born killer. It is NBK in the studio, and I think he can hear us. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. We're all set up and ready to go. Nathan, thank you for taking some time to talk to us ahead of your game. I'm sure these guys have got a lot of questions, but let's just start off with that first result up against Tyloo. What was it? Was it the result you were hoping for? Obviously the win, but in terms of the way in which it came to be, did it feel like the win you were hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, I think winning at least 2-0 was a good start for us. In terms of how we performed exactly, I think we still showed a big lack of consistency in our output, especially the Dust 2T side. But for example, our CT sides were pretty clean. But I mean, I think overall it was satisfying in the sense that we took it 2-0 and it was okay-ish clean. But I mean, against the other teams in the group, we're gonna need to like all of us step up individually, and our T sides also to like stop losing all the anti-ecos and stuff like that, because it's not going to make it against all the top tier teams. So I think overall it was okay, an okay game against Tidal.
Just touching on your T sides here, Nathan. One thing I noticed yesterday, there felt like it was a lack of assertiveness behind them. It feels like you've got the strategies in your playbook. It's the mid-round situations that seem to be the problem. Is this a communication issue or the squad in general? Is it something to do with having so many big personalities in the squad? Do you feel like it's something that can improve over time? What is the specific issue on your T sides right now, do you think?
Sure. Yeah, I think there are several things. The 2 big parts are individual decisions, which is instantly reacting to anything that's happening on the map, or a call that is being made by mostly Alexi that is like calling something very specific, and then people are not reacting as fast as they should because people want to do something else individually. And so we have to reduce that and suppress pretty much that individual aspect, and understand that if a call is being made, we have to react to it as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what we noticed, I think, yesterday. It felt like some of the bigger names, like Valdo, for example, if he finds an opening or a pick, or he sees a bit of space, he'll go through towards it, and it looks like the other guys aren't ready for it. It seems like there's different ideas operating at the same time.
Yeah, I think mid-round, that's pretty much what it is. I think on that general aspect, we agree on how we want to approach a map, how we want to play, how we want to execute, and all that kind of stuff. Like, we're working pretty hard on that and to get our execute properly. But yeah, those mid-rounds, I think it's just a matter of blind trust, which is a very important concept of when a call is being made, regardless if you understand it or not, you just have to follow through with it. And then, I don't know, if you have to go through a smoke, if you have to leave your position, if you have to leave from shy away from a duel that you would have won most of the time, just have to follow the game plan. And I think that's one of the big part for us right now in the mid rounds on the T sides. Just not dying to those stupid mistakes, because it is as simple as following the plan and just reacting accordingly. This is a big part, and then there is also some sort of inexperience in reacting to some situations and when we're being pushed by the opponents, and we obviously want to make sure that it doesn't happen as often as that. And so because we come from different backgrounds, different ways of viewing the game, then we have to really get on the same page. But I mean, looking at the big picture, we're still at the beginning of the team, like for the first 4 months. So like obviously if you have a team from the same country and then you just put players together, then it's much easier to move forward in a game, and in 4 months you can have a pretty good benchmark. But I feel like we're still improving. Like in the scale of the 4 or 5 months that we played together, we started pretty good the first 2 months, then we had a dip the next 2 or 3 months with like one outlier at last, and now we're grinding back up because we're starting to take a step back and fill the bases in together, and then fixing those mid rounds on the T side is one of the main part of for us to really take a step forward. So we're just taking a step back, revising, like rethinking pretty much about the whole general approach in order to go 2 steps forward and be better. And it's a process for us, and well, in a way it's good that there are not that many tournaments at the moment, and that they're being played online, because we can focus on those things and we can make pretty bigger changes within our system in order to be more efficient in the future. So we needed time to fix some aspects of our game, and thankfully we got it now.
All right, Nathan, with that time in mind here, now you guys at your debut tournament of CS Summit last year actually played against Mousesports several times. You were able to pick up one map, which was Mirage back then. With that time and everything you've been talking about just now, do you think your version of the team going up against the current version of Mousesports, the games would be closer this time round? That's your opponent today. You saw him go yesterday against FaZe Clan. How do you think they're looking, and how do you think you'll match up?
Yeah, so I didn't watch like all of the games. Like I just watch in general the approach of the teams and how they are on a global aspect, and not just necessarily one matchup that they play. But I think they've reached a very high standard by doing like those 5 or 6 finals in a row, and now that they're at a place where they wanted to go to every LAN and then perform very good at those LANs, and then now playing online is probably gonna hurt them a little, in the sense that they got comfortable with doing all those big games and going further in all the tournaments, and so those online games might have a bit less importance to them, like mentally, even if you don't really think about it directly like that. While for us, we're still in a stage where we have to win every single game because we have everything to improve on every single level. So they're going to be a top and elite team no matter what. But the fact that we play online might give us a bit more room for us to play our game and not be pushed by them that hard, and being able to fight back. So in terms of the matchup today, if we can show up individually, because they have a very skilled roster, as simple as that. If you can just get on the same page and through that enable every player to be at a good level, it's definitely going to be a fun matchup, because 2 international teams that have different backgrounds, even though they're a bit more structured, is always going to be like just a fight, like punching each other in the face and then see who finishes standing.
a bare knuckle brawl. Nathan, one final question before I let you go and prepare for your match. You've already touched on it a little bit, the idea of international teams. There are a lot of parallels between the two of you. Mousesports, of course, this has been a rather difficult journey of overcoming the international team tag. Now, of course, top 5 in the world. Have you had any conversations with, Carrigan or members of Mousesports that have lived the same international roster woes that you have? Have you ever, compared notes, or is that to come?
Not really, because ultimately we're all teams that want to fight to be the best. So what was pretty valuable on some aspects was to speak with Seb within OG, and even the other players of OG, because they have international experience, like an international roster in different backgrounds, so like taking good things from them. But talking for one team to another within Counter-Strike and like sharing experiences and like giving tips to one another is not something you're going to do very often, because ultimately you want to crush the competition that is ahead of you, right? So you can take things from, for example, behind the scenes videos, documentaries that are made on some tournaments, stuff like that. I think those are very important in order to just catch like some little things of how teams are doing certain things. For example, there was one interview of Nexa or Kenny not too long ago, where he gave some insights within his roster and how they were functioning in some situation. And I think those things are much more interesting than fishing for information to one or another player specifically, because that player is going to have their vision and their idea on how to make something work, which is not necessarily yours. So what you want is embellish your vision on how to create a team more than stealing something away from somebody else, and like just take things and incorporate them into your system and your roster, and not just copy pasting. So I'm much more interested when players are not talking to me or to one of my teammates directly, and more to what they say in like interviews or what they actually show in like body language, confidence, behind the scenes videos. Again, I think those are gold mines to steal information away from other teams and incorporate them into our game.
Perfect. Nathan, NBK, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing you play.
Anytime.
And so that's NBK, in-game leader and apparently Secret Service member, Super Spy, who's a sleuth finding all that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Got him off screen eventually. Henry's staring at me because he is chomping at the bit to get into this game. We won't be able to do it just yet, though, because first, a break is in order. OG Mouz is coming right up.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
Season 11 of the ESL Pro League, another day and another dollar. Mouz Sports already one win under their belt. We saw them perform yesterday. OG, a win versus Tai Lu. Highest rated player, NBK, and we are getting straight into this one. I wouldn't be surprised if this one is just around the corner because of such a long and exhaustive interview with NBK. We covered a lot of bases.
Yeah, that was one of the better interviews we had. Not just we hit our shots and we've sort of watched their demo. He did give us some proper insight there. I did enjoy that. It was a proper good Counter-Strike session.
Well, they probably have to get in the pre-game interview because it's highly unlikely we're going to get them for the post-game interview.
Okay, Charlie B.
Well, I just think here that Mouz Sports, FaZe, and G2, those three teams are head and shoulders above the other teams within this group. We have yet to see Virtus Pro play, but we did see Mouz Sports yesterday. And the individual on your screen right here, Woxic, didn't show up. I don't think that's going to happen 2 days in a row, Henry.
I think I tend to agree. I feel like he does have his issues with consistency, but it's quite rare. When he does turn up, you notice it. And fair play, Mouz Sports actually still won the game yesterday, even without him coming online. And he normally is their absolute star player, very aggressive, flashy AWPer that's carrying rounds and clutching them out more often than not. And the fact they didn't have him yesterday actually bodes well, because I agree with you. He probably is going to turn up today, and hopefully the rest of them will as well.
9 different nationalities in the server today.
Oh, that's nice.
That is just an absurd statistic. If you told me that 5 years ago, I'd have said that's not possible.
The only two is Carrigan and Valda.
Yeah.
The only two Danes.
Yeah.
Right, that's kind of insane. You're right.
Yeah. Well, we got the Veto coming up on screen here. I expect OG to pick Mirage here. That was the map they beat Mousesports out over there in CS Summit 5 last year.
Makes
the
sense.
three of us were in attendance. Trained Mousesports pick. Yesterday it was close versus FaZe, but as we spoke about yesterday, it is their best map statistically speaking. Third should be Inferno here, coming on through. It's look, it's not. If we get to the third, that's when I start believing that OG could win. Just because Mousesports Inferno, it's good. They have that fast execute I was talking to Carrigan about yesterday. But it also, I feel that if they can getting locked out on their T side, they can really struggle. But Mirage is, I suppose, where we should start the discussion for this one. I'm not sure if I'm sold on OG's Mirage either.
Well, like you said, that's the only map they actually picked up, right, was against Mousesports on Mirage. So if anything, that's why they've picked it. I'm certainly not sold on the team in general, to be honest with you. I feel like they have a lot of issues as a whole. I feel like what we talked about Nathan, I was kind of being kind of him. I felt like their T-sides really have got a lot of issues. Seems like the individuals have their own ideas on how they want to operate, and the defaults and executions are fine. It's the mid-round calling that's the main issue.
I feel like I'm experiencing it. You know, Chad's asking me to throw these smokes and Molotovs on Vertigo, and I'm dying because I want to set them up. I'd be mad. They're mad. Everyone's mad. And we are absolutely ecstatic to be bringing you a best of 3. Will OG have anything to show for us now? This is a different kettle of fish than their first opponent in their group. 1 win under their belt, world rank 19, and we're going up against Mousesports, who hold that number 2 spot. My goodness. Let's see if the OG Mirage T-side will do any convincing of our 2 analysts, because that's where they start.
One of the themes here I want to carry on through is Carrigan, how invested he would have been in yesterday's match. But today against OG, will that energy be the same as we kick it off on board with Mr. Carrigan and now Woxic? Jumping on down straight into this underpass position. And, well, they want to take the fight to OG. Running up middle, getting involved in a fight very early in this one, and all the kills fall in their favor.
That's one way to kick things off with a bang. As you'll see, 3 kills fall in favor of Mousesports here. NBK maybe able to get a couple back with this Glock, and he actually will do just that. ESL will join in as well, but that's about it. Carrigan looked like he got all 3 kills top of middle, actually got 0, but he ends up with 2 towards the end. It's going to be
they're supporting the boys, though.
He was, so the crosshairs are on him while they're shooting the heads. So it absolutely is.
How often have you seen a CT mid-rush pistol round? Maybe this is another branch of the Inferno mid-rush we saw, another bringing the fight up middle. They had Woxic going underpass fast, so he could get the info if it wasn't all in B very quickly with these steps he'd hear above him.
The last thing you want is an 8 site take from Connector, Palace, A ramp coming through with a full execution. So if you can get up towards middle and just take one of those jewels, and like we always say, get an equal trade, then you shut down their execution potential.
Look at
what kind of tank have they set up here?
Now that is a wall.
Haven't seen one of these in years, Chad.
A wall of Burberry scarves and Glocks.
This was there was a screenshot of this on Twitter maybe a week ago. I've actually lost idea of time at this point, but this was on Twitter at some point, and I think NBK was involved in some tweets to do with it. So maybe
all revolves around a single P250. That's the secret of the strat.
It does work, you know. Like eventually, like they do come to your position, you're gonna get a couple of kills, but you can see a very disciplined Mousesports ready and waiting. They haven't pushed in this map at all. They've got 1 player towards the end of Palace. It's Christian the MP9.
Hold up, Henry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go on.
But we need to tell all the new Counter-Strike viewers at home is when, as a team, if you assemble like that, it's kind of like Power Rangers. With all
Megazord?
you create a Megazord, and you're still going to get taken down just as easily as what you normally would.
I feel like they've got a kill here at least.
Nah. Robs is just, he's making it interesting. He wants to play with a little bit lower HP.
I feel like he doesn't need to swing again here. It would be a bit of a nightmare if he did. So a couple of kills for Issa. Not too bad, all things considered. This was a full eco. They've managed to get 2 kills. And nice moving up towards short indeed. That will probably be his time done. I like this positioning, though. There could be another one on the cards here, but no. It will be Chris J to finish things off there as we go 2-0. The AKs will come out for OG now. This is their map pick. They managed to take down Mousesports at CS Summit when they'd only been a team for about a week and a half at one point. So if any map was going to work in their favor, this would be it. But I'm still not sold on the overall complexion of their terrorist forces. We'll see how the next round goes down as a replay of Rob's getting it done towards the CPL. I would say it's a bit of a nightmare. They gave up 2 of the kills to Issa. You can see that's not a bomb site. There's no real reason to challenge him. But either way, they do end up with an AWP in the hands of Woxic. Let's see if he's going to be stepping up today because he was MIA on the server against FaZe.
Ooh, he wants to get into the action fast. They were waiting for middle round before. This, however, a different round and a different setup. Mantu's the one holding this AWP push. It looks positive for Woxic. He's going to clear this one out, and he eliminates the threat. Mid now wide open, at least for a moment. You can see they're filling the gap. It will be a rotation from NBK off A to fill the void left by Woxic's opening frag. And he's already relocated. He's already hunting for number 2. It will not be towards Palace, though. You can see on the mini-map it's going to be a rotation from Issa. I think it looks like that one frag onto Mantu has completely destabilized whatever they initially planned.
Let's see whether they can bounce back, though. So their T sides had the issues. They still have 4 smokes and flashes, though. B side execution, pretty much their only option at stage. You can see no presence towards A in any facet. Towards middle, or the A ramp or Palace, as Voxic starts to get some information with the orb at that A ramp. So they're going to know this is a B setup here, and we have got Carrigan ready and waiting. Flashbang towards the bench, joined by Frozen as well. He's got the incendiary in hand, which he's going to deploy at this point. Here we go, full commitment.
Frozen's actually throwing his smoke instead. It's not going to quite achieve what he hoped, and now good damage from Carrigan's spray. They're into the site. Frozen's going to line them up with a nice double, and this B site take has just landed flat for OG.
Oof. Well, there it is. That was quite underwhelming, Chad. That's exactly what we're talking about. I feel like if they lose that first pick, similar to Tyloo and the kind of approach they had on their T-sides, they have a nice objective in mind, but if anything goes wrong along that path, it's very difficult for them to recover. This was underwhelming, to say the least. They get in towards B. Frozen does a great job to actually shut them down and look very comfortable, but there's no pressure being applied to this. There's no smokes down a pillar. There's no parts of that bomb site being segregated so they can focus on the site itself, and it looks like it's very comfortable for Mouz Sports as we enter another eco.
Yeah, there's a flip side to everything that NBK was saying. I think this one might be a quick one as they're just going to steam out Palace. The smoke is not going to come on over. Alexi B holding on to that. The first frag and the second onto the site, and now the smoke comes into play. The bomb should go down, definitely.
This is promising. Voxic's on an AWP for the retake as well, which is quite an intimidating factor when you've got P250s wide swinging into you, just like that. Not going to quite get the second, but it looks like Carrigan's got the cleanup crew all sorted. No issues. Alexi's going to charge to B. I wonder how quickly Mouz Sports work this one out.
I don't know if he will. We have got Voxic. If he gets to the window now, he's in trouble, but it looks like they're already just working it out now. So the bomb should be planted here. So that's absolutely fine for OG. They're happy with that. This round could have been a little bit more promising for them. If Alexi had a rifle, you could start believing he's got a chance here, but either way, he'll have a P250 making his way back up to departments, and at this stage, it should be over momentarily.
There's a chance for him to get a kill onto Carrigan, which would be fantastic damage, but it's just going to be the process of elimination for Mouz Sports now as they comb through the remainder of the map, clearing out through the kitchen and checkers position, now the site, and finally up towards the apartments. So that'll be it. Frozen will find the kill. I was saying the other side to what Nathan was talking about within that interview is, yeah, having to follow the game plan, having to follow the call, that kind of stuff. You do take away the freedom of your individuals if you need to follow a strict game plan. So when you do lose an opening pick, if the idea was to have a set piece and get map territory, no one is going to be... what's the word I'm looking for here? No one's going to want to step out of line to go for a play. And if you have nobody stepping out of line to go for a play, then you are just going to sit very stagnant, right?
I totally agree with you. I feel like they've got it kind of drilled into their minds right now that we need to follow Alexi B. We need to do exactly what he says at all times. No one can step out of line, otherwise this system's not going to work. And they're kind of maybe battling themselves in that regard. It's an interesting idea. As we'll see the double orbs come out now, we know how potent those can be for Mouz Sports. Chris J and Voxic is a tantalizing duo. This certainly isn't what a poor approach from OG there. No flashes, no smokes down. I understand what they're going for there. The contact surprise swing from the Palace position. They've just lost a pick, and there's not even a flash. Those are the easiest frags you're ever going to pick up on a CT side.
Well, this is great news for scheduling fans all around the world.
I'm not sure they're up to, though.
We're 5 rounds in. It's early days. Now, we were talking before. You made the comment of you're not necessarily convinced by this team. I think that's a sentiment that would be echoed by most, in the sense of, within this roster, there are 3 names that everybody knows. Valde from the North fame, NBK obviously won some majors. He was in the French scene for a very long time. Was part of Vitality, and then obviously Alexi B of Ents fame with all the nonsense going on there. The star power would be with the 2 other names. Now, Issa, people know about him from Hellraisers, right? That's a name that people should be familiar with, but we need consistency out of him as a rifler. And then Mantu, well, the new boy you've got on your screen right here, has to be thrust into a star AWPing role almost to seem like to make this team work.
But he's stuck inside a rigid system. They probably are trying to build up at this stage. I feel like he needs to be let off the leash and given freedom on the map.
Yeah, I think the sentiment echoed from the OG camp is he's going to find 1 kill here, 20 seconds seconds left. Not too much he can do. I think the general sentiment echoed from the OG camp, even from the Dota side of things, is that this is going to be a long project. He's going to go down any second, ladies and gentlemen. Don't
He's
you worry
trying
about
his best.
that. Can't die before that. They should have just they should have just all hid and and then killed him after the time.
That would have worked out nicely. But regardless, he will get his maximum loss bonus now. I agree with you, Chad. There's certainly issues with an OG, and the problem I have with it is we always say, oh, this team needs more time. With the way CSGO is kind of structured right now in the current landscape and the level of competition, I just don't know how much time we have to invest in these projects when they're not providing results or even much promise generally.
Well, I suppose that this is the thing, is where teams want to be positioned. Do you want to be the best team in the world? Well, it's probably not going to happen with this roster. Do you want to be a top 10 team in the world?
I agree.
You can make that happen.
They could definitely be a top 10 team. It's just where the prestige attached to the OG name.
Sure.
I feel like that's just not going to be satisfactory for them as players and the organization. Either way, that first pick coming in once again, this time courtesy of Frozen. He looked fantastic yesterday. He's certainly a player that has certain issues with consistency as well, but when he's on, he's one of the best riflers in the game.
Yeah, he's very, very, very quick. We saw a good example of it there. That's Alexi V. He's been having a bit of a nightmare as well. He's been the opening kill the last 2 rounds of play. We saw him fall to Chris J. Zorp in the opening of round 5, now into the 6th, and already he's forced to watch as the rest of his team try and execute his orders, and another body drops. Oh, and if it wasn't Woxic, it would have been Rops. Now into the site, finally, NBK, he has the call. He knows where the second one is and does cleanly convert. This is it for OG, a chance and the closest they've had at converting. Now with a missed shot from Chris J, the second not so much, he's even hit the next. It's all onto NBK, he's done well to tag him up through the box and now looking to clutch it out. But the bomb is open. If he crosses to CT, he will be spotted. Carrigan's closing the gap now. They could pass each other, and I think they will, just like that. NBK's none the wiser, though. Carrigan's on the hunt.
This is either where Carrigan knifes out, I'm thinking he's gone towards B, or he checked his close corner.
He's not going to clear it. Or he is going to clear it.
He is going to clear it in a very effective manner, I would say.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I thought exactly what you were saying, Henry.
Knife out to B.
Yeah, you know, you've cleared out. He's not here at all. He must be already walking around the corner. Could already be too close to kitchen.
No, I agree with you. I thought Carrigan was going to lose that as well. NBK, a nice idea there to hold, but Carrigan, the big old brain of his, works out once more. And big aim for Frozen as he shows presence towards middle there, opening frag the AK-47. This is a team that has confidence behind them, assertive nature to the approach of the rounds. We're seeing that nice aggressive push towards short, the AK-47. They've got a T-sided weaponry available to them, and a timeout called a US Air Force tactical timeout by Mouz Sports, actually, after being 6-0 up. It suggests a change is on the horizon. Maybe they're going to go for a bit of aggression here and try and work out what adjustments OG are making.
Maybe they thought that round got a little bit too close for comfort there. A 1v1 scenario, if a couple of them crop up, the CT-sided economy can start to look a little bit wounded. I want to let you guys know how wounded I'm feeling today.
Go on.
Skybox is currently not functional for me, so I won't be able to bring you any of the
breakdowns.
Yeah, they won't be coming until I sort this one out, but I am working on it. I have my best men on the job.
Your IT guy?
One of them. I've got 2 of them. They both have the same name.
One's tall, one's happy.
Exactly.
So, partial buy is where it normally all begins in these sort of ruts. You start throwing caution to the wind, grouping up, getting orbs.
Catching orb bullets, and ooh, here we go. Only one. Rops actually managed to take down Issa before he fell. That was a quick death, quick exchange. And now into the site, it just gets more and more difficult. It's stacking up, Frozen through the smoke onto another one. Mantu, he's done well with the deagle. He's already found 3. His signature weapon lies idle on CT, but pushing for it would put himself at risk. He has managed to retrieve it, now peeking into that fading smoke. A chance perhaps onto Woxic.
Well, he's given up the fact he has the sniper at this point. He has got the bomb in his back and a minute remaining as well. Player in towards CT spawn. That's going to be Carrigan, who's positioned himself in a really awkward position. You're not going to be coming pre-aiming this one, but Mantu, he's exploring the options at least. Trying to work out if he can get back to CT spawn, potentially fires off a deagle bullet, gives up his position once more. Baits out Carrigan, and he seems to have the crosshair perfect. There we go. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 now. This could be to the ace club. Bear in mind, it's not going to happen. Voxic will best him. Very good effort, and will wound the economy of Mouz Sports, but being 7-0 up, they still have a full buy here with saved AWP as well. Voxic will have to drop 1 weapon, but still have $4,000 residual cash. And OG, close but no cigar.
I was ready to yell big man ting just for his
I
highlight,
can feel it coming.
It was surging through me. I was getting ready for the moment. But look, some nice shots here. And he did a great job of doing exactly what you mentioned, keeping the money low. MP9 for Chris J.
Yeah, sometimes not an issue. Foxing towards short. Oh, he's got a bit of an angle here as well. Just dodging flashes, he knows they're coming. No one towards middle just yet, though. Back to the A execution. Set pieces are the aim of the game at this point for OG. The defaults aren't working. They're losing too many picks at the start of each round, and no one really stepping up individually. So I feel like this is the best approach. Get those smokes down. Let's get a post-plant situation. Let your stars shine, as Man 2 will open things up with the AWP.
Gonna give it his best shot. It's NBK, though, who runs straight in. Valder alongside him. A open. Best shot we've seen from OG now. Into the site, looking very promising, and another from Valder. You said, Chad, these guys, these names, these familiar names are going to have to deliver.
Has to be a save, I think. On the CT side, the money was just too heavily affected in the previous round, and we are going to see a nice shot from Voxic. NBK offers himself up. There is, and it was down to Voxic if he even can manage to find another quickly. They could go for this one, but I doubt it. That's a nice shot from Voxic again, though. How's he hit that?
He jumped up on the box and then strafed into the angle. He even has a smoke to his name right now. If he can put more pressure on, Carrigan's coming. There is a chance.
He has got a smoke for some pressure. And now he's going to flash towards ramp. They're going to give this best shot, try and make him as uncomfortable as possible. Onto the bomb he goes. Carrigan's got another one. They need to cover the ramp. He has taken him off the bomb. OG take the round. Mousesports made that as difficult as possible.
And they recover the AWP, take down both players there, and they're going to get 3,500 per player on the OG side now. So sure, that's enough for Abai, but still, it's going to be difficult considering all 5 players went down. This is great work from Voxic here. This shot, Mantu knew exactly where it was, and it is a really nice peak there, very strong. They take all 5 players down, so they're almost certainly going to buy into this, you would imagine. Will be compromises on the OG side. You can see NBK Issa, no grenades whatsoever, Chad. Man2 has the AWP, and they don't force. I'm so surprised.
Carrigan has bought in with, oh no, he saved that, right? So he's dropped that across to Woxy. He has the armor across and has a P250 behind it. They might have enough here to make this work.
He's got a defuse kit as well. A bit of utility, I think, would have been enough. But there's Carrigan going down.
That's the kit, that's the round, I think, as it's going to be walking its way. Process of elimination for the rest.
So it's just kind of been A pieces right now from OG, grinding down this economy situation, right? So you can see what happens. They're able to get around almost for free off of the back of just beating down the economy with these close 1v1 scenarios. That was Man2's heroics in the previous. This is the flow-on effect of that. Every round, obviously connected in one way or another.
Yeah, every kill has a knock-on effect in Counter-Strike. Every grenade thrown, every dollar spent will have repercussions. We'll see now, holding onto the AWP, Voxic holding towards the kitchen window. 2 USPs behind him, just in case they go for a push. But a good round from OG. They managed to string a couple in a row now as we get into the next round here. Money will be good, remember. They did actually take an eco here. I would suggest they should have force bought, considering they took all 5 players down, but they have got a decent lead. They're looking at the bigger picture, which is absolutely fine as well, as long as they save this AWP.
Perk of sending Woxic for the B app solo means that, of course, should his team fall on A, he can have a very almost guaranteed save.
Let's I think if I'm Mousesports right now, I'm doing something more forward on that A bomb site. So far, you've been swung out a bunch of times here. Chris J does have the secondary AWP, so potentially having him going up close and personal towards the A ramp, Fallen-esque style, could really stifle this A execute if it is going to.
Oh dear!
Put your knives away, boys. I know it's online.
It's a lot of fun slashing in and Spawn. We've all enjoyed it at one point.
The knives are very pretty. It's a B. It's a fast B, or is it just a? They're limping in here. Okay, so NBK in the forward position, throwing out some basic utility to see if he can have a reaction coming on through, and they're setting up the execute behind this.
I don't mind these basic approaches, these 5-man plays from OG. I feel like that's where they're going to thrive. I don't like the defaults. I think the defaults are very weak right now. You can see more with individual goals and objectives. It's not really coming together. They're getting picked off one by one by trying to create space. I'm not really liking that too much. This is going to be a fallback towards A, though. Just another set piece towards the bomb side, I imagine. They're not smoking jungle and steps in the traditional manner. They're actually smoking connector directly, and then actually keeping CD spawn open, challenging for a duel. If they get it, they need CD spawn open so they can push through. And for now, this will be an A crunch by looks of things. Maybe even a B split if they want to head up towards short.
Yeah, they might try and creep up catwalk here with all that B pressure they had to draw Woxic off of middle. But the connector smoke makes me believe something different is on the cards as the nades will come out to push him on back. Now they've got the mid control they were after. 45 seconds left on the clock. Nobody there to deal with them. There's a massive gap in that smoke, and Chris J's going to find Alexi.
Oh, Alexi's going to be kicking himself. Another early death for the leader of OG. They're wrapping around into the site. That's a big frag. Didn't let Chris J pull the trigger, so down to Rops. His spray's not quite there. 1.5. Woxic wallbang could stop this plan. Issa is low enough, but he's not hitting the shots just yet. And Falda, lingering in jungle, will stop the rotate of Karrigan. 3 versus 2, bomb ticking.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Voxic. 2-on-2 for sure, and it will be Mantu to give them the advantage here. Now, Voxic up against it. No kit available, had to drop the AWP for Chris J in the previous round, going for the wallbang, suggests he's desperate at this point, and a sign that he might be giving in. Bomb's over halfway gone. Remember, no kit, nowhere near it. It's going to give up the position of one of the players here. Has to go for the wallbang once again. Not going to happen, and OG will get 3 rounds in a row at this point. As he looks for a final kill, actually gives up his life. I think he was going down regardless with the pints coming in from Mantu. But there we have it. It's going to be Issa to close
Brothers
things
in
out.
arms.
Indeed, good point.
We forgot about that one, didn't we? That little
Yeah.
storyline right there. Issa and Woxic used to play together over in Hellraisers under Angel's in-game leadership. But we've got a little tidbit on the screen. Mousesports won 62.7% of their full buys rounds against FaZe yesterday. Okay, so look, that's a... Oh, wait, no, is that a good stat?
60%
I'm trying to work it
of your
out.
full buys. I mean, I guess in a 16-14 game, that is... that's...
Does that mean FaZe had full buys as well, or...?
Ooh.
That's what I'm not sure about, whether that stat's a little bit misleading.
Yeah, they could be full buys up against eco
Exactly.
or partial buy situations, but he
Well-
did put the caveat of the equipment. So
sure,
maybe Ben can update us as the day goes on.
I'm sure he can. We'll work it out. We'll come back to you. As this is the partial or eco round from Mouse Sports. You see a couple of players with Kevlar here. Chris J, the same approach he did yesterday with its standard default pistol and armor. So a little bit different. No other player does that apart from Chris, but he seems to make it work, so you can't argue over too much.
Yeah, I think last time yesterday he ninja'd and Dust 2B site, sat down there and actually stopped the plant with a USP cover.
That was a crazy play. He was just sat at the very back of the bomb site, denied the bomb, and actually took the round away from FaZe.
They are stacked up on A here with 4 individuals in front of the smoke wall. They will have to worry about the Molotovs that should come into that shadow position. That's probably their biggest worry right now with this A defense, but as soon as these mollies and smokes come over, they have to push forward and fight anyway.
So they've heard some sound cues there from the Molotov front. Does that mean they want to fall back? Apparently not. Another Molotov towards Shadow is going to flush 2 of them out and presumably yield 2 frags, which it will. This 4-man stack is completely eradicated as the 5-man sweep comes through. 4 in a row now for OG. As we get to round number 12, the money's stabilizing for Mouse Sports, but they had a 7-0 start. It's weird how this trend continues to play in today's game, with big starts then just crumbling to very split halves.
Yeah, before people didn't like the way the money flowed because you could get the hard reset constantly on those CT sides. It still feels like the CTs, if they go up to a commanding lead early, are subject to that hard reset when it does come on in. You still will have that $1,400 loss bonus, right, and have to build back up. So if you're the T side and you can keep these rounds close, those 1v1s that we were talking about, and a gap in the smoke here from Woxic.
Yeah, they want to be aware of it. They try to bait out the shot there. They're going for a run boost instead. So he won't surely hit that. He does nail NBK, who was the booster, the boostee, and we'll see the first kill come through. It goes in favor of Alexi B. Quiet game from him so far. That's his 2nd and his 10th death.
They're heading straight back to B here. They're going to put pressure on early. Karrigan has a lot of work to do here.
Now, Sports have put a lot of utility towards middle, and already the rotate's coming in. We'll have Woxic rotating towards kitchen, but already the only 1 man in the site is Rops. He's got back over there in time. Karrigan in support, only going to get the first onto NBK. Valda, though, trying to be cheeky, trying to play around, but the sound cue confirms that he has not pushed into that smoke. He'll throw out a fresh one of his own. 3v3 as the bomb's planted, courtesy of Issa. All of them coming from the same direction. This could be a bloodbath for OG's 5th round.
This is so hard to retake right now. Having to deal with Valda up close and personal with 2 AWPs on a retake, it feels almost impossible. Not sure if he caught a glance at the tower there, but he did get the kill, and now the low HP of Woxic is the only man remaining. He's not going to get away with his life. That AWP was a dream. And 5 rounds for OG is, well, they've mounted a pretty convincing comeback here.
I've spoken to Ben, Chad, and the data, as we thought, was just focusing on Mouse Sports equipment value by their opponents. So still convincing in terms of them winning a lot of gun rounds, but at the same time, it doesn't account for the fact that they could lose.
All right.
Either way, we're going to have 7-5 and 5 rounds in a row for OG. And we've got themselves 1 creek here towards the end of the half. Just going to be bringing that out. Yeah, makes sense. And it's another eco, and the opening frag surely in favor of Mansu here. Takes down Voxic, takes a little bit of damage at that point as well. Just 20 points though, as Chris J spins that Deagle. Looking for any openers here. No one at the A ramp. There is presence towards T-spawn though. Mansu with a perfect position to shut this push down.
It's good since they've adjusted their playstyle from something which was default-based, using heads-up Counter-Strike to find map territory, to just the pack roll mentality, hold for any real aggressive pushes, group up, and do those fundamentals of the executes, which is something I'm sure they've spent a lot of time working on.
I agree. You've been working on them. Your defaults aren't there yet. You've already admitted that. You're all aware of it. This is not the time to practice. Let's stay with the 5-man unit. And Chris J, he's probably got a 1 here. Is there another? The AWP around the corner, there's a chance. Bad spacing from the OG side of things. No flashbangs used, you have no idea what's around this corner, and it ultimately leads to a death. Luckily, they haven't given up a rifle just yet, but it will be a 4-on-4.
Look how many nades they have left on this T side with 45 seconds left on the clock. They are just bleeding out CT utility and aggression and holding on to everything of their own, and let's we'll find another one over towards A. Chris J's down now, and now it's just Rops with that scout.
Missed the first shot. I think he's in trouble from connector.
Done so.
He does manage to fire off a few bullets while going down, and so will Carrigan. One of them successful, the second not so much. He'll be claiming their six in a row now. It's half of two halves, it seems.
If they get 8 on the trot here, that is crazy good. The fact that they've already gotten 6 on the trot is crazy.
It's incredible, yeah.
And you consider the last few rounds that Mouz picked up were 1v1 scenarios. It's, what, a stretch of 8 rounds now. The OG have started to look very, very threatening, even on those low-buy situations where they were just running dry out Palace. So some bite within the OG camp right here. We did mention that this was the map that they won over in Summit against Mousesports.
Double AWPs. They're pulling out the Dorps. See how far Chris J and Woxic can pull Mousesports. It is one of their very many strings to their bow, and there's Chris J again dealing with the early ramp dry. Peak is investigating, and he's been met by a very scary bullet. Chris J, however, will give them one back. Alexi from Connector.
It was yesterday's stat line for Mousesports, right, where they lose quite a significant amount of their 5v4 situations, right? Here they've got another opening kill on Chris J, and then he's lost his life to equal into a 4v4, which we know for the T's is very favorable.
Well, at this stage, OG looking to find their 7th in a row. Rops, though, the man that could shut it all down, only good for a single kill. And it looks like that trend will continue as Frozen, he's isolating now towards short. We'll see him in a 3 versus 1. OG have pulled this game out of the darkness. I don't know how they've done it, but the adjustment from defaults into this Wolfpack mentality that we talked about, it makes a lot of sense. They just weren't getting anything done on their defaults. One by one, they're being picked off. Their same old storyline on the T sides. And now they've set themselves up a nice foundation on their map pick, moving on to the CT side. 7 rounds. If this is all they get, it's more than enough. And I dare say they could actually take this map, considering the T side is where they struggle and the CT side is where they thrive.
I feel like a lot of these situations, Mousesports haven't had the opportunity to multi-frag. Once they do find a kill, they're either getting taken out, as we saw with Chris J there. He re-picked into the same position. And then, as they went to set up kills, they were getting traded out very efficiently onto that A bomb site. So the lack of multi-kill potential that OG are allowing Mousesports at this point of the game is a huge contributing factor as to part of this. They're either just smothering them. See, Chris has already had one, and he's re-peaked that, and that was the door. And then look this, the next door stepping on out.
That's
another
nice.
freebie.
I did like that they had 3 players on the bench, baiting and stepping and basically making Woxic get a little too horny for the frag. And then Mantu was the one to slap him out of the server. Last round of the first half, first game of the day. Mirage, OG's pick, and they're looking to win the half here. Rose will be throwing out his incendiary to try and create a gap in that smoke. No window smoke early, though. It's all in vain. Heading towards B. Carrigan's going to be the first port of call. And off they go, flashing through. Frozen will get the first. Still traveling as a pack, though. It's about those trades. And NBK does catch a nice one onto bench, but so does Rops. Claws one back from Kitchen.
Yeah, certainly operative word is clawing back, because at this point we do have a 2-on-2. And it's going to be 8 rounds in a row if Issa can clutch this one out. He's in a 2-on-1 now with a minute on the clock. Looking for that first frag. Absolutely nails it. Up against Chris J, one of the best in the business when it comes to these sort of scenarios. And he only has a USP. There's the M4. Okay, so that storyline now in the bin. but the bomb is down. He has got a kit and all his utility, but will Issa be ready for this swing?
Gets the info and gets the shot. Issa had to step up, does step up, and an 8-7 half. We do see OG take the lead on their T side, no less, of their map pick.
Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
That's all we know when we level up.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know.
OG have got the power and they'll bring it in on the hour, actually. It is 3 o'clock here live from the Cologne studios. Mouz Sports and OG ready to get this action underway. Myself, Henry Greer and Chad Burchill hanging out, talking about the counter.
Yeah, indeed. We saw the scoreboards there before we came into the second half, and I have to say, it doesn't bode well for Mouz Sports that Carrigan is consistently their top fragger. It's great for him, don't get me wrong, but that's not the name you want at the very top. Let me tell you, after a 7-0 start, they find themselves at a deficit of 8-7. OG with the comeback from hell here as they switch over to the CT side, and Valdak, he'll take a bullet to the face, kick things off. The Zeus sound effect there for Machine as well, just to provide some atmosphere.
Thank you. I'd like to provide the Foley to our commentary. And already Rops is going to get Issa and Carrigan into the side onto Mantu. And again, Carrigan, the playmaker, has found a triple in the pistol. I swear, he is reinventing himself in the absence of his stars in Mouse. More and more frags for NBK, though. They're lining up. Another tap as well. Hang on a second.
Pick me, do it.
Anyone else? Anyone else fancy their chances? Frozen is on the bench. He taps away at a third head. Thank you, next. NBK, otherwise known as Ariana Grande.
He basically hasn't taken any damage here as well. He won't check the left-hand side, but had he pre-fired that, he could have been onto something. 3 kills for NBK equates to $900 extra, meaning he could buy up a bit more than his teammate taker for scout armor.
Sports first round in 9 rounds.
Yeah, good point. They gave up 8 in a row in the first half, and they pick up the pistol here in the second. A convincing one, but still a little bit too costly, considering NBK has 3 challenges towards Connector. They will be buying up. NBK, like I said, extra cash, gets himself an MP9 and Kevlar as well to go with their not full investment. They've got CZs and Kevlar.
Yeah, no Woxic Scout. Typically, he's rocking that.
They've all saved around $600 each.
I am a little bit worried about Woxic and his performances over the last 2 days. We have him on our little felt board there as one of the top AWPers, and we were talking about yesterday with the AWPers. I think we made a top 5 list, and Woxic was in there, right?
Yeah.
So it's somebody who
he was in at number 5, I think.
Okay, so he's on. He's scraped in.
Yeah.
But he's someone who we're expecting to put in big hauls here, and well, yesterday he didn't perform up to his standard, and right now you could say the same. Only 7 kills to his name, the bottom for his squad.
This looks very good from Esports. Not really much they could say about this one.
Okay, Chris.
Oh, Chris. Oh, hold on.
That was a lot.
Chris.
A lot.
Chris, please. Chris.
Up, and another one for NBK. That MP9's paying its dividends. The Woxic spray, important here. Tags, and it will be Rops to frag. Triple kill from Rops just to save what looked to be quite a messy response to the OG force.
So they might have to deal with just some pistols again, because it's clear that OG aren't going to buy in this round, even though NBK has 4.3. They might want to upgrade into some Deagles, P250s, and smokes again, something similar to what we just saw, and that got very dangerous. That was a very, very scary round. Woxic was on low HP. Rops had to come in to mop up that final one. You will see Mantu get a CZ. Same for NBK. It's just going to be USPs for the other 3. So they want to make sure going into the first gun round, they have full utility. They want to have those molly smokes necessary to defend against Mouz Sports and whatever they might be throwing at them. But NBK could be on for an opening. Frozen will deny it.
Yeah, good effort there from NBK. The only player that really could cause some damage here. He had the CZ in towards the underpass position. Does reasonable damage towards Frozen, but ultimately looks like Carrigan's got B under control. That's going to be Alexi B removed. And the smokes to come through as well are very efficient and looking clean from Mouz Sports here. Approach towards the B bomb site. They are going to have a boost in towards CT spawn. He's looking for an exit frag here. It might be able to get a kill, but that's probably about as exciting as it gets.
Inquisitive Mac 10. Carrigan's the one to perhaps fall foul to this boost. Got spotted, but they're all good. And there goes Carrigan. The boost could render them a rifle. It is only the Mac 10 though, so they are going to be remissed with the SMG. Not bad from Frozen. Good spray control through a tiny.
Oh.
I thought that was Chris J with the most ridiculous of shots, but it was enough to draw the crosshair away from the Rops peak top mid.
Well, there it is, double digits. Mouz Sports have now won both pistols. 7-0 start in the first half, 3-0 in the second. Can they maintain the momentum once again? If they can, there'll be enough to win the game. But we'll see what this first gun round will have in store for us. Remember, OG didn't force buy fully in the second round, saved themselves about $500 extra to allow themselves to get helmets here and make sure they're not punished by the SMGs.
You know what else is quite strange? A lot of them still have a bit of money next to their name, and only one individual is invested in a fuse kit, and that's NBK. So if we do get ourselves into a post-plant situation, that actually might be an intentional maneuver by OG, because if they lose this round, they have max loss bonus, which would mean that Valda, Issa, NBK, and Alexi B will all be able to buy in the following, and Mantu will be the only one who'll be hemorrhaging.
I think it is by design, Chad. I think you're dead on. The defuse kits are a nice luxury, but they do cost $400 in CSGO. They used to cost $200 in 1.6. So yeah, definitely a bit of a luxury. If you have one at least, you're okay. It's not ideal, that's for sure. And we'll see whether this is going to be where Mouz Sports continue to find success on the T side. Looking for that 4-0 start. They have one MP7 in the mix and 2 players without helmets. That's NBK and Alexi B, so watch out for their deaths. As connector control is found. A rebuttal, though, from OG as they push towards A ramp, trying to get some information and boxing to open things up. That's on the A bomb site, and it's going to be Mantu removed, who is influential in the success in the first half.
An A ramp crossfire. It's not particularly well versed at dealing with connector. That could be the issue. That's, of course, if it goes unchecked. The fact that there is no contact does imply that there is going to be someone towards ramp. It's Carrigan with the bomb that goes looking. Issa's double puts OG back in control, and now the crossfire arrives. Alexi pushing through the smoke. He knows he has to help and support Issa under the pressure under the thumb of Mousesports, but with 25 seconds left, they now know where the bomb is. It's sitting right in front of Izza's position where it was on Tetris. And 15 seconds, what are you going to do? Nothing seems to be the answer.
Well, with 10 seconds now, I think you might be right as they get dinked as well. There should be no chance. I say that goes down into a situation they can win this, but Valda with a double spray down. Too much pressure applied. A good chance there, but ultimately Valda takes no damage, and the money has been drained out of the Mousesports bank account. You see Carrigan at 1,500. At least he'll be dropped. They have got one more buy remaining here, but here's Issa getting the job done, the double kill here. This is what really saved the round for them after getting the first pick. Voxic is removed, and Robson Frozen shortly follow.
They assumed he was ramp, right?
Yeah, I don't know. They just obviously had to panic and hope for the best at that stage and see what can be done. Chris J opts for a Mac 10 here. There's only one player without a helmet this time, so going quickly towards middle. Lots of damage inflicted. Good M4 spray towards Chris and Carrigan.
Yeah, he's anticipating the push as well. The flash is perfect onto Frozen. And he will get caught. Carrigan actually the one to go down. Frozen is still mantled up. Mantu responsible for this frag. He does eliminate Chris J's push, but he's traded. Woxic aggressive on short.
Woxic's actually killed Mantu in the last 2 rounds, so in that head-to-head of Orpers, started to look a little bit better for Woxic. In the previous, he did it with Rifle, and oh my god!
Robs.
How did he react that quickly?
I don't know. His crosshair wasn't there. Somehow it worked out for him. We got ourselves the Mousesports advantage here. 3-on-2. Valda and NBK with no grenades, and only one defuse kit between them as well. There is now a smoke for NBK.
Look at that smile from Valda. That's a big smile.
He's enjoying himself. 16 kills to his name. And at this point, a very big round coming through. Can they do anything with this? A man disadvantage. Making their way through connector now. This is the first frag here towards the T-steps.
Should be held down by Frozen, but he's not anticipating the right side push. He's focusing his attention on jungle, and now he hears the steps in middle. It looks like it could be the end for NBK. Commits to the spray and is punished for it. It will just be the exit frag, but happy to be keeping hold of all of that goodie. Oh, even more than the M4. He'll upgrade to the AWP for the save into the next. This will be round 20 going the the Mousesports way. Bomb explodes. NBK and Valda looking to keep hold of those weapons.
It's strange how Mousesports seem to thrive in the chaos, whereas OG were better when it was more calm and they could be the ones setting the pace. There's that replay of Rops.
Disgusting.
Izza's monitor could have a fist mark in it right now. I wouldn't be too happy with that one.
We called out Voxic at the start of this one, saying his performances have been great so far. He's at the bottom once again, but luckily for Mousesports, Alexi Beat is not coming online here at all. He's 6 and 17, or 5 and 17, I should say. Really not the numbers you expect from a man of his caliber. And for now, they will limp into the round with AWP, to be fair, M4 for Valda, and a shotgun for NBK. Will this be enough?
It's in the right place. Can make it work, but maybe the timing's the problem here. They're quick.
So quick, straight through. Mantu has got his AWP into the right position to support, but immediately under threat from Rops. Oh. And that's the double to surely secure the round. All of their firepower gone, and the frags continuing for Mouz straight into the beast site.
Yeah, in terms of loss bonus, there'll be a $2,900 next round, so OG will have a buy available with the resources they currently have available. You can see they've got $2 grand right now. Issa with no armor wants to see if he can get an exit kill here towards short and pick up an AK, but it's very unlikely. He might be able to get the kill, but the fact that he'll pick up the weapon is almost impossible. Bomb to go off, and they're going to exit out towards CT spawn by looks of things, or the apartments themselves.
It's going to be the weapon for Issa.
Oh, he does find an M4.
Oh, Carrigan, maybe? He's not going to move. He doesn't need to. Oh, here's the ladder.
Ooh.
It could get interesting, but he will not push.
They're going to buy it next round regardless, right, Chad?
Yeah.
One of Virtual's breakdowns, they're back.
I just want to show you how Rops got there so quickly for that flank because those double kills came in immediately. So he's feigning mid-presence like a normal default, and then he's going to go sit in their own smoke here. The execute comes in over towards B, and you can see over here all the players running into the site. Just as that goes down, Rops starts to come up catwalk instantly behind these two big frags, and the B bomb site open for business. Simple stuff.
All about distraction. Hook, line, sinker towards the B side of the map, and we do have a full buy for OG, but no orbs available. Valda. Flashbang towards middle, but receives a Molotov, drops the smoke on top to create a bit of a one-way, giving some vision towards middle. NBK. That's going got the advantage here in more ways than one. Chris Jeremy with the MP7. NBK actually had no helmet there as well, so that could have got a bit dicey for him, but he does get that first pick. 12-9.
Strangely, NBK the highest rated player for OG with their first 2 games against Tyloo under their belt, and continuing to be leading the way here. 78 points of ADR, 17 kills, highest in the server. Valdo will now get his kill chart up to 17 as well, finding Carrigan. It's a 3-on-5. Doesn't seem like a very winnable round for Mousesports here.
No, but B has been a problem for OG. Let's see if they can hold it better here. Alexi B will be the first contact. NBK holding the balcony. He'll be Molotov'd out of position. Rops can hear that. Backing away towards bench. 50 seconds, and already Valdo's caught the loose thread. Bringing the fight, and oh, it's hurting. Oh, it's hurting so much. A perfect round from OG. Clean sweep and some weapon upgrades. No complaints.
So for Mousesports, this real fast play at the start, you can see when they do lose their opening duels, how difficult it is to get back into these rounds. But when it is a fast pace, they're able to snowball the CTs, those gaps. They struggle to try and close them as the Ts are pushing very, very quickly. That's when it works. But now Mousesports, they need to reconsider their approach. They will be taking their second tactical timeout here, brought to you by the US Air Force. Money not in the worst of positions, that's for sure. They can definitely buy, but they just need to talk over which direction they want to be taking this round. So far, we've been seeing a lot of play through middle, jumping through their own smokes, being very aggressive towards connector and window. Saw that fake just there where Rob's coming late catwalk through their mid smoke. There is an AWP in the hands of Woxic again. No utility being... There we go. I was going to say, maybe if he's not buying any nades, they're going to send him in first to find an opening pick, but he will buy their last minute. Looks like Chris is going towards middle as per usual, feigning off for this standard mid default with the Molotovs. So Mantu dropped that one in the window, if you're not too familiar with this little play, to extinguish the T-sided smoke that would come hurtling through the air. It would land on that Molotov, and it would create a one-way gap that Mantu would be able to use to his advantage and not have to move from the window position.
Yeah, nice smoke he's got there just to make sure that he can re-smoke connector from window. Doesn't stop Chris J though, and now he's walking through, and again Mousesports get punished for this connector walk.
Yeah, they keep trying it, don't they? It's not working out for them. OG ready for it time and time again, and Voxic left to pick up the pieces here. Hasn't had its best showing so far in the last couple of days, to say the very least. Sats looking towards the A site. Issa already have 1 kill to his name, waiting for Robs to show presence from the apartments here. Swings out of the palace. This would be a good time to do it, but he doesn't spot the barrel. And at this point, we'll have to sit back and wait.
That's the contact he wanted, but he loses a teammate in the part and parcel of it. Now gonna tap away at jungle, and he does. Alexi beheaded, perhaps a way back in as Valda loses 80 of his health as well. Good damage inflicted by Rops, but it doesn't necessarily translate into a round. Look at that bomb. It's Woxic, and he's walking it to B from short. There's 30 seconds. He's gonna have to regroup with Frozen, but where do they go? 2 towards kitchen, and only 1 there now. Now they might accelerate towards B. Orpa gone. Valda's in spawn.
NBK's done enough here, surely. They're not going to clear this.
He's planting in the smoke.
Oh, he won't deny it? Yes, he will. Okay, that was everything there. In the smoke, if he didn't deny the plant, there was a chance for Mousesports, but OG, that's the all-important kill. Nathan finds it, and it is going to be another round in their favor. It's only going to be their 3rd picked up in this second half so far, but still, starting to rack up now and keeping Mousesports within striking distance, 12-11. Robs with a great effort here. One of his key positions, you'll see him working towards Palace in the defaults, on train towards upper ramp. Very good with the AK-47, as you can see. Surgical with the weapon. As you see, NBK just finish things off here with the denial of the plant. And we get into round number 24, where the money's not looking too good. Frozen does have the AK still. Doesn't get any extra money, but for now, we'll have a chance to try and open things up. OG, I feel like they're going to be taking this map, boys.
I think that Mousesports need to try and do something a little bit more together. Their lack of trading is hurting them here. Players limping out, dying individually. We had issues with their CT side where they were unable to get multi-frags. Well, here on the T side, they're unable to trade, and they continue to just limp out one at a time, individually seeing if they can open up rounds, and OG are being gifted 1v1 duels time and time again. Issa now having to defend against 4. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, well, the idea, I suppose, was to pick up that AK on those armored players. Chris J, for example, has managed to pick up that AK-47 now, but the bodies have already been dropped. It doesn't look like Mousesports stand much of a chance to to make any impact on the remaining minute on the clock. Jay will be taking that bomb towards B as fast as he can.
Alexi's one step ahead.
Yeah, he's got this sussed out. He'll be going towards underpass. Chris, he's not making any secret. Gun on, stomping his way up middle to try and punish the gap. He has pulled another rotate off man two. Oh, his bottom was showing. Moonwalked into middle, but it doesn't have too many ramifications. 12-12.
Well, there it is, all tied up, and Mousesports one starting to drop off now after another glorious start. 7-0 in that first half, 5-1 in the second, but now things starting to look very good for OG. They are racking up frags. We can see Valda at the top with 21. Issa not far behind on 20. NBK with 19. They are missing Alexi B still, but that's absolutely fine because this team is looking efficient and well-rounded on the CT side. They certainly had their issues on the terrorist forces, but this is where it's all coming together. Astrala smoke thrown towards the top of middle. It has a bit of variance these days. You do have to actually throw a deeper incendiary just to make sure that they can not get access towards that mid area. You can see it's wider, and it's a double spray down towards the A round. Mousesports can't catch a break here as the AWP shot, it will not connect just yet. Mansuit is rattling off shots left and right. Valda looking to finish off one of these players that are low HP towards the ramp. There it is.
Here we are. Another advantage for OG very early into the piece. Frozen's trying to change it once again. He's burning, he's gone. Alexi B's lead converts what the flames started. And now Carrigan. It's not impossible. A 1v2, certainly a manageable task.
For a man of his stature, Alex, I certainly agree. We'll see whether this is possible. These are the sort of rounds he thrives in, when it's a game of chess.
Suggestion and deception. They've had to go 1-1. He has, you know, I mean, the dream of a 1v2 is to separate them into 1v1s. Well, that's done for him by his opponent. So now it's about process of elimination and Alexi B's decision-making. For now, he stands vigilant on bench.
So if Carrigan checks the bench on the left side, he's got a guaranteed kill. Alexi B not being active here at all, but he should have been able to time the mark. And there we go. Carrigan, with more time to operate with that, I would have liked to see him at least have a probe with the bomb site. Yeah, he was hoping that both of them be stuck together. As you mentioned, it was kind of unorthodox to see them separated like that. You'd assume they'd both be stuck together. That's the kind of philosophy of today's game. But either way, this was OG posting yet another round. Big spray downs coming from these M4s, leading to a 2 versus 1.
All right, guys, just to note, this was a fake mid-control. You have Alexi B throwing out that smoke, and as we can see here, as we take a look towards middle, it's just Valdes selling it with the Molotov alone. The reaction that's come out on the side of the Mousesports camp is as soon as this smoke lands, they think it's a full-on mid-control. They run straight into Issa's hands, and Mantu's even there to pick up the pieces. That's how that round started, and that's why Mousesports had such a tough time getting into that A bomb side to kick things off.
It's a very interesting way of approaching it, Chad, because if you do see that mid smoke come down with the incendiary as well, you assume it's going to be 3 CTs pushing up, 1 covering from window, and so you're obviously going to react. You're going to be pushing up that A ramp, right? So that is a really nice variation. It doesn't take much at all. That smoke is thrown from CT spawn from Alexi B. You throw the incendiary from the window, and it suggests there could be multiple CTs on the other side, which forces out that reaction. So very cool stuff, and it leads Mousesports after winning both pistols. It's great starts. Now 13-12 down on just the Desert Eagles, and they've lost the first player. Carrigan this time not shining as brightly as before.
Yeah, looking very good for OG. NBK's going to find another one, just lingering on the edge of the smoke. All too predictable for him.
He's wise to these tricks. He's seen them in the server for years. Hoping that they can get Woxic into a prime position to catch out a member of the CT squad, but it doesn't look promising. Rob's some heroics required on his Desert Eagle.
If we take a look right now at just the first 7 rounds of each half, Valda kill here. If you just, take the first 7 rounds of each half right now and sandwich them together, Mousesports are winning 12-2. It's the tail end of both of these halves is to where they're dropping the ball. So starting so strong, having all this momentum, staying on top of OG, and then as soon as OG can get their economy established, as soon as they're able to post 1 or 2 rounds, they're able to actually start striding in this game. And look, they're going to be 14-12 up. I just said in the first 7 rounds of each half, that's where Mouz got their 12 from. So they've just gone completely quiet in these later stages, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense.
No, it does not.
Second one. Oh, Chris J. He's always got something in his pocket.
5 rounds in a row for OG. We said that it was kind of undertone of dread here from Esports. OG feel like they're stretching their legs in the second half after receiving another massive deficit. They're probably close to time regulation if things continue. 14-12 right now. We're going to see all the rounds here as we'll just see a single Krieg on the T side for Frozen. Bit of a specialist with the weapon. Gap in the smoke as they'll jump over it. Another chance of Mantu though, and one he'll capitalize upon. That's Karrigan again going down first.
Starting to find the gaps, and then punishment for Chris J. A nade into that top mid smoke. Will take a good chunk out of the Dutchman. Alexi will re-smoke towards connector.
Feels like Mousesports is just simmering out of this game. You know, we've just left the pot on.
Well, we have it's Mirage, right? I mean, it's a Voxic playground. The amount of performances I've seen from Voxic on this map, where he just looks like an absolute demon, just going around, finding clutches, getting opening picks, disrespecting his opponents. Have we even seen him make a play yet? It's just been trade kills and not really much else. If you're a star player, I'd expect a bit more.
Yeah, it's just this whole Mousesports approach on this T side that's underwhelming to me. It's the sense of they are going for individual fights every single round. They're throwing basic utility, and then they're limping on through their own nades, their own smokes, to try and catch OG off guard. And that's not working. It hasn't been working for the last few rounds. So the fact that they're trying to rinse and repeat, I feel they're just going to keep getting that same response. And now that OG are, what, 4 kills away? And NBK has all this information right here. This should be another round.
The bomb's at T spawn right now. It does go through the apartments here. Frozen pulls one back, a couple in fact. So do they want to change and go back towards the A side of the map here? I guess they do, and there's no one towards B apart from Short. And Valda will discover Robs. This is the all-important frag. If they get this quickly, they should be absolutely fine. One shot will do it. Chris J confirms the plan towards B. They've got the advantage now. It's Frozen to find it, and he holds towards the murder hole.
He's done everything for them, and he could do more. He knows there's a rotate. It's Valda. He's been caught as well. Triple from Frozen to secure a must-win.
You see him take his time there as well, just to guarantee that kill. So I'm not going to spray my load too early at this point. Make sure it's a guaranteed headshot on the back of the skull, and he manages to deliver.
Chris J had the same thing as well. You saw him as he dropped down. Yeah. I mean, that's an awkward moment because, of course, part of you is just terrified that he's about to decide to go CPL, and you lose that opening.
So Mansu's going to be able to drop a gun across here. Volde will need one, and so will NBK. Alexi B right now, he has just above 6K to his name, and with the loss bonus coming on in at its pure minimum of 1,400, he still will be able to drop a gun. Issa with 3,100 might just have to buy into a UMP and try and play close towards a ramp behind a smoke, something along those lines. But now that OG's economy has been put into question, it's not completely beaten on down, but it's been put into question. Maybe, double orbs is the response. Volde's picked up one. NBK's actually gone for an MP9.
Triple orbs.
Okay.
Holy moly macaroni. I'm not sure how this one's going to shape up, but I'm interested to find out. Orping, but aggressive Palace, perhaps? Valda's thinking about it, and he will. He's gone for the aggressive line. There is usually someone from the Mousesports squad, and it's often Rops. He's there again.
This is a nightmare for OG if Mousesports just regroup and do a set piece into a bomb site.
Set piece would ruin everything, right? And that might be the adjustment they'll make considering how much of a tough time they've had. The triple orb setup, it's taken down to a double. And with a great shot from Robs there, you do not like to feel that one. Left eye peek towards the Palace position, manages to absolutely rock Valda as well. He's got 24 kills as well, a huge scalp to take. And now we have a 5-on-4. Alexi B boosted up. He has not been posting big numbers so far. Can he get a kill here? Another miss. That was a sitter, boys. And the MP9, it can't convert. He's having a nightmare out there.
Oh, no. He's in a lot of trouble.
Not known to be an AWPer.
Not known. Well, the fact he's not killing anything with the rifle, I guess that's why he's brought it out now, just because I'll just have a turret instead. The rifles aren't working for me. It can happen, but Mousesports, they've taken 2 rounds away. Remember, they lost the first pick in the previous round. Frozen had to have a solo mission towards the jungle area to get 2 kills, and they could backstab towards B. Now they're relying on the fact that Alexi B has missed 2 big AWP shots there in the back. And at that stage, they just go in towards A, let them save the AWP, sure. There will be a bit of a hunt ensuing here with Karrigan making his way towards T-Spawn, but I don't think they can justify much more than that. They'll be up against the orbs, which will be posted up in turret-like positions. Yeah, I thought that boost was going to be it. Alexi was in a prime position to get at least 1 kill.
Yeah, and it's not a boost that you particularly all too often see.
You normally see the boost like on top of the boxes there, but he was like boosted just behind it, great angle, just to look over a smoke. Free kill, no one looking at him, he just got it through the wickets instead.
There it is.
Well, they are going to hold on to the double AWPs, but now that they know it's double AWP in play,
Yeah, with Mantu surviving as well, they can guarantee that, right?
They should be positive now that they know it's 2-up. So if I'm Carrigan, I'm calling a set piece off the bat here. Probably a B set piece.
Yeah, I agree. They've got an ult for Voxic, but that's not a massive deal. They can still operate in a set-piece manner. We'll see if that's the case. Doesn't look to be off the get-go. We have got 5 players at least heading towards the B side of the map, so this could be the pillar execution coming through. The 2 smoke sig pillar, 1 towards kitchen window. That would be an execution, and that would be the perfect rebuttal to what OG have set up here.
They just need to deal with Mantu's ult, which will be coming from the catwalk position. The flashes will come out. We haven't seen the smokes and where they're going to land just yet, but the flashes are good.
Very good, just as they needed them to pop. Mantu, however, popping off. Does catch Frozen on the descent, and now there's a little bit of a delay.
No smokes at all there, just one
They were
flash.
kitchen window smoke. It was a very basic execute. They didn't do the all-in
I feel like when you know they've got double orbs, the only response you can have is using the smokes to eradicate risks. And they just use one there, and no one's looking towards short. They're all confused and taken away by the P250 presence that's close towards the drop-down position. But at this point, it's going to be map point for OG.
Yeah, there's a couple of things they have to keep in mind. And Voxic is a madman, just elephant footing all the way up catwalk. Will actually get the leg shot, but one in exchange here. So this still looks very good for OG to steal round 15 on what was just 2 saved AWPs and a bunch of upgraded pistols. And they're going to be stubborn-headed about this and continue up catwalk. Mantu has their number right now.
The boost is maybe going to make his adjustment a little too slow.
Oh, is he going to go plant at...
He can't plant. He has to go window maybe, or underpass. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
I know he's shown the leg. They're going to call it boosted. They have all their attention towards short. I guess that's... No, look.
Never mind. He has to say it.
He was already thinking about amps. He knows the bomb was there. The only real threat would have been retrieval of it. And so Voxic will be forced to back away and save the AWP. A big win for OG, and at a crucial juncture of the game. This will put 15 on the board. We could still see the OG victory on their map pick in regulation. I'll remind you as well that coming into the next one, I would love to hear your questions and quandaries for all of us. Hit us up with the hashtag EPL meme review if you've got any dank memes, or the EPL mailbag if you've you got any questions and quandaries. Let us know. Hashtags are a thing. You can use them on twitter.com. Round 30, and it does look like we're going to be having a full bare-knuckle brawl for overtime.
Yeah, one that could come through considering the way Mousesports have got themselves back into after losing 6 rounds in a row. Managed to get a couple away, and now it comes down to round number 30. A very strange game here. Both teams not looking complete, but Mantu, he will open things up. Robs goes down, looking to close things here in regulation if possible. Mousesports will go for that mid-control. Carrigan spotted, and Lexi B fires up another shot, connecting. Will be the AK-47, takes him down to 30, and I feel like Alexi's done. He has not had the game he's looking for today.
No, and Carrigan on the quite the opposite, quite the contrary. 2 more on A. He's now going to keep them locked in. He has so much power in his presence right now. He doesn't necessarily need to move too much. Mantu. NBK's now focusing his attention on Carrigan. He's found another one. 2 huge frags when Mousesports needed them most. He's done it again.
Yeah, and here it comes then. The final play towards B. Valda gets nothing. No real damage inflicted. 4-on-2. Overtime written all over this situation. Mantu retaking with the AWP. Issa, he couldn't be further away. Currently sat towards jungle as the bomb goes down in B. And we have got Carrigan on the flank, continuing to find body after body. And now just Mantu. Just playing for stats at this point. We're going to overtime, and he will hit a nice shot there. Has got the fuse getting flashbangs. I just don't see a world where Mousesports let him anywhere near that bomb.
Come on, big man Ting. This is your moment. This is the time to shine through the molly. He bounds, and he will be taken down as we do move into round number 31.
Well, it's all reset now. MR3, 16K, first to 19 wins, 18-18. We do it all over again. It will be Mousesports here, starting on the T side, and hopefully with a different game plan. We've seen the T sides are pretty weak on both sides here. Hopefully, we'll see maybe a more set-piece approach. In the last 3 months, with the top 30 across all maps, they have the second lowest traded, 17.7%.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you were talking about their trades earlier. Looks like there's some stats to back it up.
And you've seen the approach on the T side from Mousesports here. And even in the interview we had with Carrigan yesterday, he was mentioning about their gimmicky plays around smokes. Well, that's kind of what they're going for here. Trying to use those smokes, assuming the CTs will consider them to be a wall, finding a gap, finding a timing. It happened yesterday against FaZe. We remember all on Nuke, where Carrigan was able to swindle around towards that ladder base. Well, that was more of a similar style to what they were going for here. But OG, more than prepared. there was only a couple of moments there within that half where it felt truly threatening in the rounds that they were being able to pick on up. And then otherwise, they were being offered up early kills. We have to reflect all the way back to the first half. That's kind of how OG started as well. They were defaulting, they were spread across the map, they were losing a lot of opening picks. And then as soon as they started to regroup and execute as a team, either it was late, it was mid-round, or Alexi B did a pace change to do it a little bit earlier, they were finding success as a unit. Mousesports only got through this off of heroic plays. Frozen and Carrigan, in the throes of the last few rounds of this game, both stepped up with huge individual performances to get them across the line and even secure overtime. So Mousesports, they need to change the approach.
Okay, it's time for a changed approach, Hank, and we've got the double AWPs pulled out again. Not the triple AWPs, as we saw
the
Trawps failing in the regulation. We're into the OT, and it does seem like they're going to be starting their adventure at A. Rop's taking the bomb palace. He previously did encounter some aggressive AWPing, but now it's in the B apartments. NBK does open things up.
Yeah, Vox looking a little slow today. NBK will take him down. Nice opening kill and a good position from Issa as well. The AWP's really working out for them here. Man 2 just lighting them up as they make their way through the smokes of Palace and the A-Ramp. Round already over here, boys. Overtime, not looking too good for Mousesports thus far.
That was
barely a round.
Barely a round. I was just setting it up. Feel like we had some groundwork laid. Another 2 minutes of Counter-Strike ahead of us, but not to be. It's Mantu who gets 3 kills. He does very well to find the shots that were presented to him, but no resistance.
So curious as to why Mousesports seems stubborn to even deploy utility at this point. They're going for lots of dry peaks and swings on set times without any sort of utility thrown. I understand the idea of it not being telegraphed. But at the same time, these AWPs, they're not countering the fact there's 2 of them. I just don't get it.
No, and the fact here that Robs has had to bring out an AWP of his own in overtime, that's where we start to ask even more questions. This time round, Carrigan will kick them off with an opening kill thanks to their Molotov. Look, maybe we have to go back to the interview we had with Chris J last night where he said,
do what you want.
Just doing whatever you want. And maybe that's the approach right now that Mousesports are doing. They're doing very loose default situations with smokes to at least buy them some room. And then from there, they've been given as much rope as they want. And unfortunately, instead of running with it and tying up OG, it looks like they're hanging themselves here.
We'll see if they can cut themselves down, Chad. Execution is being set up, but they could just contact it again. They've got the opening pick this time. If they just walk into the crosshair, they're going to have a lot of trouble. They do, but the flashbanger's there this time to at least avert the gaze of Man 2. They've broken through, but you can see no smokes down, no Molotovs. I just don't understand why they're not using those. But now they have the 4-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, that's what they needed. It's looking much more positive, but still no obscuring smoke on CT. Chris J, he could have gone down. Will get traded, though. It's the Rops AWP that will fill the feed. And Issa and NBK, well, they are hungry to feed.
The only explanation that I can possibly think of for this kind of an approach right here... Okay, Woxic.
All right.
There you go.
Well, didn't need the tracer fire for that one. One single bullet from NBK's AWP before he finds him in the smoke.
Yeah, a little bit odd, that one, but still a good kill nonetheless. Voxic now starting to look a bit sharper with the AWP in overtime. It's a big round for them to pick up. OG collapse after Mousesports with their untelegraphed play. Contact out of the apartments. Luckily, a few AWP shots missed. They slipped by the wayside, and Mousesports will get that bomb down. Voxic with 2 frags, one through the smoke, of course, and Issa just trying to hold on to the AK-47. It is 16K start time in this overtime setting, but obviously you cannot buy the AK on the CT side. You're going to want to save this.
Curious to see if Mousesports go for a similar approach. That right there, it had a better idea to it because it was as a team, at least, right? Once they had Tetra's control, that's where they set up their execute. And I suppose if you do that, you might get yourself an easier opening kill. And you also have the ability of not letting the CTs know so early that you are hitting that bomb site. So there's small positives to approaching it in that way, but it also is very dangerous if you are doing it mid to late rounds.
Yeah, bear in mind, there were some AWP shots on a plate that straight up missed. So, yeah, definitely agree with you, but it could have fallen apart, but it does not. Mousesports will go into the final round here with the Voxic AWP, not the Rops one, which makes a lot more sense. Incendiary towards top and middle, and it's that straight through the smoke, trying to find that opening pick, but no damage inflicted just yet.
It was the same fake as before, but this time Mouz haven't actually rushed it to hit the A bomb site. They're taking their time.
And who doesn't even get the first, Chris J. He was said they used the Krieg like the AWP, and he's given us a demonstration straight into the A site.
Yeah, he said he only really wants to use in those last couple of rounds, and my God, is he ever. That's going to be another fantastic kill there towards CT Sport. On for the third, and of course he nails it. Mousesports looking destined for a 2-1 lead here in the first half of overtime. Alex will pull one back, but that's his 13th kill, and he'll go down quickly. Robs executes the final player there. Some great shots coming through from Esports there. Chris J, no scope required. The Krieg just absolutely dispatches of the orb there at CT spawn, and that's when the scope comes out, and he makes light work in the last two.
Well, we have Chris J up on our little felt board there as the playmaker, and that was based off what he was able to do versus FaZe Clan yesterday. He was a big part of that victory, having to do the lion's share of AWPing on train when the shots weren't being hit.
Triple AWPing.
We said it again.
It's back, this time on the CT side, slightly more justified.
Both teams giving it a crack. It didn't work out very well for OG.
Robs' reaction to the flash, a wrist flick.
Probably hit the keyboard.
Yeah.
we've all had one or two of those.
It happens to me a lot.
Oh, it's on for a right-handed person. It's on the left swipe. For me, it's always on the right. That's why I didn't make that connection.
Just don't put beverages near your mouse. That's all I have problems with. I almost knock it over.
My problem is putting beverages on the floor. That's not where you store things. We're advanced humans now. We invented like raised surfaces to be away from your moving body parts.
Execution coming through. OG up against the Trop setup, and Frozen will strike first. Nice work and a bit of a smoke too. Shroud his position. Carragher will pull one back with the AWP, and it looks like they might have enough time.
No.
Mousesports running away with his final round here. 4 versus 1, man 2 left and a 3-on-1 again. And he won't be able to do much with it. It is going to be map point for Mousesports on the pick of OG here, Mirage. Took a little bit longer than they intended, but finally have found themselves in an advantageous position. Moving on to train next, which is the pick of Mousesports here. OG need 2 rounds in a row for double overtime. So the triple AWP setup works out, but it won't be brought out again.
Yeah, big call has to be made here. Pressure on the call, a T side, and a 2 map point deficit.
Feels like once they get to overtime, Mousesports put up their socks a little bit.
I would agree. A little bit of a... Well, I was going to say slow start. They're up 7-0. So who will be Robs to get this first frag, though? Will they close things out here? Looks to be the case. 5 versus 4 versus 2 now, as Valda will try and keep them alive, but I think his efforts are in vain. Man 2, the final player here. Once again, it's not going to work out. It was an admirable effort, but on their map pick, OG give it up. 19-16. It was a very impressive performance from Mousesports to kick things off, but OG, they're fighting their way back into this series.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of
may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Back in business, Mousesports stabilize in overtime, but the first map, OG's pick, goes all the way and then some change. Henry, Chad joining me. It was, I mean, what would be a good word to describe this game? They said chaos in the description.
Confusing.
Confusing.
I would say it would be the main way. It looked like Mousesports had this one under lock and key and opened things up. They were running away with the game, Chad. They had a 7-0 start. Looked like everything was going fine for them, but all of a sudden, it's OG coming online on their T side. The money resets. It gets all a little bit confusing out there, and at that point, they start to show us they actually can play Mirage.
Yeah, I think the positive thing with OG was that identified their initial approach wasn't working, right? It was the default smokes towards middle, getting picked off time and time again. And when they changed their approach back to the execute set pieces, 5-man pack rolling, we could see the positive signs and what OG have been working on. I'm happy that we got some more AWPing madness out of Mantu and Volder towards the top of the scoreboard here, as you can see. That is very important for those two individuals. I think they are the stars of this team, the ones who are going to have to do the lion's share of fragging. Was a little bit rough for Alexi B.
Yeah, one of the roughest games I've seen for him in a while.
In the early stages, he was dying quite a lot within opening deaths, but then when the ball got rolling, he was taking territory, just not being able to contribute with kills, just with information.
I felt like it was quite indicative of the problems he was having when he brought out the triple AWP setup. When he was AWPing himself, right, on the double AWP setup, and he's not known to be an AWPer, as you said, it wasn't really delivering either. It felt like it was actually costing them more rounds of him trying to make plays with the AWP instead of playing just passively in crossfires with the M4.
What may be a problem here that could flow on forward is on the other side of things, and the AWPer that we had to watch here was Woxic, right? Yeah. Another quiet-ish game.
Yeah.
You know,
towards the end, he picked
definitely so. But we're moving on to Train. I know I'm getting ahead of myself here. Chris J and Woxic were down the bottom of the fragging charts for this team today. So Chris J was the reason they were able to topple FaZe yesterday on that Train game. Look at this. He had some good moments early, but it seemed like he cooled quite significantly. His next highlights of frags are in the overtime.
Look at that jump.
So, yeah, it was a bit of an up and down one here. Now, the whole game doesn't, rest on Woxic. We are seeing some good signs. Carrigan had a really big round of his where he got into that window room, denied the rotations. Same thing for Frozen a couple of rounds earlier there. And Rops, his aim to watch, it's always a treat.
Yeah, I agree. Rops is looking fantastic right now. His form towards the end of 2019 was one of the best he's ever been in. He continues that now here on Mirage. Great showing from him. Frozen actually saved the game for them, in my opinion. It looked like OG had this one just under just a bow almost. And he came through with that play towards jungle, got the 2 kills, and actually found them a few rounds. I think it was this one here to actually start giving them some life again. It is this round, 14-12 down. Actually got them back in the game.
The Kriegs came out.
That's when the Krieg was purchased. Yeah. They noted yesterday that they're not buying the Kriegs as much as well. A similar storyline to Astralis, because they feel like they want to make sure that they don't give that up to the CT side, but they will buy it towards the end of the half and in overtime, it seems.
Yeah, and you guys are bang on about getting ahead of yourselves. Train is up next, and we are going to be focusing all of our attention on map 2. Train, it's Mousesports' domain. Will they be able to bring the pain versus OG?
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song. Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit could kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago, long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Love to take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Hopefully, a Counter-Strike symphony is ahead of us. It's on Train because Chaos was remaining on Mirage. I'll tell you now, that one was hard for Henry and Chad to explain. Hopefully, Train is a little easier for us to process in our brain. Henry, Chad?
I hope so.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a weird one. Both teams looking a bit shaky on either side. They're the T side's a bit underwhelming, I would say. But Mousesports, I would say they're the favourite team going into this one. So the correct result came in at least after their flying start as well with a 7-0 lead. I feel like Train should be theirs, but who knows at this point.
Should be.
Yeah.
I do want to take a second to actually ask you guys at home one more time to keep the conversation started, because sometimes in these post-matches, you can say what we've seen, but we've already done that. And we'd like to talk to you in the interim. You can do that by hitting us up with the hashtag. That's what these fingers are doing. Hashtag, you see. Hashtag EPL meme review. Or if you haven't made memes, you're not as funny as those guys, you can do it with EPL mailbag, and we can have a conversation. I don't know if we've got any submissions.
We have a meme.
We have a meme?
I do believe we have a meme. This one has come on in here, and it's to do with the map we're about to play, Train. Now, everyone understand this one? You guys getting it?
Sure. So we talked about this yesterday. He's got his own spot on the map, right?
Yeah.
Everyone calls Olof, and he was playing Train yesterday, so we were wondering whether he actually calls that himself Olof.
Which is quite curious. Now, with all the technology we have over here, we can probably head over to the telescope, and I can show everybody at home where the position of Olof actually is. Now, I'm making this difficult for production, but here I am. I've drawn you guys all some lovely color-coordinated arrows.
One more, please, Chad.
One more? All right, we'll get you a yellow one from outside.
Big one.
One right there is named Olof because of this gentleman right here. In this version of Train, when it came out, it was a position that he would persistently play and find a lot of success in. So when we are calling that spot, look, it is a little bit janky, I guess. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So we do it with other players. We have NBK, we have Shroud, we have all these names, and it's usually because they make an iconic play, right, Henry?
I was about to say, there's not many other positions that are named after players, but on Cash, we do have NBK and Shroud on the same map as well.
We used to call the bench position on Mirage Forest.
Right. Forest, yeah.
Oh, you got Forest, that's true. And then you got Jungle on Mirage as well, as you referenced. That's from way back when, from the Chinese.
We had
Jungle.
Mustang in Nuke back in the Source days. There's a player called Mustang always going up there. Yeah, there's a bunch of... I think in Australia, the one that was very famous back from my generation of players was Diggity.
Is Moto named after a player?
Yeah, that's Team 3D Moto.
Yeah. So there is a couple out there.
That's towards the quad side. Sorry, the library side of Inferno.
That little divot.
It's weird how that happened, because for us in Australia, we called Moto the box that was in the A site where Cold Zero tends to play, right? Right in the Highland corner there. Because in 1.6, you could actually drop down.
The mini pit, wasn't it?
Well, in the site, you could drop down and get stuck in this box, and Moto had a play there with a Glock. He was stuck behind the box, still wins the round. So, look, all these names are of iconic plays, and we got some iconic players in the server right here, getting this one underway on Train. As Henry said, I am going to agree, Alex. I think it should be a Mousesports 2-0 now that we're moving into their best map.
It should be, but EPL results so far and the kind of Counter-Strike being played at this point can be a little bit questionable. But yes, all signs are pointing towards Mousesports. The 2-0 should be coming through. Time will tell if we've got it all correct here at the analyst desk. We look at the buys coming through here for Team Mousesports. They will have the upgraded pistol in the hand of Robs with the PT-50 armor. They've got themselves a smoke and a couple of flashbangs as well. A Molotov for a post-plant scenario. As you see, the CZ for Mantu. I assume he goes towards Pop Dog with that weapon. Time will tell. He's actually rushing the lower ramp here. Aggression from OG here as we see them enter towards the B-bomb side.
Okay, so Alexi's going to get more than he bargained for. No, he's not. My goodness. Bloodshed in the brown halls. 3 frags do favor Mouse to the OG2. NBK and Valda then in response. You see the rotate coming in from Connector. This is pretty much the best setup they could have, but it does cause problems if they go for the pop rotate, which is what Rops is investigating right here, right now. Will he just drop down? Keeps it silent. Keeps the sound cues to a minimum. But NBK has got himself into a prime position to try and deal with this pop rotate. You'll hear them. It's just going to come down to execution now. And both in strategy and in aim, and that's an execution right there. Rops does go down. His teammates Carrigan and Frozen forced to watch as now this advantage is being taken from them by the natural born killer. A chance for a second. He's got another one. That's the bomb. And now a clutch for Carrigan. It's not going to manage. It's NBK to save the day for OG.
Yeah, he's been having very good form online for this team. There's been some question marks around his performances with the roster of OG since him joining. Hasn't necessarily been performing to the old school version of NBK, but coming in here today, he's been putting in a decent haul on Mirage, and now with 3 big kills on the pistol round, he's definitely finding some form. Now we have been keeping our eyes on Carrigan on the T side of Mousesports. He's a big fan of doing that yard execute with the E-box and 5-lane smokes. You've heard me cover it a million times. But versus FaZe, hold up a second, turning around, and Chris J's out main. He's found a kill with the Deagle. That's a nice opening right there. Another will fall. Down Ivy, they barrel.
Yeah, just charging straight down there. The MP9 from Alexi B does well to find the head of Woxy, but he caught a bullet. 3v3. Mouz Sports, they definitely don't have the advantage, and that's going to be extended now by Valde. He's pushed up back tracks and gets both. The Ivy presence eliminated and grey screen completely. Alexi has a huge advantage in that one. Impossible for Carrigan to see him.
Almost unraveled there, didn't it? There was a moment where it all could have fallen apart, but now Mouz Sports will have to take just another partial investment here. You can see Carrigan buying into a Deagle, same for Frozen. Rops, Chris J, and Woxy currently measuring up their options. And on the other side of things, well, they've had to buy back with 2 individuals, but there's still a lot of SMGs on the board.
That's true. I don't know how effective those Deagles are going to be, but they'll give it a good go. Some Kevlar behind it as well. Woxy is going to be the only one to avoid the temptation of Kevlar Vest. It's going to enable him to buy that AWP when he wants to. Issa will get the opening frag though, and Carrigan falling as well. Just NBK finding his 4th. Just 3 rounds in, and it continues. Nice move from Issa. Catches Rops, he can't even pull the trigger.
Well, Issa continues his rampage here towards Pop Dog. 1 player remains, and that's going to be Frozen, and he is isolated towards his Ivy position. He does get a nice headshot there towards NBK, but that's probably all he'll find. For angry CT, waiting the other side here. It's going to be Alexi B to confirm the 3-0. Mouz Sports, though, with money available, they're going to have the Voxic AWP coming out soon.
All right, boys, with the Carrigan watch, you can see him here in main. He loves to drop a Molotov. Flashes are going to come over the top here, but yesterday they had a variation where they slowed down this take to draw the CTs through their own smoke wall and then pounced out late. So let's see if this adapts anymore. If it changes, the traditional Carrigan play is to come out main, run all the way down, use his smoke wall and come back around E-box, also while dropping his own smoke to extinguish the Molotovs. Let's see their approach here in the first gun rounds.
All right, let's see if they've got that one in store for us. The smokes are pluming, just as you called, but no Carrigan this time, and you can see the CTs expecting it. They're even pushing Brown Hills early. 2 SMGs and boosting. I love it. OG, that's a quick way to find an opening frag from the CT side, and with the bonus round SMGs. Very nice start. What else have they got in store for us here on Train?
Time will tell, Alex. Smoke down towards the sunny side of Ivy here. It's going to be Voxic who has the AWP, yet the frag. They've lost that initial player, Mantu, performing once again. Flashbangs will come through, MBK. He'll be affected by it, but his teammates on the other side of that smoke here. It's looking very good for OG, I have to say. Not much chance of breaking through unless Christian wants up to. Voxic just goes through. It does enable a trade, but still, the orb's been thrown away.
Yeah, and I think Mantu's going to go unchecked here. Carrigan wasn't ready for it. He actually adjusted into Mantu in time. That's a problem now for OG. Rotate from Issa is very loud, very stompy, and Frozen's going to be tucking himself in for this fight. Wants to actively take it. Bye.
Yeah, clean as you like. Alexi B hasn't been performing in this series so far. Down to 12 HP. He has done a decent job in the CT side of Train, 4-1, but ultimately would have to do something remarkable here. MP9 only. Can he find a rifle? That would be a chance, at least. Timer is running low. He's got the incendiary. Maybe he can deny the plant. Trying to find any points of access for him at this stage. Once they give up the bomb plant, though, this is commit. Oh, work out. Frozen with 3 kills in the round there, hearing them all, stomping around towards T-spawn, and then denying any sort of chance of them winning the round. It's going to be the push towards inside. A nice little boost, as we spotted there. Nice work from Mansu, but wasn't quite enough towards the end.
That Molotov's important to note as well. As part of that boost, you saw it going off behind them. That is to isolate any players going aggressive while the boost is coming on in. And what that would normally do is force the T's to be in the choke point just above the Pop Dog ladder. So those SMGs, once they get boosted, would have a perfectly close range duel to be winning that fight.
I love it. More and more of those coordinated opening moves to seize that opening advantage. Valde's positioning himself on top of the bomb train. That's a very powerful position for the off angle, because as soon as they turn that corner, they are going to be looking for all of those sniper angles. He has the element of surprise here, and he isn't vulnerable to ramp, as far as I know. Yeah, he's safe and sound from the initial ramp descent.
So if OG can wrestle this one back, we might have an early start to the game on our hands here of a tug of war. But if Mouz Sports win this one, they can start to stretch their legs a little bit. It's going to be hard for OG to get up everything they need, and we've seen how conservative on these anti-ego approaches they are. It will be the B finish.
Certainly will. Mansu, though, got a guaranteed frag here. That's Rob's going down. And it doesn't look to be many flashbangs again. Lots of dry approaches here from Mouz Sports so far this series. No flashbangs No real smokes deployed, just trying to surprise our opponents, but the AWP picks them off. The M4 one by one at that stage will mow them down, and we will see LXCB close things out there. Mousesports, not the most compelling approach towards the B-bomb site. Chad, can you really work out as to why they're not deploying any utility in these sort of plays? I understand the mindset behind it, but why are they so stubborn with this?
I think on these explosion strategies, they don't want to have the telegraph plays tied in with the fact that they would consider themselves as better individuals. So they are trying to leverage these opening duels to snowball the site, to then use their utility late to force OG into no option other than to save. Whereas if they use all the utility on that entry just to get into the site, they have nothing left to defend with, and it maybe OG have a chance to get into these rounds. Mousesports should be better as well if they do get into, you know, a 2v2 situation. That's kind of where I would see strengths for them. But so far, it hasn't really resulted on anything in Mirage. Train similar scenes to when they haven't thrown a lot of utility. I expect them just to return to normal programming with their game plan when we see the gun round come out in the following. Back to those standard smokes that I can't stop talking about.
Yeah, but you do like them, so it's fair enough.
Well, it's great that I have one pivot point with Carrigan that I can just keep exploring and coming back to, right? If he keeps doing the same strategy over and over again, it's great for my storytelling.
It's a good point. Rops will be in these brown holes a lot throughout this first half. It's his stomping ground, hasn't found great success just yet, a 1-5, but maybe he can add to his numbers here with the Desert Eagle. Less than a minute remaining. He's joined by Frozen to the start of the Mousesports lineup here, but what's the final play? They have no real grenades. They have got armor, but no chance. The first shot will be connected by Mansu. Second should be coming in shortly. There will be no chance for a bomb plant here. Maybe one kill. Frozen gets it, but they will recover the AWP. That's Issa picking it up. 2 kills for him. As they go 5-1 up on the CT side of Train, all looking good for OG. Remember, it was the 7-0 start for Mousesports on Mirage. They close it out in overtime, but this is much better for OG now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they haven't had to make any sacrifices in their CT economy already, nearly, you know, halfway through our half.
The only round they've given up is that quote-unquote bonus round, right? When they had the MP9s out and it came down to a 1 versus 2. So in their minds, they're doing absolutely fine here. They've bounced back and won 2 in a row. And now up against the full buy again. As we'll see the AKs being brought forward. Mousesports, remember, not using the Krieg. Right now, at least, there's LXCB. Flashes in.
Oh!
Top of the Molotov, and it's a great preemptive shot towards the corner there.
He was Flash doing the dance in the corner as well. A brutal execution of the Mousesports leader. Gives them a very nice opening frag.
Yeah, he saw that flash pop just as he went in towards main entrance there. No chance of avoiding it. Very nice move.
Poor Chris.
Lag now?
Yeah, Chris, he was lagging on the last map. He's definitely lagging on this map. There's no point in us even just trying to skip over it. He is going to have a very rough game ahead of him here.
BK could get caught out here. Around that shot and disappears. A little gap, a very small chance to go for a 2 versus 5, but he's taking a lot of shots now. Is unchecked in pop for now. Frozen has the element of surprise. It's just a question of where that contact comes from. They're playing so passive. They've got the access to the bomb trade, but oh, timing. Oh, timing. It's not going to catch Frozen. He does lose a lot of health. They know where Issa is, but he hasn't taken down Woxic, and that is a real potent mix if that bomb goes down. It will not. It looks highly unlikely.
He's thrown it over.
He's dead now. They took too long.
Valdo will take it. Before the bomb can be planted, now Voxic stuck on an island, but he'll get 1 kill towards the Pop Dog room, but that's going to be about it. Do they want a double orb setup? Apparently not. Valdo will leave it on the ground and hold on to his M4. And we go 6-1 Mousesports yet to really get going here.
And it should stay that way for OG. Look at the names in this roster. There's no real secondary AWP potential. You know, I don't want Voldo picking up an AWP. I think it's way too good with the rifle.
NBK could use it.
Maybe. I don't even know if it would be serviceable. It's just something which, look, you don't need it, but it's a nice luxury to have as a defense in certain scenarios. That's
Hit shot from Mansu, converted by the AT there. This is looking very good. LXCB looking so much stronger here on Train. Weak on Mirage, but this is an absolute showstopper of a round for OG. Let's see Mousesports now conceding 7-1. 5-on-2 now. 2 grenade towards Issa, but not enough to knock him back from Pop Dog.
This would be a pretty bad loss for Mousesports, I think, coming into yesterday. In their last 10 games on Train, they'd only lost one, and that was to Na'Vi Ice Challenge after Na'Vi had just been formed with Perfecto. They were able to just get through against FaZe, who were pushing them throughout. And this is a very slow start for them here, so be one of their most memorable losses on Train in a long time.
Certainly. And after Mouz Sports gave J2 one of their most memorable losses on Train by winning with a coach and a stand-in.
Yes, indeed.
Different set of circumstance now. It's Mouz Sports that find themselves in the battle for mental fortitude. You've really got to keep a clear head when you're staring down the barrel of 7-1. I will remind you, it's T-side Train. You know, we saw the Mouz Sports squad manage to have a very close game versus FaZe with what? I believe it was five
Did they
team
manage
rounds?
five?
Four
Yeah.
or five? So it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility we get a barn burner throughout this second map. This, however, this round is also Alexi. Maybe goes down. I don't understand how Robs has done that. He even gets a third opportunity. This time he'll squander it, but my God, some great shots. Not quite the same to be said for Woxic's Desert Eagle. 7-1 the score. The memes are filling the chat now. There's no Brazilians in the server. But we do have ourselves a 9th round on the way. Alexi opened it up.
Yeah, double grenades were brutal. The incendiaries coming through, the shots following it up. Nothing could really be done. Rob's got a single kill with the Desert Eagle. Enough to make the round interesting, I suppose, but overall still 7-1. AKs are out once again. They might have to start using the Creek soon, as we'll get into a Voxic AWP. Still quite quiet numbers by his standard on Train, 4 and 8.
I'm really worried about Chris's haul in this. We've seen him go very aggressive. There we go. Woxic will find an opening. Takes down Mantu, so that's a very big scalp to take.
Yeah, and there could be more where that came from. NBK just forcing bullets from Frozen straight up through that smoke. The CTs are pushing up towards this smoke. They're anticipating some Ivy presence, but maybe a boost?
Oh, he wanted a boost on the server. I think Alexi's probably thinking better of that one right now. We'll pick up that dropped AWP from Mantu, and they're resetting. This looks like it's going to be a late outside pounce, so we should see those same smokes go over that we were talking about with some flashes. That's a deep Ivy smoke that's just being lined up there with the new skyboxes.
And we are off to the races. There's the incendiary. Carrigan's going to put that out, but the timing is perfect from Alexi B.
Yeah, couldn't ask for more out of him here, but Voxic will pull one back. The AWP connects towards NBK. 4 versus 3 in their favor. Doesn't last too long, though. That's going to be pulling one right back here. Back and forth we go. The AK-47 with a chance towards E-Box. It's a scrappy kill, but certainly counts. Goes down to a 2-on-1 now. Issa, good numbers so far.
I feel like he wins this. He's up against not only Frozen, but his ex-teammate Woxic. Woxic's on with a triple kill. He can dash their dreams of a second round here. Good reposition. Woxic unaware. He will jump into the angle. The spray is good from Issa. Problems getting worse and worse now as Issa's looking to clutch it out. Frozen's got no health. One bullet will do. And a 1v2 for Issa.
Huge round there from Issa. That should have been impossible. That should have been a round that they were walking away with on the Mouz Sports side. Woxic hit some absolutely phenomenal op shots there to get them into that and unable to close.
Didn't play together, though, in that 2 versus 1. It felt that they were segregated, slightly panicked. The clock was running low, to be fair. Issa did a fantastic job, but Fox has got to be gutted with that one. He goes for the final pick towards Issa. He hits a shot, we wouldn't be talking about it. This is the moment here. He gives it up, and then he leaves Frozen with 19 HP. To be fair, probably should have got that kill then. By his standards, that was a shot that was certainly possible. Doesn't connect, and their woes continue here as we get into round number 10. 8-1 down with another partial buy. Carrigan, though, threads the needle out of main entrance and has found a gap. Flashbangs to go through. Doesn't want to push the smoke yet. Absolutely he does. CZ, though, running out of bullets. Gets 1, not going to be good enough for 2.
Gets good info. Finally, they get out, but there's more where that came from the CT side. Woxic does connect onto NBK. That's Ivy threat released. 3v3. They want to try and slow it down, perhaps just a little bit. Oh, Alexi, he's back, and he's back in a big way. 13th frag found. Frozen claws it back into a contention.
Crawling back into the round now.
Ooh, he had 2 shots before Frozen, or rather Valdit, did adjust.
Oh, the timing on this here. Just missed him, and Valdo will get the kill. That's 9 rounds now for OG. They've already mounted a very serviceable first half here on the CT side. Mouz Sports pulled out one of their specialties right there, the outside execute. It's in 2 waves. And we have a little stat line coming on through here. OG, not one of their prolific maps, lost their last 3 games on Train, winning a total of 18 rounds in them.
Mouz Sports.
Yeah, a lot of work has been put into this for OG. You must have assumed that Mouz Sports were going to be picking this map coming on through.
Inferno for the decider, as you would expect. Looking very likely at this stage. Mouz Sports just not turning up. The only round they've picked up so far is against the MP9s of FaZe in that bonus round. Ever since then, there's been a couple of chances with 2 versus 1s, but every clutch has slipped by the wayside, and we've got Issa now aggressing towards Pop Dog. Same story for Chris J. He makes his way out of main entrance here. 3 and 10 to his name so far, and he's got players coming behind him. I don't think he's going to be wrong for this world, but somehow survives that interaction with Alexi B. 13 kills, but that was a pretty underwhelming spray.
Oh, and that one too. OG, you've had a couple of oopsie daisies in this round. 2 sprays not connecting. Chris J, I can't believe he's still alive.
Yeah, that's insane. Well, they've got a 5-on-3. Surely they convert this one. Mouz Sports need it. Hasn't been the prettiest T-side so far. OG locking it down in the defense, and they will be saving it. You can see that money's actually not amazing, so they might as well hold on to what they have, which is 2 M4s and the AWP of Mantu. Going to be able to buy grenades next round. In terms of loss bonus, of course, they will only have $1,400 into that next round. So have to save these weapons. You can see Mantu, no cash. Same story for Issa and Valda. So no real option but to save. As all 5 players survive for Mouz Sports, the first bit of good news they've had in around 6 rounds.
Yeah, and if they do get 6 rounds, that'll be a lot of good news, because turning it around from this point, it's not going to be easy at all. If you take a look at how all of the rounds thus far have gone for OG, they've all been via elimination. They haven't even had to defuse the bomb up until this point. And this is the first time it's gone down and been detonated on the Mouz Sports side. So that just tells the story of how these rounds, they may be close in certain scenarios after Mouz Sports pick up a couple of kills, but they're not threatening rounds because they haven't even gotten the bomb down. So OG, after losing that round, will take a tactical timeout brought to you by the US Air Force.
These are all sowing seeds of a Mouz Sports Train performance that they will remember, not for the right reasons. 18 of their last 21 games have been successful. Fnatic, Na'Vi, North, and perhaps the 4th name could be added to that list in half's time. 2 rounds, certainly not good enough coming into their defense. They're going to be hungry for these last 4. Sacrifices made just a little bit for the CT side. A single FAMAS for Issa. He won't be holding Pop Dog with that. In fact, yeah, it looks like he's swapping it out with Alexi. And Mantu, you said, the double AWPs, they don't have many options. NBK, Henry, you nailed it. He's pulling it out.
NBK at one point was a main AWPer many moons ago, way back in a different iteration of Counter-Strike. But for now, we'll be bringing it out here on the CT side of Train. See if it works out for them. It's a very AWP-centric map. Surprised not to see some of the bigger names step up, but there he is. Mantu will open up the fragging here. Ricochet goes down, the secondary AWP strikes, and Carrigan removed as well. Just a dry peek towards Ivy.
This is what they did yesterday against FaZe. It was the late smokes with the late flashes because they want to bait the CTs to be closer. But there, Mantu was well and truly ahead of that smoke wall instantaneously, and as soon as Carrigan rounds the main corner, he's just a free kill. The Ivy pick is a reaction, I assume, based off of the amount of forward members they had, and well, now Issa's seen the both of them.
Oh, they're setting up for a totem drop as well. He's going to have both here. It does significant damage to the first, takes Frozen down to 29. And at this stage, it's just one flashbang. Does manage to recover a Krieg and see him starting to purchase those now.
He should get rid of the Krieg if he can, so
yeah,
that
that's a good point.
Can't pick it up. There's still a bunch of rounds to be played here. I think right now for Mouz, if they can get away with 4 rounds, that maybe is a buffer for them if they lose pistol in the next half. But 4 should be the goal at this point. That's 6. It's off the table now. It's been taken away from them. They don't even have a choice. 5 looking unlikely with the money scenario where it is.
Well, they still get, what, $2,900 on top of what they have right now. So there's a full buy there, even with Frozen going down. They could even do out double AWP setups themselves on the T side. It's one of the few maps that you might consider that. Carrigan might be able to drop an AWP into the mix here. This is all speculation, of course, as we see a stat for Alexi B here. Has already exceeded his kill tally from the previous map. 13 already, had 12 on Mirage. Yeah, really quiet on Mirage. In an overtime game, he get 12 kills. That is not a performance you want to remember. But this is looking much more promising for him. His team's up 10-2. And there it is, a triple AWP setup of chat. I said it could be a double. It's a triple AWP setup on the T side. Have you ever seen anything like that?
This is not... look, people at home might think Mouz Sports are tilting. This isn't Mouz Sports tilting. This is Mouz Sports just staying casual.
Adapting.
Yeah, and trying to take an approach that they might be able to get opening kills in, because that has been a problem.
So, 3 AWPs on the T side.
Oh, he's dead.
And yeah, through the I don't know. They might be tilting at this point. This is pretty disastrous. They've just walked in towards lower there. They're not watching the flanks. They've got 3 AWPs who can't operate at a close range capacity. Could have even knifed in there, and it's going to be 11-2. Mousesports is not doing anything.
I wouldn't want to be in their team speak at the moment.
No, I can't imagine much positive vibes are going on.
Yeah, negative vibrations, I think, is flowing through their veins. Let's see this again, because it is just the freest frags for Valda. You can see their legs.
What's the rush as well, Alex? There's a minute left on the clock. Like, last night when we were playing our games, I was even making us cool down, and we're just running around like headless chooks. So maybe OG, they're taking advantage of Mousesports who just continue to push on in here.
Yeah, it feels like they've kind of rolled over on Train. They're not really giving me much desire to see much more of this map, I'll be honest with you. It's going to be Karrigan's trademark move here, the smoke down towards the end of Ivy just to get him towards Hell. And at this point, will he be able to break through towards Ivy? It's going to be a difficult re-entry towards the bomb site through the smoke. And he will get the first. Take him down though, that's going to be man 2. 4 and 4, best chance they've had in a while. Lots of damage inflicted.
Chased him up the ladder!
And he tries to get through. He was done for either way, but the Molotov does grab him.
3 remaining. He's in a sight now, just 2. NBK will eliminate them. They will regroup. He's done well to keep the odds level. The rotate through backtracks, both Valde and Mantu, both now supporting for this inner take. Outside take. Well, NBK's doing it all.
That should confirm things here. It's going to be NBK and Valda leaving Frozen with 1 minute on the clock. Fantastic individual. Normally thrives in these sort of conditions, but Mousesports have looked a little bit off on Train. Trying to get that bomb planted. He will do so. On the back of the Train as well. No grenades to speak of, but lots of time to reposition.
The main flank, though, from Valda could catch him off. Or not. Still gets the frag, though. Valda will secure another for OG. This half has just been a comedy of errors for Mousesports, and OG have been so well prepared for their moves, as you highlighted. Yeah. It's just been one-way traffic.
I'm interested right now to look at the opening duel statistics here. I'm going to go dive into that one right now because it doesn't feel like there has been a lot of openings for Mouz, but I might be completely off on that just based off the lack of rounds. Normally on the T side of Train, if you do find openings, you can tend to snowball those gaps we were talking about. Here, once they get the opening kills, it doesn't feel like there's any other players for Mousesports in a position to capitalize on that space that we've seen Karrigan making. So just having a quick little look here, they've managed 6 opening duels so far in this half. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they should have more rounds on the board, that's for sure. And they're going to pick up the pace here and try and bust through. Karrigan this time does find the opener once again. That's just to go down. Does he continue at this point? Put the brakes up for the squad and see if there's any reaction from the CT side. We know they're active towards the inner area. They like to push towards Pop Dog, but for now, swarming the T's. That's going to be Alexi B with a couple of kills and giving OG the advantage. So they've been Molotov'd out. They have to reposition and restart here. Back towards T-spawn. Losing the majority of their utility. This is the last round. There'll be no saving here. If this kill comes in, there's a chance. Rops will find it.
Yeah, it is only a measly chance. We've seen them have them before. Time to end the half as you mean to continue. They will pause, anticipating some CT aggression. There is no necessary need.
When they've gone for these ultra late rounds just with Deagles, they were able to find kills onto the OG players, maybe hoping to do the same now that they have the upgraded weaponry in hand.
Oop, info. Saw Alexi. He goes down. Now another one. Leaping off the ladder was NBK, and Jao Mantu thrust into a 1v3. A very nice shot into Woxic, who got the dinks. Bit of cover, I think, from the corner of the wall there. Keeps Mantu alive into his dome. Wall bang under the Train. Not easy, especially in that plant spot. And they'll be able to back away from this one. Should be the third for Mouz. He's got no reason not to go for it.
Yeah, it is the last round. He'll see what's available to him. Brings out the Desert Eagle. No smoke to put on the bomb, and there we have it. It is going to be 12-3 at half. The mighty Mousesports are starting to shrink here. They're going to have to pull their socks up to stand a chance of 2-0 in this series. We'll find out if they can do it after this break.
clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper out fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes open.
Back in business, Mousesports OG, ladies and gentlemen, and Train has been all OG. It was Mousesports' pick as well, which leaves us a little baffled, scratching our heads, as the way I'm sure Mousesports are as well. A little confused after falling again foul to the OG prep.
Look at the ADR turnaround from Alexi B. Posted, 30 on Mirage, now up there with 122 after the first half. A game that is turning around for OG here. 12-3, Mousesports did manage to get that final round as they switch up to the CT side. Must win pistol here, Chad.
Yeah.
As we get into the second.
They came back on Mirage, but this one's going to be a much taller task. If their CT side is the best in the world on Train, it's time to show it right here, right now. And, well, smoke out main and a dink to kick things off.
Yeah, a couple of them. Frozen down to 18 points of health, but it is going to be Carrigan to frag out. He gets the first kill, but now they're making their way out towards Ivy, and Frozen lets them walk past. He gets a couple of kills. On for a third here, but not going to happen. Voxic's still low. Chris J with that P2000, unable to find the initial shot.
Oh, he hits that. Chris J, he's always pulling some nonsense off. This one should all be said and done. Confirmed by Rops' USP. And Mousesports, that was a necessity.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and well held as well. Not checking the common positions there. OG overlook Frozen spot. Manages to get himself a couple of kills after Carrigan opened things up there. There are a few Glock dings coming through, but that's why the T's will purchase the PT50 on maps like this, because the Glock headshot range will not find a kill. It will find a gush, which does like 90 damage, but won't find the kill. If you have the P2 or the PT50, you probably will get that killer range. So we will see Mousesports win the pistol, and the odds lying in favor of Mousesports.
Yeah, strangely enough. So they're having faith in the fact that Mousesports traditionally a very strong Train team. They're going to have to reel it on back. We need to see 14 rounds for them on this side of things. They've already managed to get one. I do believe we are in a technical timeout right now. Hopefully this one will be fixed for you very, very shortly.
Yeah, time is going down. We can all take a deep breath and get back into the game.
Absolutely. Everyone be calm. Find that Zen state.
Yeah, that's good. Fill your lungs with air.
And we'll see just the Glocks here. A P250 for Valda.
Fresh
a flashbang as well. And they're just going to be pushing Ivy. One flash, make the way out, hope for the best.
Who gets the ace here? Who's going to receive?
Woxic.
He needs this money for his AWP, so let's see how much damage he can do. Oh, okay. The nade came, and that was enough. That was enough for OG. They've seen enough of Ivy. the world tour of Train now as we do make our way up the White Wall stairs.
In Summit, they played the game of where is this on the map? That ladder, if you can free camp to your right.
Yeah, Bastion, go above the stairs of White Wall Stairs, Bastion.
Yeah, take a right
and go up
that ladder.
Yeah.
Nobody got that one. Nobody knew where that was.
For good reason.
For good reason, justifiably so.
Very tucked away.
Never check that one out.
But it looks like now they've gone over towards Inner. So as you can see here, we've gone the extremities of the map. We've seen what Ivy's all about. We saw the pigeons. Now we're going down low ramp with a flash into the hands of Rops, who could use some eco kills, actually.
He certainly could. Well, they've had those stats.
They're going to get the bomb down here. So this is already a successful round. They get a couple of kills as well. That will certainly be welcome on the OG side. There's the first. Now they'll get a rifle as well. That's probably all they're going to get, and indeed it will be. It's going to be quite a clean finish there from Mousesports as they get the defuse in, and they've got enough going forward. If they want to bring on AWP, I believe they'll have to drop one.
Woxy hasn't been hitting an awful lot of shots. He did have a couple of rounds there on Train where he found some success, but nothing too crazy so far. So Chris J is actually on the scout. I don't expect him to upgrade.
Frozen could drop the AWP. That's the only way they can bring it out. He's not going to. So they'll stick with the scout. The MP9's a bit of a bonus situation for themselves.
Oh.
And Chad, this is not you, is it?
No. That's just the overview of Train for
just
those
to
people.
remind you what it looks like.
We were showing you the map through OG running around, and that's what it looks like from a top-down perspective.
Yeah, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, the world tour concludes with the overview.
And it will continue after this tactical timeout here. This is going to be called by OG, brought to you by the US Air Force. And if Mousesports win this round, they are certainly onto something. The comeback is real. If they give it up, though, OG have a good chance of locking this one down, taking us to a third, which is Inferno. You can see Frozen, no weapon in hand. Chris J, same story right now. They could have over an SMG or an M4 on the ground for them. I think there's a FAMAS out in the field as well. Carrigan throws over his M4 to Frozen. Now, that makes sense. He isn't fragging hard right now. Carrigan, 7 and 14. Might be more comfortable operating with an SMG, and he will go for the MP9 instead. You want to give your star players the best weapons. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Frozen, Rops, Woxic, and then the backbone of Carrigan and Chris J, considered the core of Mouse. Lots of flashbangs. Frozen can be flashed, smoked. Carrigan's going to respond with a nade and smoke of his own.
Trying to buy as much time as he can as a flash will come in as well. Oh. I like the play. Remember, he's only got the MP9.
Perfect.
Still good for one. They've got the man advantage. Frozen takes down Valda. Bomb goes down in main entrance as well. Recovered by Issa. But the bonus scenario for Mousesports here leads into a 4-3 lead.
That goes from 0 to 100 so fast. You have a molly outside main, you're just sitting there talking about your strat, and then Alexi B walks out Ivy, makes it a 3v3. He could push another one. There's another one on the bomb train. Woxic did not react to the Ivy frag, was not expecting a proactive rotate from Alexi, and now the advantage that Carrigan worked so hard to accrue has been dashed. Frozen, a very promising flank hit.
Yeah, if he gets the timing right, he's not looking at the bomb side at all. He has no idea that they're there. Spots one towards main entrance. Here's the bomb going down. They will cancel the plant. Now back to the 2-on-2. Issa, if he hits this shot, they win the round.
He did. He actually hit the shot. Do they win the round? Because, of course, with the M4, that dink will not translate into a kill. A problem now arises. Rops is the one to solve it. A Rubik's Cube of Counter-Strike proportions, and there's one on the right. He will expose himself to this frag. And that's it. That should be it. It hasn't been yet. Alexi misses his shots and finally will convert it. 3 kills in that round, and it was all Alexi. That flank onto Woxic really opened up the site.
Yeah, they took their eye off Ivy for 1 second, and Alexi B recognized the gap. He makes his way through, gets 2 kills. 1 towards the green train, 1 at old bomb, and then at that point the round is pretty much done. In the 2 versus 1, Rops, the inside player, rotates through connector, manages to at least find one, but no damage inflicted. As that bonus round falls apart, we'll have a double up set up on the CT side.
Yeah, this is it. If Mousesports lose this round, that's the game. We can pack it up and move on to map number 3, which will be Inferno. If they're able to stand tall here and keep the lion's share of their members alive, we might have a few more rounds in this game. But at the moment, OG are looking extremely well prepared. They've done their homework, and they are making Mousesports look silly on their favorite map. That's for sure.
Yes, indeed they are. But it's the T side of OG that seems to be a little bit flat at times. Valda, though, contact play towards upper. Flashbang to come through? No, absolutely not. Free kill. And maybe another one found here. We are going to see Rops get one with the Desert Eagle. The only player that didn't have a rifle going into this round, and Mansu pulling it back. We've actually got a 3-on-3 now, and the bomb will be planted.
He discombobulated for the retake.
No kits either. Yeah, pack it up. Start unplugging the mouse and keyboard. Let's move her on to Inferno.
Woxic, stop unplugging your peripherals. We've got another map. I know Chad told you to, but please. Mantu's positioned perfectly.
Are they even going to try and go for this? They need to get started now. Like, you have to clear out everywhere.
Yeah, now they can't. They have to save the orb to stand a chance going forward. Oh, a chance of kill towards upper. One that won't be found, and the orb actually is removed. Mantu, great job so far. He got the first 2 kills there as well. It falls apart very quickly. Frozen looking for exit kills. He doesn't really need those right now. They've got plenty of money on the T side. Good for 1, down to 1 HP. I'm not sure that was worth the risk. Does he survive the blast? No. So he gets a kill that leads to nothing really and loses his own weapon. Wasn't really worth it. 2 grand for himself now.
Well, I start to worry about Mousesports on Inferno. It's a map where I think they can get locked out of very easy. We've seen their approach on the T side to these last 2 maps, just limping out across the map as individuals getting picked off. Inferno, if you're not organized, if you just try and walk around and gimmick through smokes, you're going to have an even harder time than what you did on Mirage.
Touché. This would be such a huge scalp for OG to take.
I'm just hoping this is not Mousesports playing at 100%, because if so, we have a few worries.
They've gone for a forced buy here, but you'd think it's a partial considering what they have. Desert Eagles and just Kevlar, everyone fully invested. At the very top end, we have an MP9. It's for map point, remember, as well. OG have every advantage they could ask for. Rocks there with Desert Eagle, can't find a thing.
Here we go. Looking like 15. Chris J gets spotted on the cross. We'll try and hit some banging Deagle shots, and Frozen's already started things off, but into the site they go, and they've got the better weapons for it. Frozen does lose a lot of his health to the spray of Valder. Carrigan walking through a smoke, a classic in his playbook, but he will go down to Valder. Woxic clawing just the 1, but he's all left alone, and they're in a perfect afterplant spot now.
3 versus 1. Woxic trying to deny map points. He'll get the first kill, no problem. That's onto Mantu, but that gives up his position. He has the kits, he has the Molotov, but 2 players to find. A very good effort, but unless he wins that round, it's all in vain. I'm afraid they've got plenty of cash, and Mousesports certainly don't. They now need 10 rounds in a row. Got the force buy again with just the pistols and SMGs, maybe a scout or 2, as we enter what could be the last round here. Number 21. Top fraggers so far, Frozen 20 and 15. 15 kills for Woxic as well, so not a bad performance from him. Alexi B 20, Valder 19. It's looking great over the OG side. NBK bringing out the rear as well with 17 kills.
I think Alexi so far in this game, especially on that CT side, he was very commanding in situations that felt like they could get out of control. So we've already mentioned the in-game leaders turnaround since map number 1. It continues to impress. And now with the FAMI and Deagles.
Yeah, it should be it would just be a formality if they win this round and got a couple more.
I don't see Mousesports reeling back in 10 rounds straight.
No.
Push it, Chris. You may as well. There we go. Just keep going. Keep going.
Willing him into the loving embrace of
a kill. Oh, well, maybe not. There was a gap. Chris J couldn't find it, and it's going to be the early kill. NBK takes him down. 5 on 4. They already had their backs to the wall. This kill has to deliver for Carrigan. Not going to work out.
Now there's not even a wall. They're just falling over, and they're on the ground, on their backs, looking up at the sky, thinking, where did train go?
Yeah, I mean, it's been and gone in the blink of an eye. Great work from OG. Their CT side was how they secured this win. And the T side is where they just have to put the final touches upon it. Woxic low now. Rops only got the FAMAS. Tapping away, and that's it. We have 16-5. 4 kills from NBK in the final round, but that is OG just waking up, rubbing the sleep from their eyes, and doing 1 better than Mirage.
Follow me around, okay, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, bad taste, follow me around, okay, get much, follow me around, okay, bad taste, follow me around, okay, get much. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get extra, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, bad face, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, bad face, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, bad face, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, bad face, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, bad face, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
In a surprise victory, OG turn up on Train to take down Mouz Sports, arguably the best Train team in the world right now, and making them look a little bit silly. 20 kills for Frozen, Woxic trying his best, but the team effort of OG, led by Alexi B, was too much here as we pushed to a third map. Now, there's not a huge amount to cover, so we're just going to go through the round timeline here and jump into one round I liked from OG. Now, having a look here, you can see not too many bomb plants or diffusers here to end the rounds. Just a slew of rounds here from OG, just eliminating Mouz out of the server, actually beating them in heads-up individual duels. You can see here, one of the rounds that Mouz were actually able to get on the board was through getting the bomb down. The rest of them, it was kept pretty quiet. And as we flicked on over, Mouz Sports did their best. They grabbed the pistol, but when the guns came back out, OG were too good. We're going to have a look at this OG move, and this was off of a bonus round. You always hear us talking about those rounds. It's with those saved SMGs. So I'm going to play this one out, and there's two things that I want you to focus on. Coming up low ramp here will be two individuals with MP9s in hand, and then out towards Yard, the focus will need to be on Valda. Now I'm going to pause it right now. This aggressive play, this kind of push, I've actually seen a similar move from Mouz Sports before. They'll throw the same Molotov, but they'd sent Frozen up the ladder to disrupt inside. This one's a little bit different. So the two individuals right here are about to attempt a boost, and you can see Rops is swinging to cover off that inside push. This is where Valda's Molotov is about to come into play. So I can start playing it again. Just as Rops rounds the corner and gets himself into a duel, you can see the blue Molotov of the CTs hitting the ground there behind him, and he's taking this fight. We'll continue to play this out now. They get the kill, and as they boost on up, they realize Chris J's position. Now you're going to see them dump some nades to land here. This would have been the next step in this move. They could have naded above Pop Dog, done any damage there, and continued the aggression with these MP9s. So I like this innovation coming out from the side of OG. I like the fact that they were well and truly prepared, and you are probably going to like these highlights that we're about to run, which will probably just be from the OG guys slapping down Mouz. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with map number 3, Inferno.
Strong enough that you don't have to hide.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
Pick a panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago.
Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Love to take a hit. Hey.
Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah.
Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. terror. I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
In their place. It is a little bit of an eyebrow-raising time. We don't quite understand how this has happened, considering Mousesports, over the course of their last 20-something trains, have only lost to North, Na'Vi, and Fnatic. The next name added to that list, their fourth loss in what was 3 or 6 month window that we had during that game, is it's disastrous, and it is going to be added to OG.
I'm not really sure how that one went down. Mousesports just didn't look like the same team we're used to seeing on that map. Some very strange decisions financially. They were desperate at times, bringing out a triple op setup as well. Not really sure what that was really about.
Crazy scenes today.
Crazy scenes, yeah.
But I like crazy. Crazy's good, Alex.
Sure. It is. Crazy's good, and so is mail. I love mail. You guys have been throwing some mail in our mailbag. Of course, all electronic. Save the trees. Dashio comes in with a tweet saying, how much work do you guys have to put in to be ready for each day of casting, meaning research, watching matches, etc.? Also, please show more Rushly. He's hot as
AF.
Hot as he hot AF.
Wait,
he hot AF.
Hot as
well, we got
Rush,
the man.
You're not even working yet. What are you doing here?
What's going on, Rush?
I'm calling in. Can you guys hear me? What's going on?
Welcome. You're getting like the full... Do you feel like Carrigan right now? This is kind of like what the pro players do.
Yeah, Carrigan was pretty funny yesterday, so I don't think I could be as funny. What's going on? I'm calling from home right now. I'm going to be headed in very shortly.
That's that's my old house, Rush. I recognize that corner. I've seen that weird, unnecessary shape in the... Yeah. Oh, the curtain's still up. I remember that one.
The curtains are still up, Alex.
Respect to Rushley.
How's the kitchen going, Rush? You fixed your sink, mate.
Kitchen's good. I can't show anything.
Obviously.
It's under
NDA?
Renovation, I guess. It needs to be cleaned, but the kitchen works. The sink, everything works well. It's really nice.
Rush, who's going to be taking this final map? It's Inferno between Mousesports and OG. Who have you got?
What map is it?
Inferno.
Inferno. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, the Mouz boys have got a good Inferno. Let's see OG play too much of it. I'm going to give it to the Mouz boys, I think.
Oh, that's the top hard-hitting analysis I was hoping for. And, of course, that's just the first part of the question. They asked us how we prepare, Henry.
How do you prepare, Rush? For observing?
Well, I get up, I do my day, I drink a coffee, I just do some things, and then I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Things, and then you're ready to go. I mean, pretty much most people's start to the day.
Similar to mine.
What are the chances?
To answer the question seriously, I suppose, for me, I'm fortunate enough where I'm in a position where at every event there is possible. So in terms of research, I don't really need numbers or anything for casting per se. I just need to turn up and know the basic facts of what's going on and the narratives of the tournament itself. Chad, I'd imagine you have to actually crunch some numbers and actually have some stats coming into it, being an analyst.
Yeah, and the weird thing with being an analyst is you get to kind of pick whichever storylines you want. We're not really pushed in any direction, so whatever I think is interesting and whatever I hope that the viewers at home will find interesting, or at least can use in these matches, is tend to where I lean this. I'm lucky with all the technology that we're having. Obviously, we use Skybox here. There's a bunch of other tools which I get to use just to download information quickly. HLTV.org is a fantastic resource, but you need to know what you're looking for.
And also, I think if you get a croissant, open it up, grill some cheese on there.
I always, different meats
in there.
I've been changing the meats.
That's a good start to your day. Cup of coffee and a croissant, you're good to go.
Yeah, and you're ready to start your day. Little different from my side, of course. When you're doing the play-by-play commentary, it is more just about being able to convey how excited you are about the play in an articulate manner, and therefore the preparation side of things comes more from words. I mean, we talk about it sometimes, what ways in which we can say something differently. I mean, we've been doing this job for like 5-6 years now.
Too long.
A long time, exactly. And so, you are going to be very self-aware of the things you're saying too much. You have to try and find a way to say the same thing a different way. So that's my prep.
Especially when you're in a format like this, where we're commentating for 18 days straight.
Yeah.
Very difficult to keep that vocabulary flowing.
The desk hosting side of things, my prep isn't done. I don't do this. I'm not the smart one that plans the show. There is a producer, shout out to him. He makes this magical sheet, which tells me all the things that are happening on the day, and I just have to look down and go, looks like we're getting into map 3. Just like that. And we're getting into our game. It's going to be Mouse Sports OG, and the map is Inferno. Now, you heard from Rushley, our first our call-in analyst. He let us know he thinks Mouse Sports are taking this one, but I didn't hear what you have to say. Do you think this OG run continues?
I feel like it might do. Inferno's a map that's actually pretty promising for them. If Mouse Sports look as flat as they did on Train and not really the team we're used to seeing, I feel like 2-1 could fall in favor of OG here. They look like they're more up for it, and the fact that Alexi B has come online as well, he was missing on Mirage. For me, that's enough to suggest they're going to take this.
Yeah, I did make a statement before saying I'm a little bit worried about Mouse Sports Inferno, but in further investigation, I was confusing them with the old Mouse Sports, not the Mouse Sports led by Carrigan by any means. In recent times, they've picked up wins against 100 Thieves, Tyloo, Na'Vi, Vitality, EG. The list goes on. They've got wins against Fnatic last year within the Pro League, but it doesn't look like they're themselves today. So let's hope they can turn that around here, because they need to if they want the victory.
Well, we're into it now. We are going to have the P250 for Rops with that armor combo as well. The star player has been entrusted with a lot of responsibility with that upgraded pistol. We are going to see set up towards the apartment position here. 3 players there. Frozen leading the charge with the Glock. And now Chris J will take the lead now. The race is on. Bomb on his back. So it will be an A finish. They have got a smoke for Moto. Flashbang to go out the apartments as well. That's what I assume is coming. 1 smoke, 1 flash, 3 other apartments. Try and swarm. Pretty much a 50-50 strategy. There's no real way of knowing when this is going to be a good time to drop.
Yeah, so going in blind, essentially. There's a 4-man CT stack towards A, and Chris J will get the flank on it. It couldn't work out any better. Woxic leaping out for the second. Site cleared out by Chris J. He'll be planting far back towards Longside. And they're pushing down middle for this frag onto Carrigan. If he ducks away,
Run, Forest!
He's just managed to delay them and cause even more issues into that late round.
Well, Carrigan tucks himself in towards the underpass, and the retake begins at this point. Alexi B sneaks through the smoke and actually gets a defused opportunity here. He's actually sticking the bomb. They might not have any idea. He actually got offered there, a little bit surprising, but it actually has worked out. I don't know how Mouse Sports get nothing done there. Carrigan caught towards underpass, I suppose, isolated the 2 players on the bomb side there. Alexi B coming through the smoke, getting on the bomb, applied a lot of pressure. T's had to swing, and the shots land. OG pick up another pistol. Very well played.
Mantu actually opened up with the second there. That was a nice shot. And oh, wait, a third no less. Missed that one in the fray. Chris J and Woxic finding the openings, but Mantu just stuck around on quad and punished them when their attention was drawn elsewhere.
So, will we get the force buy? Bomb was planted, and they've opted for just P250s. Chris J, the same approach. Head armor and a Glock.
We're asking him about this if they turn it around.
Yeah, so I guess if one of his teammates goes down, he has enough to actually maybe do some more with the round. But Glock armor is puzzling. He's the only player that operates in that manner.
I received a tweet about this yesterday. Now, it wasn't an official source. It was just a pundit online who said that Chris J opts for this. If they do get a kill, he will be the man to take the rifle.
There we go. Let's see if they can do that. It's going to be Chris J still alive and kicking, and he has got himself a UMP and now the M4, so it does make sense. It all works out, and the smoke will be delivered here towards CT spawn. Watching Chris J doing damage, but the bomb goes down in a very precarious position at this point. NBK has full vision of it. 16 bullets in the FAMAS, and Issa will be joining him as well. So...
No rush.
There is no rush, but they have no resources to really grab that bomb. That's the problem. Trying to get up towards first oranges, and the first kill comes in. Rops with another stunning shot at Deagle. Range will have to do it once again, but not going to happen. Issa calmly takes them both down with the FAMAS there. Good effort, but remember, that wasn't even a force buy from Mouse Sports there. That was pretty much the eco with Chris J, the only player investing in armor. Manages to get them 4 kills in total and keep OG on a firm leash.
That's a good point. 4 people dropped. We'll keep the CT side honest. This was the double kill from Valda, but this is how the weapons got into their hands. He gets the first and then keeps them distracted enough. Valda staying with that spray enough for Rops to hit some spectacular Deagle shots. He got NBK to even have a chance into that 2v2. Now the AKs are out in full swing, and the bonus is in full swing for OG. 3 MP9s still in the fray. And Chad, last time I spoke to you about SMGs and how many are effective into these bonus rounds, you listed Inferno as being the map you feel that even 5 MP5s could be justified.
Yeah, if you have a plan in mind, right? If you know what you want to do, if you have one of those moves, we just highlighted one before on Train where they had the inner push in tandem with that Molotov just landing above the Pop Dog ladder. But the key thing for Inferno is if you can play passive lines and milk down the clock here of the Ts, once they try an entry in, if you think quad side, you got the balcony, those kind of areas are perfect for MP9s. Also close up towards the B bomb site. Carrigan will have taken a bit of damage to that Molotov, just trying to garner some control of that side of the map. And now they've ducked on back. They've headed into the mid corridor, and it looks like they'll be setting up for control of the brackets area right now as the Molotov will land. Needs to follow, and they will clear out top mid here, but look at this. This is the MP9s. They might get flashed into the mid wall here and ready to strike.
There's the flash, and this is the strike. Jay eliminated immediately. NBK melts him, and Issa's got another one.
Well, this is looking very promising for OG, but maybe Mousesports have something to say about that. Rob toward the end of the pass position, but now they've got man 2. Taken down by Frozen. Back to the 3 versus 3. They came into this round with the SMGs, got the opening kills, but unable to hold on to them. Issa has been detected towards a pit position as well. The flashbang comes through, swings for the headshot, and now it's up to Frozen. Can't do anything about this. The MP9 should close things out, which it will. And OG bounced back after losing 4 players in the previous round. That round had Mousesports written all over it. They managed to stick the landing and find themselves a 3-0 start, denying a plant as well. Has to be another partial buy for Mousesports, with maximum loss bonus coming in next round.
So we had Carrigan on the show the other day, and I asked him about the execute on Inferno and if we'd be seeing anything else come on through of any other maps. And he said, for a tournament like this, probably not, which is surprising considering, hey, regardless of the circumstances, this is the only Counter-Strike you can be playing right now.
Yeah.
This has all the prize money still attached to it.
Maybe, just maybe, take it as seriously as you would and should.
Carrigan a B, known for his double kills with the Deagle. This time good for 1, and Voxic will push through the smoke here. Flashbang, though, effective. So are the bullet shots. Taking Voxic down to 6 HP here. They could probably go for a boost if they want to. But Carrigan, something about him and rushing up Banana always seems to find one.
Yeah, the Carrigan good for 1 mantra definitely rings true. NBK good for 2 in this one. Just against the Deagles, though, so not going to be screaming my lungs out just yet.
No, please don't.
I would hate to play,
good.
like, I just hate how good they are. I was never anywhere near this good. Like, if my teammate went down and I was gifted a trade opportunity like that, I'm whiffing the first 3 Deagle bullets and then probably going down.
Frozen, on the other hand.
They just don't miss.
Yeah.
They get given an opportunity, they do not miss.
That's why every kill is so important in CSGO, though, right? Because the skill is so high. You can't take these risks anymore. You can't be as loose as you want to be in this hunt for frags and go for a 30 bomb every game. You need to be reeled in, methodical, playing with your teammates. Frozen on for another kill here if possible. He actually has an incendiary to get a plant down. This is going very well for him. All things considered, a couple of kills. He won't win the round, but this is a great effort from him. 1 more kill could be possible. Not going to happen, but still an extra $800. They had maximum loss bonus regardless, but still, they're going to have the AWP for sure now in the hands of Voxic, but they are 4-0 down. Defuse will be confirmed, and there we have it. 4-0, 3 players survive for OG. Money, not as amazing as they'd like, but still pretty reasonable. Here's NBK. A couple of basic frags by his standards. No one looking at him, spraying him down. Frozen with a nice 1-tap there with this Deagle. Brilliant shot. Got the bomb planted. So here we go, the Voxic Orb. He normally kicks off at Inferno as well, but we haven't seen the best of him today. 3 and 4 right now. Final map of this series. OG lead 4-0, flashbang over. Voxic deploys it.
Oh, well, the damage is inflicted early. Valda quick to swing down Banana. Carrigan always good for 1. Does it again on the initial aggression. They weren't ready for Alexi B. Hanging out at the half wall. He's still tucked in, but now he has the support of his 5th man, Mantu.
And he gets that information that Frozen on the other side of half wall as well. He heard the cue, the sound cue, the ticks of damage. And they've got a 4-on-3 lead. Frozen down to 26 points of health. What's the answer to this problem? They could boost behind half wall, but Frozen there's there alone right now. Bomb towards top and middle. That's on the back of Voxic. He's got the AWP. Rops creeps up towards middle. There's no real reason to have CT presence in this part of the map now. Hold crossfires. And they've got Alexi B anchoring B solo. Smoke in front of the bomb site. Obscures his vision.
The question mark with this A attack, if Mouz do decide to head over towards that side of the map, is will they focus pit or will they focus site? We can clearly see that there is nobody over towards the pit or balcony position. But as they push on in, they will have to expend their utility somewhere. That could open the door for Issa to get some cheeky kills from the site and pivot on out. But it will definitely be the A finish right now, as with 35 seconds left on the clock, a wounded Frozen will join the remainder of his team top mid.
Molotov's in, man deficit found, and an incendiary that's thrown at an idyllic time. They're gonna have to smoke it out themselves and go for the gray screen. They'll flash and break through, and Voxic will hit a stunning shot there. NBK just wants to try and deny the farm if possible. He'll go one step further than that, get a double kill, leaving Voxic with 15 seconds remaining. Remember, he's got the bomb on his back as well. Pre-firing over towards the library. C4 to be planted, and the CTs will encroach on his position and presumably take him down. And indeed they will. Man2 strikes upon him, recovers the AWP, and finds the 5-0. Not looking too good for Mousesports here today. Barely getting off the mark here on Inferno. 5-0. Top fragger at this point is Voxic on 5. And round 6, the bomb plant, at least they have another buy. NBK, great work with the double kill.
Oh, that was how I opened it up. A real fraction of Issa visible. Voxic looking to clutch, and he did hit a nice shot into NBK, but Man2 did well to close that gap on the Voxic plant. He knew time was on his side, and the clock is the best friend of OG. It has been on train. It looks like it's going to be doing the same here on Inferno. Sometimes those early frags really haunt them. This time, the opening frag goes the way of Mouz.
That frozen plant that we were talking about previously on that Deagle round, the flow-on effects, you're feeling it now. The fact that the AWP can come out again with those 2 plants in rounds back-to-back has afforded Mousesports these type of buys, with the max loss bonus being at 3,400. Yeah, that's another big one. Just by himself.
Was that through the smoke? Did he push through alone? Regardless, dodging the flash again. Issa gets the dink off, but Carrigan continues to find one. They're loving this push for the smoke mentality, aren't they?
They're not getting gaps, right? Normally what would happen is when they find an opening or 2, there's massive holes. But Inferno is a map that's quite easy to plug in. Alexi,
there's a gap.
Yeah, has created quite a large one. The rotation is coming in. They will beat the attackers over towards the site, that's for sure, but he doesn't want to stop them.
So they haven't fully committed off this. They're sending in one player in the form of Frozen. He's creeping in now. Needs to be very careful. The swing comes through, he's in trouble. Hasn't been spotted. Well, that will confirm it. Yes, he has. 2-on-2 again. Valda can rotate back towards A, knowing that Frozen was probably alone there. There's still 40 seconds, not confirmed, I suppose. Molotov towards the pit, and they come towards quad. In terms of positioning, we've got NBK towards pit this time, and he's flashed and will be taken down.
Nice flash. Very nice. A underhand jump flash into the site. That HE you talked about could take a good chunk out of Voxic, and, well, he's taken an even bigger bite of Valda. First round on the board for Mousesports. They needed that, and it's off the back of Voxic with an opening frag. Is that enough? That's enough to break the OG bank.
I don't think Man2 will be swinging mid again like this.
Right.
You learn your lesson pretty quickly right there, and Voxic will make the frag. It is not the easiest of kills as they cross mid quickly, but a heads-up AWP duel like that to win is always a big one. And they force-board into this, so if OG are able to wrestle this back, they can stop the bleeding. If they lose this, well, Mousesports can get up to 4 rounds pretty quickly, actually.
Flash over the top, stops the swing from the barrel position, smoke down to block any incendiaries on their path. Carrigan, again, leading the way. He's found 3 kills, all of them on this side of the map towards B, and it's a 4-man stack here from the CT side as well. So Carrigan, he'll make his way forward. We said he's always good for 1, this time it's 0.
Yeah, and there's Chris Jade right behind him. No trade possible. He'll go down, and they'll re-smoke. B site now under lock and key. They do not lose the bomb, though. We've seen mistakes like that a fair few times. You can see those CTs mass rotating, an exodus of the B site.
They only had 1 towards A. That's why NBK alone over the MP9 towards middle. He was playing at the very top behind the smoke to make sure he could get sound cues if required. And now they'll leave 2 in towards B, a more traditional setup now that they found a 5-on-3 advantage. But the boost works out again. Alexi B will get his 2nd frag of the round. Good flashbang as Rops tries to battle his way through. 50 seconds remain, and still with a bit of spacing here. There is a Molotov down, but hasn't caught the CT.
God, they're so low, and they can't even get across. Issa with some good suppressing fire. Burns down on Alexi, but just as his back is turned, Man2 has a glance. OG are looking refined on their CT side.
Just to note, no Kriegs being purchased again by Mousesports, but yes, a huge round for OG to pick up there. The force by the MP9s, the FAMASs, a couple of rifles has led them to 4 players surviving. They recover 3 AK-47s, I believe, and Issa getting it done from CT spawn through the smoke, of course, manages to find both of these kills. Man2.
If you were experimenting with the Let's Not Buy Kriegs T side and then you were losing a crucial game of your EPL season, wouldn't you maybe say, guys, let's do this in scrims?
Yeah, let's maybe get the Kriegs out that we've been spending a lot of time using.
Frozen. Their muscle memory has been deviating a little bit with that Krieg, and now they don't get to use it. It's like shooting yourself in the foot. It does feel like, yes, okay, the CT side hurts, but if the CT side's hurting anyway, Whip it out. 12 of 37 T rounds this series. It only goes to enhance my point.
Yikes. Hopefully that adjustment does come in from Mouz, but they're probably... Here's a thought. I did receive a tweet regarding this. Somebody saying the whole Krieg idea, not buying it on the T side, seems a little bit silly because you're focusing on what happens if you lose the round, not if you win the round.
Certainly a good point.
Now, look, that is... I suppose you could take that angle from a defeatist mentality of, yeah, why would you be worrying if you lose the round? But it's always going to happen. You are going to lose a couple of rounds on the T side. These maps certainly favor the CTs.
Is that new that we've got the green bar on who we're observing?
No, we've had that for...
Well, just seen it for the first time today.
Okay, we've had it for all of Pro League, as far as I'm aware.
Wow, okay, Brain. Nice one. A whole new adventure in the UI for my little brain. A little green line to chase.
I think Mouz Sports need a theme song, and it's probably to do with something about ants going marching in one by one. Hurrah.
Hurrah, hurrah. Nade's going to be a little too short. Never mind. Their damage is being inflicted all the same. Valda is taking it in turns to unload their mag into the assault. Does manage to find a little bit of respite, but they've lost a lot of health. A lot of their teammates. Into the site they'll go. Alexi is just going to be checked out. Rops has to hit a banger here, and he's... Oh, Alexi not checking. Big frag. And if he can get out, if he's invulnerable to the Man-2 AWP, he may not need to because the bomb's on frozen, so he can just stand his ground for a little bit.
Desert Eagles, always a problem.
NBK's nades as well. If they know that he's stuck at that position of new box, he will be able to molly him out at one point. And the HP, it's not dire, but he will have to move immediately. He can't sit around in it and wait.
They're just trying to suggest they might have gone to the other side at this point. Naden doesn't connect. If he does throw the incendiary towards new boxes, you're right. The round is pretty much done at that point. They'll hear the plant come in momentarily.
Double face.
I don't mind it. It's got them on 1 versus 1, but the bomb goes down in a really awkward position now. Rops making a lot of footsteps.
Oh, there's a chance.
There was a chance. A good one as well.
7-1. Again, similar scenes as Train. OG are looking very prepared right now. Definitely been putting in the hard yards. It's like the game against Tyloo, they were pushed and they were made to look sloppier than this. Right now, everything seems to be going in their favor. They're definitely turned up, fired up, and ready for this Mouz Sports roster today. This could blow Group D wide open.
Oh, God, that's a good point. The ramifications for the rest of the group. Mouz Sports, you know what, you listed the lockdown of this group. There is a clear top 3. OG are not within that.
No, they were the outliers. We haven't seen Virtus Pro play yet. We don't know where to really put them, considering recent times.
We do have the wild card of Tyloo as well.
Yeah, they could take a...
They take a 1 scalp in this group.
A VP?
Yeah, that would make things nuts. Like, considering they're 0-3 right now, that would be insane. But, yes, yet to see VP play it. I think that comes in tomorrow. Molotov's deployed. They've lost that first pick again. Chris J 1 and 9. As they'll go for a B play, there's Rops towards the other side of the map, so it will be just 3 players committing towards B if they did make their way through. It's Valda and Mance on the other side. Fortunately, don't actually have any utility to speak of. 50 seconds remaining, best chance they've had, but they're on a 5-on-4 deficit.
Yeah, and I think with Mantu's positioning, he's going to be locked out, which puts a lot onto Valda. The execute will not touch him. I think that's just new box. No more mollies to be thrown towards Emo, so he will go unchecked. Carrigan swinging in. This should be the frag for Valda, and it is. Teamwork as well. Dream certainly looking like it's close to being realized. Rops, again, the only one to claw something back, but that's on the other side of the map. That does not mean anything on this B take.
You can see them stuck in towards this well position as well. Mantu knows they could go through spawn. They've got no one watching it right now as Alexi B is patrolling towards Arch. They're not sure this is a B finish, but with 10 seconds remaining, that footstep, that should confirm things here. They still have a player towards Emo, bear in mind. And that's a great shot. That's a secure things here, I would say. OHP Valda doesn't want to overcommit, wants to just show presence and keep them guessing, making sure they can't get towards new boxes.
You can see their sentinels drawn that way. Frozen, very effective onto Alexi. No way. A 3v4 after plant situation. Now Valda, Mantu, they're all starting to fall. He's so low. Where's Issa been? Finally he shows up and he solves the problem for them. Onto the site. We will get that defuse. It says Frozen is still
I was
up.
about to say, is like, this is not a 3-on-2, I thought.
No, someone's dropped. Christo's dropped from the server.
Okay, so that's what's happened.
Yeah, it just kind of
it's just like,
repopulates the HUD.
What's happening here? I was like, have they gained him? Have they rezzed someone here? What's going on? But that makes more sense. It is going to be Chris J dropping out. He was 1-9. Maybe he was lagging.
Chris J's been lagging quite significantly throughout. I noticed it a little bit on Mirage. It carried on through there on Train, and it's definitely been a problem for him here.
I guess there's no more online Counter-Strike, but back in the day, I was saying, like, you should have 2 internet connections if you're a pro player. I'd say have like one fiber line, one backup ADSL, just in case.
Well,
but
you think we had 2 online leagues running simultaneously with everybody playing in both, and then we had qualifiers, a lot of them online. So back then, what are we talking, maybe 2 years ago now?
Yeah.
The thing is, I used to pay for my own internet connection when I lived at home and was my parents' house, right? Because I needed my own internet connection. It worked that when I needed the internet, I would just unplug everybody else. But I didn't have a backup connection because in Australia, and that was trash. But in Europe, the internet seems pretty good across the board.
Certainly. I think there's been a lot of additional internet connection issues given the current circumstances.
That's
a lot more
true,
traffic.
yes.
A lot of people are streaming their 4K, 60 FPS videos.
Been hearing about some woes from Berlin as well.
Yes.
It sounds like internet out there is not going as to plan.
Yeah, I think it was probably designed just after Alexander Graham Bell found the telephone. They set up the Berlin internet connections, and it's just a little old these days.
Copper wires can't keep up.
Yeah, the copper's struggling. Fiber lifestyle.
Round 10. I will say Cologne's doing very well.
Yeah.
My internet connection couldn't be better.
It's great.
It feels nice.
Shout out to IT out there.
Yeah.
The Nord Rhine-Westphalia government. Big ups to the managerial decisions of this region of Germany.
Didn't enjoy getting kicked out of those hotels, but
no, that was less fun.
We've landed on our feet.
We've all moved on.
I forgot that was even a part of my life.
It's like a week
I'm
ago
over it.
now.
Yeah, is that a week?
Yeah.
God, it feels like a different lifetime. Time flies when you're having fun, and there is only fun to be had in the realms of Counter-Strike. Admittedly, Mouse Sports having a minimum of it now.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're not. This is not Mouse Sports, by the way. I refuse to call them at this point. This is not the same team. I know they've got some lag issues going on right now, but they just don't look like they're up for this one.
They just look. I mean, to be fair, I would imagine that one toxic presence, like
you're
Chris
right.
J rambling about his internet every time he loses a duel, that's going to really inseminate a negative attitude into comms, and it's only going to get worse and worse when the frags from NBK come in like that. Another multi-kill. Can I get a multi-kill stat check for NBK?
Sure.
I feel like he's had 10 rounds of ball terrors.
Let me jump on in and see what I can find for you here.
Frozen is this time left in a clutch, not the deception from the round before.
It was only 3 for NBK at the moment of multi-kill rounds, 4 for ESA.
Okay.
On the other side of things, Rops is leading the way with 3, 2 for Woxic, 1 for Frozen.
So definitely a Mouse Sports squad that have been struggling.
Yeah, that's for sure.
To find, I hadn't finished my sentence, Henry. It was less of a chatty statement than it sounded. But look at this. Oh, Alexi.
No, do it.
Yeah.
I should have knifed it.
It's rare to hear you encouraging a knife kill,
I
Chad.
want salt rubbed in the wound.
You want them to really feel this?
Yeah.
They're already tilted off the face of the planet. They're all shouting at each other. Chris J's just...
He's coming in with robot voice.
Robot voicing, and user has disconnected. You're like in a 1v2.
We've all been played with a few technical issues this week. Some more than others, I will say.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't
Henry.
know either. But we are going to see another partial buy, as we'll see. Mouse Sports 9-1 down, maximum loss bonus. Haven't planted in the previous round. They did before, but they'll only get you so far. I'm trying to avoid the utility towards B. In fact, Carrigan takes a nade to the face. That hurts. Does a lot of damage. Takes it down to 46. And I don't think we're getting his classic 1D now.
He's been hamstrung, that's for sure. What setting do I have to change to make Molotovs easier to shoot through? That shader details or something?
Yeah, shader on high. But it's not like...
It's pick your poison, right?
It's
like
pick your
over
poison,
the back, like long range or close?
Exactly. I can't remember which way it is.
I just quickly have a point on that. I think the shaders have all been changed for everybody across the board with the recent update.
Oh, so it's no longer an
Everyone's
option.
shaders are on high.
Not even a thing.
I'm pretty sure.
But so that's actually kind of a roundabout way of making sure everyone has the same vision over mollies? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Potentially.
Back
Tweet
in
at
the
us
day,
if I'm wrong here.
We had the option of choosing like 16-bit or 32-bit smokes. in 1.6, so you could actually legit just see
Just
through
choose.
them.
In tournaments, you had to use 32, but
Yeah.
online there
No
was
one
no
did.
way to verify other than POVs.
You'd have to take screenshots of a smoke on the server,
Oh my
send them into
God.
clan base,
Yeah.
and then if you didn't have that screenshot, you'd be defaulted. So if you forgot to upload a screenshot of a smoke, that would be it. It was an absolute...
Oh, I ran. There was always those rats that would lose the game and then go through and
the amount of
check
times I've been
every screenshot.
defaulted because of screenshots been missing, like, I couldn't tell you. I'm going to stop talking as this round's starting to warm up. We do have Chris J and Rops in a 3 versus 2 winnable scenario. Unfortunately for them, their HP is very low. No wide swings from the CTs from Library just yet. As we find an AK-47. In terms of the utility, nothing there.
Watch this. 3 taps. Nico style.
All right.
2 and 10. Sort of totals out. There it is. The first tap comes through. And Rops, well, he'll get another. It's a default plant.
Nico style. It's a deagle, obviously.
Can you guys smell it? Can you smell it?
Here it comes. Neat. Okay. See the defuse coming in. 10-1. And OG. What, can I... can I smell it? I thought you said, can I spell it? I was like, R-O-P-Z.
No. Can you smell it? I was trying to set it up.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll come through.
Oh, imagine.
I'm going to have to lay that foundation for every Rops
Please
clutch
do.
situation.
Every time he's in a clutch, just say that. Nice third kill from Mantu as well. Very, very crispy gaming from him.
OG
He's been doing it with the
looking great.
rifle. Yeah, but this is my problem now is I want to really badly be screaming my lungs out at every big frag we see from OG and being, you know, this is to do justice to the result that is going to be put down on paper. But my difficulty is I can't quantify how much of this is the OG improvement and how much of this is just Mouse Sports not being the Mouse Sports that we've seen and hold the top 5 spot in the world right now.
Another opening kill, no trade potential. Through the smoke again, Frozen will go down. Great utilization from OG, but still, this is not Mouse Sports. It looks like they're running their usual protocols. They're not seeing the same tenacity. The mid-round calls and it's not really there. They're losing the opening pick consistently. Their star is currently on 5 and 12. And it's the AK-47 of Valda that strikes first, and he still has a smoke towards B. They'll be joined by Alexi B. And that smoke will be dropped to this stage as well. On the 1 minute mark, Carrigan.
He's going in it as well.
Yeah, he has
this
to
is
try and go
This
through.
is the gimmicks that he was talking about. Just these kind of smoke plays. They're going to pop flash through
wow.
it, very Na'Vi style.
It's too good for Alexi B, though.
Just as they found him in the smoke, Valda's there to put in the bullets necessary. Finally, they'll catch him off the call of Carrigan, but damage inflicted. Rops low into the site. Valda's already got himself a double. He wants to send them packing out of his site, punishing them for peeking, and NBK does get boosted up for the stop the plant. Chris J falling and forced to watch. That's his 12th death to just the 3 kills he's managed to render here on Inferno.
Robs tucks himself in the corner. He's waiting for a pick from Voxic or a CT mistake. There's the first. Both of them have come through, but now Robs with 15 points of health. A double kill is available to him, but the third will not be. There, a pincer from CT spawn was always going to be inevitable, and at that stage, he goes 11-1. Even these close rounds don't have much of a knock-on effect.
I have a suggestion for how you could actually trigger Mouse Sports more.
Okay.
They bought a Krieg. Now I need Issa to go and go ace with the Krieg on the CT side. That would be the final nail in the tilt coffin.
I'd like to see that, and now we're seeing more Kriegs getting bought up on the side of Mouse Sports here, so they've brought out even more.
The embargo's lifted.
If they lose to that exact weapon, as you've just foretold, they're going to be a little bit tilty, but I expect caution to definitely be thrown out the window here with the last 3 rounds in play.
Ooh.
Rops will be offered up a freebie right there. NBK getting a little bit hungry for information, picks on out the window, and now leaves his teammates in a 4-on-5 situation.
Yeah, it's the first time in a while we've seen an opening pick go in their favor, to be honest with you. Mouse Sports now 11-1 down, 5-on-4 in this particular round.
Yeah, I think after that one, Henry, they have a total of 5 opening kills on this T-half.
To be fair, you'd expect a couple more rounds than just 1 with that stat in mind.
Do we have their 4v5 percentage conversion? It was low. We checked in on it yesterday. They will be crossing around, though. They're going to be sending Frozen to rejoin his squad in apps. So who's selling this fake? Carrigan, no util. And Voxic with his flashbang. He's going to flash Carrigan through this smoke, I suppose? Yes, he is. And with his knife out, Carrigan gets unexpected friction, and Alexi B will get a lovely weapon upgrade.
To me, this just suggests it's just Carrigan trying to throw a fake in. If I see Carrigan alone with his knife out for a smoke, I'm just saying they're going the other side of the map, you know? Like that's what I'm calling, and that's exactly what's happening.
And here's the Issa Krieg we talked about. He will just deploy his smoke to play around. Should create somewhat of a one-way, but the pre-fire, that was much better from Woxic. Valda's done 2. How has he gotten away with that? And now they're planting. There's another in the site. The fake did nothing. And now Mantu's reaping the benefits. He'll get the final frag as well. 12 for OG.
I just think the fact that Mantu didn't swing there to help as those duels were going on down was more than enough to lure Mousesports in. That's the only thing I can think there is, if they were assuming he was going to play as a team player, he would be fighting with Valdo in that situation. The fact that he was playing just to deny the plant, I love it. It's great. It drops the bomb and it secures round number 12. So things are looking great in the OG camp. I know it's seeming desperate from the Mousesports side of things, but obviously if they had something to fall back on, you would assume they'd be using it. So I think right now, all I can do is look at this OG team and think that they're handling all these different looks, all these gimmicky plays the best they can. This is the execute.
They're running up and Mantu will eliminate Frozen without too many issues. Here comes the second. Deagle from Chris J has been spotted, but they're handling this well. Spray through the smoke, flames on the floor, separate and segregate. Karrigan is charging desperately to try and find this frag. It doesn't take much from NBK to take him down. Oh, Chris J must have been flashed or otherwise, but he didn't look like he was adjusting in time. We will see the round go the way of OG. 13-1.
Those double mollies there from the arch side players to carpet the wrap is exactly what Karrigan was talking about when he mentioned that teams know how to handle this rush now. As soon as they see those smokes and molotovs flying on over from that alt mid position, they know exactly what to expect and how to handle it. Those 2 molotovs, Karrigan could run through because he was already committed, but Chris J was disjointed. He couldn't wrap. He had to go back around towards quad side. Issa had dropped a smoke. They knew exactly what to do. And OG, they could be getting a 14-1 CT side right here.
Yeah, it's looking likely. No reasons to suggest it wouldn't be coming through. Karrigan 4 and 14. The only kills he's found has been with Deagles towards the B side of the map. They've tried to throw him in towards B by himself. It's just the go-to basics they've got in their strat book. We haven't seen anything too different come through. First kill could be coming in again. And Karrigan's the one to receive that.
Again, Smokes and Karrigan.
I guess he'll just be flashed over and he'll try and see what he can do. Actually, it's nothing. So Mantu and Alexi B will find the opening kills. They have to run the apartments here. The flashbang, a chance now, but maybe one that won't be realized. The Krieg just way too powerful on the CT side, and you can see the taps coming through. Chris J down to 28. 6 kills to his name. Needs to jump up to the apartments. Quite agonizing to get this bomb. Finds a Krieg as well. We'll go for the default plant. And at this point, CTs will be making their way towards top middle. You can see them staying, using the buddy system, making sure they're together. Trade potential is the aim of the game here. There shouldn't be a world where Chris J wins this, considering his HP. But he has tucked himself in. They could just defuse this, but will they check his position? Yes, they will. Well, there it is. 14-1 first half, ladies and gentlemen. Not the most exciting scoreline, I will admit. I'll be the first to admit it. But Mousesports, they win the pistol. You never know. This could go a little bit further. We'll take a break and see what they can do in the second half.
You've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that when I wanna be the peak at, and
Well, we could very well have a new nemesis for Mousesports, OG. Do you know what nemesis means? It's a righteous infliction of retribution manifested by an appropriate agent. And now, as these two absolute international titans in very different parts of their development, clashing in what does seem to be an eyebrow-raising result, we have a 14-1 half, and OG not only on Train, the best map for Mousesports, but on the third map here, Inferno. They're just 2 rounds away from starting what could be a bit of a rivalry.
Well, there we go. We'll get into the second half, and there's not really much to talk about on the Mousesports side of things. They are going to be bringing in 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs, and an upgraded pistol on the OG equation. You can see the P250 in the hands of Alexi B. Diffuse gear for Carrigan, 4 and 15. He died every single round. Same story for Chris J as well. Pretty much every member died across the board there. Look, they only had a couple of players survive.
There was only 3 individuals across that entire map, first half, sorry, that survived in any given round for that of Mousesports.
That's kind of insane. So no saving being done, no money being taken away, and it's a nightmare, really. OG win this pistol. I think you'll know by now it would be GG.
Be a quick half.
We might be here for a bit longer. Frozen with a chance to get a couple. Of course he will.
The positive is that it's a retake setup, and maybe they can plant the bomb. Alexi's given them a bit of breathing room. The bomb will go down. That's the $800 secured, but now it's the retake.
Yeah, this is the hard part. Responsible for this push, Valda. Oh no, knife out, caught out. Alexi B won't beat. But not going to be precise enough. Walking up Banana puts Issa into a 1 versus 4 situation. Flooding into the site. He's done well to take the dink, and he's actually managed to get away. Carrigan does have a kit. He's on it now, and he's sitting it. And Issa needs to be quick. Oh, Issa! He had to take the risk. He wanted to go for the full clutch, but Carrigan's kit and his persistence on that defuse brings home 2.
There we go. It all started with a double kill from Frozen. He manages to fend off the initial B execution through the smoke. He manages to get these kills, and it goes down to a 5 versus 3. Great shit from Issa, though. Brought it down to the 1 versus 1. Could have won that if he swung out on the diffuser there, but as you mentioned, Carrigan holds his nerve, sticks a defuse with the kip, and wins the round. Will it be the start of many? Time will tell. Of course, though,
OG tend to eco, but as we can see with Alexi B's force buy, they're actually probably going to buy behind this one. Henry, we were asking about the shaders, right? Now,
go on, tell me what's happened with the shaders.
Professor Xander has tweeted me.
Professor X?
Yeah, and he has said they changed the parameters of the shader settings, so now even on low, you can see through the molly smokes. They made the change to stop NVIDIA stutter bug, but it's changed the molly smoke too.
Thank you very much.
And I noticed when I was playing, when we were playing Train the other day, normally where I'd line up my smokes, everything felt a little bit clearer. Some of my lineups felt less blurry. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So shaders for all. And in turn, of course, solving that stutter bug that was getting the Counter-Strike community up in arms, up an uproar.
This is a pretty good buy, actually.
It doesn't look too shabby, does it? An AK-47, no less, for Issa to be entering into the site. Alexi B behind him with the Galil, and everyone else going to be rocking those smaller weapons. It may be small, but it packs a punch. A Mac-10 for Valde. Burning a little bit, softened up nicely for those SMGs. There is helmets for everyone, so that Mac-10 may struggle, but ooh, Chris J, you ballsy boy. He wants to bring the fight to them, and he just jumps straight into their jaws.
I thought they'd be happy with that initial kill, but apparently not. Chris J forces the issue and brings it back to a 4-on-4. Luckily, they've got a couple of M4s to back this up. Frozen towards the sandbags for now. He will be left alone. An island on the B side of the map, and he's got trouble on the other side. There's Valda waiting at the half wall. 2 SMGs going toe-to-toe here. Frozen decides to fall back to the safety of the bomb site. Speaking of the bomb, that will be towards second middle for now, as NBK confirms the halls are clear. Voxig will take another kill. That's the second of the round.
Very worried about this halls situation here. With that scavenged M4 will get 1. The chase is on right now. They know Voxig's low. They won't be clearing off towards the balcony. That flash is good enough to get the kill, but now Rops, he can strike, turning around, able to take Valda out of the picture, and it's a 1-on-1 situation.
Frozen, he's just been watching that kill feed, wondering if he's needed to rotate. He certainly is now. He doesn't have the weapon advantage. He doesn't have a kit. These are things that favor Mr. Man 2. He's opted for pit, though, and so the duel is pretty much ready to be decided, and that's clean. He's having a fantastic Inferno now, and most of it with the rifle. 20 kills at round 18.
Yeah, he hasn't had the best performance in EPL so far. They've only played one game, admittedly. But overall, that's amazing from Mantu. A much-needed 15th round just to relieve that pressure, remove any shadow of doubt they had that Mouz Sports could actually do this. And now they have a huge advantage going to round number 18. This is where it should end, as we will see a scout and pistols only. But Mouz Sports always seem to find a way, Alex. I will not say it's done. It's always 16 at the top. Foxing misses the initial scout shot, flashed off, and he'll go back towards Boiler Room.
And you'll never guess who died first. He's had a nightmare. Chris J falls to Mantu early, and now the B push from Carrigan does fall flat as well. OG, 3 frags away from confirming what we thought and suspected at the end of the first half. This will be an upset of gigantic proportions. Alexi B confirms another. Frozen's gone, and the 2 remaining A defenders are about to meet Mantu to get his 22nd frag of the game.
Big man Ting didn't land a thing.
Small poem by Chad Birchall, age 30.
Oh, well, still should be almost no chance, but we'll see what can be done. Issa is in towards Boiler Room.
He's going to kill Woxic in the back. Oh, I didn't see him.
Didn't see him. Flashbang will give his position up, though, however. So they've got smokes, flashes, and a backstab coming in CT spawn. This kill should confirm the 16th round. It's not the cleanest, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. Voxic with 48 HP, 3 kills to find, no kit. The bomb already halfway gone. No chance whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be OG taking down Mouz Sports in a convincing manner here on Inferno. 2-1 overall. Inferno should have been much closer. I'm not sure which version of Mouz Sports this is, but I don't like it one bit.
Keep it large, okay, live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what? About too hard, ayy, what? About too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me. To be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
OG, a whole lot of love when they go OG, and they go huge. Man2, 21 frags in the final map. It was Inferno, and a scoreline that nobody saw coming. You asked Woxic to wake up, 100 ADR, sure. But the series as a whole concludes on Inferno.
Yeah, it's a shame the one map he does turn up on, the rest of his team just drop off. 14-1 in that first half. I've never seen anything like it. This Mousesports, they did have their issue today. We know Chris J had some lag issues on his side of things. You can see he wasn't really up for it in that third map especially. But still, it didn't excuse some of the lackluster play we saw from Mousesports today, I would say.
Well, because it existed on Mirage as well, and I think that's where the confusion comes from, is we thought they got their act together towards the tail end of Mirage, where they started to execute as a team, but throughout it felt like what Karrigan had said in the interview, doing their gimmicky smoke plays. Drop the smokes, give yourself a bit of space, and then try and limp out through them and find kills. OG was so prepared for that, and I think when you look at this Inferno CT half that they were doing, they didn't even have to do a lot, right? They just directed the wall, they got the kills that were given to them. They didn't have to deal with that many post-plant scenarios here. So all in all, OG looked very prepared today. The fact that they took Train, that has to be the biggest part of this, right? Because of how good Mousesports Train has been up until this point, and it's not a map that OG have too many officials recorded on.
No, and that, I mean, this is obviously that's going to be the case for a lot of the maps as they develop and continue to expand their map pool. But
I think they're at 45 maps now.
Okay, there you go. 45, usually around that 100 mark. I'd probably, this is a completely, arbitrary number I've just pulled out of nowhere. But around that 100 maps played, I'd imagine a map pool would be established, like a kind of a 5-6 map pool would be a pretty good goal.
Yeah, it should have a pretty good grasp by that point, right? The thing is now with the extended practice hours that are kind of being thrown on in for everybody, that they have to be spending more time at home, this could help accelerate some of these teams' progressions. And as you can see here with the mental side of things, if you're a Fnatic, a Mousesports, a Na'Vi, names like that, the thing is, you are LAN players traditionally. You've been playing in these LANs in the biggest finals for the last couple of months, and now to have this mental shift, it is a difficult task. Whereas OG, they're still having to compete within the realms of online qualifiers for DreamHack Opens, for other bits and pieces, like for the minors, obviously. So when you factor that in, that some teams are going to be more comfortable than others, but that's no excuse. Everybody has not an equal playing field because we're at home, but an even one of everybody being in the same place.
Not for a 14-1 half in your Mousesports. To go up against an OG, that doesn't excuse that, I would say.
No, and I mean, Alexi B, talking of excuses, he did have, I'm sure, a fair share of them for his first map performance, but he did turn it around on its head at the third.
Yeah, he really did. Like, the first two maps, non-existent. We were calling him out a couple of times there, but what a map to arrive on, a 14-1 lead, and he was influential in most of the rounds played.
So I wanted to make sure we clarify, this isn't a case of Mousesports completely and totally giving this win to OG. Admittedly, there were flaws and faults that you are unforeseen and you didn't anticipate. But we are giving credit to OG in a large way here, right? Like, this is a big... You saw improvements from the one game of OG we saw versus Tyloo to this one.
You can't really poke many holes in their CT sides right now. It looks like there's synergies there. It looks like the Man2 especially is looking comfortable online, at least. We don't see that sort of sustainability, I'd say, on the big LAN tournaments just yet, but he seems very comfortable at home and delivering the shots when required, so I'm enjoying that from him especially.
One of the question marks for me is, are those individuals going to be able to continue those type of performances right now? It is early days with this team still. I'll probably say that for a little while longer, but we do need to see how they would go against a team who are throwing a different look, because Mousesports on all three maps with all of their T sides were throwing the same look. You know, it wasn't a lot of variation in their play.
And you made a really good point that just stood out to me because of that. It was the round where Karrigan was trying to fake B, and you got you just said, what if I'm seeing what they're seeing, which is Karrigan running, strafing out of a smoke on B site, I'm going to be
dead,
standing still on A. But like, I mean, the idea is, when I ask you, why don't lurkers exist anymore? You would explain something of that ilk, right? You'd say, well, you'd open the tab, they see Get Right, they say, I wonder where he's coming from.
This is what was coming very obvious towards the end of Inferno. Karrigan is launching himself in towards that B bomb side with a couple of smokes down. He would have his knife out, going for the smoke. I'm just calling straight away. This is a fake. This is a straight up play. This is where Karrigan comes through. When you get this sort of kill and you know it's Karrigan, normally the in-game leader will be making these sort of plays because he wants the own cue for himself. He wants to see what information is available and have no input lag between the call and the players reacting to it. Unfortunately, when it's just him going down like that and there's not much else to report, you can see it just looking very obvious and telegraphed as their final intent.
A couple of examples of Alexi catching Karrigan out as well. That's one of them. He was flashed for the most of that. But also he pushed half wall, caught Karrigan as he was trying to take the initial fight. We saw another Alexi B double kill when he was playing that close box just around the corner, like first oranges, but in front of it. He had multiple moves and positions that caught Karrigan and their B takes out. So real big shout out to Alexi B. be. We are trying to get hold of him for an interview, just not quite available yet.
I've just jumped into the stats here, hltv.org, after I requested, we're very kind to put in the split scoreboards. So before, previously, it put everybody's data together. Back when we used to play, it used to have your scores per half, right? And we would even have to take screenshots of that if you wanted to remember them. It wasn't recorded in this same lovely format we have here. So now that you can actually divide it, you can see who's actually having what type of impact. Now, if you look at this game, we had the first map going overtime. So there's definitely 15 rounds of Counter-Strike played on the T half there. You've got another 15 because Mouse started T-side of Train, and then another 15 because they started T-side of Inferno. Now, obviously, there's the extra overtime rounds. I have to throw them into the mix. How many T-sided rounds did they have to play there? It would have only been one or two. Yeah, so let's just say 45 rounds of T-side Counter-Strike. Obviously, it's a few more. Karrigan only managed 19 kills over 45 T rounds, right?
So I guess you have to put a slight asterisk on that, a 14-1 deficit. And the final map, that no one was fragging at all, right? They was getting run over. But yes, his numbers weren't great today. Although on Train, he did have those moments where he at least was opening things up and creating space, like he usually does from main entrance, right? He wasn't like finding multiple kills, but he was finding space with just singular frags outside.
Yeah, and that's kind of the direction I wanted to take the point, is off of the openings he was finding, it didn't feel like the rest of his team were able to comb through the map to put them in positions to find kills after he had done all the hard work. Because once he gets the opening, if everyone else is held back by the utility and Molotovs, they can't push out to capitalize on that, and Karrigan's kind of dying in vain.
Normally I ask you questions, Chad, but the glorious EPL mailbag has got a question for you directly, so I don't even have to think of one. Okay. Thank you so very much to Mr. Tweaks.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Tweaks.
Should I read it out?
You read it out,
for you,
yeah.
And you can think about your answer.
Okay.
How about that? Okay. This is from M. Tweaks, I believe, and at Sponge. How much do you miss playing competitive CS? Also, wish everyone good and strong health. Without the players, caster, or casters, and behind-the-scene workers, these tough times wouldn't be bearable. Thank you all. So, Chad, how do you miss playing competitive Counter-Strike?
I miss the competitive side of competitive Counter-Strike. I don't miss the practice. I don't miss having to be in a server for 10 hours a day, watching all of the demos, doing that same level of prep, being stuck in a casino in Las Vegas because your management is incompetent, and going down a line of depression. I don't miss that, but I do miss the competitive edge.
I love this jacket, by the way.
Thank
Where
you
did
very
you get
much.
this from?
This is an ESL special.
Is it a one of a kind?
No, it's not a one of a kind. You could get it at the ESL shop if you want.
I love it. I think like you're the only one who can pull that off. To be honest, like, I wouldn't want to see anyone else in it, but I like you in it.
I'm used to wearing high-vis colors.
Could you give me a demonstration of the toggle? Look
Oh,
at that. He's got a toggle process.
So if we ever want to get it a little bit tighter, we can do that, and then you're safe.
On your toes, Chad, so we can appreciate it. Thank you very much. Look at that. Anyway, that's enough of us
Even as a hood.
talking about this incredible windbreaker, and instead into the mouse breaker. We do have Alexi B joining us in the studio. A big win, Alexi. That is a colossal win. We're struggling to understand it. Can you answer one question we kept asking during that cast, which was, how much homework did you do on that Mouse Sports train? Because you really found a way to shut down a lot of their executes.
Is this working, by the way?
Yeah, dude, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Yeah, good. I had some problems with blue screening at the end there.
Oh, dear.
But yeah, so to be completely honest, not like full-on anti-stratting them at all. I think we're still in the process of actually needing to focus on our own game even more.
Certainly.
Rather than the opponents. But as for me individually and for Isa, like we saw how they like to play, and they obviously do the double outside smokes every round. And I think I have copied like 2 of their strats as well. So I'm familiar with them, and I knew which nades to throw. I haven't watched the bot or anything yet. I think I did a lot of damage with the nades. And yeah, and I don't know. We kind of just snowballed and everything went our way.
Just talking about you as an in-game leader here, Alexi. Obviously, you've got some big names within the team here, a lot of former in-game leaders as well. It's been kind of a controversial team in that respect. How are you getting on individually now, herding the team? It looks like things are coming together a lot better.
Yeah, things are coming a lot better here together. I still find, for some reason, like I can't find my confidence, so to say. You could obviously see it on the map 1, like I couldn't fucking hit anything.
Yeah.
but then I just thought to myself, like, I had my duels, which I should have won, so obviously I positioned myself like pretty decent. So all I need to do now is like just focus and like go kill them rather than wait for them to kill me. And that's exactly what I did, I feel like, on train, and it helped me to bounce back on the game.
Yeah, on train specifically, you were ready for a lot of their plays, covering off a lot of angles, doing a big amount of the work there on that CT side. I'm curious, as you from an in-game leader perspective, the way that Mouz Sports approached their T sides, they were just throwing the basic smokes and then trying to limp and constantly push through them. Did you guys notice this as well, that they were just going for those individual plays?
Yeah, for sure. But to be completely honest, it works for them a lot of the times, and it can really crumble your CT, because if your Ivy player gets shut down by these guys crossing all off and inside the 5 smoke and whatever, like you feel kind of when you're playing CT like what is happening, like we cannot play this map. But I feel like since we do it as well on the T side and do it a lot of on practice and like I guess just prep for it a bit, if you win the first 2 gun rounds, you can easily snowball. Like it's really hard for them to come out team main after we have all the confidence in the world to fight them, you know?
Okay, I got one for you here. The trophies are up behind you on the wall on the shelf. What are they from?
They're from football, actually.
Okay.
I can show. I have some here.
A man of many talents. Oh, there's a
look
ton.
at him go.
Wait, was that a pull-up bar we just saw as well?
I think that's the Premier League trophy.
Yeah,
He's
for
got the
sure.
pull-up bar as well. He's
respect
getting
the
it
pull-up
done.
How many can you do in one set? What are we talking?
Should I show?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it
what
live.
have you got,
let's
man?
go. Let's go. Do it.
How many?
Wireless headset. I reckon he gets 10.
I can do 15. What have you got?
10.
Okay, I'll give you 10.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Alexi B pull-up challenge live from EPL.
Let's do it.
And he's off. 1.
Oh, looks strong.
He does look strong.
Solid core.
Solid core. Legs together.
It's a 4th coming in. The starting to see a bit of shakiness here now as he
it's
gets
getting
up to
hard.
the 6th, I believe, 7th. And we're getting in now 9.
8.
Is that 8?
That's 8. 9.
And the big final one. That's 10, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the sliders on the end as well there. Lovely display. I really enjoyed the form. The core strength is there.
A round of applause from the studio.
We're happy with that.
Great stuff.
Oh, Alexi, dude, this has been a fantastic interview. I appreciate all of that extra insight you've sprinkled in, and for keeping it real as well. You're acknowledging that Mouz Sports, it can look silly when it doesn't work, but that strategy of playing around those smokes clearly does normally. A big win for you and your group, and I'm sure you've got a lot of work to do, not only on the pull-up bar, but in the sound as well.
Great stuff.
Thank you, Alexi.
Thanks, boss.
That's amazing. I
haven't had that before. It's going world's first.
It's pretty good. I was going to ask him another question. I was like, he's just done 10 pull-ups. Would I want to be talking after 10 pull-ups? No, I'll leave him to it. We do see a new face joining us. Why are you over there? Why are you hiding from him?
Nice jacket as well.
Thanks, guys.
The
Actually
crew
one of a
either
kind.
end.
This is limited edition.
Yeah.
Not many people
Sick
have
merch,
this one.
bro.
but,
Yeah, that's nice. I was just checking out the zippy pockets.
Yeah, you guys want to check out any of the pockets? or
Yeah.
anything?
Oh, and it's got the pockets are like swimming trunks.
Yeah.
They're like swimming
Nice.
trunks.
So you
get the
don't
swimming
lose all
trunk
your
pockets.
marbles.
So when
Those are already gone.
when you're
but-
putting the sand from the beach
I
in the
definitely wear
pocket.
this when I'm swimming anyway. So,
Yeah,
Alright.
that's nice. I think
nice jacket, Chad.
Thanks, man. You too.
I think you've got 2 fantastic games today, Trace. G2 FaZe, I assume that one's tickling your pickle?
Yeah, there's always something
Oh.
tickling the pickle, but also I went ahead and brought this just in case I had to change clothes because Chad and I wore the same thing.
That your size?
My goodness.
Yeah, well, but give or take a size.
Doesn't look like you'd get in there, but I'd like to see it.
Let's try.
No, not really the time for that.
Okay, I'll
but,
sit down as well.
Yeah, on the other side, we got Liquid Furia, which is pretty cool. Liquid showed some bounce back yesterday, but the 100 Thieves game really kind of showed a little bit as to
the
their
first showing
weaknesses,
of Furia, a team, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm not excited about them anymore because
been a
they've just
while.
dropped off. Where have they gone? They've just disappeared.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a transitional phase. They're another one who splashed onto the scene with some exciting Counter-Strike very
unfortunately,
fast.
with the Kriegs, and that's what they're going to be remembered for, the first team to pick up that weapon.
Yeah, it was very, very fast, very aggressive, and now they've had to kind of change their tact a little bit.
Yeah.
So hopefully, with all the practice that they've been doing, they can show something this evening against Liquid, because I like it when we get these competitive games.
And I like it when we get to do things that I've never done before. Trace, can we both do our throw to break at the same time? It'll just be a clusterfuck. You ready? 3,
Yeah, all right.
2, 1.
All
That's
right,
enough from
everybody,
us,
it's time to
guys.
go to a
EPL
break
Season
right
11
here, right
continues
now. We're gonna be
after the
coming
break.
back
You'll be
with the
seeing
ESL
2
Pro League
games,
Season 11
G2 versus
throw right
none
here
other
into
than
the break.
FaZe Clan. It's
And
coming
nowhere
up.
else to
Don't go
but
anywhere.
watching the ESL Pro League Season 11.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide, and with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move, we move.
drop.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll.
Let's take it.
Down the road and back again.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
This is the ESL Pro League Season 11, and this is the next match of the day. FaZe taking on G2 Esports right here in the confines of your lovely home or living room or bedroom, wherever your computer is. And of course, joining us here in the studio will be my selected individuals of Harry and Hugo. Now, guys, we picked you right out of a pool very specifically, and obviously to come into this game, what are you thinking?
Well, there's a lot to say, right? G2 versus FaZe. It's going to be a great matchup, first of all. I think, we've already seen FaZe get tested by Mouz Sports earlier on, and we just saw Mouz Sports play today. They got bested by OG. So it's quite the topsy-turvy storyline here in Group D.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where G2 are coming into this year. We just saw them get to the grand finals, of course, of Katowice, falling 3-0 to Na'Vi, but still just getting to that spot is cool enough, I guess. FaZe as well, Nico's looked really, really good on this online stage so far, and I want to see if that continues as well. He's been a real tank these last couple of years, and it still feels like he's not stopping, he's not slowing down, and even though FaZe aren't necessarily getting the results maybe they want, hopefully Nico can get them to that point.
Well, we do have the point of the show where we're able to bring in special guests. Now, we've been doing this time and time again. Yesterday, we had Simphis, and today, we're going to be bringing Malik in, the coach over there of G2. We're going to talk to him a little bit about some things. What's up, Malik?
Hey, guys. Yeah, all good, all good, all good. Yourself, is it all fine?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a little dreary and, rainy outside, but other than that, it's pretty nice. So, let's just get away from the formalities. I want to get down to the business here, Malik. I want to talk Dust 2 against Tyloo.
Yes. Can we speak about Dust 2 in 2020?
Yes, we can actually do that instead. I'd rather do that.
It seems like we kind of lost many maps. I think on the last 7 maps, we played 5 or something. So I believe we can speak about all that. But I really think we will be good this year on the map, and we will get some wins. Probably today, maybe tomorrow, maybe I don't know when, but we will win on Dust 2.
Eventually, yes.
Malik, it's been some time since now that we've had your team speaking English, of course. I wanted to have a bit of a follow-up with Jax. How's his English developing? Is he comfortable now in the team? Is that holding you guys back, or is Jax finally able to communicate to the top level with the rest of the team?
Being on top level, none of us is, and even myself, sometimes I have difficulties to express very properly. But I can say one thing is that it's not the focus on a daily basis. Like when we play, we don't feel restrained, and we feel like we can definitely play very nicely, and we don't have so many issues. No, I think it's fine. It's very decent. I know he's working a lot on the side. He's taking some English courses, three times a week or something.
Nice.
No, it's all good. It's not a problem at all.
Awesome.
Well, another thing I was wondering is coming into this, Nexa gave a very, very confident interview over on the HLTV page. He actually went on to say he thinks you guys are top 5 any day of the week, and that he's looking forward to playing Pro League online because for the last few years, him and Hunter were basically, just online players.
Yeah.
So coming into Pro League now, is the mood pretty good over in the G2 camp?
Well, I think we just use this time to be home a lot more. We could practice properly. I think we are very happy to play again, and we know it's online, and we will follow our 7 boys to make sure it's fine. Obviously, Kenny doesn't have any issue regarding what he did yesterday, and we will try to duplicate that thing. I mean, we are very happy to play online. It's okay. It's fine.
Well, speaking of playing online, that's what you got today. You got FaZe. Let's talk about that game. What are you expecting to come your way out of FaZe? Is there any players that perhaps you've been keeping your eye on more than others?
I think it's a lot about how they play, how the matchup is going on. We are very looking forward, and we will see a lot of good actions, both sides. This is the kind of game you cannot miss as a spectator, that is for sure. We will see a lot of actions, some structured on some rounds to with some nice strategies both sides. I mean, I cannot wait to see how it will pan out, and it's maybe a bit special to have the two cousins playing against each other. So it's bringing that little spice even a bit more. Though that's very funny. It will be good.
Yeah, well, actually, you mentioned the two cousins playing up against each other. Well, I was looking down at the other man in the team. I'm not on about Hunter. I'm about Nexa here. Was wondering him as an IGL. I think he's brought a lot to this team. I think one of my favorite games of Pro League last season was that Nuke matchup that you guys played, and it was unreal. There was so much like ferocity on your side
versus Windigo.
Yeah. Do you think that he's brought like maybe a bit of a needed kind of hype boost to the team? Because I'm loving some of the calls that you guys make at the minute.
We are working a lot on this. I'm very lucky because the way we fit with Nexa is actually very natural, and we work a lot together. And the way he is a very an easygoing person that is very smart and composed. And I can work so easily with him. And every time we can be creative, he's like always up to it. And every time we need to be pragmatic, it's the same. And we always try to use our players nicely. I mean, I don't know, the way I work with him is something special. I think it's the first time I have like a duo like this with me. And it's so enjoyable. And yeah, maps like Nuke that are very tactical, you can like definitely express yourself a lot. There is so much to do.
Now, Malik, I'm going to let you go, but before I do that, you had mentioned that perhaps sometimes English is a little troubling, and then on top of that, you talk about expressing yourself. Is there anything that you want to say to the French fans at home?
Ah bah les mecs, go nous supporter à fond, ça va être un match de fou. On va essayer de les mettre au lit là, les petits FaZe, et voilà, préparez les popcorn. Restez chez vous, faites attention à vous, et voilà, on vous laisse profiter cette semaine avec quelques matchs de CS. Salut les mecs.
Merci beaucoup, Malik. We'll see you around, man.
Ciao, ciao.
Okay, guys, so we got this team called G2, and it looked like from the smile on Malik's face that they've got some sort of tricks up their sleeve. I could feel some mischief creeping in.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they lose Dust 2 to Tyler yesterday, but I still feel like we're going to see it come out in this series as well, which is kind of exciting if G2 were to have the balls to pick that in this series, you know, versus a very warmed up individual team of FaZe. So, yeah, I'm excited to see G2 and what they're going to bring to the table here. 2020 is you know, or should at least be a great year for this roster, right? We've seen finally English speakers brought into a French lineup and some leadership that is lacking in the French scene. If we look over to Vitality, they lose their IGL of Alex and they pull in, you know, Apex to take the role. Of course he's doing well, but, you know, new on the scene to the in-game leading aspect. And, well, at least that's something G2 don't have to worry about now with having Hunter and Nexa in the pack.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a reoccurring theme that we've seen throughout all of these interviews with the French teams thus far, is that common kind of worry about the lack of IGLs in the French region right now. And it's great that Nexa, I think, brings that tenacity to the squad. And I love hearing that him and Malik have this really healthy working relationship between the two of them.
Yeah, that's also a very good feeling and something that you think gets built upon. Even if it's something strong right now, you think it becomes stronger in the future. And, you know, that's certainly one thing that we've always got our eyes on when it comes down to the French scene, specifically right here with this G2 project. Now, speaking of a project, I got one man that has a full-blown commitment right here to the FaZe clan. We do see Yanko joining us in the studio. Yanko, how you doing over there? Looks luxurious.
Yeah, thanks, Trace. I'm doing good. What's up with you guys?
You know, just trying to stay inside, trying to stay away from each other, trying to live our
I
best
feel like
lives.
I got better company than you have.
You're not wrong.
Oh, I knew it would start early. It would start early, man. I wasn't expecting anything less, but.
So, Yanko, look, man, you got this game against G2. Just preparing for it, getting ready for it. What were you guys expecting coming into today?
Well, I think it's obvious they're one of the teams on the rise. Like in 2020, you know, they've been playing really well at both Blast and Katowice. You can tell that they're enjoying each other in the team, right? That the chemistry is really good, so that's helping them achieve good results as well. Definitely a really good team at the moment. So we mostly focused on ourselves still. Just look at some of the things from the game yesterday that maybe we could have done a little bit better coming into this game, and just trying to do a better job today than we did yesterday.
Well, speaking of yesterday, you looked at Nuke, Train, and then Dust 2. Is there anything that you guys would have done differently there? Would you prefer to play another map?
I don't think so. I think we were pretty satisfied with the map pool. It was something that we expected as well coming into the game. So obviously, whenever there's a loss, there's some things you would like to change in the game. But I think actually yesterday we didn't make too many mistakes, really. I think generally we played solid. I think they just played a little bit better in some key rounds. And yeah, a couple of really close losses for us recently. So hopefully we'll be able to turn it around soon.
I had a question regarding your map pool, actually, coming into this series. We've seen you play Nuke 6 times this year already, 100% success on it. You guys have taken down a lot of top teams on that map. Where does that leave you guys with the rest of the pool? Are you looking to expand into Train, over past Vertigo? Where's your head at for this this season upcoming, and even over the course of 2020? Do you want to keep 7 maps in the pool at all time?
Yeah, it's something that we're definitely looking to do, to have a 7-map pool, because when you have so many strong individual players, that can sometimes get you out of a tough spot, even if you're not 100% on a map tactically. We've had more time to practice, obviously, with the whole situation around the coronavirus. So we've been putting a lot of work on some of the maps that we haven't played in that many officials. Train and Overpass have been 2 maps that we have really been focusing on a lot lately. So yesterday didn't really pan out against Mousesports, even though we felt pretty comfortable playing Train against them. So we'll see. I think in the future it will turn out to be one of our better maps, and I think our map pool will be I think it is at the moment actually pretty solid. We just need to have more games, more matches really to showcase some of those maps.
And just a quick follow-up as well, right? You guys actually haven't taken on G2 since the Pro League finals back in Season 9. That was, of course, before G2 brought in Hunter and Nexa. Is Nico excited to play against his cousin? Does that bring a bit of rivalry into the mix?
I'm not 100% sure. I think you will have to ask him. To be honest, I probably think he dislikes it more than he really likes it, because he knows that Hunter watches all of his games. He has watched him play for a very, very long time. So maybe it's something that can play a little bit of mind games with him. Whether he can still be playing exactly the way he does, or will it be something that he will get counter a little bit. So I think if he could choose, he would probably avoid it. It also sucks to beat your own cousin, I feel like, in a way, but it sucks even more to lose to him. So
the pressure's on.
Hopefully now we'll get our revenge, at least for the crazy game at the major. Nexa and Hunter were part of that team. We lost there, so we need to even the score in that sense.
Well, speaking of evening the score, it's been quite some time. Obviously, hold on, excuse one. Okay, much better. I had to get a little.
Just take your time, man. I have nothing to do.
Me either. I can't start without you. You can't start without me. It's kind of one of those things. We could do this all day. Hey, Yanko. So we got Harry Russell here on the desk.
What are you doing?
But he doesn't have any questions for you. I, on the other hand, have a question for you about what's going on over the Instralis camp, right? So a 6-man rotation. Now, I want to kind of hear what your thoughts on that are, because it hasn't happened in any version of Counter-Strike Global Offensive to this point. And of course, there's always been sort of a drawback from it as well, it seems.
Well, I think if you can pull it off, I think it's a great thing to have for any team. It's probably going to be the future at some point, because simply as a coach, even as an organization, you have very few ways to really motivate players, or kind of for them to feel any real consequences to maybe not doing their job as good as you'd like to, or maybe not putting in enough effort. Having a 6-man roster, where one guy obviously is always not going to be at a tournament, he's not going to be playing, or maybe, he will be at a tournament but not play in a game, that could be an extra motivator for people not to really get complacent, even though, there might be skilled players who might be doing really well at the moment, to keep pushing and keep working hard. The obstacle was obviously getting a player that's good enough who would agree to potentially not play for a while and be in and out of the roster, and also someone who is, fits your culture, fits your team, can play multiple roles and so forth. But lately, everyone's improving so much individually. The pool of players is much wider as well. So it might be something that we will see more of in the future, though I think it can only work with teams or orgs that have a really strong managerial structure behind it and have control of the roster, where players are just employees who are basically like have a boss, and then the boss has a boss, and so on.
So forth, so on. There's a little bit of a connection there. Hey, man, I got to let you go. We do this veto thing. Anything you want to say about Harry Russell before we go?
I think he's a great guy. I think he's in great company over there, and I miss him a lot.
There you go.
Wow.
All right. Well, thank you, Yanko. Thank you for
I
the kind
miss
words.
you too, bud.
We'll see you around.
Next time, don't be scared, Harry. Ask me a question.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I like how it's just his voice ringing into the podcast.
He's always in our head.
I do feel like I need like my own inner Yanko to guide me throughout my life.
You should channel that sometimes. We should also channel our attention over there to the Veto so we can get into this game just as the timer at the very bottom says. Roughly 1 minute before we jump into this best of 3 with FaZe and G2. After that, we're going to be taking a look at Liquid Furia. So let's just go ahead and get our maps out of the way. You can fly all of them in as fast as possible. We do have Nuke, a FaZe pick, Dust 2 from G2. And where does that leave us, guys?
Train. Yes.
This is going to be an exciting series
G2 I don't want to say G2 have won this Veto, but I feel like G2 are in a very good place now thanks to this. Obviously, Nuke is really scary because FaZe have yet to drop it this year. They've taken over Vitality. They've taken over Mouz Sports. They've not had a problem on that map at all. So I feel like, Trace, we've had a lot of split games. We've had a lot of games where teams have won the opposition's map pick. I don't think that's happening. I think both teams are winning their map pick. We're going to 3.
Okay, yeah, that very much could be the case. Now, I would ask you who's going to win. I'm not sure that we have time for that, but perhaps we could get into what is the game. Oh, yeah, okay, so I just got the word from the head of League Ops and over there in the head of production. So what are your predictions? Let's go ahead and start over there with you.
I said FaZe before this series, and I'm just going to stick with it because I'm here now and I've dug that hole and I've dug my grave. But yeah, I think, this is the closest series we've had for a while, Trace. But FaZe, yeah, let's jump on that.
Yeah, I said GT before we got into this now. I just dug that hole. I'm just going to stay here and I'm just going to stick with them. I think this is going to be a close series.
I have a little bit of a heart divided on this one, but I also had to pick. And of course, I didn't tell you guys what I picked first. So
No.
I do believe in the FaZe project. However, G2 is where I'm going to have to side.
Look at him go.
I see a little bit of a tenacity over there. They look like they want to get volatile with things, so that's pretty cool. And Rushley, with the last pick of the draft, who do you have, Rush?
I think I've got a FaZe coming into this, actually. I do like Yanko. As people know, I used to be an observer like myself, so that's the reason.
Someone for you to look up to, basically.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, he's a pretty good guy to look up to, I guess. So we got a FaZe, G2 FaZe. We have a house divided. Rushley will be catching up with you in just a moment. But now we need to talk about the map at hand. We finally gotten all the nitty-gritty into the furnace here. We're ready to set it afire. Nuke is where we go, and we're going to find out exactly who wins on that one with G2 and FaZe. But the truth is, with both of these teams on Nuke, what do we expect?
FaZe have a really, really good T-side on Nuke as well. That's what we've been seeing since Katowice and even coming into the Pro League. So expect a lot of T rounds. G2, you talk about that Wendigo game in the interview, Harry. They like to bring the fight. I think if G2 are having trouble with FaZe's aggressive T-side on this map, they're just going to bring pandemonium. And I kind of like that idea, right? Just bring the heat, bring the fire to Yard. And yeah, I still think this one's going to be FaZe's, but G2, how much work have they done? That's another question we haven't got answered. With preparation coming off the back of Katowice, a lot of teams in EU, we don't know where they stand.
Yeah, and obviously we had both teams talking about the family matters in this, all right? The two cousins going head-to-head, Nico versus Hunter. I mean, that in and of itself is going to be a treat. I think that's going to bring a bunch of fire into the server.
And your dad's coaching FaZe.
Yeah, basically. I just saw whatever is left of Harry's soul just escape his body. Now, he doesn't normally have one, obviously, given his current parameters.
Look, man, we don't talk about that.
Now,
right?
I would even classify this as a hot match, too, if you think about it.
Oh,
G2
dude, I think
FaZe,
this
I'm sweating.
real hot.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the actual hot match is Liquid Furia. So that one's going to be coming up afterwards. But for the time being, we have Nuke, we have Dust 2, and we will be going to Train should we need to go that far. I'll be joined with Harry and Hugo here as we take a look at the first map of this series. And we're ready to kick things off, Harry.
Oh, man, I love it. I love letting the music hype on up. G2 going to start off here over on the CT side. FaZe beginning their adventure here on the T side. That's G2 picking CT to begin with, unsurprisingly. Ramp control taken here by FaZe, fast and aggressive. Jax is in a lot of danger and he gets caught out. Rain and Brokey are going to get 2 kills between them.
Oh,
that's the smoke making the door open inwards.
Oh, G2, they're going to try and make in this round back into control. It's going to be Nexa finding first blood for the CT side. Bomb is taking FaZe, get aggressive and not to their advantage. Hunter, 3 kills on the retake. They just deliver themselves to him. And now Nico, he has got to deliver us from evil. A 1-on-3 on this B site.
Hey, Hunter, it's your cousin Nico. And they're not going bowling today, actually. G2 are going to lock in that pistol round. And they'll go 1-0 up to kickstart this.
I can't wait to see Hunter's kills from his perspective. I mean, FaZe, I like the idea to get aggressive in the advantage and you know, catch G2 in secret, but Hunter hit some absolutely ridiculous shots. Nico's sitting there going, guys, why did you push? As his entire team get off it up. 1-0 lead for G2. They take the start on the CT side. But FaZe's bomb plant at least gives them a bit of money, and FaZe go in with the Deags. You see a lot of teams forcing up. FaZe, they've got some great individual players, so having Deagles in their hands is still very, very dangerous. G2 can't afford to be kept sleeping at the wheel. I mean, looking at the names behind these Deags, Rain, Cold, Nico, those are scary names.
That is the case usually. Here we have it. A little bit of a lull in the action.
Well,
it looks like it's going to be taking that action over here towards ramp room. Nico and company need to brute force their way through. Jack's waiting just on the other side with the SMG. We could be watching Blender. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Brokey. Deagle kill there on a Jax, and that's going to jumpstart the slower take.
Yeah, great flash, pushes Kenny back as well. That gives FaZe the room to get down towards B, but look who's here.
Yeah, Hunter arriving fast. And the Hunter becomes the hunted. Olaf gonna deag him down. Bomb now planted for FaZe. They went into this round with only Deagles, and they might come out of it with a round win. Still next to Amanek and Kenny left standing. Will they fare any better than Hunter and Jax did as they run into the moors of the Deagles? Brokies is doing damage, but the tag comes in. Olaf trying to turn this around, helped out by his old mate Coldzera. And now it's just Nexa alone in what was a 1v3. Does manage to deal with the first, but he's already backing out. The time is so low. And FaZe have had a decent amount of time to get set up in these post plants. So Nexa's just going to try and hold on to his M4. FaZe, they get their first round on the board right away here. They don't even full buy into this round. This was just Deags with a bomb plant in the pistol. They have got so much money. They could buy anything, man. They could double AWP if they wanted to. Now, they don't want to, but they could. And that's just wild to see this be the situation for FaZe right now. If they're smart about investing, you know, with 2 weapons saved, a bunch of Deags as well, you can invest into this and leave yourself with some money. So even if you lose this round to the force buy from G2 somehow, you still come into this next one with a very decent buy on the FaZe side.
A perfect position to be in at the start of your map pick. FaZe throwing the yard smoke, not having players, well, not having too many players cross behind it, rather. Only 2. It's a fast mini split towards that A site, but Nexa, he hears the footsteps and he's ready for the fight. Trade is there for Cold. Now, the man on top of the hut, he's gone as well. Big entries from Coldzera. FaZe, will they capitalize? Amanek stuck at the back of the site with only a UMP. This should be a free kill, and Nico takes it. FaZe looking to double down with their second.
Yeah, they might have just done this one as Kenny and Jax have to retreat out from the A site. They're looking to get their little hands on some weapons if they can. And something tells me that FaZe won't be too keen on just handing those over. And so it might just be 4 players staying alive here for FaZe. This good run continues early on. They're set off to get off to a 3-1 start before that first buy comes in now for G2. And even then, could come with its limitations. You will note that Kenny didn't really invest too heavily in this round. He's kept some extra cash in that bank account to try and bring the AWP out. And hell, if he can deliver some performances like he did just the other day, that'd be pretty huge for the G2 squad. Ooh, nice bit of retrieval here at the end. He manages to get out of it with a UMP and the defuse kit.
Now, I would say give that UMP to Jax. Jax give his D to someone else.
To Nexa for a trade, you know, like, because got to barter in these situations.
Exactly.
Currency is no longer. And they've got to just, now they're just going to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, who really cares, right? Like, this round doesn't matter, but, you know, having an armorless UMP is not going to be as effective as having an armorless Deagle and then an armored UMP. But, you know, whatever. Potato, tomato. As G2 have to deal with another fast play from FaZe in the yard. Kenny spots him, trying to get the wall bangs off. FaZe moved their way towards Secret. And I mean, we're going to see a lot of this on the T side. FaZe just having full dominion over this yard position. And G2 obviously on pistols are going to give it up, but I want to see how much stake they're going to put in taking this outside control when they have guns. Because right now they're stacked up towards Secret, expecting FaZe to come down lower, but that's the opposite of what FaZe are doing. They're moving towards Hell. Cole's holding for this position. He will get the info ahead of time. Good off angle. They're not going to be ready for this, and he guarantees himself a couple of kills.
There's one. And that's all. Brokey comes in to deal with Jax. And this round should get mopped up now nice and cleanly by FaZe. Rains up in Heaven. That should really seal the fate of this A bomb site. Heaven Plant will come in now. And with him up here, even if they manage to somehow get a couple of kills, it's not happening for G2. They're being very, very careful about this. They don't want to risk losing any more than they have to. They're even faking the bomb plant in a 4-on-2. And so Kenny, what can he manage here? There is a man holding for this ramp progression, and Olof is going to find it nice and cleanly. 4 players staying alive for FaZe. There's that 3-1 lead that we talked about. Kenny had his abacus out very, very clearly. He calculated that down to a T. He's got enough for AWP armor. Obviously doesn't invest in the head armor. He's up against the AK, so that allows him to bring out a smoke with it as well. Rifles across the board for G2.
Yeah, Kenny S, always an exciting player to watch with this AWP. Perhaps you're joining us from another game, or perhaps this is your first time watching this. And, well, perhaps you should also know, Kenny S, a legend. Multiple legends in the server. But this guy with AWP is deadly. Speaking of which, he finds the kill in range to start the round off. He's not going to be alone. He stays alive. Now down to a 3v2. Brokey and Olof need to go for the bomb plant. Olof can't secure the kill just outside of the hut. Just Brokey. Find himself in the upper site. Bomb down on the ground. He's going to backtrack, perhaps catching someone trying to flank him and shoot him in the back. But that's just not the case. Jackson, Kenny, and upper, they have sort of crossfire set up around this bomb.
Yeah, this is a hard one to win for Brokey. Like you said, you know, G2 playing together on the site, that enables trades, and that's going to make this the hardest for Brokey. Usually you'd have one player in the Heaven, but they've got the bomb down, so they can afford to commit as Brokey tries to walk through this hut smoke. It will fade at his feet. An opportunity dependent on timing. Jax is now watching the Heaven. He knows Brokey could be anywhere by now, and that's the intention of Brokey slowing down this round. Now he's got to speed it up. I mean, he doesn't really. 45 seconds, keep lurking until you get a kill. But right now he's walking into the AWP, and Kenny will not miss. Second kill of the round, and G2 get 2 on the board. But that said, I mean, we look at FaZe's early rounds on early damage. They are full of money. They win the second round off of Deagles and an Eco. So, of course, they can continue to buy up despite a round taken from the Frenchman. No warp on this T side. No bother. Don't think we're going to see another fast door play from FaZe for a bit because that got absolutely shredded by G2. Back to the yard, it seems. Or at least grenades there. No one following them.
Baiting out all this utility. Olof gonna try and get out, and here come the flashbangs. Olof somehow with the double. Oh, he's gonna look for the third, but Rain's there to take it from him. Big entries found by Olof there as he's flashed in towards the A-bomb site, somehow able to double down. Jackson, Kenny left in the hot seat, 2 versus 3. Are they gonna give this one a go?
That's a great idea from FaZe, rather. They send Olof out and they start spamming the hut, they start throwing flashbangs, but only one man commits. If Olof dies, they can bail and try and win a 4-on-5. If he gets kills, well, commit. And FaZe do exactly that. 2 entries from Olof, another retake from G2 with a man down, kitting Kenny, but they don't want to lose this AWP.
Yeah, they need this AWP. It's going to be pivotal to their defense over here on the CT side. Does look like they want to press the situation, though, and that brings Kenny S a kill onto Coldzera. Olof might start playing from underneath Heaven. He's going to spam Kenny into oblivion. He's just going to get the hell out of Dodge with 37 HP. There was no way that was going to go back the other way of G2. So we're going to see a 4th on the board for FaZe Clan. And we will continue.
Yeah, you absolutely love this decision, right, to come from FaZe. Olof, no clue how he gets that second kill onto Nexa. But he manages to deliver so much. Even the wall spam on, or rather the wall bang onto Kenny, right? Tags him down. It just guarantees that round for FaZe. 4-2 up right now. This round going to be lining up these outside smokes. They go in early. It's the full set to get them across behind red undetected and then cross down to secret. Amanek doesn't have any information as to whether or not they've crossed outside, but they know those smokes are in and they expect FaZe are going to try and use them. That nade finds some good damage onto Kenny. Looked like it was going to do a fair amount more, honestly. But now with Kenny's AWP here, secret control handled by G2, at least for the time being. This isn't where FaZe are really geared towards, though. They're going to try and split into this ramp room. Jack's now backing off. Plant might become clear to G2. They've rotated a third man down to B. Oh, but this isn't a B commitment. They've actually moved Nico out from secret and are now trying to grab held control. You've got to get past Amanek's Deagle, though. Jax has found one in the meantime. He's doing what they can to keep this even, and they do manage to get it back into a 3-on-3. Olaf has this dirty little position, and are they going to be ready for it? He spots the barrel. There's the lineup, and Olaf gets himself a double. Just Kenny left now 1v3 with this AWP. Likely going to look to try and hold on to it. Olaf would not like that, though.
Yeah, so far G2 don't really have such a strong answer here to this T side of FaZe. Olaf falls to get himself a really good position there. Got himself 2. So definitely worth it. 1-on-2. Kenny S versus Nico and coldzera in the year 2020. My God, what a ride it's been.
Crucial kill from Cold as well, right? He gets the bomb back in hell. Of course, Olaf really wins the round for FaZe, but it would have been lost in a 4-on-3 anyway if the bomb was held by Jax and he follows up with a second frag in hell. So, bit of a leg for Kenny. That might make Cold go down to the bomb, but he's running for the hills. Which will be fine. 5 rounds for FaZe on this T side. The last 4 times we've seen FaZe play this map, they have in each of them got 10. On the T side, they've gone 10 rounds, 9 rounds, 8 rounds, and 7 rounds in the last 4 games. And the 7-round one was after they got 9 rounds on the CT side, so they only needed 7 to close. Whoa. That just shows how good FaZe's T side is on this map. So this is not a surprising start. G2 are getting bullied a little bit, but they're coming back in with money. They got guns. And they got the AWP on Kenny.
Yeah, these deep outside smokes going to go in this round, actually. It's a bit of a variation on this. They go ahead and smoke off the credit card of bottom hell, and that's pretty cool. Allows them to push on up here, start to pressure this hell area on the map. You can see Kenny's getting a bit claustrophobic, although I say that he's giving himself more room. Wow. And Hunter doubling up down towards ramp has actually left all of this onto coldzera. 1v5, not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination, and you cannot imagine G2 are going to give him many opportunities in this one. Kenny is on a bit of an island right now, but he makes that decision to go falling back to ramp, rejoins the rest of his squad. They've got the bomb, they've got ramp room. It's under lock and key. And Cold, if he tries to sneak peek this angle, these are not the shots that Kenny misses.
Absolutely not. And good on Kenny to back up, too. He realized he was pretty exposed there in the hell area, so he backs off to ramp. 40 seconds left on the clock. coldzera just hoping and praying they feed him some kills.
And great patience from G2 not to do exactly that. Boosting up on the ramp. Unorthodox, but will hold the line if Cole were to come into the site. But he will not. Just going to be a save. 20 seconds on the clock as he moves towards CT spawn, keeping the Krieg for a rainy day. We've got money to buy round for FaZe, but if he were to die, he would be a little bit on the edge. So safer to hold on to this weapon. More valuable than the loss bonus that he would get. The 3rd round for G2, and clean as can be as well. Not even a kill coming through for FaZe in that round. And G2 loving it. They're going to make all the money, start to build up this bank account on the CT side, and get back into pole position. I wonder if we see Olaf take the AWP here. He would have to Kevlar it with no helmet, so he'll go with the AK safely instead. I feel like FaZe aren't going to be in a rush to try and get this AWP, especially not trying to take on Kenny in head-to-head battles. If you get a free one off of Kenny, maybe you take it, but
in the second half, we'll definitely see it out from that side.
Without a doubt. But T-side, some of these rounds have been really fast from FaZe, so looking to keep appearances up.
More pressure to the ramp side. I feel like that FaZe Clan probably realized they had some success there versus Jax in the last round. Gave him quite a bit of room to work with. Some nades going towards outside as well. To be specific, wall smoke. We're gonna see a Molotov pop there towards Secret so that no one can peek and identify that there are no T players from FaZe outside. They're back in lobby.
Yeah, can we quickly see what Nex is looking at right now? Number 3. I think he went through these smokes just a moment ago and spotted that there was no one over towards outside. So G2, I think they get that bit of information. Jax is holding close at ramp, and they are not ready for that. Jax mows them down. Kenny tries to hang around in the Molotov for a kill, and maybe wishes he didn't there. Doesn't matter because the round gets locked in anyway, and you would expect it to go that way with Jax with that kind of a mow down. AWP reinvestment has to come in for Kenny S, which is far from less than ideal, but yeah, this was nuts.
So where he's playing right there, right? So the flashbang comes in, lands just past his feet. It goes just past where it can actually do some damage to him in terms of him being blind. And right then and there was the actual fatal flaw that FaZe Clan sort of found themselves funneling into.
Usually that position is good for a kill, maybe 2. You're gonna, you see Jax is there, you peek it hard, you trade it. But FaZe, they just walk into the bullet storm. Jax has really, really nice spray control, and that's how he gets away with the kills. Keeping the bullets at head trajectory means that FaZe, the second they peek, they lose their face. Not how they wanted that one to go. That's back-to-back rounds. They've been absolutely mown down on ramp. So FaZe moving away from it for now. They still have 2 players in the lobby towards radio, but moving these Deegs in the yard. Remember, they won their second round like this, but of course they were up against less. G2 now have rifles and all, and the AWP watching yard. Kenny not letting them cross without a fight.
Nico, though, is going to be playing on top red. Again, just hoping that G2 gives them some sort of real estate. Look at this run boost.
Run boost, oh my god.
Here we go.
Yeah, nice.
It would have been sick if it worked, but sometimes it doesn't work. And when it doesn't, it really doesn't. Rain's going to try and close the gap. He does get shut down by Jax there. And that's the pressure of the close man alleviated. Olaf going to try and come in towards ramp room maybe, but Jax has actually now started to aggress. FaZe just hoping that these kills present themselves. And now with 25 seconds left and no opportunity really showing up, they're going to have to try and muscle their way into one of these sites. At this point, they're hoping for damage more than anything else. They're not even going for the bomb. They know that that's the best outcome from this round, and Cold delivering 1 kill is all that comes in. G2 5-5, going to tie this up now.
Certainly a nice recovery on the CT side. But FaZe, how will they right their wrongs? We've had double ramp rounds which haven't worked out for these guys. The last A play got dealt with as well from G2. Remember Brokey in the clutch. So what's the solution? Maybe just a standard wall of smokes for FaZe, go back down towards the lower bomb site, take Secret. We haven't seen that yet, at least not the standard outside smokes. Rain's going above on the silo to look for a kill. Nothing presenting itself though in a passive line of sight, just watching for the Secret push instead. G2 again watching yard from this very, very passive position. And that means they've got their rotates ready. They know what to do if they see these smokes come down from FaZe. If they see a wall and players crossing towards Secret, G2 are going to have the protocols in place. And that seems to be what's going to go down. These wide smokes from FaZe landing on the mini side of things. And towards the garage.
Yeah, several variations of smokes they're using out here.
Nexus Molly is annoying. It forces FaZe to walk close towards Mini if they don't want to get burnt and make audio, but he's playing around a smoke, and this could be a problem for FaZe.
His timing to slip back in is timed to perfection, but Rain actually able to readjust and gets that kill locked in for FaZe somehow, some way. Now with outside control going their way, they're waiting for this re-peak. They know the pressure is somewhat on G2, not only to try and get information, but just to try and equal the odds out a little bit more. 3-on-4 right now, and Hunter's going to go rotating down towards the B site. Jax here, only good for 1. Cold, quick on his feet there. able to pick up the trade keeps FaZe in the driver's seat. They'll duck down towards Secret they go, and Hunter is bested by Brokey on the entry. This B site now belongs to the FaZe clan side. Amanek tries to duck in through the vent. Bomb plant comes in with seconds to spare. There is still money for G2. Amanek can definitely justify having a little poke around and seeing what he can find here. That smoke goes in as he swings the door open, so now they know exactly where Amanek could be, and he just makes the decision to back on out. He's going to give this round over to FaZe. They will keep the game going in their favor.
Oh, there's a man behind him. I think he's been spotted. Olaf coming out from ramp and taking the CT spawn will deny the save. As you said, Harry, there's money regardless, so they can still afford to drop guns over, but FaZe get another rifle round on the board. It's been a bit of an absence of that. 3 rounds in a row for G2 before they get broken. And going back to this outside control, FaZe winning the fight versus Kenny, getting that trade after he only gets 1 off the AWP, and that is a crucial kill that gives FaZe the room to move. Kenny wants another try, another piece of the pie. He's back on the orb.
Always an exciting sight. Spectacle at that. Olaf real close to the squeaky door. Let's see if he's lining up here. Ooh, scary situation. Squeaky bump time here at the door itself. Next, really tight, and it's going to be Brokey that leads the charge. It's going to be also a flurry of trades coming through. Now find ourselves down to a 2v3. Jax and Kenny need to get in and retake this site.
Life of a ramp player trying to push aggressively on that lobby flank. Cold's in an off angle to deal with it, and Kenny has to save. He's been spotted with the AWP in heaven, gets tagged to 30, and he's looking towards Mini, but FaZe aren't going to chase this kill down, so Kenny's not going to get given an opportunity to win this round. 7 on the T side at a guarantee. And they still want him.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, you're real happy so far with how this has gone. The pick of FaZe Clan. We got Dust 2 coming up and Train after that. Can you believe it? Sensational scenes down here, Harry.
Yeah, it's never been done before. 7-5 right now for FaZe, and they're looking to keep this hot streak on Nuke going. I mean, this is a phenomenal T side. This is what we've been used to seeing from them. It's kind of business as usual right now for the FaZe Clan squad, and that is not what you want if you are G2. You are looking to disrupt this as much as you can. It's an investment now for the G2 squad. Couple of pistols up around this AWP on Kenny. FaZe, they've been doing a great job of avoiding him, it feels like. A lot of Kenny's kills on the board have just been on the save with this AWP.
Oh, look at this.
They'd stack up onto the silo.
There was such potential. Now, Hugo, you said this, I believe, in the pre-match. You were saying along the lines that, hey, they're going to win their own map picks. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right now, that's proving evident. FaZe Clan up to 7, and they've decided their map pick.
I think it's even more likely that FaZe 2-0 than G2 2-0 this series. That being said, not that I think that FaZe are going to 2-0, but you know, Dust 2, a map certainly caters to the individuals of FaZe. And like many people have said, you know, it's one that doesn't really change. It hasn't changed, even with those skyboxes getting added, or removed rather, over on the B site. We haven't seen a whole lot of effect from that, and even pros have said it's kind of negligible. Fast round play for FaZe, 2 men here. One did drop down towards B, and the other dropped to the grave. Jack's hanging around. Amanek dropping one with a deagle. There's a chance here for G2 to make things sloppy, and they have, taking down Nico. Low HP on Olaf. If he dies, if just 1 bullet hits him there, that could be the round. Nexus still could make it so with a lower rotation of the AWP. FaZe walking right into a trap.
Yeah,
or not.
Nah, they ain't. They've left the bomb. They're going to go back for it. Olaf selling this fake down towards the B site. And this was all coupled with him flashing into hell. Cold actually peeked up a little bit later than that. They kind of double fake Nexa into this rotation. And now they seem to have a very good read onto where he's going to be. And that's because they're expecting him to have rotated away from A. The site is empty. The plant's coming in. And Cold will solidify the round. 8-5. And right now, FaZe are anything but cold. They've come into this looking hot to trot. G2 got to try and pick up the pace here.
perhaps will be, I guess, graced by the presence of Mohan towards the end of this map.
Ooh.
So that's exciting stuff. Launders for short. I think, for short, yeah.
For long.
For long. Launders for long. And this is a long half for G2. Jack's gonna try to get it going back the right way. Again, had a pretty phenomenal round there at ramp earlier on, but so far G2 have only given themselves 5 rounds on the CT side. We're looking towards the end of the half.
Oh, FaZe. They're going for the smokes. Hesitant for a second, but a man down in this round, and they have the utility for it. 3 smokes being lined up towards the outside. I expect, again, the double mini garage smokes. Yeah. Molly going down in secret. They don't want G2 to have any control here. Nexa going for the same thing. The FaZe have seen this before. They've read it. They should be ready for it. Nexa hits the Molly. That makes a noise. Rain is hanging around, looking for a gap in the smoke, and Hunter has that A site. FaZe want to split through main and come into A, but G2 have so many players here. They have the advantage. We haven't seen FaZe be all too successful on this top site, with the exception of just a couple of rounds. Especially with a man down and a smoke in the door. That's going to delay things for the time being. Olof has a main smoke. He was lining it up, but I guess not throwing it because Rain is coming in through mini, so it wouldn't really be of much help. 30 seconds, though. Hot roof Molly coming in, and FaZe will commit.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to dodge that up on the rafters. Flashes go in, but FaZe, they jump down through the vents, and they sneak on through. I like these decisions from FaZe in that round. They throw everything to telegraph an A play, and what this means is the players back in the A site just tuck in. They hunker down, and they expect this push. It never comes through. It comes in towards B, but G2 have done a great job of keeping this round locked in regardless. Fast rotation from Kenny helps out massively. We mentioned now, it feels like FaZe have just been dodging it. Whenever they've given him an opportunity, he's been very, very good with it. And in this round, he gets 2 to solidify a 6th for G2.
Yeah, part of that hunkering down actually played into their favor as the bomb was, you know, obviously in a post-plant scenario. You know, they're able to catch what was going to be Nico shooting some of the backlines, or at least trying to keep that bomb timer ticking.
So. Yeah, one thing Yanko mentioned in the pregame was you talk about Hunter and Nico and, you know, tendencies being maybe expected by Hunter, who will be watching demos. Nico, he's been lurking ramp a lot, and he's been getting punished for it in some of these post-plant situations. We've seen even Hunter read it before in the B site. Amanek just there coming in on rotate from heaven, and FaZe, last round of the half, last chance to do anything here. Still a great half regardless, right? 8 rounds is fine, but 9 would really be the cherry on top. What on earth is that smoke? Oh my. Did that even land correctly? I don't know, but FaZe are doubling down. They are pushing fast into the site. Rain inside of the smoke. How does he go down there? The trade is in, though. Luckily enough, Nico coming alive with a Deagle. Kenny pushing through a smoke with Nexa, and they get punished. It's going to be just Jax now, usually on ramp, now on a rotate. He's been flanking lobby, and FaZe have expected it every time. Will they expect this?
Look at him, he's already gotten out there. He doesn't see the second player, almost is able to net that shot, but it's Olaf that closes the half out here for FaZe. 9-6. We're gonna go to a break, we're gonna come back, and we're gonna take a look at the next half of play here at the ESL Pro League Season 11.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. past the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it.
Let's get back into the thick of it, ladies and gentlemen. We do have that of Olaf Meister here, displayed from the FaZe clan, taking on that of G2 Esports over on the other side. Now we're going to switch halves here on Nuke, and we're going to see exactly what it is that FaZe can do on their CT side. A little bit of a rougher showing for G2 on there, so perhaps there's an answer here from the French. My name is Trace. I do have Harry. I do have Hugo, and we do have the first round of this half.
Yeah, now I'm hoping already. I mean, we see the GG bet odds coming in now. They're going to keep this one in favor of FaZe, and that's probably a safe place to find yourself right now after that 9-6 half from them over on the T side. Now moving into the CT portion, I kind of want to see a real stark difference in how G2 approached this. You know, FaZe, it was very slow, it was very methodical, usually coming down to the final, 30 seconds of these rounds. I want to see a bit more tenacity from G2 early on. A bit more of a pace on them. That nade doesn't really find the damage they were hoping for, but Nico will remove one. And now outside control gain. They're going to start to push on up over here towards Hell. Kenny does have the bomb on his back. He's being very, very brave here, throwing himself up into heaven.
Nice.
He did it nice and quietly, but Jax, of course, there's always one who fumbles the jump. Usually it's me, and today it's Jax. Getting up into the heavens.
Yeah, there's not info that will get heard. No one was close enough, but you can see that FaZe are working it out regardless. They push lobby from both sides, from ramp and from the A side. So they now know that G2 are either in lower or wrapping heaven. Now they have a man down lower, so the assumption is heaven for FaZe, and I imagine that they are ready for this one. Rain, 4 and 12. Slow start to this, but we know how good he is on the pistol rounds, and this is his time to shine. With G2 taking their time to come in from the top site. 2 in mini as well. Rain is the only man here. That's the danger. FaZe have actually gambled towards lower right now with Cole coming in on rotation through the lobby. Rain ready. Quick shot. Drops 2. Followed up on 2 by Jax. And the bomb plants in for G2.
Yeah, Jax holding the vent. And Olaf. He definitely saw something. Now, I'm not saying that he knows that Jax is holding this close angle, but he certainly could. Vent now breaks. Jackson's headshot is pulled away, but Kenny, in the meantime, here he is, emerging in the backline, and there's a couple more than he bargained for. Olaf and Cold both in position, ready to secure that pistol round. FaZe, they're going to find themselves locking that in. Now, remember, this is their first pistol round in this series. It was G2 to win it back in the first half. However, they immediately lost the anti-eco, not even an anti-force spy in that second round. So this time, FaZe off to a blinding start straight away. And no money for G2 to really work with. I'm curious to see if they decide to invest.
Let's see what they put in the hands of Cold Sarah. Let's see what they're going to work with. Yes, it does look like they're going to acquire some weapons. It's going to be a FAMAS for Cold Sarah. 2 M4s, 3 M4s even.
no utility. This is going to be a dry run outside for G2, and that's when FaZe can really make this one clean. Or could be able to, not should, because these Deagles are dangerous. Nico coming in from lower. He's going to peek the secret stairs. Brokey should have the info on the cross, but which player will come into contact first? Because they are watching for Nico. They just turned away. Oh, Jax's looked back, but it's not enough. Nico foot taps and a spray for a third. Not going to find a fourth. Amanek hits a Deeg shot, but Brokey's going to move in now knowing the targets are low in number. Oh, dear. Oh, God. Yeah, body block Frolov Meister. Take the kill, and Rain will clean up the round.
Look at that. That's a responsible, leader within the team, an adult, shielding the child, basically, from the shots. Good stuff there.
That's what you do with us, Trace, you know? You watch out for all the bad things. You keep us away from them. I don't know.
Or sometimes throw us straight into them head first for our own good.
I mean, how else are you going to learn how to swim, guys?
Exactly.
Just thrown right in the pool, and there you go. Sarah.
11-6 here. FaZe, great position right now, but this buy is coming in for G2. Nades on the silo. We got a double glaive situation. FaZe are fighting behind the smokes. G2 standard smokes. You can see this from FaZe all half long. They're going to get their players down towards secret, or at least try. Nico looks to make it a little bit more difficult as he comes in on the flank. There's a late player, though. Timing is everything here for FaZe. Nico might have just found it. Oh, no.
Exa puts the KO back in Nico. Rain gets dropped down towards secret. And G2 running amok in this round. They've got outside control. Brokey, his scout, left us wanting a little bit more in the last round. He's looking to try and do his best with it here in this one. They get players across into Garage. They feign going into secret. It was all a bit of a ruse. And it looks like FaZe might have just fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. They're going to rotate all three players down towards the B site. G2, they will not be arriving there anytime soon.
I'm surprised FaZe have fallen for this. Half of it may be, just wanting to stay grouped and save, but, they saw G2 go down secret and then come back up when they killed the second player that was Rain outside. So assumptions could be made this is going to be a top site play, but FaZe not in the know. And no round for them at this rate. It's going to be G2 on that A site coming in from heaven. Full mollies over the bomb site as well, making sure everything is cleared out. FaZe have no possession over A, and they might just try and possess these guns for a rainy day. A save here for 3.
Yeah, I don't see any sort of desire for them to go for this. Not at this point. You are right. Also, we have this little bit of a lull. You can hit Control-T, okay? That means you don't close this browser window. You don't close the stream. All right, first and foremost, that's how you open the new tab. So Control-T, you type in as I read it. You ready? Shop, that's S-H-O-P .ESL Gaming. I guess I could spell that out for you, but it all spells itself. .com. Now head over there and check out the Gooseman 20 collection. I can't wait to ask somebody to have one of those hoodies. Nope. They do look pretty sweet. So yeah, head over to shop.eslgaming.com.
Hugo actually was wearing one. How would you rate the comfort factor, Hugo?
Very nice. Good material, Keeps me warm. All the things you need out of clothing.
Yeah. Basically. So you can go ahead and close that browser tab, or at least bookmark it, find it a little bit later. We're going to be jumping back into this first map of the series. Harry Russell, I feel like you've had a good day. You got Yanko to praise you.
To be fair, Yanko's actually always been lovely to me. So there's that. I feel like maybe there's a little bit of mutual love going on there.
Ooh.
Rain tagged up through the hut. Nothing to write home about. Outside smoke's going to get set up now from G2. Remember these for your matchmaking games. You just go up behind this truck key, kind of line up into the, I don't know, like the lip of the truck. I can't even explain it. The trucks have lips.
Eyes.
The trucks have lips. I don't know.
Yeah, and Cars, like the movie, right?
Yeah, exactly. But of course, the Piston Cup is sadly cancelled this year.
Oh, no.
Hunter gonna set up outside of the A site with this Molotov, looking to try and get that in to flush a player out.
Very precise.
He's lining this up with the lip of the vent now.
Everything's got a lip on it at this point.
On That's a Heaven Molly. And it will go through successfully. Cold, he's close on the site. He's thrown one through the hut, but these flashes are just non-stop. And he is stopped in the back of the site. Rain finds one before he gets traded. Brokey's been smoked off into Heaven, and FaZe have to concede A. That is an excellent execute from G2.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel bad for Cold. I couldn't help but laugh just with the amount of flashes that come raining in directly into his eye line. Like, you could see him looking. The flash goes off. Molly's still there. He's like, it's fine. Another flash. Oh, still blind.
Five flashes later.
Molly's still going. I'm still fine. They'll come eventually. Up, blind again. And yeah, the round is pretty much over on the back of that. G2 are going to take themselves an 8th round here to the 11 on FaZe Clan. I had to rewind that one quickly.
Had to rewire that one too. Think about it.
That's the thing, since getting over on this T side, they've been looking good. This is their 2nd round now back-to-back. We'll bring up the scoreboard. We can see who's leading the charge. Kenny and Jax bringing up the front here for G2. Olaf and Cold on the other side of things, looking great for FaZe Clan. Jax delivering the entry in this round to make it all happen. And Amanek with the important trade onto Rain. You know, once those 2 kills came in, the round was over, as we saw. There was no rotation. There was no going for that once again for the side of FaZe. They're trying to play it safe. They're trying to play it by the numbers. They'll head into this round with just these saved weapons to work with, although don't underestimate them. We've already seen these kind of finicky force buys from FaZe produce some pretty good results thus far.
G2, very passive outside. They're waiting for FaZe to bring aggression, potentially, with the low economy that they do have. 2 pistols behind the saved guns. Nothing happening outside, though, for FaZe. Olaf is keeping an eye on it. Nico as well, hell side. It's a nice grenade. Rain gets absolutely blown out of the water and finished off by the rifle. G2 start to move through the yard. There's not going to be anything here to stop them. The smokes are down, wide smokes as well, the ones that FaZe were using. Nico will look to try and fight through the credit card. The flash actually blinds him as he comes through, but it doesn't matter. There's a smoke in his face. There's nothing he can do anyway.
Almost. Nico.
They're really taking their time. They want fights. G2 are hanging around looking for kills.
Brokey on the scout. Nico towards the close blue. Is going to get the drop on a Kenny. This is starting to go awry for G2. They found their way into big garage. For the time being, all very low. That's something you have to consider. Nico is going to continue his rampage onto Amanek.
This is scary, Trace, because G2 are trapped right now behind enemy lines, and Nico's just continuing to put up numbers. Hunter has to turn this around, and he's got to do it alone. This bomb is in garage. If he goes down, Nexa is so far away, and with only 10 seconds, they need the kills. They need them now, and it's just not coming in. There just isn't a chance in this round. Nexa might even go down after time. Cold actually doesn't want to risk waiting out the 2 seconds there to do it, and that's a 12th round on the board for FaZe. However, I think that one kind of, I don't want to say given over by G2. It's more like they walked into the trap that FaZe set towards outside. Their decision, as Hugo pointed out, to stick around and try and take these duels comes back to punish them in a very, very big way. FaZe had a great setup with a player in main, a guy in garage in the form of Nico. They had heaven rotations if needed. They also had Brokey back in CT spawn.
Yeah.
And so what that meant is the second you get into garage, you are pincered between the main credit card and CT player. And Nico was just able to isolate each and every one of these fights. Look at this. There's never a trade potential in any of them.
The way he's dancing around blue, just, you know, he's setting himself up for those one-on-one fights. Even though when he does peek and get that first kill, there's certainly a trade potential here for G2. But it wasn't there, and that's going to be all the difference. Freeze time comes to an end. That U.S. Air Force tactical timeout comes to an end. And we look at the 21st round of play here in the first map. Dust 2 next, Train after that. Here we go. Nico's going to continue his tear of outside. Drop the Molotov over there towards red. And that's what that's going to do is keep Kenny blocked in. It's going to keep the side of G2 from just advancing with a wall of smokes down into lower or even participating in a fight outside. You just see how weary they are. They're going to go for a boost here and perhaps catch someone up in heaven, but no one is home. No one's playing these reindeer games.
No, it's far from open season over here towards outside. Nico was looking for something, and 2 players have gotten down through Secret. You can see FaZe are aware of this as a possibility. Olaf in position down here towards B to hold on if needed.
Oh, the timing was just super awkward. I wonder if Kenny saw just the backside of his shoulder. The way Olaf a little bit cognizant of what could be going down, what could be transpiring here in Secret. After dumping a flash and being smoked off, Kenny is going to back out. Looks like they're going to have to readdress this. They're going to have to redirect their attention into upper. Cold Zera with the opening kill of the round. Green playing from the top of HUD is going to get spotted by Amanek, and here goes the tear. It's going to be G2 that are mopping up the site. Brokey and Olaf left. One from the vents, one towards Hell. AWP in Brokey's hands. We saw what he did with the Scout last round. Is rather comfortable within the scoped weapon.
Yeah, the tendency we've seen, though, from FaZe is just that they save in these situations. And it's because, you know, they've still got the rounds to play with. Admittedly, though, this scoreline is getting a hell of a lot closer. A ninth round now on the board for G2. Just 3 between them and FaZe at the end of this one. And, you know, at least with this double save, it enables you to come into this next round with an investment, should you want to, over on the FaZe side. But they haven't really been going for too many of these risky force buys, right? Even thinking back to like early days, think back to the pistol round in the first half when they went into that second round and actually picked it up. That wasn't a force buy, it was just deagles. So they really don't elect to go for this a hell of a lot over on the FaZe squad. And yeah, I mean, look, the money's pretty trash. They're likely just going to have to eco around this. And that should be, if all goes to plan, a 10th round for G2. But FaZe have been phenomenal in these rounds where they don't have a lot riding on it. So this game isn't really like channeled into the usual ebbs and flows of a Counter-Strike match. It's been a bit weird thus far.
Strangely enough, I mean, it's Rain, the only one that's sort of the odd man out here. When you look at the frag distribution across both sides, everybody's pretty much on par. Everybody seems to be just about neck and neck with each other. Just one thing you could say about good team-played game. Either way, Olaf's going to set himself up in the ramp room for business. The shop is open. Now, will anyone come into the store today? That is the big question. Look at this angle from Brokey. Does have the AWP saved from last round. He is just point blank and right up in their face through the HUD. Looks like he want to pressure that just a little bit more, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get good information from this at the very, very least, right? And there could be even more waiting for him. There is. Nexa is holding for this push. Now, as they see the outside smokes go in, this might want to increase your tendency on the FaZe squad to kind of probe the lobby even further. This has been their usual response to this outside control from G2, is they just try and figure out exactly what's going on by pushing the other extremities of the map. We even had Olafmeister looking like he wanted to try and push ramp room, and yeah, he's committed to that now. He's going to clear all this out, so the information will be gained for FaZe. Admittedly, it's in the final 30 seconds of this round, so now it should become clear exactly what's going on, and these rotations might look to come through. That said, B-bomb site's already fallen, you know? Olaf going to try and do what he can. He's got to deliver quite a bit, though, to really tempt them into this one. Brokey might certainly think about hanging back, but there's a kill from Rain, and uh-oh, that's an AWP picked up. This could spiral out of hand very, very quickly. All 5 players for FaZe Clan now arriving. Kills have presented themselves. They've been given a reason to give this a go, but Nexa and Jack start to get it back under control in a very, very big way. Brokey looking to leave, looking to hold on to this AWP. And he will get away. Hunter's going to hear him. G2 now know that they have secured this 10th round. They've dodged that awkward pistol situation. It looked like FaZe are about to get back into it. And they're even hunting down this AWP. They heard Brokey running away. They know he's headed towards CT. This is going to be a horrid shot, though, for Old Mate Jax. Yeah, no, doesn't work.
There was an idea there. Now, we do have a skybox here. What do you got for us, Hugo?
This is a really nice A-execute that G2 just showed us on that top site. But firstly, the fake comes through outside. That's the key start. You see those smokes go in the yard, and these draw early rotations away from FaZe off of A. What it does is it forces Nico to go towards Mini, and it forces Brokey out of the heaven outside of the A site. Following up, G2 go for this A side execute. They run on in, and we'll skip forward a little bit to show the utility they throw through. Lots of grenades going over A. We have Heaven mollies. We have mollies out of hut. Cold gets pressured close hut. He gets triple flashed out of the hut, and G2 just trade their way for the kills. You can see it's a 4-on-3, and FaZe have to give up the round. Broky's been smoked out of Heaven. Olaf is nowhere to be seen, and Nico's stuck down below as well in that lower site because of the outside smokes. FaZe, hook, line, and sinker, faked out and losing the A site. It was a saved round from them, and G2 picked up A.
Another stat coming out the way. Thank you very much, Hugo. Leading in opening kills department, 13-9, yet behind in multi-kill rounds, 15-13. That is G2 Esports that we are talking about. So far, they're starting to claw their way back to the game. Found some double digits, and now just 2 rounds shy of tying it up here with FaZe. Weapons back on the board for both sides, though.
Kenny's really feeling it with the AWP right now. In the CT side, he was 3-0 in opening duels, having not lost a single one in the half. Impressive stuff, looking to try and find more opening kills in this one, but smoked off towards the right. Olaf just hanging around. Kenny looking for a gap that is not to be. And even FaZe keeping G2 honest outside by still throwing in utility. G2, though, they've been waiting all round for this ramp pick. They're hoping that Kenny can find the opener that would give them the map control. But he'll back off, and they'll look elsewhere.
We're going to set up for outside smokes inside of G2. They're going to commit to him as well. Now, how will Nico react to this? He's been sort of a menace to G2 out here so far. Looks like he's going to back up. They're going to play for the lower hold rather than forcing the issue outside.
Well, that's if it is lower. Again, G2 have been so good at, taking secret and not always necessarily committing with it, just sending a lurk player down, and Hunter is there right now. He's going to keep these players at bay on B. 25 seconds, though. G2 got to make their decision soon. Hunter trying to fake this out. If he can get a kill now, that would be so influential in this round. But right now, G2 are focused on the top site, and I think FaZe have realized it as well. It's gone quiet down on the ground. Nico, shots not connecting. They go into the silo. Cold's dropped the bomb, though, with 10 seconds. That could be everything. That could be the entire round. Nexa with a trade, but they can't pick up the bomb. They're too far away. They need the kills, and Rain is denying them. Hunter gets on the site, but he's forgotten the package. Oh dear. It's a round for FaZe out of nowhere. They win it by just staying alive.
Man, G2, they've actually gotten too good at not letting that bomb go down now. And they give over that 13th round to FaZe. They leave it down to the wire. It's Cold's error with that crucial kill over towards CT Vent that drops the bomb and throws that whole round into disarray. FaZe, they'll take that all day long. That was probably one of the easiest rounds they've ever got, as now they are very happy with how this has panned out. G2, they try and take some outside control, and this is a hell of a lot faster than these previous couple of rounds.
Maybe it's what the doctor ordered, safer than leaving it to the 20-second mark and then losing the bomb.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are doing that, It's a scary trap to sort of fall in. You playing against both the CTs and the timer, or you're just a CT and you choose not to defuse. It's really up to you.
They forgot Trace, okay? It wasn't a choice. It was just a lack of something. Hunter, he's not lacking kills in this round, though. He drops Olaf in the vents. Nico's dropped the bomb again in the yard here for FaZe. G2 are losing players, but they're also gaining kills. 3-on-3, back and forth situation. Nico hanging around the smoke. They're not ready for it. Kenny Molly credit card, but he didn't know Nico was playing around the side. And FaZe back into an advantage, back with the bomb dropped again, and no one close to pick it up. It's all about kills here for G2.
Oh, but all the kills are coming up. FaZe, Hunter, what can he do here from Secret? Can he find anything just to apply the pressure? Ooh. There he is, besting his cousin Nico towards outside. Bomb retrieved in a 1v2 for Hunter. Down towards the B site he goes. Prowling his way into the front line. Rotation's already in from Brokey, but a missed shot allows Hunter to just balls to the wall, run to the bomb site. And now with the bomb down, maybe there's a chance. Brokey not able to get the kill and almost onto Rain, but he will deliver the hat trick needed to get a 14th round for FaZe on the board.
And the The bomb is behind the site. FaZe will get the defuse, luckily enough. So 14 rounds up on the CT side, and despite G2 putting, 4 bomb plants and forcing these saves from FaZe multiple rounds in a row, FaZe are still going to be able to get the round win. G2 have been very good at getting into the post plants here, but it could all be in vain in this map as FaZe sit just 2 rounds away from a victory, 2 rounds away from Dust 2. The choice of G2, of course.
And FaZe starting on the CT side there.
Yeah, never really one to care too much about who starts where on Dust.
Well, I guess I'll just go lay down outside.
Yeah, could you leave now, Trace? Thanks.
I guess I'll just go. Hey, thank you, everyone. I'm just kidding. This is U.S. Air Force Tactical Timeout. How could I ever miss that? What will G2 respond with here? They do know that things are getting just a little bit tighter here for them. 14 to 10. Looks like they're going to go for 3 AKs, 1 AWP, and a MAC-10 there on Omenek. What sort of round are we expecting to see? Perhaps a little bit faster play.
Yeah, I think the limited utility definitely going to lean towards that more. The MAC-10 on Omenek, right, all building towards...
Ooh, the big wall bang.
Sadly not going to find anything for Kenny. You would have loved to have seen that come through.
That lands on a player climbing up the ladder towards heaven. It's a timing-based shot.
It's all kind of hinging on this round for G2. They've got to find some success, and that there is delivered by Nexa. They do manage to get past Cole. This A-side play has given them some phenomenal results. All the kills come in. Olaf over here at ramp side. Kenny is already on the angle, and Olaf... yeah, seems pretty aware that this is a death sentence trying to cross this corner. He's going to get into a little hidey hole over here on the chairs. Try and hold on it to the AK. Nico in that boat right now down here towards Secret. They will get away with these guns by the looks of things. Nico, the only man who seems like he's in some degree of danger, but luckily enough, he's dodged it.
Oh,
I say that. Nah, he's dodged it. He's good. He's a god. No one's finding Nico today. 11 to 14. G2 not ready to roll over and die just yet. They've got more fight left in them. Investment back in from the T side. No money over on the side of FaZe Clan, so this could be a 12th round on the board for G2.
If they know that, they could run it back. They could do it again. FaZe forget the Molotovs inside of the hut, and G2 just storm that A site as a result. Now that FaZe don't even have the utility as an option here in this round, G2, as long as they're on top of the mats, as long as they've been looking at the numbers, an A-side play might be another call. But FaZe actually force up around these 2 safe guns somewhat. The Eagles and Armor, SMG, a chance, but certainly not pretty. G2 going back to a slower approach again. Ooh, Olaf could get flashed through here. I feel like that might be the game plan. Brokey doesn't have enough utility for it, though. Only nade smoke, so Olaf just has to commit and play anti-flash.
But with him shooting his deagle from ramp, that's certainly going to potentially draw some attention. They're not going to know that Olaf is close. Jax didn't see him. Elects to take the fight with Brokey. Brokey comes out 47 HP on the other side, but look at this by Olaf. He's going to continue to force it here. Jax is going to be the first one that he catches. He is just clamping down, strengthening his grasp here on this lobby.
Yeah, what he has done is cut off the bomb. The bomb's in spawn, and they wanted to pick it up and take it through lobby. So Kenny's trying to retrieve this map control they just lost. If they don't, the bomb will need to go outside, but that's a big kill. Hunter finding Olaf, and Nexa will go outside regardless. He doesn't know if that second man at the back of ramp has also pushed, and so we'll try and take it in his head what he thinks is safe. It might not be safe because Nico is coming in from lower, looking to drop this bomb in the yard. This could be a huge kill, and he's done it. Oh no, this is how things get very, very problematic for G2. They need to trade this frag, but Nico is tip-tapping his way to a round win. It's not enough. 2 kills. Bomb picked up with 30 seconds, and Brokey on an armorless Deeg has to do it all. They could just drop Vent if they're reading this. Oh no.
Uh-oh, bomb dropped. Hunter now down to the 1v1. Brokey is sweating. Over his Vent. Hunter's going to try and duck on down, and then they hear the Vent drop. Brokey now knows, has to start to pick up the pace.
Shutting the door behind him. Good stuff there. The bomb will go down, but he's not going to have too much time to find somewhere to hide himself. He goes for the double doors. Brokey has to know that he's close, and with the element of surprise, Hunter gets the shot off onto Brokey. And we see another round here for G2. They're staying alive.
Yeah, Hunter's really performing as well, which is kind of what you want to see when you know he's going up against his cousin. But we've seen a couple of those head-to-head fights more often than not go in favor of Hunter. And yeah, nice read on the B play as well. He hears the footsteps. He opens the door.
I don't know 100%, but Olaf usually has been going down towards those B site and opening up those double doors ahead of time. I don't think he did it in that round, but regardless, the doors were open and closed almost in sync. Brokey didn't look prepared for him to be over at the double doors, and I think it's maybe because the sound lined up. But that's just a small detail.
Yeah, it's deep details.
Very intricate.
We're reaching new levels here on the pro.
New depths, yeah. A small but deep pool of knowledge here on the desk.
Yeah.
Heights that have never been reached before.
Here you have it. Rain just outside of the squeaky door. He's getting a lot of sound cues here from where he's standing. And perhaps he's going to hear the fact that G2 are going to continue to play around outside. Let's see what Nico's got in store with him. Deagle up close. Doesn't get the shot off. Hunter. Quicker cousin has done it.
Yeah, another one of those head-to-heads. I'm excited to look at the actual stats and see, what the numbers say about those fights between Hunter and Nico. But from what I've been keeping track of, I haven't seen Nico kill Hunter, and I've seen Hunter kill Nico a lot of times. So
what you're saying is Nico is the budget Hunter.
I mean, I'm just saying Nico is Hunter's cousin,
Right.
Not the other way around. But maybe he could prove me wrong. Not in this round.
This little play by Brokey. Almost nets himself a kill there, but Kenny S overpowers him with the AK. It's just Olaf with the P250 and a 1v5 in a round that is certainly G2 Esports is. They're going to be going up to 13. My English going to work on that as well.
It's okay, Trey.
Yeah, you and Jax could probably go to like the same
level,
same classes.
Yeah, pretty much. I can't believe you'd say that about Jax, though. You know why?
Why?
Because he's Jax.
He is.
There's some respect on his name, Harry.
Respect.
There is respect on his
Two
name.
C's.
Respect with 3 C's even.
Wow.
Salute.
Capitals?
All caps. Spaces in between the letters as well.
Damn.
Respect.
Sending a message here, are G2 on this T side, though. 3 rounds in a row. And FaZe, they look like they had this one ready to close out, and they get broken, and now G2 should be back in
Rush is
action.
showing this off like it's a big lineup.
Yeah, whoa, dude, you
Look
can
at that.
Hey, Future Pros, try out this sick nade that you can use
And
to
if they're on
buy
that
a
ladder...
flashback.
But yeah, that is... I actually saw someone asking about that the other day. Why do they sometimes see pros throwing nades back in spawn? I guess, for new viewers, that is like a genuine question. And that is because sometimes you don't want the nades that you've picked up or retrieved or held forward from the round prior. So you can reinvest. You can swap it out. And that's what Kenny's done here.
Yeah. You can buy any combination of grenades, limited to 2 flashes. That's the only grenade you can buy 2 of. Then you have smoke, molly, HE, decoy. But we don't talk about the decoy, okay? Doesn't exist.
Oh, Nico put down the Molotov, and that's given him a gap in this smoke. But G2 realized that ahead of time, and they're going to go to throw down a third, magic number 3. Now, in the eyes of FaZe, this likely means that they're anticipating players have already crossed down towards Secret, and that's why we're going to see Olaf start to rotate round towards the B site along with Brokey. That is not where this play is looking to end up, though. It's the A side fake. A double hut play catches G2 off guard. It's still down to the 2 versus 2, though, and this is thanks to some heroics from Kenny and Nexa to turn this around over at the A site. Olaf and Brokey, these were the 2 players that started to rotate down towards lower. That's where Olaf finds himself now, trapped down in the vent. Brokey's up in heaven. He rotated through ramp into this position. G2, they're going to hold up. They're going to wait. Now, we've seen this punish them in the past. 20 seconds, as long as Kenny remembers, 4 seconds left, got to start getting that bomb down, and he's walking into the site. Looking for this plant. Looks like they might try and plant Heaven side, and this could leave them open to Brokey's AWP. He's going to flash himself in. Now they know that a man resides in Heaven. This double site position means that they haven't been able to spot Olaf coming up the vents, but he didn't go up quickly. Not anticipating the double site hold, and that means Olaf is caught. Brokey now alone at 14-13. No money for FaZe. He's got no choice but to back out of this round and hold on to the AWP and armor. It's 14-14, now all tied up. G2 with 4 in a row to get us here. still have the chance to end this one in regulation.
Yeah, Olaf does what he can there to sort of also, bomb what flashes he has into the site. Perhaps he can blind one of them, but also draw attention to himself in the vents, which would have potentially given Brokey a shot, or at least maybe given a little bit more of a window than he had. Because as he stood, he was pretty much blocked off. Good on G2. Now we have 14 all, 14-14.
Yeah, FaZe, they've got to play for overtime here. That is not the position we expected to see them in. This T side has been excellent from G2, and they have got to, just get 2 more rounds, and that's their map pick gone. Or FaZe's map pick done, rather. Almost hitting the wallbang. They're very, very close. coldzera's pushed towards the hut. We've got Brokey, AWP ramp side. G2 want to hit this top site. A contact play as well. This is risky against pistols. No utility from FaZe, just taking the fight. And they will come up all G2. Jax holding the flank, running through Molotovs, and FaZe are being picked apart one by one. Overtime or a loss here for FaZe are the 2 options left. They cannot win this map, at least not in regulation.
Yeah, it's another round where Brokey, his only option is to back away and hold on to the AWP. He's been bringing it forward, but we haven't really felt the impact of it just yet. He needs to step up in this following round with it. He held it forward for the last couple. It's got to deliver at some point. Nico, meanwhile, over here towards outside, looking to try and take a player down with him, maybe get away with a gun as he lurks back towards the lobby.
What a call to make in round 29, though. Just running 4 players through door with no utility, no info at the start of the round. They wait out what would be the timing for an early Molotov or a smoke grenade, and then they just go into the A site and they just trade their way in. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. And even having that molly on the backline guarantees the round win. Not only, I think it was Olaf has to run through the molly, but Brokey can't. He has an AWP, so nothing for him to do but save. G2 cut down the guns of FaZe, and now the last round of regulation where it all comes down to either a map win here for G2, 1-0 up in this series on FaZe's map pick, a map they haven't lost in 2020. 6 out of 6 played games for FaZe have gone their way, and finally they're being put to the test.
Outside smoke's going to go in again from G2, and this is enough to prompt the rotation of a man into secret. That's Nico. Olaf even got a bit twitchy down towards ramp side, but hasn't elected to come rotating out, and that's because Nico has started to push up. He sees that there's nobody here around these smokes, and so for the first time in a while, FaZe have been able to figure out that these smokes aren't leading to anything ahead of time.
I think we're going to see that top side play that G2 showed on the skybox the other round. We got all the utility going down, Molotovs towards the close positions, and the outside smokes to fake it out early, but G2 have thrown a spanner in the works. They've thrown a twist in the tail. They're dropping down ramp. They throw all the A utility, keeps FaZe there, and they head towards B. The bomb staying alive as Jax gets a kill into the B site. He is on a tear, looking to end this map, looking to send FaZe packing, and he just might.
Yeah, the real deal sealer is Hunter in the backline. Cold is about to get shut down. There it is, 16-14. G2, they turn it around. They managed to get the job done here on Nuke. They take 6 rounds in a row to make it happen, and they move 1-0 up in this series, taking the map pick of FaZe Clan. Dust 2 coming up next. You do not want to miss it, so stick around.
Zero.
yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my ladder. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What?
Nuke comes to a close, but our coverage does not stop here. G2 and FaZe going toe-to-toe in a battle that is certainly drawing attention around the world. In fact, I think I saw us creep over the 100K mark currently. So thank you all for tuning in and welcome to the stream. ESL Pro League Season 11 continuing on, and we're going to be doing that with Launders. We're actually going to be bringing him in right away, right off the top. Mohan joining us for a second time, repeat offender. What's up, Mohan?
Yo, what's going on? It is around the world. I'm in Canada, watching internationally. And I am once again thanking my frontline broadcast talent for providing us entertainment during this difficult period. Thank you, guys.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Mohan. That really does warm my heart. Also, I see that you have adjusted your set of posters. You've sort of changed that around. So I guess that's cool, too. You were preparing this just for us.
It's, you know, there's not a lot to do right now. So I've been getting busy at home, at just kind of participating in feng shui, cooking, all the stuff that I wouldn't do.
Cutting your own
if I
hair.
had a normal job right now. Yeah.
I've almost mastered this whole art of like cup noodles. It's pretty wild. But speaking of mastering things, Nuke over there, what are you thinking? Do we have any masters for Nuke?
Nuke is so interesting for a lot of reasons. I think number one, like credit to Nexa, an outstanding IGL for the amount of time that he's been playing with the team. They have such a high skill level across the board on G2. And I think for IGLs that have teams that are that talented, it's hard to rein them in and get them to follow your game plan.
Right.
That was the issue that Kerrigan had on FaZe, is that he couldn't kind of collect the egos, get people to believe in him when maybe it's because his individual skill wasn't quite high enough. And then we look at FaZe and they are similar. They have a very even talent stack, and their game has developed a lot recently too. Even though this is online, I think they'll continue to be one of the most robust lineups to play in the online and this current climate of CS, because they're extremely hard to read on CT side. As we saw, they do a lot of floating on CT side, and they trust all of their individuals to move around independently of each other. So I think they're a really hard team to practice against. And so I think that'll breed a lot of longevity. And that kind of CS is only available to teams that have such high talent on every single member. G2 could be like that as well. But I think they finally found a lineup after Kerrigan, where they're taking Kerrigan's style of CS, but applying it with even better players.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes hand in hand. We spoke to Malik in the post-game interview, the pre-game interview, getting ahead of myself here. Really and he went on to say, right, how he thinks him and Nexa have like one of the best working relationships he's had with an IGL, at least in this way, right? He says that they're like a dynamic duo almost. And I think that I think that shows, right, and translates across in the server, because everyone just seemed to hinge on his word. I think another man it's worth talking about, or rather one man that stepped up here was Jax at a Stellar game, right? And he was fitting in, he was getting entries all across the board, opening up so many of those rounds. I think it's clear that G2 are just getting more and more comfortable, right, as time goes on.
Yeah, Jax. A moment for Jax here. Okay, this guy is like automatic going from TSM to Cloud9. He's like Brokey, or he's like Rain joining FaZe when the team first was formed, and Rain was the underdog of the team. He was a founding member of the team, but not the best player coming into the team, and then became the best player on a roster that already had so many good players. Jax has done the same thing on G2, and you expect some kind of Kitty Genovese effect when you have a player to come into a roster with so much talent, where they could be lazy and only put up a 0.7 every game and still be passable. But Jax is constantly going above and beyond, getting 25 plus kills a game on a roster that has enough talent without him. So you got to really give him credit for that. He's been amazing. You think back to that ramp 4K especially, it was incredible.
Now, I don't want to jump the gun here, and before we go ahead and cut you off, I want to go ahead and give you this platform to sort of push any sort of socials that you want out there, Launders. We do have to let you go at some point, and now is about that time. So what do you got for us? Tell the viewers at home.
I got a special leak. How about that? Boxer,
Source 2?
My company, we make some clothing. We're going to be making skateboards. So we're going to make skateboards. We're gonna have socks, yellow socks, a couple of shirts to go with it. You can buy the whole collection. It's gonna come with an art book. It's coming out later this month. Right now, you can check out our store, store.boxer.gg. Buy from Boxer, support esports indirectly, directly, however you want to describe it. And other than that, you can find me on Twitter at Launders, or on Instagram, my more infamous handle at Launders Money.
Cool. I appreciate that, Launders. Hopefully we can get you back on here. And moreover, I can't wait till we get the sort of Rob Dyrdek project off the ground with Boxer. I can't wait for all of us to kind of move in together and make videos with one another and try to use half.
We're going to dark slide into the future, Trace.
We are onto something here. Mohan, I'll let you go. We're going to jump into Dust 2 next, and that means we got to go to a break now. So we will see you all when we return. Don't move a muscle, and if you do, well, make sure you're back with us when this game kicks off.
He wasn't a classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
Inside me, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Oh, wait, we're back here. But didn't see you all there. Welcome back to the hot match of the day. FaZe Clan taking on G2 Esports. Now, if you are wondering what that song is, that is Chasing the Night by Diviners. And of course, you can find that over in the Spotify playlist for the ESL Pro League Season 11, marching on right here, right now on the Dust 2. We're going to see G2's map pick come up after they did pick up the first map of the series, which does leave FaZe Clan down just one. This is the place to be right now. Thank you all for joining us. If you are out there on this lazy Sunday, if you find yourself inside in a dreary Sunday, I'm going to have to ask you to go ahead and tweet about it. Tell somebody, come watch Counter-Strike, because there aren't a whole lot of other traditional sports going on right about now. So this is what you want to grasp onto. The second map of the series, guys. We jump into Dust 2. What are we expecting?
We're all that's left, Trace, with a final bastion here for the esports world, hopefully.
Final bastion?
Yeah, you know, he's somewhere else. We got Rush observing this one. But either way, Dust 2, second map of this series, you know, FaZe already dropping their map pick. We have had a lot of cases in the Pro League of both teams picking up their opposition's map pick, going to a third, going the distance. I don't know about this one. FaZe obviously got the players that are showing through and performing at least today to play on this map. But it's getting a bit scary. G2 have been so keen to pick Dust 2. And even as Malik said in the interview, despite losing yesterday to Tyloo, not a problem. They're going to continue bouncing back. And they're feeling confident after their win.
Now, there's one guy that it's never a question of confidence with this guy. No. He's certainly on one. He's on a tear always in the server, and at least in the server for today. And this matchup, he's going to continue to be our observer. We do have Rushley joining us from the studio live. And, well, there he is. You see him right on your screen. Rushley, now you're looking at this matchup, and you're thinking, okay, G2, they win FaZe's map pick. Does that continue as we go forward?
From my experience, no. I see it very often where people flip-flop each other's map picks. So map picks, to me, don't mean that much, just because I've seen it unfold the way I've seen it go. But I think FaZe on Dust 2 should be pretty strong, right? But it depends on that Kenny S guy. If he's coming in there with the crazy flicks and stuff, that Kenny S guy can do some good stuff.
Yeah, that guy, he seems to know how to use that weapon, which
yes.
is very scary if you think about it and what he's capable of. Well, just to clarify, though, you did pick FaZe on your prediction. Is that right, Rushley?
That is correct, yes. That is mainly for the Yanko effect. Like I said, he used to be an observer, you know, then he became an on-screen talent. You get where I'm going with this. Then he became a coach. So it's kind of like my trajectory, it feels like. I'm starting to get more of a FaceTime here. So I think I'll be, I might be coaching G2 in like 2 years' time.
I think you're due up, Rushley. Harry's got something. He's been thinking about this one for you on your behalf. What's up, Harry?
No, I was just going to say, I love the amount of screens with your face on in the background. Like, it just gets plastered. Look, whenever we cut back, there's one there on the left. There's a few more behind. We can see everyone else waving away.
Yeah, they're all back there, all these people, you know. They're doing some good stuff, working hard.
Yeah, they are, I guess, the brains of the operation right behind you, and you are the eyes. Now, speaking of the eyes, you have laid yours upon the next map. Rushley, I need you to do one of those things where you, like, you give us a Hey Future Pro into the Hey Future Pro tip.
Okay, do we have pro tips coming up?
Yeah, no, you're throwing
Okay, well, I probably did some cool stuff on a server to let you know. So, Hey Future Pros, check out this video. Hey Future Pros, back to Dust 2 today with a neat smoke that I saw Glaive throw from mid to the B doors. This smoke will isolate the site player and allows your team to not worry about the door at all. To throw this smoke, it helps if you take a bit of cat control first. But after that, head to this doorway and line up with the second railing. Aim just below the top of this left pillar and right up to the cable. For me, I find it easier to aim right on the line of the cable parallel to the top of this posting. Then running jump throw the smoke before you hit the low wall and voila! B-doors will be covered off. After you have thrown this smoke, I would stick around mid and hold off any rotations or have an early hunt on those saving CTs.
Well, it is a pro tip brought to you by Rushley, and of course, these two gentlemen learning every single time. What are we learning about this match going forward, and what has Rushley just educated you on better yet?
Just a couple of smokes, as Rosh often does, right? He's a real menace when it comes to getting those downrange. I love the Future Pro stuff that he works on. I think it's great. I think it's a nice little platform for us to help inform the regular players sat at home gaming away. But for this matchup, Hugo, you know, looking towards what we're about to have on our screens heading into Dust 2, obviously, I think, you know, maybe a positive here for FaZe is that we had a pretty good performance from Brokey and a good game from Olaf, right? Yeah. And these are the players that we often see donning the AWPs over on this side of the team. So, you know, I think maybe in that sense, you've got someone that can try and match up against Kenny.
Yeah, good luck, though. I mean, Kenny is on one right now.
I'm trying to paint a pretty picture.
He didn't lose an opening duel. And when you got someone like Jax as well, who isn't necessarily even in this team to be the star, he's topping the server at 28 and 24 over on Nuke. Like, that's a worry for FaZe, man. You know, great to see from Jax, but down on their map pick already. As Rush said, map picks don't necessarily hold as much weight, especially not online. I think, you know, that is just factual. You can't really argue with that. You know, most teams can play most maps. And, of course, you know, the maps that teams can't play are their instabans. so you never see him. So, yeah, you know, I feel like FaZe have a great chance of pulling this to 3, but I really don't know where this one's going. It's all over the place. And a man who's also all over the place, Harry, is on the other side of the room. Let's throw over to him. Trace.
I guess I'm kind of all over the place as I drop everything that I need for this little segment. Of course, things couldn't go possibly any wronger than that. I guess losing your own map pick. Anyway, let's start talking about some of the playmakers here, and at least some players that I've identified that are someone to watch. Now, Nico is always a guy that is finding kills. He's currently running the board when it comes to hitting a shot. Guys, I mean, is there any way to disagree with that? Do you have any way to refute that?
No.
I mean, maybe. Like, you know, it wasn't like an incredible game from Nico. He had a couple of like big moments towards outside where he was able to lock it down. But honestly, I think G2 did a pretty good job of kind of limiting the amount of damage he could find over on Nuke.
Yeah, and the stats that people probably want to hear as well. Nico head-to-head on Hunter. Nico gets 3 kills on Hunter. Hunter gets 5 kills back on Nico in that map. So losing the head-to-head overall, obviously none of this really matters. You know, it's just a storyline. It's flavor. It's a spice, Harry. And we like a bit of spice here at the Pro League.
Now, let's add on top of that. Now, there's another guy that's been a playmaker throughout this series so far, and you guys can tell me why. His name is Jax.
Yeah, you know, he was phenomenal on the entries back at Nuke. He was the man keeping G2's hopes alive over on the T side, it felt like, at least in the early stages. And then towards the latter stage, he just flat up started flattening FaZe single-handedly. That final round was a great example. But you also had that stellar ramp hold. On the CT side, his impact was surely felt by the FaZe Clan squad to boot.
Okay, so another player to watch, and he's certainly showing up in this series. I'm going to pick Olaf. What do you guys think?
Yeah, always a safe bet. I mean, he was the top performer of that map for FaZe. You know, we see him on the AWP a lot. You know, FaZe have said in the past, the AWP is dependent on, you know, positions, maps, you know, who's feeling it as well. And Olaf is more often than not in that gun. We see him take it on the T side, for example, more often than not. So I imagine we're going to see that coming into this map as well. Brokey can join him, but yeah, Olaf's playing well, so no reason to doubt him in this series.
Well, let's run it a little bit further, right? So we know what the next map of the series is. It's going to be that of Dust 2. So I'll try to stick it here. I think the thing might be a little broken. Anyway, so we got it on the board. That's a good thing. Now,
Dust makes me tilted as well, so that's perfect.
Yeah, you know what? Shout out Dusty. So we have Dust 2 as our next map, but not alone. We do have Kenny S as the top opper. He is on fire as well. This is a guy that's also hitting shots. Can anybody refute that over on your end?
No, I don't think there is any refuting that Kenny's looking good, right? And that's been the case throughout Pro League thus far. He had a monstrous performance just the other day. And, you know, while he isn't in the server dropping, you know, like ridiculous numbers right now, he's still up towards the top of the board, right? He's still, yeah, exactly. And it's still enough to get that win on the board for G2. And that's exactly what they were looking for and hoping for over on Nuke.
You know, one thing I'm sure you're very happy to see with Kenny, I mean, we casted his first Vertigo game ever back at DreamHack Tour.
Yeah.
You remember a while ago when that map finally came into the pool. He has been great on Vertigo ever since, even dropping, I think it was like 35 kills versus Tai Lu yesterday on that map. So yeah, Kenny is all over Vertigo. We love a bit of Vertigo. Sadly, not in this series, of course. It was FaZe's insta-ban, but maybe we'll have more of that in the future, Harry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a map that suits itself really, really well to his, like, flashy AWPing style, right? Yeah, exactly. He looks so comfortable in these situations that a lot of AWPers start to panic in, and that's just the Kenny S effect, Trace.
It is, which is a scary thing, especially if you let it get away from you. It can really start to take over entire matches. You look at Dust 2, and you know that G2 have a comfort zone there on that map. You know that they are one that they can put some serious fire down range, and that might even be the difference maker in closing this series out in 2 maps rather than 3.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it was a map that was very, very good for G2 early on. We kind of admitted, and they admitted in the interview, they've had a couple of stumbles on it as of late, right? Obviously, that Tai Lu game is one that springs to mind. But I don't think it's like a sign of the times for G2. I don't know, like the other losses they have, teams like Na'Vi, for example, another very proficient team on that map. So I don't know. I think this is one in the same kind of vein that Azza was saying yesterday with Inferno for 100 Thieves. It's a map that they feel comfortable on. They've got all the routines set on. They know what they're doing, and so it's just like a safe pick for them.
Now we were running into an issue here for just a few seconds. That was some G2 players experiencing some issues with their ping. So that should be cleared up. That should just about be right, and it should put us about a minute before we get into the game. 1 whole minute, guys.
Yeah.
What's on your minds?
You know, one thing I was going to say is one thing that's exciting about this series is we don't have teams that have the excuse of, online play, you know, and obviously that is a fair excuse for a lot of teams that don't play online, but both these teams have said they feel comfortable taking it to the online servers. You know, even Nexa and Hunter, obviously, like you said as well, coming in earlier, that, you know, that's where they started their career. That's where they're comfortable. Even Malik saying that the rest of G2 don't have problems here. So, you know, I feel like this is really good. We finally got a game where, you know, everyone's feeling it, and I think we still have a chance for a 3-map series despite the early one.
Now, we get to that third map. That's Train. We got Dust 2 next. And there's just so much of a comfort zone, I guess, also across the entirety of the map, right? This is a home map for a lot of players, much less teams.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like one of the most recognizable, if not the most recognizable game or map rather in an FPS game, right? Like everyone knows Dust 2. And as Elise said yesterday when we had him on, it's a map that has remained pretty stale throughout its entire existence. You know, nothing really changing, nothing really getting switched up all too much there.
Well, you asked so many times that you made it happen. You actually typed that many lines of start the damn match. Well, guess what, Hugo? We're starting this match. We're starting on Dust 2. We've already seen Nuke played out. Perhaps we go to Train, but it all comes down to this. Can FaZe bounce back on G2's map pick? What will happen, Hugo?
Well, who knows? We'll have to wait and find out, Trace. What I can tell you is both these teams on 3 map loss streaks on Dust 2. It's time to break the curse. It's time to break the fold. And it's time to get into the action. ESL Pro League Season 11. Let's get it on.
Yes, getting it on we will. Dust 2. CT start here for the side of FaZe Clan. Looks like Nexa wanted to set up an Xbox smoke. Didn't throw it. But they're going to show a little bit of presence at long.
It might be a late one instead. They're holding on to this utility here on the side of G2. So not initially taking long, but Rain will force the fight instead and take down Kenny S. Amanek still here with a bunch of nades. Doesn't want to lose them. That would leave G2 with almost nothing in this round. A 3-on-5 and 1 belter utility. They have middle. FaZe are with the advantage double stacked inside of B safely. Brokey watching the doors. G2 still hanging around middle, still working out how to make up for this disadvantage. Next is going to flash his players up on the catwalk, try and take control towards that A site, but look at the site. 3 players on top of it, inside of it, and aggressing towards the catwalk.
Ooh, well, that offers up a kill to Jax here. Oh, a double kill. Rain almost getting the collateral there. It feels like Hunter is the one to perish at the hands of Rain. He's got to keep on tapping them down, though. And he will come in with a third. Rain is extinguishing this A play right now. As it's only Amanek left standing, Rain is on for the ace. Brokey deletes him on the cross. The bomb never even makes it into the site. Rain with a stellar pistol performance there. And FaZe are going to find themselves the pistol round once again here, similar to how they did back on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, Dust 2, not the map for 4 spies, you know, especially on the T side. Deagles are nice, but you don't want to dig yourself a hole if you're G2. Just take the eco here and now. Buy up in the next. Glocks are all they have. You can use this as a tack pause if you want. Take your time, but they are not waiting around. They're going to run towards catwalk. I like the pace from G2. This often leads you with bomb plants, but they really just have nothing. FaZe, a scout on the site, should be able to hold the line with a couple of USP kills. Nico tapping away, but then multi-peeking him. Nico, it's a pistol round, and he's got 4. Oh, dear. Eat your heart out.
Good stuff there from Nico. Of course, with just Glocks in that round, G2 really weren't poised to do anything super successful there. And you said it might have netted them bomb plant. Now, that's a pretty good observation as to how that could have went down, but it's just not the reality of the situation now, is it?
Yeah, if you run up that catwalk with, you know, Deagles and P250s and just a bit of utility, a flash for the corner, you can sometimes, you know, get a kill CT or the man on the site, and then suddenly FaZe, you know, they have to give you the bomb site. They have to run back long and play retake, because a gun picked up can give you a chance to fight, and, you know, those ecos can fall apart, or those anti-ecos can fall apart, rather, for FaZe very quickly. So sometimes it's safer to give it up, but not in that one, not when Nico's hitting shots like that, and he's going to have to do it again.
Again, we do see that of G2 setting up for some action on the catwalk. Jax with a stellar catch of an HE. Smoke out just offside of bricks. They can run off cat towards elbow. But will they? They've also found themselves out middle. It's been all over roots. They ran back to the B site and a great flash from Brokey. Nets Coldzera. 3 kills before he's taken out by Kenny S.
That would have been a great lurk from Jax if this had gone a little better for G2. If they'd gotten into B, he could have cut off the rotations and won them around, but unfortunately, now he's just stuck alone, being pinched by multiple positions. Nico will hit the shot, and that's FaZe up 3-0. Great start to the map pick of G2.
11 out of the possible 15 kills in these 3 rounds have come from just 3 individuals on the side of FaZe Clan. pretty ridiculous there, and that's just like the multi-kills being offered up I'm talking about. You know, we had it's not Cold, sorry. We had Cold Zero in that round with 3, and then Nico and Rain back-to-back USP 4Ks in the A bomb site, which is a very weird one. Just Eagles in now for G2, and this should be a shot at a pretty easy 4th round from the FaZe clan side. It's that 2nd round all over again.
Slowly does it up towards the short area. G2, once again, back in familiar territory, but it's not been kind to them in the past. Neither of FaZe. Nico and Rain waiting around on this A site. Nico's going to be making first contact, baiting them in, and then falling back, making G2 think they have A, only for Rain to deliver them some death. Run boost though for G2. Are they going to flash it? No, just dry peek for Jackson. That grenade should finish off the job. Rain will do it instead, peeking out wide. Nice grenade from Nico. And he can just fall off whenever he feels like it, because Rain is still here. Well, I say that. Rain was still here. Amanek's going to hit the Deeg, and this is how these rounds fall out of control. FaZe need to give the site away. They need to play for retake here, and you can see Nico falling off on long, allowing them to get control. Should still be a FaZe round. They can't get that gun from Rain either. It's in the round.
Oh, Amanek's Deagle will find another head here. Tags through the box from Nico. Brings both the site players down. That Molotov might just seal the fate of Amanek, and he will get roasted, toasted in the fire and the flames. Hunter, the last man left, gets put in the ground as well. And the defuse comes in for FaZe Clan. 4-0 up. With a bomb plant, with the loss bonus maxed out for G2, this buy is going to be fantastic here heading into round number 5.
Great shots from Nico, though. He really just lights him up, makes him low, and makes it easy for FaZe to get that retake underway. Exactly what you need. 4-0. We've already said, you know, these series often go 3 with both teams taking the opposition's map pick, while FaZe are on route to do that right now. G2, though, slow start. They have the same on Nuke, and they still pick the back up. It's going to be Kenny looking for the AWP pick, and they are not ready for that fight. Rain getting picked up early. G2 a man advantage, and they're going to commit. They are late to the party. This has allowed a man to get close. Nico, oh, that Molly's going to push forward. They have to commit into the AWP, and he somehow gets away with his life. Dink down, Olaf going to swing, and he gets traded by Nexa. Kenny even finding a second AWP kill onto Nico's repeak. A dangerous decision that will come to punish FaZe.
Yeah, double swings down for the cross. Brokey not given any angle to peek through. Cold, not even really committing to the rotation, starts to slowly trickle into middle. But yeah, this is the save from FaZe. They just concede the round. Now, as they try and get away, Hunter was already dispatched to try and stop exactly this. However, he falls, and that's actually a Krieg now dropped over here in the tunnels. That's retrieved, thrown back to Cold Zera. And if you're able to get out of this round, you know, with the double Krieg save and still plenty of money on the side of FaZe, you're not that worried about anything just yet.
No, those Kriegs are lethal on the counter-terror side, especially on a map like this with well, it's what Rush would call a flat map. Rush, you want to weigh in on your thoughts with flat versus vertical maps?
There are a couple of different types of maps in the game. Flat maps, such as Dust 2, and then more fun, complex, big brain maps like Vertigo and Nuke. Those are the real maps you should be playing, not these flat. You know, everybody knows every angle. You peek a corner, they've killed that guy a million times in a row, so they know what they're doing. So the flat maps get a thumbs down from me.
Yeah, all right. Well, they are easier to observe at least. So
that is true. So I like them in that regard.
Yeah, G2 giving you a bit of a chance here, Rush. Take it where you can.
You talking to me, Hugo?
No, I would never do that. 4-1 though. G2, they get on the board, they get this one done. Talking about those Kriegs over FaZe, again, you know, holding headshot angles like on the site, they can be very good. Nico is here on A. And once again, G2 just going to set up for this catwalk play. This time, long split is an option, and they have 3 players coming through there. Olaf has to hold his own.
Yeah, also in this round, FaZe have moved away from this double A-side setup that they've been running. Instead, Rain finds himself down in CT.
Ooh.
So this A-side, a little less defended than usual from FaZe. Rain trying to rotate up, and as long as he gets ahead of the catwalk players, that's all that matters. In the meantime, Olaf gets dropped down towards long side. The flashbangs have been very, very good at denying Nico any of these kills, and Hunter's going to chime on in with one of his own. Bomb plant can be found here for the side of G2, and likely this is going to be Brokey and Cold back-to-back saving, as is often the life of this B site player.
Yeah, bomb thrown over on the run boost. Nico, he doesn't go for the timing shot there off the AWP. I think he assumes they're not going to swing on that flashbang, but if he went for a shot once he got blinded, he definitely would have got a kill. There were 3 players crossing past him. The timing was there, but not taken. Cold holding onto his Krieg. And G2 doubling down with the second round. They deal with the AWP and take the A site. We're seeing Nico often use this AWP over Olaf for the time being. Wonder if that will remain to be true. Olaf deep down in the pit in the previous round. He gets so much damage off with a flashbang from Nico, and he tags Nexa and Amanek down low. You can already see the effect of that. They are still alive and kicking, and those kills will never finish off by FaZe. 2 rounds to G2. Gamers 2, as they once were formerly known.
Well, we're all gamers too, in a way. FaZe Clan boasts an incredible 66.2% of opening duels won on CT side, Dust 2 in the last 3 months. The average is 55%.
I like that, you know, when Ben throws us a stat, he gives us context. He lets us know, you know, this is what the normal is. This is what the average is, and this is how FaZe are exceeding that. That's a great stat to have. But right now, it's not working wonderfully for FaZe. They're on an eco.
Yeah, you gotta hope that these 2 saved Kriegs that have been saved back-to-back can deliver a hell of a lot in this round. If you're FaZe Clan. Brokey might be given a chance now. Gonna flash the peek in for Olaf, and that's a good flashbang. Once again, lots of damage done by Olaf Meister, but not quite the kill. And now he's gonna rely on his teammates to try and finish the job. Brokey spamming this smoke. With so many players crossing behind it, it almost feels more impressive to have missed that than to have actually not managed to tag someone crossing. Cold Zera in the meantime has left FaZe in a 3-on-4, but once again, it's the save. This time they managed to nab an extra Krieg. So slowly but surely, they're increasing the Krieg counter over here on the CT side. However, you know, is that going to transpire to any more round wins as G2 continuing to put up rounds now, 3-4. Getting some flashbacks to Nuke. Similar start here, right? With FaZe taking an early advantage and now G2 starting to find their footing further into these rifle rounds.
It's to be expected, you know, G2 obviously not having guns at the start of the map. As soon as they get the AWP and Kenny, he finds 2 kills in the round and they haven't lost any since. You know, Mohan was giving a credit to Nexa as an in-game leader. Certainly a versatile one here for the side of G2. He's got a game plan, and he's got some incredible players behind him to help him achieve that. Now, FaZe, they have money. By coming back in, the triple Krieg carry that he's talked about, it got saved. And now we need to see it put to good use. The AWP is in the hands of Nico. Olaf does have the old Craig. And where do we go from here? A single smoke for the cross, a solo player towards B, and mid to be conceded, at least for the time being, for FaZe. They're double boosting Catwalk as Olaf comes late into position. Both these Kriegs, or actually one of them being an AWP rather, up on Cat. They could boost Nico into a position to watch lower. Right now he's just holding for the contact. Rain ready with a Molotov if contact is made. In the meantime, pressure being put on B by Hunter, but that is only a facade. It's a fake. It's a long take as G2 push 3 players with the bomb out and about. Olaf watching it from the site, though. Krieg v. Krieg. Who gets the better of it?
You love the patience from G2, and they've been rewarded pretty handsomely for this patience, right? They show a tiny bit of presence in the tunnels. Brokey, who was playing mid, repositions. Now they spot this AWP over on Catwalk. Nico's not going to move. And that's because Rain, the other man who was boosted up here earlier, still lies in wait. Now they fall back as the long push looks to come in, but this is where the Kriegs can look to do their best work. Amanek comes in with a trade. Hunter in the back line. Rain gets deleted as well. And this A bomb site, somehow, some way, it looked like FaZe were going to hold on to that pretty amicably, right? They flashed the players at long. They have the Krieg peeking it. It feels like there, the round should be locked in. But Hunter steals it away from FaZe Clan. 3 kills in that round from him over on the catwalk. The patience on that man is rewarded and often required in his profession. Hunter with 3 kills, securing a 4th round for G2.
Cold comes jumping through the smoke after that, and he hits the wall. He bounces. You can see, there's a little jut out on the left side, and you can watch Cold just, his head pops out. Hunter sees it. He takes a kill. That's unfortunate. And the gap in the smoke, I'm not sure if it was by design, but it will work wonderfully for G2. 4 rounds now. That 4-0 lead from FaZe has been long forgotten. Maybe we'll start to see FaZe probing here, right? We know G2's default is good, as shown in the previous round. They had tunnels, they had mid, and they had long with a late cat take from Kenny. But FaZe, they might want to get aggressive inside of the B tunnels, try and take some map control away, force G2 to sweat. Right now, it's being held passive by Amanek. There are grenades in the hands of FaZe to slow this one down with the smokes. Brokey has a HE as well to throw into tunnels if this were to be a B play. And it still may be a mid to B, but Nexa is holding long with the bomb, and FaZe are considering the aggression on this side of the map.
Well, consideration. Still have this idea that they want to press around and play on catwalk. Smoke out there towards bricks. Nico working his way back in. Doesn't want to let him get all the way around the elbow there of the site. The bomb has yet to show its face. They're going to regress long here. Or they're going to try to. It looks like a 2-pronged attack on the A site. It's going to cause rotation there from Brokey. He's going to start to look out towards middle and perhaps even creep on over. Olaf playing for pit. Rain very close. This has gone pretty well so far. It's going to be enough to back that if Kenny S out. The AWP gets out of the firing line. And now Nico, just trying to land some headshots with that scout. There's one. Goes for a second, grabs it as well. Easy does it. Can he lock on for another one? Is Nexa in the site? And the answer is no. Nexa, slick on the trigger.
And it's another one of these rounds where FaZe, for a moment, it looks like they're the ones in the driver's seat. But no, G2 have somehow made this look like it should be their round. Now, these Deagles were able to get away with a hell of a lot over towards long, and the scout chimed in as well. Can the Deags do it in the now 1v2, though? I'm not so confident. Nexa cements it with 4. And, we needed someone from G2 to step up after they fed the beast that was Nico's scout over at long. That round almost gets out of hand. Nexa just suddenly digs them out of the hole. They said it couldn't be done, but there he is shoveling away.
And, that wasn't Nico, of course, from FaZe, but that was a 2-on-5, man. Nico lights him up with a scout. Kenny gets a trade, and Nexa, 4 headshots with the AK, just tapping down FaZe with the pistols. That is insult to injury, salt in the wound. FaZe, they're going to try and bring the heat. We expected aggression. Well, there it is, right up middle. Kenny's missed the timing. He did spot a man here, but does he know how deep he's got him? Cold turning around. He at least gets a kill for that. Would have been awful if he went without one. But it's still not a perfect position to be in. 4 on 4. Nico watching mid with the doors.
I like the decision from FaZe, though, right? Just to switch things up a bit. And also, it puts like a bit of tension on Kenny, right? His whole responsibility being back in T-Spawn is to watch those mid doors. So the fact that Cold was able to push up and just rely on Kenny missing those shots, which I think is a pretty ballsy move, all things considered, is a nice show of force from FaZe Clan and leaves them in this 4-on-4. It's not often that we've seen them grab these man advantages early on, and admittedly, it hasn't stuck with them.
But will this long A play be crisp? Will it be clean? Grenade gonna come out, stop them a little short of their tracks, but they're gonna keep on pressing on. Just under a minute left on the clock. Both Rain and Olaf set up here in the perfect position for some trades, and they're gonna get just that. Eaten alive is G2 Esports. Kenny S, AWP, he could find a shot that would go a long way. Instead, he's going to find a grenade. 1 on 4. 47 HP. Nowhere to go. No bomb. Really nothing else to do.
The bait, and there's the switch. Olaf swinging. Kenny gone. He fires a shot, they hear it. Olaf questioning the second AWP, does not go for it. Nico will remain the only one on the CT side. But that's fine, given the AKs, given the Kriegs that FaZe have been running, no need.
Yeah, not just that, right? G2 haven't really shown any tendency to try and have Kenny be the man looking for these picks. Instead, he is just playing that T-AWP role, right? Watching for the mid-cross. If he has a long spawn, wouldn't surprise me if we see him go for those kind of shots then. But you haven't really been having to deal with, like, G2 sending out 1 or 2 players in search of this first pick. And that's where the AWP can really excel, especially that double AWP setup. Instead, it's kind of just been these grouped plays of G2 amassing the majority of their players in one spot. And that's left FaZe in retake scenarios a hell of a lot of the time. So, you know, you understand maybe moving away from the double AWP. Rain having a tactical change during the pause, switching the batteries in his headset. Man comes prepared with extra batteries for his headset. That's what you like to see, Rain. None of this, right, we do need a 15-minute pause because my batteries have just died and I'm going to have to charge my headphones or play on speaker. And no one would want that.
You know, worst comes to worst, just take apart the TV remote. That's what I always do.
You're that guy in the house? You just keep removing the TV remote batteries?
It happened.
My God.
I ran out of batteries, and I need batteries. So what else?
Yeah, but I'm assuming they don't charge them like double A's. I'm assuming this is like
my headphones are wired, so
yeah, that's your loss, I guess. Then, bud. Kenny down here towards lower tunnels. Has the rest of the squad in tow. They're going to try and boost him up for this short side peak, and that is where Nico is. They decide against the boost, and that's because Xbox is smoked. They'll just go creeping on out through the lower tunnels. Rain doubled up here alongside the AWP of Nico. Nico falls off and drops into CT, but this means they don't have to concede short on the back of this rotation. And Rain, now that they've spotted the AWP, this is a sick little bait and switch from FaZe Clan. They send the AWP down. G2 then go, oh, well, Nico's mid. He was just catwalk. So everyone quickly discounts that AWP, you know, who was aggressive on Cat is still going to be there. They all turn away. And in that timing, while they're focused on CT, Rain just comes in and slides the knife in the back. 6-5 now. FaZe going to find themselves back in the lead.
Yeah. Enough for a purchase over here for G2. Will they do it? Kenny can get the op back out, but they're going to go for a little bit of partial here. Deagle on Kenny and Scout on Jax. Not playing around with the A control this time is FaZe Clan. Just Cold Zero over at B on his lonesome.
Oh, so here's something else as well, right? This little setup between Olaf and Rain over at long. We didn't see it in the last round. Obviously, Rain doubled up with Nico over towards the short side. But other than that, it has been Rain and Olaf playing this long side. In this round, Brokey joins him, and Rain's actually back inside of A. We kind of see Rain taking that swing position role now, where he's always this man out on his own little island, trying to work in tandem with other members of the squad, right, to try and like come in on these big lurks. But that position from Olaf is something that he's done a hell of a lot, and that's something that I think G2 have been caught off by a couple of times. Keep an eye on that double setup at long. See if that's something that G2 catch on to.
I think they spotted Nico rotating as well. Jax was scoped in mid, and Nico just looked away as he crossed towards B. G2 haven't done much of that information, though. They've been smoked off on the catwalk, and now they have to go. The molly from Brokey is well timed. He sees utility, but that will only burn half the time of the smoke. They can drop into CT. Hunter gets around it. Rain spamming. He's praying. He's getting tabbed by the scout, and now players dropping into CT. Rain knows there's going to be more where that came from, and he's got 2 for 1. Make it a third. The trade's in, and next has got to do a whole lot with not a lot. It's going to be a 7th round for FaZe Clan on this CT side. Putting it together. Despite G2's 5-round streak, that's a bit of a recovery from FaZe. 3 in a row, and the money now back in the hands of G2.
Yeah, and, you know, regardless of the weapons they had, you see them try to drop the smoke towards CT. They drop a smoke on bricks. They even have a player try to fake a sound cue into dropping into spawn. But ultimately, it was the Molotov that really put a damper in the plans right there. Landed just perfectly behind the smoke and kept G2 from getting any sort of freedom of movement up catwalk and elbow. U.S. Air Force Tactical Timeout brought to you by G2. This is their second one. They have 2 more left in the game. And I see, you know, a couple gigglers next to me. I wonder what they're giggling about.
Just having a giggle, having a gaggle, having a laugh over here on the analyst / casting desk. It's kind of both.
It's too bad we don't have a couch.
Desk, mate.
It is just a regular desk, isn't it? How can you tell the difference?
This one doesn't have any analysts on it.
Yeah, guilty as charged, Your Honor. Nico over here towards short, and Kenny, they're in this standoff. Down a little. Nico backs away. No peek comes in.
Oh, you just ruined that song for me forever.
Yeah.
I can never watch a Wild West movie again.
A Wild West movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch any anyway.
No, yeah, that's how I could tell. I could
much.
tell by your choice of words there. Now, let's see. The Cowboys of FaZe Clan over here towards the short side. They're looking to try fire off now. Rain. Ooh. Spots a dude getting up onto the Xbox. Olaf, in the meantime, gets the information that there's players at long. This is something that G2 have gotten wrecked by a couple of times, trying to grab this long side. Nico's going to come rotating in. To Joy and Olaf. G2, they'll decide to back on out. And I think that's a safe decision. This double duo of Nico and Olaf over at long side is not one you want to go running into anytime soon.
Jackson did the classic, oh, there's a grenade coming, let me move to avoid it, and then moves into the direct collision with the grenade.
Happens to the best of them.
Yeah, walks right into the firing line. Well, this is not actually an A play. G2, they want to head Clint Westwood into this B site now. Brokey, he's going to be the only man stuck here. Cold Zero at the car as well, waiting for the spray. He's got one, doubling it. Bomb drop, Cold, holding his own and shutting down the round. Trace has fallen to pieces.
Clint Westworld, everyone.
I said Westwood. What are you doing? What is going on?
Clint Westwood. Now, that was what was said. That's what's going on the card. And my goodness, I cannot believe the words that just came out of your mouth, Hugo.
They headed west. They went to B. That's on the left side.
Clint Westwood.
Yeah, they didn't head eastward. They headed westward.
Okay, no, I get it now. I get it.
See, that was on purpose.
There's a recovery there.
No, that was on purpose.
Yeah.
That was the intention.
Well, let's see what you think, chat. Let's go ahead and get a 1 if you think he was on purpose right there.
Wait, you think I actually think his name is Clint Westwood?
Well, you said it, not us.
Jesus
so.
Christ.
Anyway,
I mean,
cat control here from the side of G2. They're going to have pistols in this round. They're running at a Fury's pace. Not wasting any time with smokes. Jax, though, is going to begin to open the door up here with the Deagle. Taking down Olaf. Meanwhile, Rain has other plans for the entirety of G2. He's going to stay alive in this site, dropping a grenade. Tons of damage put down. He's done enough. But a bomb plant will come through unless this grenade finds success. And it doesn't.
Oh man, it is raining nades. Raining on the parade here of G2, but they've been able to get the bomb down, and Hunter was keen to take the advantage. A very risky peek, and oh, he's done it again. Oh dear, not the cleanest in the world. Now down to a 2-on-2. Nico trying to readjust. Amanek goes back to the same position. In the meantime, Brokey's dropped Nexa on the wraparound through mid. They had a great read to deal with the lurk. And they do manage to deal with Amanek as well. The E-Fuse comes in. It's a 9th round now for FaZe. We can continue the Western theme. This has gone 9-5 the way of Dolly Parton.
Yeah, I mean, G2, they definitely, is Dolly Parton West? Is that Western?
She's a country music singer, guys. Come on. Just because you know, country music is not strictly limited to the West or the Wild West, okay? I'm from the South. People like country music there, too.
Trace,
Can't say that I'm one of them. I'm not a K-Kona type of guy, so it's just not.
Give me the biggest yeehaw you can give us.
In a FaZe G2 match, you want a yeehaw. Well, it is the last round of the half, so why not?
He had to take his headset off for that one.
He actually did. I moved a considerable distance away, and yet our ears, well, maybe they'll never recover. Nico up
I hope that
here.
wasn't painful. I do apologize.
No, that was actually great. It sounded good, and Nico's looking even better. Big old yeehaw from this man as he drops Nexa over towards the short side. Now readjusting back towards mid, trying to get up on top. Here does peek on over the smoke, and that is how Nico gets dealt with. However, Brokey is a trickier beast to tangle with altogether. Amanek's going to duck and dive and weave out from middle. Hunter's got the B site. But Brokey on the other side, this is by no means a safe site just yet, especially with this bomb isolated on the catwalk. It's confusing times right now on either side of the equation. For G2, they don't really know what FaZe Clan have, and FaZe don't really know what G2 have.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Cole just calmed. The bomb is at short, and they leave B. They rotate away. The bomb's now dropped, and it's Hunter alone in the 1v3.
I don't like that commitment there. I would have loved to see Amanek go back. You know, Hunter was trying to fake out B to draw those rotations away, but if anything, they just draw them closer to the bomb. And Amanek, he had a chance to duck lower. He had Hunter to come back in and help him, but instead he tries to commit to A. And without the kill, it's falling apart here, Trace.
Yeah, here comes Hunter. Grabs the second one now. Hold your horses. Cowboys, here we go. Hunter taking on coldzera, and it's not going to go out in Hunter's favor. In fact, it's going to lead us into a half-time break, which we're going to come back, discuss Clint Westwood a little bit more. Not to be confused with Clint Eastwood. Don't worry, all the action figures you need to talk about, all those superstars are in the server currently. FaZe G2 when we come back.
That's why you sat. I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close. I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it back. Someone said it, you sad. 'Cause I get too warm, get too warm and bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight W's, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping his basics, skipping his
Well, howdy, y'all. We're welcome back to FaZe versus G2 right here within the confines of ESL Pro League group stages for Season 11. This is the European side. We're going to get a little bit of the North American action later with the debut of Furia. Brazilian Dynamite looking to take on Team Liquid on best of 3, and that one could be the one that delivers. But for the time being, this is your hot match of the day. And yes, you are looking at a paused match. Now, that would be because maybe somebody's batteries died. Maybe some player just had to go get up, walk around, wash his hands perhaps. But either way, we should be jumping back into it, and the freeze time should come to an end here shortly. I do have Hugo Brian, not to be confused with Hugo Byron, and of course, Harry Muscle.
Roussel.
Harry Muscle.
Harry Muscle, yeah, dude. I don't know if that one's gonna stick as well as Hugo Bryan might, but 10-5 at the end of that first half. FaZe with a commanding lead, and G2 finding themselves on the back foot. There is one man that we all want to see a little bit more from over on the G2 side, and that man's name is Kenny S. He could be the man. to keep the GG bet odds going in G2's favor. That's an interesting turnaround considering the scoreline here that we see on Dust 2. But the folks over at GG Bet are believing in the GG2. Can they now make those odds a reality?
Can we take his microphone away? Is that allowed?
We could, or we could just give it to Rushley to commentate this pistol round. Rushley, take it away.
What's going on? Well, from what I'm observing right now, they're all chilling out down here, but Jax... Oh, wow, that was an absolutely godlike one tap there from the short position. HE not going to do much in mid. Looks like they are posturing back towards B. Nico throwing a deep Molotov. Deep. But I do like this camera, so I'm going to use it. And hopefully it all works out in the end. Hopefully 9 doesn't kill any. Oh, it's messy, but he just followed it. Oh, a crisp second. Hunter last on the side, all up in a 1v4. We've seen him do it. We know he's got it in him. Looking for the first. Oh, no. Hunter takes him down.
And that is Rushley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rushley, what's your Twitter handle? What's your Instagram? Where can we find you? What's your mailing address?
If you Google Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
nice.
It should come up.
And do we Google them as letters or as not? Like, do we write that out?
I think you can do both. I think both works fine now.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much, Rushley, for picking up that pistol round.
Have a good one.
The slack that I guess Harry is creating here.
Yeah, remember, he's observing while doing that. You know, this man's multi-talented, multilingual, and multi-vitamin. I don't know. He's
multivitamin.
He drinks his multivitamins. He makes sure he has a great diet, I guess.
I suppose. The only thing that needs to be stomached around here is that first round loss from FaZe Clan, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, now, if we can just find the conversion here on the G2 side, they're going to be looking good. But that's something that they've struggled with thus far. This round shouldn't get out of control. It shouldn't get out of hand. And it definitely had the potential to. Thankfully, Hunter gets rid of that pressure, leaving Olaf alone. And more alone than ever as he turns back around. Hunter will go ahead and deal with him. 7-10 now, G2. Starting to get back into the swing of things here in the second half.
So I want to say thank you to everyone out there, all 100,000 plus of you that have decided to spend your Sunday with us. You might be tuning in for the Liquid Furia game if you're just waking up in America, North America, that is. Well, and if you're doing that, it's 2:30 on the East Coast. So what are you really doing?
So most people probably haven't woken up.
Or haven't gone to sleep.
Close to our sleep schedules, Trace.
Doesn't get us any closer to the Westwood.
Yeah.
We do find ourselves in the Dust Hood, though. We're going to be taking a look as FaZe Clan try to manipulate this mid control that they've gained.
Oh, Hunter spotted there with the MP9. Tries to get a little nade in through the door, but FaZe are too fast on their feet to get caught by that. But maybe Kenny's position could stand to blindside a couple.
Oh,
see you later.
That's a bit of a shame for Rain as he takes one to the brain. Kenny going to reposition over here toward the back of Goose. Trace actually taught me how to summon geese earlier on.
That's not true at all.
Summon, I think, is the wrong word.
You have to conjure them, just like World of Warcraft. You have to, like, create them.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to throw that one in just yet, Trace.
No, well,
but a
it's not
flash
gonna
out through long. Jack's down in the pit here. Has his work cut out for him as they start to head his way. Now, this short play still looking to come through from Nico. That means that Kenny can't really help old mate Jax over here towards long. He's just got to try and fly solo, and he will get picked up almost immediately. Nico dealt with over towards Catwalk, and that's going to leave this shooting gallery open to Kenny S. As the rest of FaZe try and trundle their way up through long. But this is not really working. We talked about trundling up through long. Well, Nex is more like Teemo. He's disappeared in that smoke. Just standing still, and there it is. Cold, he wanted to die there. He was looking for death, and Nexa gives it over in high supply.
Yeah, he didn't even shoot because he wanted the loss bonus, wanted his money to be on level with his team. It makes sense. Of course, what he had is more than the loss bonus, but thinking more for the longevity, saving that AK would probably leave him dying after time as the smoke fades. 10-8. G2, they've warmed up, they've woken up in the second half, and they're bringing the heat. Kenny has been hitting his shots with the AWP. He had a bit of a slow start to this map. We weren't really seeing him all too challenged. But living the high life on the CT side and taking the advantage for G2 in round number 19. FaZe are going to move up catwalk. It's a long split as well towards that A site, but G2 are appropriately poised for it. Next is playing bait in on Goose. But with the AWP supporting him, Kenny should be able to light up a couple of kills before they get to Nexus position, and he can guarantee that FaZe aren't going to be getting a bomb plant in this round, denying the money. As once FaZe get on the site, they're probably not going to check Goose. They're probably going to be looking towards Long, as that's where Jax will also be peeling away from and assisting Kenny X.
Yeah, not to mention, we've already seen Kenny's flash stats are looking good right now for G2. He's even available to throw these in, as is Jax over at Long, and that's just going to help Nexer out even further. Kenny's going to hold for the ramp peak. Pretty ballsy decision as it leaves him on 2 points of health, but he's still alive, still kicking. Nexer tries to swing out from Goose, and Cold with his Deagle, looking for a little bit more. Now down to the 1v3. This is made scary by coldzera. He's brought down two, now in with another. Kenny and Amanek, the two players that survive. coldzera almost on for the ace, and it's only Amanek left. Cold gets it. FaZe at 11th round. And my word, what a Deagle play from Cold. 11-8, what a way to get your first T-side round on the board. Take a bow, coldzera.
Unbelievable shots here and an unbelievable round. He turns this one around single-handedly, finds the frags necessary, does it all while dancing around inside of the A site on 7 HP. Great stuff there from coldzera.
Yeah, just the pivoting on the box is the best part. You can see in that 2-on-1, Kenny makes it cool. Let's just rush him. Let's just get in his face. He's low, and Cold is just, pivoting, bouncing left, right, back and forward, not giving a trade to G2, allowing himself to take these one-on-ones. Great work from Cold. A god with that gun, as many players on FaZe have proven to be in the past.
Those are the type of rounds that can really turn a game.
Yeah.
They can really solidify that you could even pick up, this map for sure.
It's FaZe's first T round. That's the most important part as well, right? They get 10 CT rounds. They go silent, G2. That was an anti-eco. They should have been up to 9-10. This could have been close, but instead, FaZe back in the lead by a big way. But how long for is the question.
Now look at Rain. Sneaky sloth making his way into the site. No one's even seen him yet. They have absolutely no idea that Rain's gotten all this ground. Just looking back towards the site, it's going to be that of Jax. But even now, he's looked away. And there's the one tap from Rain. Easy does it. Squeeze the trigger. You just got to squeeze the trigger.
Olaf gets a catwalk. That was very important. Flash is there. He can assist this bomb going down. Nico is covering spawn because G2 are forced out of the A site. They might even just have to save straight up. Losing to that eco has economical consequences, and they're experiencing them right now. 2 orbs, neither of them with armor. A FAMAS and an M4. It's a safe city. It's no kit here for G2, and they've got to give it up. FaZe 12 rounds. That Deagle round from Cold is going to have massive consequence here as G2 are forced to give away 2 in a row, despite, again, having an early advantage in this one.
You gotta wonder, is that Cold deep round the kind of straw that breaks the camel's back for G2 here on Dust? How do you dig yourself out of that one? That was their round all day long, and now they save here. It enables them to field 4 weapons into this round. They can buy armor on Amanek and Kenny. But you can see, right, they don't really want to have to invest that, because now, like, the double eco, or well, this isn't really an eco, but an eco looming in the next round if this one isn't found. They put a lot of pressure on these 4 rifle players to try and get the job done. Jax is only armed with a USP. He can be used a bit like bait for the rest of the gang to play around. He's going to try and do everything he can to assist them in getting this opening kill.
They've put Brokey in the pit and they've left long. FaZe just wanted to get this man behind enemy lines, but this is a dangerous fight. He's going to win it. Hunter gone. That was a rifle fighting down long. Jax has now picked it up. It's a triple AWP for G2. Not the most orthodox, but let's see if they can pick it up. Getting close. Oh, he's surely getting traded here. He's ahead of the angle. Could not retreat. Nexa getting caught, and he will get a dink on the second, but Olaf and Nico combining for that kill. It's going to be Jackson Amanek. 2 more AWPs remain, and another missed shot, just so committed. G2, they're trying to catch FaZe off guard with these aggressive positions, but they need to hit the shots, and Jax, he finally will. Bomb dropped, buys time for that rotate, and Jax is going to peel on out of here. He hasn't been traded from Cat. He's expecting a long flank. That's not coming through, because Brokey himself is also expecting a long flank. Watching the doors is not the case. Amanek coming in from Catwalk. Nico, oh, he's been given a chance, but he won't hit the shot. Another bomb plant in for Brokey, who can try and win this round.
Oh, missed shot from Amanek. Luckily enough, Nico not able. Oh, Nico gets tired trying to get back down towards the ramp, but it wasn't the killing blow. That could have given G2 a real avenue back in. Nico, here's the man in CT. Brokey's almost certainly scoped up on this position as well. It is just the bait from Nico to try and force the peak. And if you're G2, you kind of have an idea as to what's going on here, right? You know that there's probably a man watching from the pit. Jax might not even get away with this AWP. He is trapped, and Nico.
Oh, no.
2 HP versus 3 HP. Who wins? Jax needs some assistance, and oh, dear.
No.
There we go. They do manage to get rid of Nico. Jax falls with the bomb, and that is devastating for G2. That double AWP could have meant all the difference here. There's still money to invest, but time is running out for the G2 squad if they want to get this done in 2 and stop us from heading all 3 maps.
That was a mess, honestly, but what a great round to watch. Brokey just stays alive on long, and him just being in the pit the entire round wins the round for FaZe. He doesn't need to move. He plays that post plant, and they never even come for it. They couldn't get up the ramp. I would have loved to see G2 go for that, really, but I understand why they didn't. 2-on-2, though, a close chance. Considering FaZe have a 5-round lead now as a result, G2 are not left with a lot of opportunities to stay in their map pick. Train is looking more likely than ever. Their 3rd US Air Force tactical timeout. And their last rifle round before they are broken once again. How many AWPs is the question? Well, they only got away with 1 in the previous. Amadek's money isn't pretty, but I wonder if there's a gun dropped over. No, he's going to buy up an M4. So it's fine for G2. It's not perfect, though. And no kits as well. Another factor is we haven't seen B from FaZe. Wow, that's a far shot. They have been avoiding that site. So, you know, if it does come down to that, G2 are not going to have the kits, and they will have to save.
That's all assuming Mr. Hunter can't hold the site. So far, it's Rain clearing out long A, eradicating Jax. 3v5 already. That bomb site has fallen, and it's going to be Kenny S. It's just trying to get a pick as they cross. It could cause some damage. That would go a long way.
Lining up the cross smokes, though. G2 on a save here. They've realized that this is not going to be an A play, or not going to be a B play, rather. So they're just holding onto their guns in case any lurkers come towards this position. That will not be the case. FaZe are fully committed. 5 players up and about long towards the A site. On plant will guarantee 14, and G2, just another save, another rifle round that will go amiss.
Yeah, and it's another round where for the majority of G2, it feels like they barely even get a chance to play it, right? They don't even really get to see what this round would have had in store. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe we even see a bit more of a fight taken by the G2 squad early on coming into this next round, just so, you know, you actually get to have a chance to have these AWPs firing off, these weapons that you've been holding on to time and time again. Because right now, something's got to give for G2. Or else FaZe are just going to walk all over them here in this second map. 14-8 now, 2 away from taking us the distance.
We're going for the distance, but are we going for speed here? Is this where FaZe turn it up just a little bit? They crank it up a notch, hit the NOS. Take us at a Fury's pace into the bomb site, 14-8. Real chance to shut the door, but the weapons are back out for G2, Harry, and you look at it, you see the AWP in Kenny's hands, and you wonder, is this the round he's going to pop off? Do they have an answer for what Coldzera did a few rounds back with Deagle? Looks of it, it's going to be the long play. Full-on long commitment. This is going to be a skirmish if I've seen one. Meanwhile, 3 members of FaZe working their way up catwalk. Just Rain stuck out here. Finds one on a Hunter. That one's going to sting. And so is that one onto Olaf as Kenny S rings out of the round and saving the feet. Rain keeping them honest here at long, though.
Oh, great call from FaZe. Rain gets a double, and they just back out. They know there's more players on A, and the G2 are likely out of the B site right now. That's a correct call. Darting back in is Amanek, trying to regain the control of position. He's got the B site for now. Nico hasn't got middle, though. Amanek tucked. They might not expect him this deep. He should have been out of the site. FaZe made the right read, but they're taking their time on the entry. Kenny coming through with a Molotov, and he finds a kill with 15 points of health. The trade is not there. Nex is inside as well, and Amanek hasn't even been seen. He is not needed. Rain, a Molotov at his feet. That will signal disaster for FaZe.
Yeah, now they know he's here. They heard the tag. You know that Amanek's ears pricked up the moment that came through. Rain, all that's left to do is die, and Kenny will grant him the pleasure. 3 kills from the AWP on G2's side. And it was that decision to just try and force those gunfights early. I like that from G2. They win them out. They take control of the round. And that kill from Kenny, where he barrels through the Molotov over in the window, is just massive. That completely changes the flow of this round, right? Getting that kill onto Brokey leaves just one man to try and take the B site. And, you know, at which point it's easy for Amanek and Co to mop on up. 14-9, G2 trying to get back into this one. FaZe calling in a US Air Force tactical timeout here. Want to try and stop the Frenchman from building this scoreline up any further. They don't want this to go the way of Nuke.
The US Air Force tactical timeout is almost coming to a close. Good impact all around from the side of FaZe. After losing the first map 16-14, this almost certainly puts us over into the train yards for a decider.
Yeah, what even are map picks anyway at this point?
You're right.
14-9, FaZe furious on this T side and fast as they creep and crawl down the catwalk towards A. There's only one man inside of the site right now. That is Kenny. And I say one man, he brings the power of many men. They're going to duck below his AWP though. And this will be a bit of a surprising peak. Kenny should still be fast enough to hit the shot, but the timing falls off. They might hear those footsteps, but no capitalization. Smoke down, he spots the contact. Now he knows. Now he's ready. Shot hit. Going in for a second. He's found it. Kenny anymore. He's got them all. Bomb dropped, and the round might just be done here for FaZe. Couple more players coming out from long, and G2 have those fights well and truly locked under.
And that's a round the G2 need right there. Just Brokey with that AWP, and he's got to save. 1v5 with a minute left on the clock. What doing?
Run.
Well, Kenny was down bottom of the board alongside Amanek for G2. He had 11 kills to his name in round 22. Now he sits topping the charts for the G2 squad. 17-14. That's 6 kills in these last 2 rounds. So back-to-back 3Ks. Brokey looking to hold on to the AWP, but you can already see G2 do not want to let him get away with it. They are closing in on every avenue right now. And Hunter, needless to say, will be the man to do it. G2, 10-14, not out of the fight just yet. And an eco coming up for FaZe Clan. G2, they could be starting to get back into the swing of things here. Is it going to be the case of too little, too late, though? Is the switch around? Is the switcheroo going to happen once again?
One more, Kenny. Yep.
Bang him out.
I suppose you could do that, Hugo. But what will FaZe do in this round? They sit just 2 rounds away from pushing that 3rd map. G2 are crawling back in. And with just Glocks, you got one Deagle over there on cold. Where are they going to try to take their fights? Rain already out middle. Late round, if he's able to go undetected, could cause a problem even with a Glock. Yeah.
Thanks to nose. Uh-oh, bye-bye.
Boom.
Just shoot the corner, you kill him. He definitely knows, right? He definitely knows, and yeah, he's going to make a move. Won't work out. Existence still alive and kicking in this round as FaZe sit around at T-spawn discussing the follow-up rifle.
Existence. Right?
I mean, you said it, not me.
Maniac seems to think that's pretty accurate. It's pretty funny, so I figured for Maniac I'd do it just once. Either way, they are mulling over what they're going to be doing in the next round. You can tell.
Ooh, close. Don't trust Cold with the Deagle anymore. Not after that round. Anything is possible.
Truth is out there. 14-11. Just formalities at this point, barring some kind of disaster for G2.
Your turn, Brokey. Do what Cold couldn't. He wants a bait, though. Yeah, he wants someone to jump across. I like that. Peek off the back of the run boost. He's so ready. He's on the angle. Oh, Kenny dodges, though. Gets out. Oh, not far, though. Now it's on Nexa. Got to hold on to this AWP. 18 seconds. Going to try and pick up the gun. And all they pick up is bullets to the face. Nexa with 3. Gets the AWP. And G2 shut down the eco.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is still taking back-to-back multi-kills for G2 to get to this point in time. However, I think on an individual level, that's fantastic because that's where it felt like G2 were coming up short in this a hell of a lot of time. You know, we didn't have a Cold Zera Deagle man on this team just yet, up until a matter of rounds ago. And now the heroes are starting to emerge. It's Kenny and it's Nexa bringing up the front for G2, catching on FaZe Clan. Investment back in from FaZe. This time over towards the catwalk they go. Kenny with the AWP in hand. This time hoping for a bit of a better time over here at short. They are already up. And he is not going to be ready for this. Rain completely blindsides him there. Kenny not expecting people to be down the catwalk so quickly. FaZe have tended towards these very, very slow rounds time and time again. And this is not the case here in round 26. This could be map point now for FaZe.
Or it might not be. Cole gets spammed, and that will be heard. Amanek has dropped Olaf in the meantime, and G2 is certainly going to give this a look. They do not want to throw away a win here and now. Brokey versus Hunter. Krieg versus AK, and Brokey's on the spot. Oh, the shot missed, but he recovers well. Nico dropping Nexa in the back line. This might just be a done round after all. Jack's trying to kill the lurker, or at least try to. It fails, and Amnek's being hunted by Brokey, running through with the Glock out. Rain comes off a catwalk and secures the AWP. We'll swap it back. They've already got one. 15 rounds for FaZe. Money is not a problem, and G2 in quite a problematic position. 4 rounds needed if they want overtime. 14 kills in 8 rounds for Kenny S. What a recovery. But it might be all in vain.
Yeah, double AWP reinvested into from G2. They still had cash aplenty. Ooh, crossing mid in a round like this for G2 is horrible. No one wants to be the guy to get tagged for crossing. They try and assemble this boost for catwalk. And it is enough to net them that opening kill. G2 sit a man up right now. Kenny goes aggressive over towards longside and spots that Cold was there. That's a bit more information gained here for G2. FaZe maybe trying to play around that as they rotate this bomb away from long into the top of mid. They still have lower tunnels control. That's provided courtesy of Olofmeister. So the option to hit B still very much available to FaZe, and that might be the decision. They move away from catwalk. Down into the bottom of mid they go.
There's the flash and out FaZe move with the smokes on either side. It defends them from a window AWP. That is not the case though for G2. They're playing entrenched inside of the site. Waiting for the push. Nexa pushes, he forces the fight, and he will go down to Nico watching the smoke. Amanek blinded inside of it. They surely will see him, and he is going to get taken down as well. Another entry for Brokey clears up the B site, and surely G2, I mean, this is done, right? 2 on 4, they can give it a go. They have to. They can't save against Matt Point, but it is such a hard retake.
Yeah, Cold's position makes it even harder, right? Kenny already has a lot of angles to worry about. There's a chance for a door peek. There's a chance for a window peek. And there just already might be a man here. Tags Cole, but is able to finish it the second time around. Cole gets dropped, but the time is ticking away. That Molotov, Nico gets one before he burns in the flames, and Brokey is there to solidify the win for FaZe Clan. We're heading to all 3. We are going the distance. The next map going to be Train. You do not want to miss it. This is heating up. So be sure to stick around.
I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot to the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference.
Well, we've seen some heroics here on the second map of Dust 2. It was FaZe Clan, it was coldzera, it was the whole team coming online, getting it done, giving us a few highlight clips to talk about. Meanwhile, the real downside of this is that was G2's map pick. That does set us up for a third of Train. We're going to start to walk you through at least what happened in the confines of Dust 2. We saw the conclusion of the first map there in Nuke going the way of G2. Now we have a 3-map series on our hands, and now I'm going to turn my direction over here to Harry and Hugo so that they can kind of chime in as well. Guys, are you mind-blowing or are you mind-blowing?
You know, it's kind of what we wanted to see from FaZe, just kind of like a map late. You know, Rain and Nico, they had a bit of a slow start to Nuke. You know, Nico was 0-4 on opening duels by the end of that map. Well, they completely turned it around. Nico ending this one 5-1 in those early fights, and the amount of tip-tapping that FaZe brought into this game, him and Rain were just really lighting up the scoreboard, making it a difficulty for G2. Adding that coldzera ace deagle round to find FaZe their first T-side round in the half, and well, things really just fall apart for G2 there.
Yeah, I mean, that felt like the real turning point, you know, like suddenly all this life was put back into this FaZe Clan squad and they started to turn up, and you're exactly right with Nico leading in the entries. Rain as well was 5-6, you know, not the most impressive stats, but he's attempting them constantly, always in the face of G2.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of being in the face of G2, this guy, coldzera, he does something absolutely bonkers right here. Running it back just in case you missed it. Now, this was a situation, as you can tell, where he finds himself on 7 HP. He's locked inside of the site, almost, you know, against all odds. He comes through, he prevails right there with just a deagle. And just like we're talking about, these are some of the motions and some of the movements that really do jumpstart a team into just being dominant.
It's stuff like that that shows why FaZe picked up this roster, right? Why they built this super team. Individuals that can just show off at any point and get a deagle ace on, you know, in a crucial round on an eco for FaZe on the T side. I mean, you know, we got an entire team of superstars here, and the young gun of Brokey that, you know, is being molded by some of the best players we've had in Counter-Strike Go. So yeah, I think it's a really exciting time for FaZe at the moment. Obviously, they pick up the second map, they head to Train. It's something that Yanko said in the interview that they've been working on, Train and Overpass coming into this year. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
What about over on Train, though, which, I mean, we're going to get into it, but what are we taking from G2 to look forward to in a Train? This is a team, obviously, with some heavy hitters. You see the likes of Kenny S stepping up in big ways. Are they going to be able to transfer some of that stuff over?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, right? Train is obviously one of these AWP maps as well. It's one that Kenny can look to feel very, very comfortable on. And I tell you what, if he can keep this momentum going into that map, then I think that's good for G2, because it was a very, very slow start from Kenny in this map right now. Dust 2, it felt like he was struggling early on, you know? He manages to get, I think it was what, like 6 kills across 2 rounds back-to-back with back-to-back 3Ks, right, coming in. Lifts himself up from being bottom of the board from G2 coming into that second half to finishing top of their team at least. Yeah, like a great turnaround from him individually. And I think that's going to be needed if they want to stand any chance to pick up Train.
Yeah, and speaking of picking up Train, we're talking about a series yet again where we're seeing teams win opposing map picks. I think Rushley even said it. What even is a map pick anymore?
No, that's what I said actually during the cast.
Sorry, I thought
But you know, it's nice to hear you're listening to some of the things we say. You know, it is appreciated.
I hear it all.
Yeah, you know, in your subconscious, at least you've got the words, just not the wordsmith. Or you know, I guess that's me.
Yeah, really fumbled that one. So we're gonna go to a break, and we'll get back to Hugo and let him figure out what it is that he wants to say when we go into Train, the decider for this hot match of the day. G2 and FaZe Clan when we return.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
Well, I wasn't lying before we went to the break. We are going to a third. It is Train. We're going to settle the differences here between G2 and FaZe. FaZe really putting it on the French side. They're on the second map of Dust 2, and we are about ready to kick off the third. My name being Trace alongside Harry and Hugo. This is turning out to be a really good game in Counter-Strike. We got just one more map between these teams, and so far, we're seeing some form here from them.
Sorry, I was holding my cough button.
Yeah,
Maybe you guys use opposite words and then you
that would be cool. I think that's our next thing we got to try and work on, Hugo, because we've already got the exact same sentence starts and structure and so
same
on.
person almost.
Yeah,
really,
almost.
Think about it.
You're basically up here doing like a two-man show, essentially, but with three men.
Yeah.
We always say, you know, we're both 50% of a real human being. Together, we make one person. And so, yeah, I guess.
We always say that.
Yeah.
We always say that.
Always say that. What you guys need to always be talking about is Train, though. What we're expecting, at least going into this matchup. We've seen firepower. Both these teams can stand toe-to-toe with one another. We're seeing several different components from each team being used. And ultimately, it's a give and take here. It's like we have a game of tug-of-war, and it's going to be settled on the third.
Yeah, G2, one thing I'm excited for is their T side in this map. They're a very aggressive team. We're going to see a lot of T-con pushes, a lot of pops into A. Don't be surprised if you see Hunter, you know, running the Olaf route, you know, running Olaf with a sandwich smoke coming back behind Brown Train and being a nuisance towards E-Box and Pop Dog, just being annoying. G2 are really, really good at that. So, you know, combined with the fact that Kenny S is finding his form in the previous map and hitting shots with the AWP, I'm excited for this one.
Is that how it all stops right here on a Kenny S AWP? Because certainly you look over on the other side of things, and they're also able to pick up the op on FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's one of the reasons why these GG Bet odds trace have come down to the wire so much, right? They've really shrunk on down. And I think that's for a good reason. So much of this third map is just going to depend on individual form, it feels like now, because they're on Dust 2. We saw the ramifications of if a couple of key G2 players go quiet. I think two players we need to be keeping an eye on. Kenny, understandably, with that AWP, currently top in the series. I think he's like plus 18 right now. across both of these maps. So he's having a great showing. It took him a while to warm up on Dust 2. He cannot afford to do that here on Train. The other man I think that we could do with seeing not necessarily more from, but just maybe finding his form again is Jax, because he delivered one hell of a performance back on Nuke. If he can get back up to speed there, then yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance that G2 can still finish this one off.
But does the sandstorm, does the dust, does it all settle here? Or is Darude going to emerge at the end of this, and we're going to have a party on this last map of Train? Guys, do you still stick by your predictions?
I'm sticking by it.
Sure.
I'm sticking by G2 for this one. But,
Yeah,
I mean,
same.
FaZe have looked damn impressive in the server. You know, Cold stepping up with the Deagle.
Yes.
We have Rain getting entry after entry. We've got Nico doing the same thing. I mean, this is a team of legends, a team of superstars. And it's going to be a great game to watch no matter what.
Yes, it is. That's right. Tell everybody you know. Not only should you tweet using the hashtag ESL Pro League, send a text to somebody. Perhaps they want to watch a little Counter-Strike. Perhaps they've never watched it before. This is a great starting point for that. This is G2 taking on FaZe Clan and going to a third map. This is where we settle this. This is where we get all of the answers that we're looking for in our hot match of the day. Train right here to settle the score between G2 and FaZe Clan.
Yes, indeed. T-side start for FaZe Clan on this map, and they're going straight down Ivy. We know those skyboxes are nice and open, but will we see that be pulled into play? There's a quick smoke down towards green. Kenny is going to have to hold the line, and shot through the smoke. Olaf kills him, but he also takes down Rain. A 1-for-1 traded back by Amanek, keeping the advantage in the favor of G2. But it is a fake as the bomb goes towards inner. Hunter could win this entire round here and now.
Oh, yeah, no love between cousins there. Hunter just dispatches of Nico. And we'll finish this round off by doing the same to Cold Zera. Pistol round locked on in there over on the G2 side.
I'm hearing typing here, and I'm sure that's coming through from Nico. Rush, of course, if there's anything interesting.
I'll look down in there. They are talking to each other. However, I can't say it. It's a language I do not understand. Serbian, I suppose.
Well, come on, man. Get out the translate. Let's see what's going on. I know you got the deep.
I don't want to say it just in case there's anything not safe for broadcast, to be honest.
Maybe you try to sound the words out, and then we'll have somebody else.
Well, I had to close it. I got to look at my map now. The game is coming in.
All right, we'll see you around.
Focus, Nico.
Rush just ghosted you.
Rush is business only.
My goodness, just wanted a sideline report. But you know what? Whatever. Here we are. Nico has responded in this round. He raced last.
Oh, dear.
And look at this. The turnaround from FaZe Clan. So far, it's gone extremely well for them.
Surely they can't do it in a round where they haven't even invested again. Like this time. You know, when they did it back on Nuke, it was at least with Deagles. Here, they've only got Glocks. And even though they lose Nico alone over on the A side, he was alone. Nexus should have the mop up, should have the mow down. Oh, and he kind of does. He gets himself 2 before Olaf is able to get that trade. And those 2 kills for Olaf actually make a world of difference. It opens up the potential to have an AWP with armor behind it here for FaZe in this round. That wouldn't have happened if he didn't get those 2 kills there. Crucially, one of them coming off of the SMG to allow that purchase to come in.
Yeah, and that SMG gifted thanks to Nico, who ran out T-Con and killed Jackson the Pop Dog. It's just a very weird round there for FaZe, but they'll take what they can get, and they'll get an AWP out of it. Let's see what this can do as Brokey is given that weapon. Rain going towards T-Con, but he's been mollied off. G2 getting in the standard utility, even double nades late to deny presence for FaZe. That's a nice shot. Amaneki doesn't know it, but he's just painted up Nico. Put his blood all over the wall. Boost up for Olaf. Even the flash is avoided. Very aware. Kenny getting tagged in the meantime towards inner. That was a player just coming in on the cross to spot. I think it was Cold. Amanek looking to finish off the job here with a scout, but there's 3 players here. And he will have to forego for now.
Bit of a scattering maneuver over here for the side of G2 as they try to rally around the idea that Ivy is compromised, playing in different positions. And that's going to be one that's going to prove to be beneficial there for Amanek. Finds Nico, takes him out of the round.
Should have seen the bomb.
He might have, actually. And that actually is going to cost him. He has to go back through old bomb. Brokey with AWP that was dropped for him via Olaf Meister. Gives us into a 3v4.
Yeah, Kenny's in a great position right now, coming in from old bomb. FaZe have got to cross past him to get to the site, and he is in an unorthodox position, holding tight with the AWP, and a quick on the trigger as we know him to be. There's the first shot. Orb for Brokey, looking for anything here, and Hunter's just going to take it out of the round. That's a second orb if they pick it up, and they do. G2 now even better armed in round number 4. FaZe down 0-3.
That's the thing, you know, we've already seen FaZe falter here on train to Mousesports just the other day. G2, I absolutely loved them on this map. You know, I think Nuke and Train are 2 stellar maps to watch this majority French squad playing on. And FaZe, you know, I think they've got their work cut out for them, but it would be that much more to their credit if they are able to overcome this. As a result, Nico, jeez, give him a break. Amanek just gets removed from the server. Any more, Nico? Come on. Got the homing bullets loaded in this Deagle. Oh, sees the shadow, and Hunter gets deleted as well. Okay, I think we just stay away from the Deagle for the time being over on the G2 side. Oh dear, Nico with 2, and now this B play looking to come in. 3 players out through upper, armed with Deegs, armed with pistols. Nexus just set up for the retake, and he gets Deeged as well. Apparently, FaZe only need Deagles to take a round win. Kenny and Jax 2-on-5. They probably don't even want to go for this at all, like in any capacity, because they don't want to risk giving any of these weapons over. And that's what might end up happening if they're not careful. Ooh. Kenny still alive for the time being, but only briefly. And that's the AWP finding its way into Brokey's hands, rather. Nico wanted 3, wanted the magic number. And there they are, all headshots, despite Jax being on just 2 points of health. FaZe going to get that first round locked in. And Nico's Deagle is disgusting. Yeah. Didn't want Coldzera to steal his limelight.
No, everyone can do it here for FaZe. So a great example of well, how they get it done. I've got great news as well, guys. Counter-Strike, or at least Global Offensive, currently has 1,123,000 people playing it right now, breaking the record again. We break a lot of records here on the ESL Pro League, but not just viewing ones, playing ones as well. This game lives on.
Certainly does.
Just live on, it thrives, man. Yeah. This is better than ever right now to be a CS fan.
We haven't even begun to peak.
We're only halfway there. Pistols in the hands of G2.
Is that you saying guaranteed 2 million players by next year, Trace?
What I'm saying is we're going to the top of the mountain.
I'm looking for the big 2 billion. I'm waiting for us to hit
2 billion players now.
Yeah.
That's several cheaters in matchmaking, guaranteed. That's all right. That's why you don't have cheaters on ESEA's client. And I'm pretty sure it's free right now. Play.esea.net. Give them a check if you want to play on 128 ticks. If you want to have all the ticks. That's, as it was explained to me earlier in the car, that's basically 2 matchmake games at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Rush loves 128 tick servers. He actually can't play on matchmaking servers. He says that it's just too clunky, it's too dumpy.
Well, he never plays with us, so I guess.
Yeah. No, not just that, right? It's free to play off placements, and so you know that's how you get your little rank over on ESEA.
Oh,
for the very least, right? I think it's worth heading over there and just seeing how well you fare. You know what rank you do get put in at.
And if it's not A+, don't talk to me.
Are you A+, Hugo?
No.
Oh, all right.
I'm rank S, Trace.
Oh. Well, this is a rank S maneuver here from Kenny S. Amanek Nexa joining him on what is a T connector push. A lot of info here, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. No one's saving over there. This round is Dundada.
You don't often see 10 alive at the end of the round.
Not every day, not always the case.
But FaZe, hey, they'll take that. Definitely getting the benefit in that one. I think G2 probably expected, you know, SMGs maybe to farm up money, and they didn't want to give that money away. Because honestly, I don't see any other reason why you shouldn't at least go for it. Because for G2, you know, all they're giving away is the kill bonus. They have minimal pistols anyway. And what they're gaining is economical damage that will play in the long term. You know, round 15, the kills that G2 get in round 5 still hold weight because it's forced FaZe to rebuy. But G2, they save the pistols, they buy armor around it, they have a little bit more to play with in this eco, and a chance to find their fourth here. But FaZe, look at the pace, they want to bring the heat to the yard.
Yeah, they're not giving any chance for G2 to set up for something strange right here. Nico checking old bomb, and the bomb will be planted. Just Hominic, Jackson, Hunter. Say that, Nico continues on the tear that he's on. Can he grab the one bullet there towards old bomb? And Hominic, no, Hominic wises up. Bails out with his deagle. Another round for the FaZe clan.
If Hunter doesn't move, he should get a kill out of this. Rain's been holding for the push, and I don't think he's aware that someone could have got this close. As far as he knows, he's been holding this corner this entire time, and no one could have gotten to this position.
Rain is thorough. Not that thorough.
Yeah, not thorough enough, apparently. Brokey on the angle, does mop it up, does get it back under control. A Deagle's held onto by Amanek, and a third round on the board now for FaZe Clan, tying this up at 3-3 nice and early on. Investments coming back in from G2 in this round here and now. AWP featured. We just saw that purchased up as we cut to this replay of Nico. Unsurprisingly, this man just doing Nico things up against the pistols, not letting the Deags do any damage. And a double AWP investment for G2. Amanek and Kenny going to be donning them, unsurprisingly. And this AWP on Brokey's back is going to head down towards Ivy early on. Amanek is here, so we might get to see the standoff of these AWPs sooner than anticipated.
We'll give it another 15 seconds at least. While that smoke comes down, FaZe wait behind it. Double grenades do a good bit of damage, and Olaf, he goes through the smoke as the nades land. Amanek tries to peer back into the angle, and he loses his life. Now FaZe have an opportunity to wrap CT. Smoke on the right side gives them a pathway behind enemy lines, and you can see Nexus coming back to try and deal with it. Kenny looking to drop the bomb, he might find it, looking a bit too high up, and he'll flick down, taking cold. Rain's still following up in that position. Nexus got a kill in the backline as we speak, but he will get overwhelmed by the P250. 3-on-3, and this is a mess.
Yeah, G2 are just holding on right now. FaZe clan found their way all the way to CT spawn, and it's going to be the battle in the fire. Jax comes out on top. Meanwhile, Rain has plans of his own, gets dinked on his way to plant the bomb. Brokey pushed way up in the yard. That makes things a little bit different here of an outcome. Just Hunter, 1 versus 2. Brokey very low. Rain just about at half HP. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. For Hunter, the pace just got turned up a little bit. Brokey falls to the AK. He taps the bomb, looks for the second kill, and he finds it onto Rain. It's going to be an easy defuse and a recovery of the AWP. So G2 are going to have that going in the next round. That's going to go back in the hands of Kenny. An interesting play by Olaf in that round. The way that he gets through Ivy there, that really does give a little bit of space. That is the idea of creating it, at least.
Yeah, it's a standard setup. FaZe go 3 Ivy. They have the bomb in box halls to try and split B. The intention is to come in through CT there. So all really goes to plan for FaZe. Kenny creates some complications by getting that kill on cold in the halls. But luckily enough, Rain is able to get down on the site, get the plant open for his team. Still not enough as G2 find the retake. Hunter coming in with a big old 1-on-2. And he's 9-2 right now. Strong start to this map. Long may it continue, but FaZe again going fast towards the yard.
Yeah, and it's just chaos inside of the site. Smokes everywhere. Nico gonna go to molly out the stopper. Double, triple molly down to deny a peek. And he tries to force the fight into the site, but that'll be him. Bid goodnight. Cold Zera now with the bomb pushing up close. He gets turned to toast. It's Olaf Meister all alone, and no one's throwing him a bone. G2 5-3 as they get that round locked on in.
You're a poet and you just didn't know it, Harry.
Apparently so, Trace. As is the way of the world sometimes.
Your world.
Yeah, that's true.
When's the mixtape out, Harry?
Oh, I've been saving that one for the EPL mixtape review.
Good grief.
Oh yeah, we're not actually doing that.
We are doing the EPL meme review though, and I'd say that there's probably a couple that you could cash in on. Who knows? Maybe we can work out something where like good memes are rewarded via prizes, but you'll have to go talk to some people about that.
Yeah.
And really and truly, none of you should worry about that because your memes, well, they haven't really broke the plane. Sort of like Omnic breaking the plane right there with his AWP scope. However, not quick enough on the draw to pull out the frag.
If you do think your memes are good though, Trace, where should you send them to? If you think you got some great Counter-Strike content, something will make us giggle.
What is it?
Hashtag?
Brian.Hugo at Gmail or?
I mean, I'm glad you didn't give out my actual email. That's nice.
I don't know what it is, so you're in luck. But either way, yes. Hashtag EPLMEME. That's EPL Meme Review. Just to upset all you meme users at home. Speaking of being upset, 2 players here for FaZe Clan working through Ivy. Now, who will be saddened first? Who's going to be taken out of this round?
FaZe going back to the Ivy take, but it's a left side smoke on this one. That leaves Hunter in a precarious position. He's having a great game though, and if there was any man to hit this shot, well, Nico, oh, he's not going to clear his cousin. He's not going to clear the corner, and he will pay the price. A bullet to his face. Hunter's doubled up. He's 14-2, and he's making it look easy. Eventually dropped by the AWP, holding down Olaf, and now Brokey and Cold have got to pull this back from the clutches of defeat. 4 health on Cold as the AWP tags him as well. Certainly doesn't make this easy, but a missed shot from Amanek has given a chance back to FaZe. 15 seconds, so that bomb plant needs to happen now.
Oh, blinder of a shot hit by Cold Zera. Nade could deny it. Comes in just a second too late. And that would have been round 1 there for G2. Did that nade find its footing? Now the hopes and dreams of FaZe in this round lie on the back of Brokey and his big green gun, pushing on up to try and clear the man back at Old Bomb, and Kenny does offer up the kill, tapping the bomb, not just tapping it, it's sticking it. Brokey up on top of the ladder, now knows he's off and in with the repeat. Brokey with 3, Cole with 2, and a 4th round on the board for FaZe. Lots of numbers here heading into round number 10. And one place that we do see some numbers as well is those bank accounts over on the G2 side. They can still invest here. They can still have an AWP in play.
Talking of numbers though, 2-on-4 for FaZe Clan. They've been so good in these disadvantageous positions, pulling them back across this entire series. It's not been their first, and I doubt it'll be their last. Hunter, he puts a nice couple of kills down Ivy, and if he can keep this performance up, G2 are going to be in a very good position.
Coincidentally, it's the key word right there for you to pay attention to. As this U.S. Air Force tactical timeout closes, FaZe Clan on the drawing board. We can string together some T-sided rounds here before flipping over to the CT side of Train. Hunter has other plans, 14-3. The closest one to him over on FaZe is Brokey at 8-5. He's been wielding the AWP. And they're off.
Racehorses out the gates and towards the B site.
Better catch him, put him back inside the fence.
I'll get my lasso.
Look at this. FaZe going to try to throw an idea that there's utility towards the outside. They have broken the windows for the option to come back. Nico with the connector smoke. That is a lovely smoke. That almost solidifies it. It's going to be the interplay. Nexa real close. Does have the Mag 7. It's about to get weird.
Oh, dear.
It only has 1.
If you have the auto there, you get 4 kills.
It's true. Big chug. 4v2, Nico and Olaf. They have gotten the bomb down, so that's half the problem.
Oh, no.
And all it takes is a little bit of a peek from Jax.
Yeah.
Olaf, Nico fall. We see another round for G2.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Olaf. He was spotting that position. He thought he'd cleared it, but Jax just tucked himself in. Not spotted, and blindsides both the players inside of the bomb site to solidify that 6th round for G2. Money now becomes a bit of a touchy subject for the FaZe Clan side. They're not looking too great, so this can be G2's chance to try and springboard themselves into the lead and start to... Oh, jeez. Or Jax, rather. Nice little double down towards ramp from him, and a double from Kenny as well. It's double trouble. AWP's out over here on the CT side in full force once again, as we've come to expect. Amanek and Kenny donning those, and in this round we're just pistols. FaZe looking to go for a B play. It's been good to at least get the bomb plant for them thus far, and that's pretty much all they're hoping for in this round. Nexa, oh my good lord. He gets tagged, doesn't even peek, and is brought down to 7 points of health. That has actually forced an extra man around in the form of Hunter toward this B site.
Well, the low HP AWP does mean the pistols are going to be a little more viable in this round. Not AWP, rather, rifle on Nexa as he waits for the drop, not peeking up. But this is a good position because he's going to catch players who are in the air and therefore not able to fire back onto him. Gets flashed off though, goes back in as they're already on the site. Noino's getting close, he's got to take the fight. Rain finds him. Cold's followed up onto Hunter and the AWP on rotation. 2 of them here for G2 to keep the round intact. Is it going to be another pistol win for FaZe? G2 can't afford to be throwing away these rounds on the inner bomb site, and FaZe have tucked down, no longer taking fights, no longer giving away back in. They want G2 to come to them.
Yeah, Jax trying to test the waters, and right now it is filled with the blood of his enemies. Olaf coming in on the back, though, tries to get this back under control. It's Rain left in the clutch, but not impossible. Still mopped up by Jax with 4, and with both these players low, there was definitely a chance for Rain there. Obviously, only arm with the pistol, no armor. That's still a very good round from FaZe Clan, but well contained by Jax as he holds his own in what could have been a FaZe Clan eco win once again. I mean, just look at this. He's getting peeked from everywhere. His head's on a swivel, and he's able to get the job done. These are the 2 players that we wanted to see stepping up, and now, like, the added bonus is Hunter, who seems like he always has a great time here on Train. He's topping the charts for the G2 squad. Fast main play from FaZe, at least for Rain. He's put to bed, though, by Kenny, who now gets up on top of the train. Brokey was boosted. Looking for something, but nothing's going to offer itself up.
Kenny getting into the con boost. This position is so good for an off angle towards connector. Gives you a nice line of sight, as you can see. But FaZe are not interested in A right now. They're holding off, waiting to throw these smokes from spawn. Nico moving in. Dangerous cross. Every angle unchecked and uncleared by FaZe right now. G2 could be anywhere, and they are everywhere. 3 players on this A site, though. Still running a double inner despite no pressure being put there by FaZe Clan. Cold's going to be coming down the pop dog as well to join in with these smokes. We typically see Nico run through this position, and Nico running right down the middle, getting that entry, will get traded. Kenny pushed back down to 20 health, and Brokey finds a kill with the AWP. The plant has been found by FaZe, and now they can fall back into post plants.
They're creeping right in. Here's Kenny, about to go toe-to-toe with Olaf, already low on HP, so all it takes is a couple bullets there from the Krieg. Or even just 1. Dominic and Nexa. Probably going to go ahead and back out and save at this point, at this crossroads decision-making. We hear some typing coming out. I can only imagine it might be a timeout for the side of G2, but that's all purely speculative, of course.
I can give you some updates if you want.
That's Rushley. Here he is. What do you got for us, Rush?
So Nico said HP after me, Kenny, question mark. Kenny said 31. Nico said TY.
Wow.
There you go.
Breaking stuff right there.
Crazy. Pretty exciting stuff, right?
So back to I guess that Serbian translation. What are you thinking?
Oh, I'm not doing it. I mean, it doesn't look like bad words, but you don't really know.
There's only one way to know.
I'll send you the logs, all right? You can tweet it out. If it's bad, then we'll see, okay?
We'll see what happens. I don't want to get involved in any sort of drama, Mr. Leahy, but thank you so much.
We got a big round coming in there, boys. Give him hell. Nico's going to do some stuff. I feel it.
Well, let's take a look.
Let's see. Rush has made his prediction. He is best Nico, or blessed Nico, as Nico bests Kenny over the wards outside. Man advantage now taken by FaZe in force. Rain offers himself up, though, next on the chopping block, and that's Jax to go ahead and keep things even in this 4-on-4. FaZe likely just going to pump the brakes a bit now. Wait and see what exactly transpires from this CT side. Jax pushing into the connector. Should catch Cold, and he does as Cold tries to juke him on the ladder. That does not go his way. Man down now for FaZe. 3 players stacked over towards the B bomb site. G2, they've read this situation very, very well on the back of what they've seen thus far. And for FaZe, they could be walking into a 3-on-3. In Counter-Strike, you do not want to take these even odds. You want things to be as one-sided as humanly possible. And thankfully, Amanek gonna rotate away. Still over in CT, so it's going to be here very, very quickly, and that means these two B-site players only have to buy but a moments of time for these reinforcements to come in.
There's so much utility for FaZe. They have set mollies they can throw towards a backup bomb. They have smokes to cut off lines of sight from backtracks, and they're going to use all of them. Saving the mollies for the post plant is a good idea. Alternatively, Olaf will throw his out, but Brokey remains up in the hall. Nuke gone, and Olaf is going to follow him. Brokey comes down late, but it is too late to the party. G2 already blown out the birthday candles, and 8 rounds on the CT side will hurt the money of FaZe. This is where G2 can really start to run away with a half, maybe even 10-5 things now, as FaZe have lost a crucial rifle round with no bomb plant either on that B site. Like you said, walking into an even fight isn't, the best. FaZe walk into a 3-on-2 and they still don't get out alive. Oh.
Playing a little bit of hot potato in spawn.
P2 fiddies.
The one I personally like to play, Pocket Glock.
What's that?
Where you toss your Glock back and forth. You also have the cricket strat, where you just click your crickets on your Glock the entire time.
Yeah, we call it the rattlesnake. That's a good one, though.
Yeah, works. 100% of the time, it works about 50% of the time. So
there's a good odds. GG Bet might hook you up.
They might. Speaking of birthday presents, not only was it Harry's birthday almost a week ago, we are about to be treated to something right here. Look at Rain. He's got all the way, and should he have just had a bit of timing on his side, he might have gotten a drop and kill there on the Jack. Speaking of drop, it's going to be that FaZe clan into this B site. And next is going to be there to clean them up. No man's land. We look at the last round of the half. 9-5 G2, currently looking to make it 10.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because it feels like Rain is having a really tough time right now over here on this T side. He was the man taking these opening duels a hell of a lot back on Dust 2, and to mix results, he was 5 and 6 back there on that map in opening duels. Still providing a lot for the team. Here on Train, he's currently 2 and 4. Or 2 and 5 rather, after that death in the previous round. And so that's representing a bit of a problem for FaZe. While they've looked good in these 4-on-5s, it's certainly not where you want to find yourself any day of the week. Hunter going aggressive over towards main in this round, trying to make a bit of a statement perhaps, as he looks to steal this away. Jax versus Cold Zera, AK versus Galil. And needless to say, it's the AK to come out trumped. Rain wanted to get that trade, and that would have been a pretty crucial one to get. The Molly should be able to secure it as he forces the fight out into the open. And there it is. Rain delivers. Olaf going to shut down Hunter on his aggressive main play. And now Amanek hidden in the sandwich. But it's not bread he's stuck between. It's a rock and a hard place right now. They run by him. Nobody's checked for Amanek, and this allows him to be dastardly in the back line. However, Rain should have this kill dead to rights. It's Olaf actually to get it. Kenny comes swinging on in with that AWP, does remove one. Rain's up in heaven, gets caught dropping into the back line of Nexa, and it's just Olaf left. This round gets shut down, and G2, they take the first half 10-5, storming fashion from the G2 squad. FaZe have a lot to try and answer back for in this second half. Can they get it done, or will G2 take this series? Join us after a quick break to find out.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be.
Hunter with a laugh to remember right here. So he's running around right now, currently 17-7 in what turned out to be a 10-5 half for G2. Some real sweaty rounds, though. You can't dismiss that. Or the fact that the French are looking to close this series out here on this third map of Train. We've seen Dust, we've seen Nuke, and now we're going to see who wins this one following the conclusion of this half. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. And again, let me remind you that the GG.bet odds are currently favoring G2, so they have flipped. But again, not massive margins. Let's see how this pistol round breaks down. Perhaps they can shift a little more, if that's how those things work.
Well, we had the comebacks of Rain and Nico over in Dust 2. Rain and Cold have fallen silent in this one. 5 and 3 kills respectively. Hoping for a bit of a recovery on the CT side. But it will be towards Inner, where G2 seem to make their play. Next with a smoke flash, not a lot of utility, so a standard execute into this site. Olof is holding passive, Brokey the same. Olof even has a nade to throw in as they're planting the bomb, potentially, or really any point that he deems necessary. Boost up spots nothing for G2, so just the smoke down ramp and flash in. It's going to be a con smoke instead for Nexa. Cuts off the rotate of Nico, but in a pistol round, you know those Glocks aren't going to be able to hold you in, so if you see a con smoke, you're more likely just to dive through it on the CT side. Here comes a nade from Olof as they drop on down the ramp, boom. And G2 are in the B site.
Big grenade there. Amanek Jax taking the brunt of it. Hunter, however, taking the head off of Rain. You can back up with Olaf, but they're going to be able to get this bomb down, and then they're going to have to defend it. 4 members alive on the side of FaZe. This has gone pretty quick here. Just Kenny S. He's got nowhere to hide, nothing to do. Nico getting it done. Grabbing a pistol round for FaZe, and we're going to see them crawl it on back.
Yeah, those are some incredible shots by Nico. He climbs up the ladder. He comes through that con smoke firstly, climbs up the ladder, and then one taps a player down on ramp. Dear, oh dear. Finds 3 in the round, and FaZe get the retake, starting things off on the CT side, starting the recovery here in the second half. Look at this. Bam.
Bam. Pow. Bang, bang.
One more.
Pow. It's like Batman, you know, once upon a time.
Batman still exists, Trace. Sorry to break it to you, man.
Well, not that kind of Batman. Anywho, like a fine sliced cheese, we're gonna see what G2 can come back into this round with.
Yeah,
you
exactly like a fine sliced cheese. Let's see what kind of cheese it ends up being, though, because FaZe Clan are looking to fill it with holes, so it might be a bit more Swiss than cheddar. Nexa over here towards the top of ramp. Does spot the man playing close. Important to note, this is the force buy from G2. Will the results be what they want? Right now, things are looking gooder, but main control taken by FaZe Clan. Gives him a bit of information to work with as to how this round might shape out. And that's why we see an early rotation from Nico over towards B on the back of these smokes that G2 start to throw in. Now Ivy control makes its presence known. That's where Nico comes in with a CT rotate from B. Oh dear, damage done. Kenny has to go back. He has to abandon this plan down towards Ivy. Trying to come in late, trying to cut off these rotations. Cold waiting on the other side of this smoke, and Cold wins that fight. Rain in with another. I did have to hiccup then.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to win that fight. That seemed like a fight we should be worried about. Either way, this is not a fromage. This is what's left here of G2. Amanek and Nexa really just have way too much on their plate. Wow. Charcuterie almost. Nexa's going to continue. 1v3. Cold Zero very low with no time. It's over, actually.
Boys, just in this little bit of lull, I did get a translation for you.
Oh, this should be interesting.
So what was said was in, let me check. It was in Bosnian, and this is from Anis. Hunter said, "Rotation, you need to watch," and then he laughed. And then Nico said, "Eat doo-doo." He didn't say doo-doo, but that's the summary.
What round was that? Was that the round Hunter walks out Ivy and headshots Nico close screen?
I would imagine so. It was a while ago now, so I'm not too sure. But there you go, boys.
Why are you
Thank
never
you so much,
rotation?
Rushley. We did need to know that. And moreover, it sounds like a little bit of a case of malding going on around here. However, in this round, G2 are going to set their eyes on the prize, the inside sight. Nexa with the only rifle for this team. They have 2 flashes, 1 Molotov. How will this pan out for them, Harry?
Well, Nexa is a man who's been pretty keen at working magic in rounds like this. And you'll see, pass the bomb back to one of these pistol players. That is the main goal in this round for G2. Brokey going to be trying to hold the upper rafters here. Has to get on down. That AK making its presence known. And oh my goodness, look at how many G2 players come flooding out of those upper halls. Not a problem for Olaf. In this flood, he has stood tall and risen above it all. Amanek 1v4. Ooh, does PT50 Brokey out of the equation, but he is trapped. And he will run to his demise. Rain to get the kill and solidify an 8th round for FaZe. But as we were highlighting, the bomb plant was the main goal there for G2.
And they've done that at the cost of giving an 8th to FaZe. I'm not saying we're going to overtime, but it's starting to feel like this one's going to become a lot closer than it has been up to this point. Of course, with FaZe switching over to the CT side, kind of to be expected.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the thing, right? These first few rounds have already been close, and this has just been FaZe trying to find the conversions. You know, I think if G2 can keep this up, they've already shown a hell of a lot in the force buy and even then in that pistol round. And look, I mean, you know, as a result of getting the bomb down next, okay, he's got a Galil. That's a little bit ugly, but it doesn't really matter. He's got full utility alongside it. Hunter, back to what he does best, this fast main play with a sandwich smoke. We see him do this all the time. If this is something that FaZe are not ready for, I will be thoroughly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, they throw the molly and they watch the demos, they know what's going on, double molly even, and Rain waits around the smoke, knowing Hunter could be waiting for the fade. Hunter behind Brown now, and Rain wants to get aggressive. That flash misses. Oh dear, Hunter still gets a kill. Nico's got to tap back. He does get one, spraying for the bomb, and almost a third. He perishes in the Molotov. Brokey takes a kill in the meantime, but Jax is finished off very easily. He was on 7. Hunter now got to do it all alone. 1 on 3. He's had an incredible game so far, but this would be monumental.
Yeah, many complex life forms here on the train yard have struggled to succeed in these harsh conditions that FaZe have been setting. But this Apex Predator Hunter on our screen always feels so at home here on this map. Smoke down over towards Ivy side. Spam goes through. Looks like he's going to try and play the timing game here to get on over to the other side. He's trying to isolate this fight onto Coldzera, and he has managed to do that. Now down to the 1v2. He has no idea, though, as to where Olaf or Brokey reside in this map right now. The AWP chimes out from Brokey. Now he knows where one of these players are. The decision to plant up on top of the train can come back to punish him, though. Oh, he just gets out. He gets out, and that could be their downfall. Now Hunter down to the 1v1, and Brokey has his number. Finally, the trade comes in, and the defuse found. FaZe are going to get that 9th round on the board, albeit by the skin of their teeth.
And what a wild ride the end of that round was right there. Olaf not seeing him, just the timing, just not really going, I suppose, in either of their favor. But shout out there to Hunter. He gets it down to a one-on-one and a bomb plant.
Yeah, hurting the money, right? That's something that G2 have been doing already in this game, in this half, you know, getting closer rounds against FaZe. So, well, it's not a win. It does at least, you know, have long-term effect. If they can eventually get this rifle round under their wing, it will be FaZe broken economically. Fast again for Hunter, straight out and about. The mollies are down, but he's already past them. And, oh dear, Nico running right for it. That will not work out. Hunter was ready, and G2 are going to take the advantage in this one. Hunter's not done. Does he know there's a man inside of the pop dog?
Yeah, he's got to be very aware of inside the pop dog, and it's rain. He's got the difficult task of keeping an eye on the ladder, as well as now this new threat of Hunter outside.
Yeah, and he's gone. That's the best part. They think he's outside right now. FaZe have 3 in the yard because they know Hunter's here, but he actually got back in through T-Con, threw a smoke, and went back towards spawn. He's killing rotations up pop. He just took rain down above the ladder. So G2, I mean, they've just won this round off of that you know, play alone from Hunter. FaZe conditioned to keep players in the outer sight. It was only a fake.
Yeah, you know, I like to think that with Hunter practicing this sandwich smoke push and kind of feigning it in this round here, I wonder if it was kind of him testing the waters to see if that's something FaZe were ready for, because now it feels like G2 are trying to use that tendency against FaZe Clan, right? That round there, they pull Hunter back, they managed to get him away from outside, and as you mentioned, he cuts off the rotations coming up through the pop dog. And FaZe, they kept a lot of bodies towards outside just in case Hunter was still there floating around. So that round comes together brilliantly for G2, an 11-9 scoreline now. And this is where these first 4 rounds that FaZe are able to field, coming so close down to the wire, is going to start to hurt this CT side. They can invest here, they can salvage a buy, but they really are salvaging it, right? 2 Famuses brought into play. Far from ideal. The AWP still maintained on Brokey. He was able to hold on to that, of course. But if they lose this, they've got no money. And so suddenly you're looking at what should be a 13-9 scoreline for G2. This round could decide a hell of a lot for FaZe on this 3rd and final map.
Oh, Jax goes out right side as well, so he's avoided the Olaf spam that came through from the rifle. And now, element of surprise, as Nico certainly wasn't ready for the pace. Jax is up deep. Spots a second player in the smoke. I think he must have seen something because he spams it, seemingly aware. Cold playing behind it. And he's got to be very cautious. 2 players walking up Ivy as well. That smoke will fade in the next 10 seconds, so he hasn't got long to stay here, and he moves into the fight, dropping the bomb next to with the trade. But the info is there for FaZe. They know it's an outer hit, but knowing, unfortunately, is half the battle. The other half of the battle is the battle. And they don't have the players for that. They're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's 2 for Byron on the day.
Oh, Rain. He was spotted there along with Olaf, who was able to bail him out of danger. Nexa winning at yet another gunfight over here towards A. Creeping up close in Ivy, there is a man hidden behind this smoke. That's Brokey. Olaf's going to move in to join him, but with Olaf tagged down low, a lot of this round and the kind of fate of FaZe in it depends on Brokey offering up the goods. And there it is. The equalizer found onto Kenny. 30 seconds for G2. They've not been able to plant this bomb, and that's because Hunter has gone on a very long lurk. Olaf just arriving, but the shot misses. Brokey follows up, and this leaves it all onto Nexa. Has to finish what he started earlier on. Brokey believes this is going to be the B-side play, and I think with good reason. With Nexa disappearing over at the A bomb site and Hunter coming in on the wrap round. That's the decision he went for. It allows him to come in through connector. Nexa repositioning, gonna try and play around this bomb and use it like a second man almost. He knows that Brokey has to tap it. Brokey has to defuse. He's the man on the clock. So as long as Nexa doesn't offer up this kill, he can just play for time.
A stick it.
Time's of the essence. Brokey not tapping it, not in the business of tapping. Oh, hang on, hang on. Maybe not. Oh dear, Nexa. Oh no!
The flash is perfect now. I don't know why he got off the defuse after a second, but hey, take it. Get back on it. Drop the flash at his feet. Nexa gets fully blinded, and that's a defuse coming in for FaZe in the one-on-one. Huge clutch for Brokey. Him, Olaf, and Nico all around the same kill distribution. Not quite the same for Cold and Rain, but they're starting to pull things back and come into their own in this CT half. Will it be enough for FaZe as they take double digits, sitting one behind that of G2? Oh my. I thought it was a fast out hit, but no. Just a utility thrown by G2 and a double back towards B with a solo setup. Olaf here alone. Nico in the pop dog ready to flank if need be.
This one's coming down to the wire again, 11 to 10. G2 want to bounce back and grab this one, that's for sure. Looks like it's going to be the inside hit, or at least the selling of the inside hit. But already, you see FaZe Clan just pushed up enough. They had players there at ladder and Rain, and now the hit's going to come from the inside. Olaf and Brokey to answer the call.
It's a bit of an awkward spot for Brokey. Him and Nico try and make the best out of a bad situation, but Kenny, delivers 3 quick kills in a matter of moments. Cold Zero now to try and turn things around up on the rafters, tagged in the dome, and Nexa finishes him off 12 to 10. And this is where, you know, these last few rounds being so close to defuse coming down to the 1v1 in the round prior. Finally, albeit a little bit delayed, this FaZe Clan money draws to a close once again, and now that 13-10 scoreline feels like a reality here. Even in saying that, the loss bonus isn't there for FaZe, and you look at those bank accounts, there's not enough money to actually buy even if they take the eco here, so this is actually a horrible spot to find yourself in if you're FaZe. You might have to force, because it's double eco anyway.
Tough times call for tough decisions. Decisions have been made to bring in this tactical timeout. Rightfully so.
Rough spot to be in, but gotta make do with what you got. FaZe have nothing. Could even just justify full forcing into this round because players, 3 of them below 2K. Not a good situation. So they will just buy in, not fully committing, saving a bit of money, but it's going to be a double eco. It should be a 14-10 for G2 if all things go to plan. And that has not gone to plan for FaZe, who wants to try and make it, at the very least, expensive.
Nice shot from Volterra to take down Jax. Hunter still on the case. The trades have come in appropriately, and Olaf finds himself trying to peek out of the CT connector to no avail. 13 on the board.
And yeah, look, I mean, this is it. It's got to be another eco from FaZe. This should just be 14 to 10 before all is said and done, and that first buy gets, you know, first buy in a little while gets to come through for the FaZe Clan side. So G2, game is in their hands now, and in a very, very big way, because even when that investment comes in for FaZe, they still haven't got that kind of ability to sustain a loss. And so suddenly, you know, this game can all get decided in these final few rounds thanks to the money. Hunter doing what he does best, playing close to this sandwich smoke. And does dispatch of Rain, now creeping into the back line over here toward Ivy. It should just be the mop-up anyway. We're not going to get too excited over anything Hunter does right now.
He has brought us a considerable amount of excitement in this map. Speaking of which, Nexus is going to try full force. Pedal to the metal out towards the Volt Bomb, and so far everything's gone right for G2. They put a 14th up and just 2 rounds away from solidifying this series for themselves. Next coming up is Liquid Furia. you are just joining us, make sure you don't go anywhere. After this, we are, I'm going to say 95% positive that a player from the winning team will come on and talk to us. And then after that, we'll be jumping into the next match.
And that is Liquid Furia. Furia's debut of the Pro League. And the side of things certainly look interesting.
That they do. Liquid facing a little bit of trouble there in the beginning. Not known to lose early on. They definitely did catch an L to Swole Patrol, and that's going to be a little bit of a dark mark.
Yeah, but that's all for later on, because here and now we approach a real turning point, a real swing round in this game, and really it will decide whether it ends in like the next round or so, or if FaZe can keep on fighting. This is their chance to stay in the game. Double drop into Pop. Rain decides it's best to stop. Nico removed by Nexa, but Rain is there to at least keep it into a 4-on-4.
Still plenty of time to work with for G2. They're going to be able to collect the bomb, probably start to set their sights towards inside, where it's going to be Olaf waiting in upper.
Yeah, this is actually a huge play. If G2 don't clear out upper and just go down the low ramp and try and stick a plant, Olaf is going to be able to stop it. He's going to be able to stay alive, and there's no Molotov on the G2 side to flash out this position. So it's all coming down to either fighting him or, well, potentially losing this one. They're going to run the knife out. Olaf hears it, and he gets aggressive. Early kill. Brokey dropping the bomb down ramp. Olaf just needs to stay alive. His teammates are all over the site. They're all here to stop G2 from getting any further, and Olaf just needs to make sure that he denies the plant if it comes through. Flash is good, and Olaf gets a kill. Kenny running back up the ramp with the AWP, trying to get away from this one, trying to run tuck tail as FaZe find 11. They saved the day, and they saved their own lives in this matchup as well. As said, if G2 picked up that rifle round, FaZe would have been broke against 15. Luckily, given a second chance. Good patience from Olaf, though. A lot of players would just peek out and try and take that fight on the low ramp after they get the advantage, but he waits, not only for his team to drop another man and show presence out the connector, but even set up the flashbang to fight that man on the site. 3 more for FaZe to equal up with that of G2.
This is a cool investment from G2, though. They just throw MAC-10s into the mix. Everyone's invested, everyone has a weapon, and we've seen these SMGs do damage, especially towards this inner bomb site. And so they're just going to try and play a fast round, try and catch FaZe unaware. Olaf tries to molly off his fallback, and he gets sandwiched between the MAC-10s. This allows G2 to be very, very fast and get in the face of FaZe Clan. Lots of damage being found, but not quite the kill. Amanek still floating around close over by Connector. Represents a bit of a danger. That flash goes in, and he gets ahead of it, catches Nico by surprise, and now finds himself over in CT spawn. FaZe, what do they even do? They're down a man, and it's keeping that way. Hunter's coming on a wrap of his own, and it's only Rain left. Not shut down just yet, but a 1v2 doesn't feel likely, and he knows it. He's going to back on out and try and play for overtime. 15-11. I love that decision from Nexa and the G2 side to go for the MAC-10s. They left themselves with plenty of money looking to the future. And it also gives them a great chance in this round, as we see there. You know, that kind of pace, that kind of aggression, you just can't do with the Kriegs or with the AKs.
I mean, that round had I guess, a feel to it that you would see perhaps at the end of a boxing match, right? You hear the dinger go off, the bell go off for the last 10 seconds of the round. These guys just get out there and decide to slug it out. And they really go for it there. You can see just how far G2 pushes up inside of the yard. You've got Nexa running around with the MAC-10 doing, you know, his own work over there, getting it done. So 15 for G2, and this could be all she wrote, Hugo.
It could be done and dusted. FaZe gotta make something happen, and Hunter will make it easier for them, taking down his teammate, but finding Olaf in the process. 2 men down. It keeps Hunter on 30. He should be on 31, maybe even 32, but well, the team kill holds him back. And FaZe now double in a setup just for a second. Brokey will quick rotate once they realize that no one has actually gotten out for the time being. Send this AWP back towards the outer yard. G2, that's where they look to end up as well. Everyone on the left side of this site, no one playing con side. So Jax has got to watch out. That's a great shot. He gets dinked by Nico, but finding the kill into A. 2 players dinked here for G2. This is on a knife's edge.
good flash from Nico to allow Cole to capitalize and get himself a kill. Rain! Oh, the mop-up crew is in. And Kenny gets shut down as well. The round comes to a close. FaZe Clan are going to salvage a 12th. There's still time yet for FaZe. They need 3 more in a row if they want to take this one through to overtime. G2 with a bomb plant, with the round shaping up the way they have. They're still looking good. It's going to have the AWP on Kenny, rifles for everybody else. Rain starting to find his footing, you know, starting to rise back up through this scoreboard. He's had a couple of important kills in these last few rounds for FaZe. Even thinking back to things as simple as getting that trade kill over towards Pop Dog when that fight between Nexa and Nico went down. And here in this round, he delivers 3 on the retake, so you could not be asking for more. Might have been quiet early on, but now he's looking to step up. Jax, fast pace, terrifying pace. He gets closer, then shot in the face. It's Brokey to remove him. Man advantage taken now for FaZe early on, and this fast-paced round is slowing right down for G2.
Look how close Colzera is playing in Ivy. They are just on his tail with the bomb. He's not alone. Nico could transition and help him out if they need it. Looks like we're going to be a little bit of switcheroo there, taking turns peeking on Ivy. That drop smoke does buy a little more time here for FaZe. Kenny S out at E-Box, getting a shot off as well. Just trying to come down the ladder would be Hunter. Good setup here from FaZe so far. 2 players playing towards the bomb site. Now the shots start to ring in. Kenny S can't seem to find a bead, and it's Nico with the AWP frag.
Kenny was looking everywhere for a kill, but just nothing presenting itself. Player in heaven forces him out, and Nico gets the frag. It's not done, or maybe he is. Amanek finds to show off with the Krieg. Keeps G2 in this round. That could have been the kill to shut it down. Rain trying to do exactly that. He's had quite the resurgence in the last couple of rounds, and he will keep himself alive. For now, nice shot to Hunter. Oh, there's a trade though. Nexa's made this one interesting. G2 inside of the site and trying to stick the bomb.
Oh, Brokey trying to get a shot under the train, but doesn't come through. Neck just about able to regain control over the Krieg as he tries to buck him off. Amanek continuing this. Bit of a wild stallion in the back line, and he'll run rampant. Olaf taken out of the equation. Brokey has to deliver another clutch over here towards the A-bomb site. Does mop up the first, not quite. And G2, they will take this series over FaZe Clan 2-1 as they managed to long it out here on Train and picked up Nuke earlier on in the day. They managed to get the job done pretty cleanly here in this second half. We'll be back to break down this matchup as well as get ready for Liquid versus Furia after the quick break.
We've arrived at the close of the first series. We do have a victor here. It's not so clear at the end of the day, but one thing that does stand the test of time is G2 prevailing over FaZe. They do it in 3 maps. We got 16-14 for G2 on Nuke. We got 16-11 for Dust 2. And more importantly, we have a Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match set up for you right here, right now. We're going to go over all the nitty-gritty details as to why this series looks so close. Even if the numbers, even if the score lines don't necessarily reflect that completely, this was a close game.
Yeah, and a close series at that, right? 46-36 in opening duels between G2 and FaZe there. So G2 coming out massively ahead. And I think one of the reasons that this series was so close is not just because FaZe had a great tendency to do surprisingly well in these 4-on-5 scenarios. They also had some great clutch players coming in. They led the stats there. 5 clutches 1 to G2's 3. However, that wasn't enough to see them through this series, right? G2 pick it up. And I think it's just quite showing in the statistics that across the board as a team, they were finding the openers, they were winning it in the numbers game. You weren't having to rely on these big individual moments because you would just have your players opening up the rounds and then kind of just, you know, leaving it in FaZe's court at that point, right? Saying, okay, you guys are a man down, give it your best shot.
And credit has to go to Hunter as well, you know, not just along the series, but especially in that final map, he really just popped off. 31 kills at the end of things, you know, even more if you take away the team kills, and just a light out performance from this dude. Nico's cousin, going bowling, doing it all. He is a man of many talents.
Yeah, he ends out this entire series 68-51, that's plus 17. Just about 80 ADR, 81, somewhere in that notion. To the best of the side of FaZe is over there on Nico, who went 77 ADR. So Hunter certainly showing up in a big way here and getting the job done. Now, across the series, he was very instrumental, Harry.
Yeah, 100%. And as Hugo is kind of echoing, I just want to echo the sentiments even further, that Train is kind of Hunter's playground. He always looks right at home on this map. And I think that really, really showed in the stats individually there. I mean, it was a strong series across the board, but Train was definitely the stand-up performance from Hunter.
That it was. I do believe we're going to have the opportunity to catch up with one of them soon. So hopefully that doesn't change. And if it does, I'm sure they'll let us know, right? They'll do the right thing. As far as the series goes, what do we learn about FaZe Clan going forward?
You know, they looked pretty prepared. They looked pretty good back on Nuke, especially, right? The map pick of the map pick of FaZe in this series. They didn't manage to pick it up, but we had a really, really good T side from FaZe. That's something that we expected coming into this series. They held their own. They put up a lot of rounds. They always have been finding 8, 9, 10 round halves on the T side of Nuke, which is such a rarity in 2020 with so many teams. You know, obviously the game's getting more T-sided, but you're still not seeing those you know, T-dominant rounds or T-dominant halves on a map, you know, so known to be CT-sided.
How about we talk a little bit about the AWP in Brokey's hands? Do we feel like he showed up in a way in this series? Do we feel like that him wielding the AWP is going to net those results for FaZe?
I think he had some like real high points, right? He certainly delivered a lot of the times in like clutch scenarios. He looked good, right? And I wasn't having like a terrible time on the AWP. I don't think it was enough to go toe to toe with Kenny S, and that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
You know, you look over at him, legend in the French scene, right? One of the most prolific AWPers in the game. Obviously, you're going to have a hard time stacking up. And this is why I think one of FaZe Clan's strengths that they can play around is that AWP can kind of get juggled into anyone's hands. We saw that a bit, right? Olaf picking it up as he sometimes does. Wasn't really feeling it. He moved away from that. And then I think that was why we had Brokey kind of donning it so often in that matchup.
So we got a guy, he goes 57-47, right? That's 77 ADR, roughly, if my math does catch up with it.
Yeah,
It's going to be that of Nexa. We got him on the line with us. What's up, man? Congratulations.
I can't hear anything, though.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear anything.
No, well, not the start we wanted. Not the start we wanted.
We'll talk a little bit. You could
I'm
just
sorry,
sit
guys,
there.
but I actually don't hear you.
It's
like
all right,
anything.
man. It's completely
How's your
fine.
sign language, Harry?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, he did
It's
show
okay.
up, so there is that. And not only did he show up for the interview, he showed up in the server as well.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get that technical side fixed. But yeah, I mean, Nexa, he's been a great addition to this team, and I don't think anyone in the world could doubt that. Him and Hunter coming into this French-speaking roster initially, turning it into an English camp, and you know, improving it massively when it comes to the leading factor, I guess. Nexa bringing in a lot of experience from his times in Crazy and the likes over in Europe, and experience that G2 are using to their advantage, taking series wins over FaZe, getting to the grand finals in Katowice recently, and losing to Na'Vi. I mean, mean, you know, this team is on a rise, and I think Nexa and Hunter are a huge part of that.
And like these were sentiments echoed by Vitality and Alex's departure, right? When he left, one of the things that they were originally concerned with is just kind of this lack of IGL talent in the French scene. Obviously, there's names out there. There's like home brand names, right? You got guys like Happy, you got guys like Existence. They're all still floating around, but none of them really on any teams like on a top level, right? And so I think one of the reasons for that is that, as we've learned from speaking to some of these French teams, is that there was like a bit of a loss of confidence in a lot of these home brand name IGLs.
I think a big detail with that as well is like back in the old days of Counter-Strike Go, especially in early 2015, 2016, you could have in-game leaders that could lead you to victories and not necessarily frag, and it was kind of okay. You know, you'd have players that you know, had the ideas but didn't necessarily have the individual talent alongside some of these players. Well, Nexa is not one of those players. You will constantly see him going in first, getting those opening kills. He's 5-1 to start off train as well in that factor, and that's not rare at all. You know, you don't see many teams hanging on to IGLs that can't perform in the server. There's very few left in the game today.
Well, we are going to try this one more time. We do have Nex on the line. I promised you guys about a 95% chance of being able to speak to one of the players afterwards, and it would appear as though we're going to go for that one once more. Now, Nexa, I'm going to direct one question at you, and I understand you might be lagging a little bit, so perhaps we just get out in front of this one. When you came into this game today, when you stacked up against FaZe Clan, what did you think your odds were? Where do you think FaZe Clan is currently?
I think overall, based on our performance before at Katowice, I would say we were the favorites, but they were one of the teams that we didn't play. I think them and Astralis are the only team like in the top 10 that we never got a chance to play. So it was a really fun game, and this is what I wanted. Like I wanted us to test ourselves against everyone in the top 10. Like I didn't know. Basically, throughout the whole 2020, both FaZe and us, we only lost to Navi. So it could have gone either way, and the game showed it as well. And I'm just glad that we kept our composure and we closed it out with a B-rush.
So basically, as one of your teammates, obviously being the cousin of Nico, blah 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 blah. You know how that goes, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
So what happens in the game? We understand there's a little chatter, this, that, and the other. But is ever something where that kind of comes out in the open, where there is this sort of, hey, this is my cousin, I want to beat them?
No, I feel like Hunter doesn't have this mentality at all. He actually hates playing against Nico. I remember before we played him a few times before we joined the G2, and every time he hates this matchup so much. Like he said, the only thing he loves more than winning is watching Nico win. So I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, I know that for him, it's not a happy matchup at all.
Wow, that's a surprise to hear. Well, I'm sorry to say, Hunter actually beat Nico in the head-to-head duels, going 13-10 against him. So I guess, poor him. Yeah, made the right pick up there.
The real coverage.
Exactly. Next, I wanted to hear a thought from you as an in-game leader. This is something we've been seeing so much over the Pro League and just in general lately in Counter-Strike. Teams losing their map picks in best-of-3 series, but flip-flopping. Both teams winning the opposition's map pick and heading to a third. It seems like so many teams are struggling closing out their own map choices. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Do you think it's coming down to the fact that we are online for this and Counter-Strike is a bit more wish-washy as a result? Or is it because everyone can play every map really and everyone's prepared? I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I think from my point of view, it's that when teams anti-strat each other, they usually put their main focus on what the opponent's map pick is going to be. They have the confidence in their own map, so they do not put this like extra work, anti-strat, and trying to create some new setups that could potentially break the strats that they have on their own map pick, but they always do it for the opponent's map pick. So it feels like every time I watch the game, and even when we play now, like we are super prepared for every map that the opponents pick against us, but most of the time our own map pick is lacking, which is something that we need to fix.
Hey, I got one more question for you to get you out of here. Dust 2, we talked to Malik about it before, and I want to talk to you about it as well. With Dust 2 obviously going 16-11 for FaZe, do you feel like this is a map you guys want to put more time into going forward?
But Dust 2 was our best map, no doubt about it, throughout the whole 2019, since me and Hunter were in G2, and even towards the beginning of this year, it was good for us. But we kind of ran out of ideas and how to play it, because it was always our map pick, and like 50 games we played, so it feels like we already showed everything that we have, and it's getting like a bit harder for us to adjust and try to change the meta even more. Right now everyone knows how we played us too and what we do, and that's why it's really difficult for us to play it, but also like losing rounds like we did to Cold Zero, and a lot of the clutches we failed even yesterday against Tyloo is at the end what costs the map. Like I still think it's a really good map for us, but we just have to like stop throwing it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that didn't feel good on the old heart when Cold Zero is doing what he does around the A site. Hey man, I appreciate you coming on here talking to us. We're gonna get this all sorted out so the next time we get a little more time with you.
Thank you for having me, guys.
See you around. Okay, cool. So we're just coming off the back of the game right here, right? And what is the most important thing that you could possibly think of, guys?
Washing my hands, undoubtedly.
You want to give it a try, Hugo?
No, yeah.
Jesus. Okay, so wash your hands was a good submission. No submission is better than this, I guess. I'm just kidding. Memes. That's what we're always thinking about. It's always on the membranes. Let's run ahead and see what our hashtag EPL meme review has brought to us thus far. And better yet, who's going to take responsibility for picking these? Look at this. Clint Westwood. What on earth was that from Hugo?
Rootin' tootin', revolver shooting, Trace. Yes, indeed. That's a great Photoshop, by the way. I really like the work there. I'm gonna have to.
You guys gonna make that his new profile picture.
So I'm gonna give that one about an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I think that's a high-ranking meme.
That's one of the better ones. How about our second meme? Let's load that one up. Take a look at it before we jump into the break. Always trying to get the. That's pretty good too. And so it continues. This is going to be something that continues to deliver. This one by Phoenix, not to be confused with Phoenix. We're going to a break. We're going to come back with Liquid and that of Furia. So just a few minutes time. We're going to be kicking off live on 3 with that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot to the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Well, an unexpected ring sometimes is the ring of the bell, the one that actually just got rung over there on the FaZe clan side. They do falter and fumble and lose that series. 2-1 to G2. Now we get to divert our attention to the next matchup of the day. We're going to have a little bit of Furia and Liquid action, and I'm going to be doing that here on the desk with Harry and Hugo. Guys, are we about ready to walk into the last map of the day? Last match of the day, rather.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't think this is going to be a short one, Trace. That's a dangerous assumption here at the Pro League. We like all the rounds and we like all the maps.
That's pretty much all from Hugo.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Good grief. No, when we look at this, we've seen that Liquid has a mortality, right? They certainly can be beaten. Now, Furia, this is their debut, though. This is where they get to show what they've been working on, what they've got up to this point.
We haven't seen them play in the Pro League thus far, and now Furia's first test is going to be trying to pick up where MIBR failed, of course, right? They weren't able to overcome Liquid, but now we have the next set of Brazilians in to try and give it a go. And I think Furia actually could give Liquid a bit of a run for their money here.
Certainly more so than the MIBR match. A bare minimum, I'd like to think that.
And I would also like to think that all the plots and all of the the scripting that we've done maybe takes a twist right here. Maybe it takes a turn. Maybe we take a twist and turn over here to Twist himself, Mr. Van Dulken. How's it going over there, buddy?
It's going pretty good. How about you guys?
Pretty good. You know, I was just kind of admiring your VR setup. What is it that you play on VR?
I was playing Half-Life Alyx on my Valve Index.
How's that? Is that cool or what?
It's pretty fun. It's I feel like it's like the first game that you can actually play through a story on a VR setup.
That's pretty cool, man. I'll have to come over sometime and play that. I appreciate that. So let's start to jump into some of the stuff right here that we've got lined up for us. We got Liquid. We got you guys taking on Furia. What are you expecting today?
Can't really expect anything. We just know they play fast. At least that's how they were playing originally. Even though they've kind of been absent in any type of play, I do feel like they're still better than MIBR, and it'll be a better match.
Ooh, now that's a talking point if I've ever heard one. You think they're better than MIBR. Harry, does that strike you off guard?
Honestly, no. I mean, I think that's like a pretty legitimate comment to make right now. But what I was wondering, Twist, is I was going to say something that's been a bit of a problem thus far for you guys, it feels like, is for these last 2 series, at least, that you guys have played, it was like a bit of a slow start, I think it's fair to say, right? With you guys finding your footing, obviously, the other day. I think versus Furia, that's something you really can't afford. So it's like, you know, what's the mood like? What kind of preparation have you guys been doing ahead of this game?
It's kind of the same thing as usual. The past couple days, we've gone like a warm-up scrim, just so we're more like energetic and stuff. But it's really just, I mean, it's the slow, usual start that we're kind of known for. But hopefully that starts to fade away.
We've seen a little bit of that trademark Liquid slow start. I personally love that one where you let it get down to about 14, and then you guys pick it back up and start playing the game of Counter-Strike. Now, I'm a little bit more surprised you're finding scrims this early. It's pretty early over there. Who's playing?
I mean, we just scrimmed the new Phoenix team, I think. That's in Flashpoint.
Okay.
So, I mean, the Flashpoint teams are up pretty early, I assume. I mean, especially the European teams like to start practice early, so some of them even look for scrims at like noon.
Twist, I wanted to ask actually about that matchup yesterday versus 100 Thieves. More specifically, the comebacks that you performed on both maps there. What's the team speak like in those situations when you're down 12-5, when you're down 13-5, and you feel like maybe it's almost lost? Are you guys still calm? Obviously, I'm sure you're not giving up before the comeback comes, but how do you have the resilience as a roster to pull it all the way back from such a rough scoreline?
Our energy was pretty high, even from the start of the game. So I think just being in such a deficit and knowing that it's a big game, we kind of just were like put in the overdrive, and I mean all of us were communicating well, and it kind of felt like reminiscence of last year where it felt like we were gonna win no matter what when we were down. Like it didn't feel like we were gonna lose.
It's sort of having that faith, having that belief. Now, there is that whole problem of like getting up to 14 or 15 and expecting that next round to come. Do you guys ever find some struggle right there? Do you ever find trouble when it is right there at the tip of your tongue, right there within the grasp of your hands?
Not lately. It's either we're down really far or we're up really far, Like either we're up 15-2 or we're down like 13-2, it seems.
Yeah, pretty normal stuff. Hey, man, just Liquid another day in the office. We're going to let you continue to do that and have fun playing Alex after this is over with.
Thank you.
Cool. So now that we've got that deep dive into Twist's life, we know what he's up to. We know he now plays on the Steam Index. So that's pretty cool. Excuse me, Valve Index.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this new Half-Life game looks sick, and yeah, a bit of time to talk about that maybe.
Yeah, another time.
I'm pretty jealous of anyone who's got that. But focusing on the matchup,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, Twist giving us a bit of insight there. Just kind of saying that the mood's pretty good over in the Liquid camp, right? They're feeling fine. They're believing in these comebacks, and they're pretty aware of this situation, right? The kind of slow starts. Liquid always seeming to have like some little thing attached to them, whether it's choking, whether it's struggling to get off to these good starts. But as he said, they're kind of in one or two situations right now. Either they're dominating, as we saw versus MIBR, or they're having to pull these huge comebacks, right? As we saw the other day versus the 100 Thieves guys.
Yeah, I think one thing that really spices up this matchup a lot more is the fact that Furia love online play. Or, maybe love is the wrong word, but it is a common ground for them. They have been a team that's grinded their way up to the tier 1 echelons of Counter-Strike, starting down below, as so many of these Brazilian teams and players have done in the past, right? So, yeah, Furia, they're certainly going to be ready to take this one online. And Liquid, we've already seen, have had troubles with adapting to online play after having such a long LAN year, such a packed schedule for these guys. So I feel like that certainly plays in the advantage of Furia. Whether it's going to be enough for them to take this series, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But again, with us not having seen this team yet in the Pro League, a lot of surprises could come out, and hopefully Furia have done their homework.
And strangely enough, for a team like Furia, who, well, the last time we saw them on LAN would have been DreamHack Open Anaheim 2020, right? So on top of that, they just play in the America's Minor the North American Closed Qualifier for the ESL 1 Rio Major. Which has been pushed back. So now they probably find themselves in a little bit of a limbo state as to where they want to take this, where they're getting the material from, what they're drawing from going forward. And for a team like Furia, you just heard Twist say it, this is a team that has that explosive nature, but sometimes it can catch up to them. Sometimes they get red.
And that's the thing. I think that's why for Furia, they reached this really high height, but now it's about trying to figure out how to sustain that. I think they're kind of off-brand, fast style of play worked early on at catching a lot of these teams off guard. And I'm sure this is something that the Furia players can kind of feel in, is they want to be known for more than just that aggressive tendency, and the kind of their style of play, right? We saw them obviously play versus, in Anaheim, rather, like you said. Hugo and I were there. God, I can't talk.
Were.
And Gen G were able to beat them in the grand final and obviously send them home in a pretty fast affair. I think that's because, you've got a mind like Daps. He's going to be there doing his research, and he's going to know how Furia tend to play.
Yeah, and we're going to find out a little bit more about Furia right now by one gentleman that is certainly more attractive than the Mona Lisa. That would be Art. We have him loaded up over here on our screen. We have him in the studio with us, digitally, of course. So, Art, can you hear me, friend? What's up?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me pretty well?
Yes, sir. We can hear you as well. So let's begin to talk about Furia. What have you guys been doing now that things around the world have kind of shifted and you find yourself playing your first match of EPL?
Oh yeah, that's very unfortunate. We just very, very hyped to start the year playing a lot of CS, but that's not how to work out. But we are just practicing a lot every time we can. For us, it's just a normal day at work. It doesn't change that we are playing from home. So we're just practicing as much as we can.
Art, we've already seen every team in the NA Pro League play a match so far, except for you. I imagine you guys have already been watching the games that have gone on. Who are you scared of right now? Who do you think is going to be topping the group? Is it Liquid, obviously the matchup you're just about to face, or is there another dark horse, or do you think it could even be yourselves?
Yeah, I have to say Liquid is the favorite. It's hard to not say that because they're just so consistent. They're playing pretty well. But I don't know, from last day matches, I think Liquid plays Soul Patrol. I did not like the way they play. Like, they could have played better. So I don't know. I think everybody has a spot now.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Liquid is so consistent, right? And I think, for Furia, that's something that you guys have maybe been looking towards there, right? Figuring out how to make these results and these runs a more consistent thing. I'm just wondering, what kind of work has been going on behind the scenes within the team to make sure that you guys can maintain these heights this year?
It's hard to say because the way people see us play is different from the way we see our plays. So it's hard to answer like that because it's not quite the view we have. Of course, we have the aggressive play style, but it's not hard to play passive. It's just our choice of playing. We can mix up every time we can. It's not like we are struggling to play passive. It's just something we don't prefer to do. And if we need to do, we're going to do it. It happens every game. We play passive, we play slowly. So I think we just focus on our game a lot because I know every team had like a break to practice. So I'm expecting anything from Liquid and anything from any team.
Now, Art, you just kind of graced us with the presence of whatever you're drinking right there. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of questions around the straw and the cup itself. Let's just go ahead and bring that back up if you don't mind showing us the cup that you have right in front of us. You mind sharing that with us?
Yeah, of course. No, I don't mind it. It's a local drink from where I live. I drink this pretty much every day. It's a tradition since I am like a little kid.
Nice. Well, it's a cool looking straw too, if that's any consolation. I don't know what the liquid tastes like, of course. Now, the question I'm going to have for you before I let you go, there's a lot of talk about Furia in comparison to MIBR and where that all kind of stacks up. What do you think about it when people say Furia is better than MIBR?
I would say people are like mainly Brazilians. They are like hating a lot because MBR is struggling against teams they were not used to struggle. But I think they have just got their pace on. I don't think like it's a battle of who's better. I think there's moments for both teams, and both teams are like in different situations. MBR is trying to get back on the track, and we are trying to be where they were in the past. So I think it's different struggles for us. It's not quite who is better. It's just different struggles.
Yeah, different problems, you know, sort of same team, same fight, but also different stuff going on around the board. Art, I appreciate your time, buddy. We're going to let you go get in the server so we can start this game.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you.
Let's go. Vamos. All right. So, guys, what did you learn right there? First of all, I like what he said about MIVR.
Yeah, that's a respectful answer because like, you can very easily just come out and say, yeah, we're better than them or they're better than us. But that's, you know, it's a nice way of looking at it, right? MIBR are coming into a very different situation than Furia, who have, you know, recently grinded their way into, in the last year or so, into their current position. MIBR have been at the top and they've dropped off. That's a, you know, as Fallen said in the interview the other day when we had him on, you know, that's a very different thing to deal with, you know, being at high heights, falling off and then trying to get back up to that position.
Yeah, just maintaining that high pole position is certainly something that a lot of teams struggle with. What we're not going to struggle with is taking a look at the map vetoes. Again, a best of 3 on the card, so we need to know what maps we're playing at the bare minimum. I'm going to guarantee you 2, but maybe we get a 3rd out of this.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I can't think of the last time we had a 2-map series here at Pro League, so...
I mean,
okay, yeah, yesterday, 100 Thieves Liquid, yeah, sure.
Last night.
It was more just a play on the fact that almost every series here has gone 3 maps. But yeah,
well, we got
shut
Nuke
up,
first.
guys, you take it.
He's not happy. You've upset him, Harry. Apologize to him.
I am sorry. Here
No,
you go.
it's
It's
not
not good
forgiven.
enough. It's not good enough.
Harry, read the maps.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, we got the Dust 2 ban coming out from Furia. That's expected. They ban that straight away most of the time. That gets taken out. Now, that's the map that Liquid have been struggling on a little bit. Train gets removed as well shortly thereafter. We know that Liquid have said they might add that to their pool, but it's a long way off. Nuke pick for Furia. Good map for them. And one that they often try and bring the heat on. Inferno coming up next. Speaking of heat, if you like fire, there's nothing more fiery than the depths of Inferno. And then Mirage to end it. Nice little middle ground map for it all to conclude on. And I think, I actually really hope we get to see all 3. I hope that trend continues because I would love to see how Mirage goes down between these 2 teams.
Or at least what answers Fury can come up with. And if, you know, if Liquid get off to a slow roll here, that creates a much bigger problem. One that we've already addressed or kind of looked at with Twist. And it's also something that Liquid are aware of. So that's something that right then and there, you could say, with these 2 teams meeting in server, anything's very much possible.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Liquid can't afford to be slow starters in this series. Furia are going to punish them. You can see the rankings, number 13 versus number 7. Liquid falling down the spots just a little bit, but it is early days into 2020. We're only a couple of months in, and we've got to wait for, you know, lands to continue before, you know, new heights are reached, but that might be in a while. Either way, I think, you know, going back to the point, Liquid need to start fast here because we know Furia will be aggressive. We know they will be fast.
Well, perhaps this next little tidbit could help them to start fast. We have another pro tip loaded up for you, brought to you via Rushly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hey Future Pros, back on Nuke today with a nade set to get you down secret. This is a set piece you will see most pro teams run with some variants here and there. You'll need 3 Future Pros for this execute and 3 smokes total. Future Pro number 1, you will need to line yourself up with the middle of this part of the truck. Aim just out to the left of the bottom left of the right window. Then jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 2, jam yourself into the corner of this bollard. Aim above the bracket on the silo and line your crosshair up with the top of this vent. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the close smoke. To throw the smoke, hug the right wall while running and aim just above the first fence post and throw. If done correctly, you will have an easy access to secret, but remember, always have someone watching the flank.
Rushly, a rising star, not only as an observer, he's also trying to work his way over here to the analyst desk where he could fit in, slot in just perfectly, probably like right here if I had to guess. Nonetheless, we are just about ready to get on our first map. We do have the maps. We have everything that we need to know. We've got Nuke, we've got Inferno, we've got Mirage, and more importantly, we've got to put our money where our mouth is. And Hugo, I want to start with you.
Liquid.
For any reasons at all.
Liquid.
Nice. Thank
Wow,
you so
yeah.
much. Let's go
No,
ahead
eloquently
and
put.
kick the ball right over there to Harry. What's he going to do after you pass the ball to you?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to dribble it for a bit, and I'm going to say that Liquid are my pick here as well. They got me believing, right? I think that I think their kind of time for error, the margin for error has shrunk down a bit here. They know the pressure's on, and you really cannot afford to lose these series. So I think they've got to make a bit of a statement here. You know, they already bested MIBR, and I think while I imagine this goes 3, I still have Liquid taking it.
And I think you're onto something right there. I just want to reflect real quick on the GG.bet odds. Of course, Team Liquid, a favorite to win this one. Now, I also obviously have to side with Team Liquid. No real like bias there to North America or anything. But the reality is this. Sometimes when I watch Liquid play in the early of games, it's just full on Pepe hands, guys. It is just something that is just so frustrating to watch. Now, if Furia can get out ahead of that early on, that's not going to end well for the side of Liquid, especially if they can't find a response.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think, you know, if we see Liquid go down like 13-5, I don't think Furia will let them come back in. I don't think that's the kind of team that will be complacent and will just sit around waiting for Liquid to pull a comeback. They're going to get in your face and they're going to punish you. And that's, you know, where and how Furia, can make this a 3-map series and maybe, just maybe, take a win.
Perhaps. CT start for Liquid on Nuke. We look at Inferno where Furia will be getting that CT start. Opposing map picks. Certainly, if anything has been taught to us in this season, it is going to be the fact that, well, teams win each other's map picks. And then we go to Mirage, if that's the case. Anyhow, it starts on Nuke, Harry.
Yeah, indeed it does. Now, I remember back from that Anaheim, we learned some interesting statistics when it comes to these boys over on this side of Furia. And I'm going to let the drop take hold before I drop these numbers on you all. Woo! So, looking at this, this is an interesting one, Trace. I think I'm going to be a big fan. Lowest deaths per round in the game is held by Jabe. I think that really isn't much of a surprise. But second place is K-Serato, just behind. And that is all while being the top-rated player for KAST out of anyone in the world right now. Naf up here in the heavens, and he's looking for players that might just come his way. Furia trying to close the distance. Yuri will dome Elige, but Naf is still a question mark, and he's played this well. But misses the timing, missing his chance, and there's K-Serato coming in with that kill.
This is something that's so exciting about these NA online matches as well. It's like, you know, it's just so many aim fights, so many battles, and Furia, they're all over the place, man. They're in B right now. Stewie is trying to deal with them. He's been spotted and tagged, and he's going to look to the windows instead. Twist is spotting them go heaven. He knows Furia are both lower and upper. This is a mixed-up round right now. Where's that bomb going, though? Twist is going to spot it. He gets dinked by Henny, who can wrap the top site, and that's surely where this is going to end up. Stewie has killed the man down below, and K-Serato coming in from the heavens.
Yeah, he's going to drop it right onto Twist. K-Serato and Henny are going to get this bomb planted in the upper site. Retake's going to come in at a Fury's pace from the side of Liquid. They already want to get in the fight. They do not want to give any time, any chance for Fury to set up for the post plan. Stewie to K. Ringing the bells of K-Serato and Henny. It's done done deal. Liquid are going to pick up a pistol. And a round that got pretty damn close.
Yeah, clean shots of Stewie, man. And he was a big talking point yesterday. Remember, back in the series versus 100 Thieves, he started off very slow on both maps, was not having a great beginning. But he managed to really pick it up at the end of things, especially on that second map, you know, being the top performer. So Liquid already off to a good start, and Stewie finding 4 headshots in the pistol round is certainly going to be what they need. Furia forcing up, as you would expect after a bomb plant. 2 Kriegs and an AK in round number 2.
Investment in from Furia. Krieg's out in full force. K-Serato, the purist, playing with the AK. Also, because they didn't really have the money to get another one.
Poorest, you mean? Couldn't afford the Krieg.
No. Smoke on down toward the squeaky door, and that's allowed Art to slip his way into the back line. Stewie arrived just a second too late, although I think it looked like he caught a glimpse of Art, right? And yeah, he seemed aware. He was hunting it down, but the kill didn't present itself. And now K-Serato arriving up here at the upper site.
Man.
Art comes in with a kill onto Naf, and it's only Elige left. This force buy from Furia yields some fantastic results almost immediately. As Elige is just left to the save, Furia tie this one up nice and early.
There's the Krieg force, man, and all 3 of the rifle players survive. Of course, Henny's had to pick one up off of a dead body. Yuri was One armed with armor. And Liege, he's going to save his alongside the FAMAS. Back in T-spawn, giving Furia an early round on this T side. I'll better run, man. That bomb radius is fairly far.
But he does live. 3 rifles carried over, just like you said. Will Liquid have a response? They're going to have some utility and some weapons to work with in this round. So, just maybe. Armor as well. Going the extra mile here.
Deeg armor for Liquid. Might see a lobby crunch here. They're going to move towards a ramp, but only to boost Stewie into position. Can tuck in the corner, allow Furia to get out. Baited in by the likes of Nath, who has the Deeg down bottom ramp. He'll just drop upon spotting contact. Go quiet. Furia playing things very safe though, spamming in through radio, making sure Liquid haven't aggressed. Yuri is back behind main with Art above, but they're not rushing the yard. They're trying to see what Liquid are bringing to the table. Elige has his FAMAS downstairs in the Hell Room. And he is watching the cross, but he's not going to get more than, you know, a quick tap and a bit of damage off as these Furia players split. Instead, they're not going to cross past him either. They go into the A site. Twist tucked into the boxes. Molotov goes out, and Art goes in with a kill, trading that onto Twist, who did find Yuri at the start. Vinny spams a smoke for a frag as well, and Furia own the A site.
Yeah, no hope for Liquid in this round. No chance to extinguish the fire that is Furia over here on A. The bomb goes down, and for these 3 remaining players, the best thing they can try and do is hold on to these weapons. Will they get away with them? Furia not hunting. Another man who holds a first place stat in the world right now is Art, with actually entry kills per round, and he's keeping that up in this one. It was the man to go ahead and open this A site, make it ripe for the taking. He was able to deal with that hot player flawlessly. And so Furia, they're going to take this 2-1 lead. No money for Team Liquid in the next round, and then we kind of, you know, we've been here before. We know what's going to happen. It should be 3-1 before all is said and done, and that buy round comes on in for Team Liquid. In this round here, you're hoping that the 3 armored players and that 1 FAMAS that you've held on to can at least make this an expensive round for Furia.
The bare minimum, which is exactly what Liquid have going into this round. A couple pistols.
Oh, this is going to be a fast one. Furia looking for quick fights in the A site. It goes both ways. Elige is charging outside with the FAMAS. He gets back just in time. Art's come over the silo, and he has spotted him, but too little, too late. Elige can escape. Completely switching up his position, keeping Furia guessing as to where this 1 rifle is. And it's all Liquid have in this round, really, with the exception of the Deegs with a bit of Kev behind it. Elige looks to do some damage towards the yard, but he's letting them get very deep. He wants them to come towards Heaven and try and wrap. That's when he can take them down with that gun, but not going to try and fight Kriegs at a range. He'll let them have the yard. Twist might see some toes if he backs up just enough.
Vinny playing it real patiently. Same for Twist and Nitro, who are in the upper side currently. Holding on to the rafters. Swinging around. Ooh. Big kill from Elige. Goes for a second, goes for the spray, and it's Yuri that comes out on top with ZK. Still in this upper site. Just now our Furia walking out the squeaky door. And they're very, very cautious. They don't want to walk in any sort of crazy pistols. Time to take the site is now.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, now we get our first taste, though, of how these teams are going to stack up rifle on rifle here heading into round number 4. And it won't feature the AWP on either side. Now, Furia, not terribly uncommon to actually see them put off buying this AWP and just, you know, having your AWP run the Krieg on T-side Nuke. That's something that we saw them do an awful lot back at Anaheim. Keserato. Out through Squeaky, fast play, and into the clutches of Twists they go. The Maws of the Beast still open for more, but Vinny goes in. Has managed to get the trade, but in the blink of an eye, it's all onto Henny, and Naf makes quick work of him as well. The attempted fast A play from Furia to try and catch Liquid with limited utility on the back of their first buy round here over on the CT side. Doesn't work out the way they would have liked, but the money was still plentiful for Furia. And they'll keep up that trend of not bringing this AWP out on the T half into round number 6.
You got the 2 Kriegs over there for the side of Liquid. Where are they going to position Naf and Stu? I don't imagine anywhere too crazy. Stu's going to head towards ramp room early on, get a Molotov down. Naf spotting from the side of Heaven into the vents. This Molotov's going to slow everybody down on the tracks. Nitro sees the smoke coming out of the squeak doors, as well as the Molotov. He's going to get himself in a position where he can see inside of the door itself. He has spotted the shoulder of Art. Art's going to walk right on out using the guise of the smoke, and meanwhile catches Nitro with a grenade out in his hand. Couldn't have gone any worse for the man. Twist, though. Maybe he has a response. Looks for it, finds just one in Vinny. Sets up Naf behind the silo. Looks like they're going to try to get out on this A bomb site. If they get another kill here, which they haven't, Vinny dropping the bomb inside of the hut. Keserato just locked outside of it. Lobby control, there it is. It's by the side of Liquid. Keserato holding fast at the door. Not gonna be there for too long.
Yeah, Yuri's coming on this long flank though, and he's gonna have the drop on them to an extent. Fortunately, he has to make the drop noise if he wants to get that bomb back under control. And someone will hear it. So he's going to hang around 40 seconds, enough time to wait and see if Liquid can give him a kill.
He could definitely find Elige, but Elige crouching leaves him low down. And Yuri just got the information. Elige had been looking Heaven all round. And this is where Elige's decision to get off the angle and look towards main could actually hurt Yuri, because now Elige has to consider that potential Heaven wrap as an option, and he wasn't doing that before. Elige kind of wondering, where on earth did the molly come from? He just runs out into the open, wasn't able to figure it out. Yuri, the ghost, taps the bomb. Naf is closing the gap. And he might have the drop on him. Yeah, Yuri, surely not. Oh, almost with the flick. Tags Naf down to 19 points of health, but it's a 3K from this man. And a defuse to find the 3rd round for Liquid, tying us up at 3-3 out of the gate.
That's a really smart play from Naf. The second Elige dies, Naf walks, he gives up the bomb. With the time being low, he knows Yuri can't drop B, and so he just walks wide from the door. He lets him plant, but Yuri, in his head, the timing isn't there because he's just cleared the vent position. He's just thrown a Molotov there, and there's no one else. But Naf has moved immediately on that left flank, knowing the bomb will be planted behind Silo. Good awareness. Naf doing his thing. He has been stellar for Liquid so far. And, this is Furia, why they're so exciting to watch, man. You send one player outdoor, Art just looks into A, he gets a kill, and Furia just trade their way into a site. They just double down, they commit. And, one frag really was all they had, and Liquid had a stack on the A site, but Furia still trade almost effectively. They go down to the 2-on-1, but they do manage to close it. So 3-3. Guns back out for Liquid, but just about. No AWP. This force from Furia leaves them with very little past those 3 rifles. Mac 10 on Art and Keserato on the Deke. They're going to go back in towards the lobby and look for some fights out. Henny and Vinny both lining up Krieg and AK kills into the A site, and now things get dangerous for Liquid again.
Oh, Naf. Trying to stay away from the molly. Now Twists here, playing this bait and switch with Naf, but Vinny is wised up to it. Deals with Naf at least, but not quite able to overcome. Twists in the bomb site. Henny jiggling on this corner. Twists actually re-aggressing. Now Henny sees it. That opens up the double peek from main, and Stewie tries to land the spray transfer, but to no avail. Furia Going to keep this going in their advantage. And with that round win, they bring the economy of Liquid down to its knees and set themselves up to chain together a couple here on this T side.
Yeah, nice trade work from Twist as well. Liquid lost early players on A, but it still wasn't a problem for them to have fast rotations into A with double setup on the silo. Furia, however, taking the lead back and putting Liquid in a precarious position. Another topside rush, and this is the perfect round for it. Liquid do not have the weaponry to stop this. No utility, no guns, pistols, as Twist loses his life. Nitro does trade. The AWP can come in on rotation, but Naf misses a shot. Somehow, some way, Liquid are in an advantage, and Furia are actually going to bail out of the A site. That leaves Kriegs at the feet of Liquid, and they will pick them up.
Yes, they will. Stewie might be gifted a present here with Vinny creeping into the ramp room. Stewie and Vinny neck and neck. It's such a weird exchange right there. Stewie obviously probably clicking that mouse wheel, and it just certainly gave him that jump that he did not want.
Oh, that's a dink from Nitro through the little metal window frame, and it's going to put Henny on 20. Vinny will make up for it, getting that kill with the molly. He's burning him alive, and another one on the site will change the position of Plant. Henny somehow killing Nav on 2 points of health, and now he can stick the bomb as well. A Liege on the wrap.
And look how low they are. Vinny and Henny. There's the first kill from Elige, opening the door. He looks for Henny. Henny on just one hit. He didn't even take all those bullets. Ellie Giggle shuts him down. We see a defuse coming in for the side of Liquid. And they're going to grab an op, too.
That was an eco for Liquid, or a force rather. They had CZ armor and the AWP on NAF. That should not have been their round by any means of the word. But Furia, they don't commit to that A-side take. They get out, they get a kill, they get traded, they go in a 4-on-3, and then they just bail. And at least it gives them a viable round, a 2-on-1 in the B site. But it feels like whoever has the advantage right now is losing. Every clutch that can possibly come through is. But it's making for an exciting game nonetheless. 4-4 here, early on Nuke.
Nine rounds in. Let's take a look at what your setup looks like. Maybe we'll review it during the the next eco round for one of these teams. Hashtag EPL. ESL Pro League, rather. Big spray from Stewie from the ramp. And they're all going to be there. Naf's going to try to get involved, too, with his AWP. And Stu holding him at bay. Team up here. Almost a weird sort of wall bang. Naf really could have hurt some feelings with that one.
Yeah, it's Stewie breaking hearts down towards ramp room. 5-4. And Stewie cements that round with a 4K. And now they find themselves back in the lead. It should be Liquid starting to peel ahead, but every single time I've said that, I feel like the Pistols have gotten away with far more than they ever should be allowed to do. Furia, they're going to find themselves in that situation this time around. On the back foot now. I'm going to have to try and claw their way back in. This nade by with flashes that screams A play. They're going to try and get in. Oh, naded, and the bomb. Oh my goodness, no. It tumbled down the vent. What are the odds in that?
Not a fun round for Furia. In fact, probably one of the fastest ones we've had in EPL so far. Liquid make quick work of the Brazilians. Can they show Braziliancy? That's the real question.
That's good. That's a great recovery. And Furia looking to do the same as they call in a US Air Force tactical timeout here. They're looking to try and recover this T side a little bit more before all is said and done. Another thing, Trace, I think we could get sent in.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
Is people's self-isolation meals. You know, what are you cooking for yourself?
Yeah, give us some
ideas.
How
are they looking?
What are your go-to spices and herbs?
Cup ramen.
The EPL food review. Now
the hashtag EPL meal review to go next to the meme review.
Yeah, meal review. I would be down. I think some people are going to be eating meals that look great, and I think others will be eating their, like, 12th cup of noodles.
Pop-Tarts. All over the place.
Yeah, that's basically the life we found ourselves in. A life of limitations, and that's where Furia could find themselves now if they don't pick this round up. Their money's been very, very back and forth throughout this entire first half thus far. No team really stringing together too many consecutive rounds yet. Team Liquid are looking to change that. They're currently on 3 in a row, and with the man advantage taken in this round, they're looking to make it 4.
Yeah, man, beside the vents, Furia have done a lot to get in this position. They've even lost a player towards the door. Elite, Twist rather spamming Vinny out. Nav's actually pushed ramp as well. He's dropped the player at the back of the lobby, and the bomb is there, cut off as well. Twist getting aggressive. Liquid really trying to force fights here and doing a good job of that. Elite just killed Yuri. Somehow there's a man on the top of the hut. Stewie tries to rotate into A. He's now behind enemy lines. This side belongs to Furia, but he's still somehow kicking and screaming his way in this round. Stewie finishing it off with a pistol. That was a mess. Furia take the A site. They swap position with Liquid down lower and in hut, and then Liquid retake A successfully.
Brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tarts. OP. Changed my mind. You're exactly right. Switching positions, and then it's just absolute chaos in that upper site. You saw just how close Stewie got to kill on Henny on top of the hut. Goes to pull out a grenade, and well, as it turns out, he doesn't even need that.
Hero AK for Furia. If they can buy, they will. That's how you know what Furia are going to do with their money. And they'll put pistols around it as well. If Art can get entries, that can open up a world of opportunities, but Furia aren't moving behind him. The bomb is outside. Smokes are faded, and they're hanging around to see if anyone's still here for Liquid, looking for gunfights with the Deagles. Liege, though, is happy to oblige.
Ooh, here's this AK getting out towards ramp. Naf dropping it, and another. K-Serato getting dealt with very, very quickly there by Naf down towards ramp. That's the AK now removed from the arsenal of Furia. Henny offers himself up next. Vinny and Yuri, 2 on 5. No damage found as of yet. Or at least nothing to write home about, right? But this could be it.
Nah, maybe next time, though.
No. Yeah, Stewie's feeling it, man. 14 and 5,
Bro,
putting the hurt in.
That's so good, considering that yesterday it was him, kind of a slow starter on both maps, really, and then also on both of them being the difference maker, it felt like. And so here, he just skipped the warming up phase entirely. Maybe he did that before the game of Counter-Strike. It's another US Air Force tactical timeout for Furia, and I think that's quite showing. They've already used 2 of these thus far in this first half. And you know, while we had teams struggling to chain together rounds, Liquid definitely setting that precedent now. They're moving ahead in a very big way.
See Stewie 2K right here, at least the digital version of him.
We've got our first submission to hashtag EPL food review, Trace. I just gave it a quick check. It is your boy, Mr. Launders.
Oh, of course.
Moran coming in with what appears to be peanut butter on bread.
That's not bad, I'd say, but also, judging by the photo, it's the 2 end pieces of the bread. So, questionable moves here, but I'll take it nonetheless. Sort of like the moves here that Fury are going to have to display to get inside of one of these bomb sites, Harry.
Oh, that's not the first time he's done that.
No, it might not be the last. Art's gotten out behind the vent once again. He's been doing this time and time again for Furia. Can he find anything from it? You got to stay out the way of these bullets from Twist. As he goes in for the repeat, Art thought he would catch him by surprise, but Twist is the one doling out surprises right now. 3 on 5. Damage done through the hut, but not enough to present a kill to Furia. They're going to try and group up and head towards the ramp room, but that's where Stewie 2K and his Krieg reside. You do not envy Furia in this situation. Walking in to the moors of something this terrifying, and that's just the Krieg, let alone the man wielding it. Stewie actually gets dinked there on the first peek, goes back in for a bit more. Naf is here to support, and that's why Stewie feels right at home taking these gunfights. He's got Big Daddy Naf watching over him.
Big Keith Markovic there to help his teammate out on ramp. Just 2 players alive here for Furia and 2 guns on top of it. So 30 seconds left in the round. Would be very wondersome to see what they do.
Oh, they've used that before.
There we go. Naf staying on his game. And I was just thinking too, instead of just like the EPL meme review and the EPL meal review, What if we combine them together and got something along the lines of like, what is your most memeest meal?
Trace, I think you know the memes are hard enough. People are struggling to pump out good content.
But imagine like somebody just
closing it.
I tell you what. Why do we have a bunch of actual chefs watching? Because the submissions to the meal review and the food review, both hashtags getting used, by the way.
Yeah, nice. Really? We should have picked one. We should have picked one.
The submissions to that are looking incredible. And the memes, the things that they've been cooking up in the meme kitchen, well, they've been getting better. There's room for improvement, though. And Art here is looking to improve on the scoreline that Furia have on the board right now. There's an opener found with the P250. He slips, he slides, and he gets down into the vent. Stewie, is he going to be ready for a man this deep? Whoa.
So far, it's not gone super well. We're gonna run right into Stewie's Krieg. He's lining him up on the ramp. Does a ton of damage. And somehow Art slips by, catches Stew in the side, picks up his Krieg, and finds Naf. Now, this is how a round unwinds. This is how Elige and Twist find themselves in a very, very thick pickle.
Yeah, the Molly Twist gets ahead of it. This is a great position. He might be able to stop the bomb plant. It is open. He's got to go wide, though. Spots the player. Damage done. He's going to wait for his teammate to come in on rotation. Elige has done at least that. The doors swung wide open on either side. Yuri getting aggressive. Pistol out. Elige is low. He's going back to the orb, and maybe he'll come to regret it. Elige is quick on the trigger, and Liquid are up to 10 rounds on this T side. Don't even save the orb. They got money. Why not? Keep the Kriegs by your own, he says, as Furia have to try and salvage a 5th round at the end of the half.
Stu, you know, this would scare me too. Look at Art. Ah!
Hey, was that in the game, or was that you doing that one,
I don't know,
Trace?
man.
I honestly can't tell at this
We'll never
point.
know.
Oh, well, a fast play. We don't need the slow motion sound effects. We might need the sped up sound effects, Trace, as they go running actually away from the squeaky door, and it's back towards this ramp room. Stewie, Naf tries to play with fire, and when that happens, you do get burned. He gets brought down to 47. Over on the tally, ramp room gained, but this is a weird round because Lobby doesn't belong to Furia. No. Serato, not to know that, pushing on in, could actually catch both of these players. Oh, instead it's the bomb drop. Nitro's mopped up Henny, and this round now has gotten out of Furia's hands. It was looking good. Art and Vinny have got to do the damage, and right now they are doing exactly that. They get 2 kills in a matter of seconds to make this round look doable.
Yeah, lost to the half, all to play for here. The bomb's been given up by Liquid. They would rather wrap back round the ramp, and Naf has done exactly that, but players coming from both sides. Oh dear, it's going to be a timing. Vinny catches it, and Furia can now go back and retrieve that bomb. They've taken one man out of the picture. Twist is going lower. He's gambling with this one. He knows the bomb's in lobby. A-site seems like the obvious choice, and so is that the one that Furia will stray away from? They seem cautious of the lobby and of any hut push, but they'll go through regardless, just committing to the A site, trading their way in. Bomb plant is allowed. Twist is going to hear it. He's got to sneak on this rotate. He doesn't want them to hear where he's coming from, but this is still going to be a ridiculously hard clutch regardless. One flash, a kit. They have a molly and a flash and an orb holding the line. Vinny is going to be making first contact towards a heaven, and that Molotov is perfectly timed. Twist, he's probably just got to go through it. TikTok.
Yeah, he waited for the molly to fade, now picking up the pace, and Art is there to remove him, gets that trade and secures the 5-10 half for Furia. Is that going to be enough, or will Liquid continue to storm ahead here on Nuke? You're going to have to join us after a quick old break to find out.
They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name, counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50.
lose it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. You know Mark, South Star, Mouse Star. Types that never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham.
They do find all of the answers on the Team Liquid side, and it's going to be Stewie 2K leading the charge. It's 16-8, holding ramp down with a fierce bout in his hands. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 11, everyone. Furia on the other side of things. Now, we'll be switching sides. We're going to be taking a look at what they have to offer on their CT side. I'm joined by Harry and Hugo. And, well, here we are for the last match of the day. You just missed what was the hot match of the day in G2 and FaZe. FaZe dropped that one in 3. And now we find ourselves poised for the second half of the second BO3 of the day.
Yeah, this looks like a fast play. Vinny's got those dual Berettas for on top of Hut. Let's see the dualies delivering. 2 guns is better than 1, and that's what Furia are teaching Team Liquid the hard way. It's only Nitro left. He's gotten down through the vents, but now he realizes, oh, I don't have the bomb. Bugger.
Somehow they got 2 kills out of that. Actually, just 1. There are 2 just right there at the end of the crosshair. 2 HP on Art, 1 HP on Yuri. This is a waiting game. Patience is virtue, they say.
This is Counter-Strike, right? These are the moments I don't think anyone's going to forget anytime soon. Art just deals with him like it's nothing. 2 points of health and 2 kills to his name. Furia get that pistol round locked on in. And those GG bet odds, well, they've widened a little bit. Liquid continuing to pull ahead, according to the wonderful folks over at GG Bet. And I think that is a pretty safe assumption to make. They are 10-6 up right now, but there's always time for this to turn around. And with Vinny doing little antics like this, certainly doable. We've actually seen the dual Berettas become increasingly popular, especially on this top Hut position. So keep your eye out for that more.
Glocks out and about. A couple of Deegs here and there. Oh, nah.
Well, that was something, wasn't it?
That was nasty.
It's very true, Hugo.
Art's playing a pistol round. The flusher is out. It's got the P2K. Honestly, not bad versus the Glocks that Liquid are running here. And there's only 1 Deeg, so time to make some money. But it can get hairy, of course. You know, if they lose the next man and suddenly Art has to be the hero, not the gun for it. Picked up a FAMAS though. Queserato dropping lower, and Liquid coming back into the lobby. Ard's going to force a fight. He spots something he doesn't know. The 3 men are out and about on ramp, but the footsteps are already heard, and Vinny's got to deal with the herd. They storm towards him. 2 kills from Vinny before the trade is in, but that's a gun given to a lead. Queserato hot on their heels.
Yeah, Queserato probably going to be the one that puts a big damper in the plans of Team Liquid if this timing doesn't work out for them.
Oh, he's missed it.
He's seen him now. The information's there. He doesn't know that the second player is there, but they're going to be making their way towards Secret with the bomb. 25 seconds on the clock. Will they hold on to this M4? Are they going to press this even more so? It's the real question in hand, Hugo.
Tick-tock. 15 seconds, a plant needs to come in. Furia have realized exactly what's going on, and he is running down lower. Queserato was here, but he came on the long flank and chased these guys for 1.5 miles. Art now has to put them in the grave. Bomb gets planted, Yuri catches the man and decon, and the M4 on a lead finds nothing. It's a retake from Furia, but hey, Liquid, that was Glocks and a Deke. They get 2 kills on a bomb plant. They go around the world, they make it interesting. Good eco.
Yeah, this is where you want to see things turn around a bit for Liquid. I think, you know, if you let Furia pick up this first buy round, that is how the Brazilians are going to start to take control of this game once again. Now, this is where we're going to look towards our kind of frag leaders over on the Liquid side. And truthfully, in this game, that has been everyone but Nitro. Not to single him out. Obviously, has a lot on his plate within this squad. Trying to keep this ragtag bunch of boys in check. Nitro going to start this round off, heading towards the door. That gets blown open there by his teammate to allow for this early peek. No kill going to present itself, though. Furia not giving that one up. Playing on top of the hut with this crossfire between that and the CT vent position right now. And he's going to come in and re-smoke the ramp, and that's probably good, because Stewie looked like he wanted to try and pressure this. Furia going to actually throw their ramp player up into the boost. That's Queserato put up here with the MP9. I wonder if that means we're going to see Henny rotate away. That's often the case when you put a player up there. Another way you can try and do this is have him play this Hell rotation so he can help Art outside and then come back to ramp if he's needed to kind of bait and switch with Queserato. So look for Henny playing in tandem with Queserato and Art in this one.
Liquid have crept a player into Secret. Lee's just gone behind the smokes, and no one has spotted that for sure. They are watching down lower. At least Queserato with the first contact, a kill and a half. Twist gets away with his life, and Liquid will run wild down towards his B site. Art, he's had a great game, and he needs to keep that up. And the AWP, they are already out, and he's not ready for them to be so deep. 2 players in the site, the third on the lurk, and Elige does find value from that secret position, taking down Vinny on rotation. Leaves two men for the retake.
Yeah, smoke dissipating there towards ramp. Henny's going to try to get some headway into the site with the bomb planted in the open. He's going to be joining him from the same avenue of approach. They're going to nade back Silo. That's not going to do a lick of damage, but that Molotov will do it to him. It might even remove him in the round. Twist falls. They've had a second change of heart here. They look like they want to go back and punish Liquid a little bit more, and they're going to do just that. How's this gotten to this point, Harry?
Oh, Nitro could have had that round done and dusted there if he takes Yuri off the bomb, but obviously Henny and his ever-watchful eye was looking over the bomb site. He had his back. Now, Furia, we're going to see that AWP come out. First time we've seen it. It's not uncommon to see them not run it over on the T side of Nuke. It's actually pretty standard for this Furia squad. So, you know, Henny really hasn't had too much to say in this game just yet. Now that he's got his AWP in hand, alongside Art bringing in that double AWP now for the CT side. Going to be interesting to see how that influences this Liquid approach. Pistols towards outside. Henny looking for a gap. Tiny bit of leg he can see as they run across, but players have already gotten down, and so the rotations have had to come through. 3 players here for Furia. Elige dropped by Art with that secondary AWP, and Yuri has locked down this lower bomb site single-handedly. Twist mollied out, has to take this fight, and the Molotov almost finishes him off to boot. Nah, Not able to secure a kill in towards A, and just Twist remaining. This should be the cleanup. And indeed it is. 9-10 now for Furia. And feels like the Brazilians are the ones getting themselves into the driving seat now.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Liquid with slow starts but late finishes. Could this be the opposite, Trace? A fast start but a slow ending, I guess.
It's like they took what we asked to heart and then tried to do the opposite of it.
The old inverse.
Yeah, so the balance was off, so a little off too, if you think about it.
No T-side rounds yet.
But guess what? The Kriegs are out, boys. Naf, Stu, Twist, all Krieged up.
Pop, pop. We've got the same setup. Eligi's going to lurk behind these smokes. He's actually not going to go at all. He throws them and he falls back. So Liquid, they want to top pop and they want to do it quick. Art in the vent, drop down below. Vinny watching for a mini split that's not happening. Liquid have been pushed out of going for this A site with a smoke in their face. So this leaves them with not a lot. You could just go out ramp because really that's all that you haven't tried at this point. But Furia have kept 2 players here the entire time. Any quick shot going back in for more. And even if he doesn't, there's a second man in ramp to assist.
Well, they do force the shot out of Henny. And you're right, K-Serrato will be there should a rush come through. Stewie playing around a little bit with the idea of maybe taking on that opper, but for some reason, Art is next to the vent with an op holding a squeaky door. Wild scenes, really.
Okay. Twists turns this round on its head. Yuri still a factor and was unknown until Stewie springs that trap. It's only Twist left in the 1v3. Henny's wrapped around towards main and
all right.
Okay, Twist actually does win that fight. Now dropping into the vents. K-Serrato should have this round dead to rights. Twist doesn't know. Twist doesn't realize. Uh-oh, now he does. But thankfully, K-Serrato is able to get that one back under control. And now 10-10. Furia, not to be underestimated.
Yeah. Twist is the one that makes this round close. Look at these 2 kills right here. Good stuff by him. Grabs a third on this player just outside of the mini garage. And a timeout for Team Liquid, the first one.
About time as well. 5 rounds in a row. Liquid starting slow in this second half, but there's always time to recover. We do have players playing very well. Twist on 7 multi-kill rounds right now. That is more than impressive. Top of the server. Art right behind with 6 though.
And then we have Stu, who put up a good number in the first half. Sort of cooled off a little bit, but I'd love to see what they're cooking up in the kitchen over there with Liquid this round.
Yeah, maybe they could show us with the hashtag EPL food review. We will be checking out some of the meals, some of the, you know, concoctions that people have come up with.
Concoctions?
That's a word, isn't it?
Concoctions.
Concoctions?
Also, sometimes
Close enough.
the way that it's drawn, but
words are just things.
Twist doubling down and he will.
Trace is having a break. I don't think it's that funny. I don't know what I did wrong, but you know, I guess
it's that Geordie accent that really I think caught you there.
Geordie, yeah. I'm known for my Geordie accent.
Well, this one has gone well for the side of Liquid. They didn't invest too terribly much. Several grenades and 2 rifles in this round.
It's okay, Trace. You East Coasters will laugh at anything.
Oh, well, K-Serrato up here in heaven. And if he's going to want to lay his Liquid down anywhere, he's going to have to put out an East Coaster. They will back out. They've fallen back. Henny's actually going to line this flashbang up.
Such a great line.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm full of
layers to it, Harry.
2 players up here in heaven. Oh, they weren't going to go for it at first, but then I think Henny decided he was just going to line this flash up, try and force Nap out. Nap has a smoke. He came prepared. He extinguishes the fire and the flames and now brings some heat of his own. Henny falls into the crossfire and brings both players down so low, but it's not enough. Liquid will find their first T-side round. That's right, you heard correctly. Their first T-side round here to secure an 11th.
Naf, a sharpshooter just like that of Clint Westwood in the movie Tombstone. Good stuff here from Naf to hold it down, keep this upper bomb site in the hands of Liquid. We're going to see another timeout come in. This one's going to be by Furia, brought to you by the U.S. Air Force, a tactical timeout.
Now, Kenny S somehow getting some stats in this game. But this is good to know, at least when we go to talk about G2 a little bit later. Back on form, 7-2 in opening duels he found himself.
I think that's about Twist. I think that's who the stats for.
Okay,
yes.
just want to make sure that, you know, we're all clear now. That is for Twist, you're right.
But yeah, you know, G2 having a great time right now.
Yep.
Did pick up that win versus FaZe earlier, Trace. But that's all for a later conversation, I guess, because over in the NA side of things, Liquid are being put to the test at first T-side round, and they look to build upon that. If they are able to do so here and now, they will break the money of Furia. Of course, Furia love a force buy, but this would really put them in hot water.
Yeah, let's see what Liquid has concocted up to this point, what they want to do with these weapons now that they have found themselves in a one-round lead. A little presence outside, wall of smokes. Gonna sell that idea that, yes, we're Liquid, we could be in the lower bomb site. We could be working our way through secret. And he's gonna be there with his AWP, holding a very tight angle. He's gonna be able to shoot once and fall off. He's gonna have to after missing as well.
Flashes in. Henny is not sent packing. Instead, he actually homes back in on the angle. Stewie gonna try and tempt fate again, and this time Henny does land the shot. But in the meantime, elsewhere, kills have come in. Twists and Naf, they've doubled up between the two of them, rather. And now they've just got to get past Yuri, which is a feat easier said than done. He's oh, that flash was good. He was so blind. Naf helping Twists out. Henny over here on the vent, trying to play around with ladders. Not quite. With no kills presenting themselves, the money running out for Furia, this is probably just going to be a save, as much as you hate to say it. They will just try and hold on to this AWP, and UMP. Definitely not ideal. Keserato would love anything else.
He might just dive up this vent, because at this point he's dying to the bomb if he doesn't move, so main might be the point of escape. He's going to run towards the lobby. Nope, doesn't see a gun. He's fine.
There's
Second try.
An old saying here, Harry, just kind of going off what you're saying. Only the best, but anything will do. So in that motion, yes, Liquid are grabbing some rounds. He's putting some distance between them and Furia. Player I'd really love to see step up, and I don't even have to name names. If you just look at the numbers, I think it's pretty obvious here.
Yeah, Nitro is being very sacrificial, though. In that round, he just runs out into the A site. You know, he gets the info. He dies to the man in the rafters. Then Liquid, instead of just like rushing it and trying to trade and getting bogged down with a multi-kill, they figure out where he is. They go, okay, he's rafters. Naf throws a flash. A player swings out. They deal with him, and it's not a problem for Liquid. They take that top site. So, you know. Yeah, it's not all about numbers. Although, yeah, you know, 4 and 16 certainly not the score you want, especially at this kind of score line. 12-10. Naf has the AWP. Sorry, Nitro has the AWP. If he can find these opening kills on the outside, that would redeem him. Looking for heads, but spotting nothing from the top of the garage. So Henny's going to bring the heat instead. This could be problematic.
This AWP chiming in with the first. It needs to deliver a whole bunch more if Furia want to stand a chance in this round. They managed to get players down through secret, or rather a player, Elige. Quite the man leading the charge here. The rest of Team Liquid now trying to follow suit and join him on the secret patrol. It's a whole little secret society down here towards the B bomb site. And there's Elige giving up the aim of the game here with that kill onto Art. Serato followed up onto as well. Elige on a bit of a tear, does get tagged trying to retreat, but it's not much of a danger. It's only these pistols he's up against. So a 13th round for Liquid. Henny's already backed off to try and hold on to this AWP. And 4 players stay alive for the Liquid side. Things are looking up for Liquid.
Furia come to a bit of a halt here on this CT side. 3 rounds in a row now found for Liquid. As you can see, that scoreboard is looking better and better for the T side currently. Twists keeping up his performance, 24 and 18. What a storm. And a fairly close kill distribution for the side of Furia, but not necessarily in the best of ways. The low teens for most of these players. Allegia's Lurk, down B have been really, really good in this round as well, getting himself a couple of kills on that B site, but even in the past, coming in on rotation in 3-on-3s and catching Furia, dropping down the vents. So continuing to be a nuisance behind these outside smokes and getting into all the nooks and crannies that Furia haven't cleared out. Where's that smoke going? Just to stop the outside mollies and smokes to land. That's a cool idea. He's going to play around it as well. Throws in a molly just to stop Liquid getting aggressive. It's, again, only a Liege on a Lurk, but he might reconsider this, seeing all the utility come through.
I love what's happened here where they've smoked off the top of the steps to Secret. Just to bide some more time both ways. Stewie with his eyes fastened on Rep. Grenade coming in. Meanwhile, the rest of his team congregating towards the lobby. Naf with the opener. And he pushed up into the hut, finds a kill on Stu, but then it all goes wrong. Both Henny and Art that fall. Yuri's not far behind them. And just Serato to his own devices here. SMG takes down Elige, gives himself some cash going in the next round. Naf and Nitro to pretty much set up shop inside of this upper site. See if they can hang on for dear life.
Naf got a wallbang kill. He just spammed Hut and killed Henny after Henny took down the first man coming through A. Like, that's just so BS. There's nothing more annoying than dying to a spam like that. Don't even get a chance to respond. Don't even see your enemy. And 14 rounds for Liquid. Looking to lay down the law on Nuke, the map pick of Furia in this series. Inferno coming up next.
Man, this has been a pretty wild half of Counter-Strike with all things considered. If I'm reading this right, we're looking at 5 rounds unanswered, and then Liquid decide to get back into the game. You know, up to round 24, where they find a string of 4 together. Bomb plants, all that goodness. How will round 25 go, though?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right, Trace, is that the money over on the Furia side, it's that dreaded scenario that you hate to find yourself in, where you're having to just, either you force buy here, right? You put together something vaguely decent, but it's not really going to have all the bells and whistles you need. Or you give up 15, or at least you come into this round, right, with a buy that shouldn't compare to that of Team Liquid. And that's exactly what Furia have done. Now, more likely than not, this means 15 rounds goes the way of Liquid. And if that's the case, you're playing for OT. Your back is against the wall on the Furia side. And that there is a huge first kill to give away. Art gets caught retreating from outside over towards Hell. Elige's position was an unknown entity to Furia. He's looking to go one step further. It is just kills across the board coming in for Liquid. And this force buy from Furia gets nothing done. Now, they went for, I say force, this partial investment rather, gets nothing done. They didn't put everything on the line, and they are playing for this OT. That was the goal. They've got faith in their systems that they have in place very, very clearly. Not looking to leave anything up to chance, but they will need 5 in a row.
Oh, good grief. Well, that got a little, probably tense for the guy playing in Mini Garage. Nonetheless, map point here for Team Liquid. It's Furia, they're going to buy up with everything that they've got. They're going to put it all on the table right here. No real other way to do that. They're also going to put a timeout on the table. Just like you should be putting those plates of food up on our table, known as hashtag EPL Meal Review, the newest installment here of our hashtag series. We are rolling out day by day and on the fly for the most part. I don't think many of these were given too much thought. I don't want to say that this was Harry Russell's brainchild, but I suppose that it is.
You know, man, I got many thoughts buzzing around in this brain of mine. And only really 3 of them are good, so...
Millions of thoughts, only for 3 that could really tell anyone about.
And that was the EPL meal review, food review, and meme review. That's all of them. So 15-10, Liquid running amok over on this T side. Furia, they've got to try and clean this one up and get it back under wraps. Even then, they're competing for OT. Lige gets a huge bit of information there. He spots Henny crossing into Secret. This AWP, this double AWP hold towards outside was a real, or was meant to be the real difference maker in this round. And now Lige knows everything. And having that bit of info has allowed him to carve a path and catch Art off guard. Henny now likely believes this position won't be anticipated, and that could not be further from the truth. Lige with a double, and that leaves just 3 players standing for Furia. Henny and Art have to watch from beyond the grave, as this first map's life is now in the hands of their teammates.
Oh, wait, did that smoke rebound off the wall or the other grenade? I don't even know, but it didn't land. Getting out in the ramp room, Stewie and Twist with big entries. It's Vinny alone, and he's got to drop down lower. That's where Liquid are headed. The bomb is a little late, but Vinny, he's early. He's arrived before the boys, and he's going to take the first man down. The repeats back in, he gets the info, a chance, and Stewie takes it away. Does not give him another opportunity. It's Liquid on the board, on the cards, and taking Nuke in the first map of this series. We still have more for you, though. Inferno coming up in just a minute. It's the pick of Liquid. It's their chance to 2-0. Let's see if they can do it. Join us after the break.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sights we go inside. The man is the one.
And more of that as we look at Furia and Liquid. And it looks like Twist putting the hurting on him. Elige also chiming in, so does Nap. And you look over on the other side, Furia put up a pretty good fight here on the first map of Nuke. Albeit it does go in the way of Liquid at the end of it all. We do have another map coming your way. We're going to Inferno next, but we're going to try to come to a conclusion here or draw a close to at least the first map of the series. Got Harry and Hugo joining me here. We've flown them all the way in from the UK. And, well, I guess it's nothing left to do but to talk about the Counter-Strike, guys.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we can do at this point, Trace. Furia versus Liquid. Yeah, we just saw map number 1 go down. It was obviously ending up in favor of Team Liquid over on Nuke, which was Furia's map pick. I think, you know, we can begin this by looking at Liquid and what looked good today. I think, you know, this slow starting team that we've had in the Pro League thus far maybe is no more. They came, they bought the heat from round 1. Things were looking up. They 10-5 the half. And then, you know, Furia actually mount quite the comeback. They take 5 rounds in a row over on the CT side. It starts to look good. They tie it up 10-10. Suddenly, Liquid put their first round on the board and find success constantly past that point. And I think a lot of this comes down to a few key players, namely Twist looking real good in the server.
Oh, yeah.
But also, I think Elige had some great moments towards outside. Focusing on Twist, though, 107.8 ADR, 25 and 19. And this is from a man who had been struggling, I think, for the most part thus far in the Pro League.
And here's the thing, Hugo. When you look at it, we talked to him beforehand, and we know that he's playing Half-Life Alyx on his Steam Index. We know that that Valve Index, that certainly has to have something to do with this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no warm-up like a real warm-up, Trace. I don't just mean in CS servers. I mean getting your body moving. We've all kind of slowed down in the exercise as of late as we can't leave our studio. But
on a year-long
you know,
dirty bulk.
Exactly. Twist is working hard, moving around in the VR realms, I guess.
See, my whole tactic for the whole exercising thing is, you know, we heard from the likes of Sempis, he's using those bands, right, which kind of rely on like your own body weight. So I'm just bulking myself up, and then in the future, when I have to use my own body weight, be it, you know, pull-ups, bands, whatever, I'm working at a higher weight capacity. So there you go.
Now that is a 4 IQ IGL right there. I'm kidding. We need to talk a little bit about Furia, what they brought to the table, sort of like the memes of meals that you guys have brought us. Let's talk about Furia and some of the stuff that they're putting on our plate to digest as we go into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously falling on their map pick is certainly not the start they wanted, but if there's one thing we've learned in the Pro League season so far, that, you know, moving to Inferno is going to be a chance for them to bounce back, pick up their oppositions. There was a nice showing here. You know, I was expecting a little bit more T-side rounds from Furia. We only got 5 at the end of the half, but Liquid just had such nice setups, man. Their rotations towards B were very good. It felt like Furia were always fighting from a disadvantage. We had some close clutches coming out from the likes of them, but really only closing one of them, it was Art in that first half. So, yeah, you know, I feel underwhelmed by Furia's T side, but hopefully moving forward into the second map, they can pick up the pieces.
Now, you talk about picks, and this was Liquid's pick that we're going into Inferno. In case you missed the videos, you find yourself right here at the second map. And we are about ready to get the party started, but first, we need to go to a quick break. We come back, we're going to find out who's going to be winning this matchup. Does it end in 2? Does it end in 3? Who knows? We'll be right back.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
We're trying to cut out some of the nonsense, but we're not going to do that right now. Actually, we have something quite opposite of that, quite contrary to what it is that we're going to be looking at. We have a little bit of a meme review coming up. Start firing them in. Let's get some official rulings here as to how all the memes have been shaping up across the Twitter sphere using hashtag ESL meal review, hashtag ESL Pro League. Now this is something else. If you told me that this guy went on Google Images and just found like really attractive looking food, I'd believe that.
Yeah, you know, these look great. And if you're lucky enough to have this on Smell-O-Vision like we do here, it smells great as well. Let me tell you, the peppers.
Yeah. Harry, it's like a real pungent smell almost. When you think about that sort of like dumpling looking thing in the back, that looked real good. Let's continue on. What else do we got here that we can kind of throw up there and see what spaghetti sticks against the fridge?
Yeah, it's always good to have to
oh my God.
You know, I always do that before bed, a bit of sausage with my milk, you know. Just combine it, the taste, mwah.
Hugo, what do you see in this, though, that really does kind of separate it from the other one?
I mean, it's just art. The fact that he's cut the sausages, he's put them over the rim of the glass, you really know he's paying attention to the finer details. It's not just about taste, it's about display.
That's like, I don't even know where to begin with that one. I'm going to have to go back and dive into it. Perhaps that's got a very strong, acquired taste to it. Now, what do we have here? A meme review. Now, that's something. I like this one. They've got to something there at the very end. How do you read his alias, though?
Def Wreck.
Def Wreck. Well, I think he's nailed it. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm a bit of a Def Wreck myself. I can't really hear too much, but this music echoing in the back of my head. But yeah, we EPL meme review, EPL food review, EPL meme meal review. I mean, there's so many hashtags. I've lost track. We're just going to have to add a few more entries.
We're kind of making it up as it goes. I don't know that we have any more. So perhaps we continue down the path. That is Inferno, the second map of this series. Furia need to bounce back right here, right now. They've already lost the first map of Nuke, and that was their map pick. What does that mean going forward?
They need to bounce back, Trace.
Thank you so much, Hugo.
Down a map in this series. But hey, like we said, 3 maps have been the consistency across the Pro League, as well as the fact that teams love to take their opposition's map pick. Harry, I've got to ask you, though, are Furia going to take Inferno?
Oh, he's posed me a little question there.
He got you a little something there.
He did.
Keep you on your toes. You haven't answered it, though.
I actually think Furia could bounce back on Inferno. It's a pretty good middle ground map for both of these teams, and I would like to think that Furia don't want this to end in 2. So I think as long as we get some big frags, really I'm looking at some AWPing talent, maybe in the likes of Henny and Art to step up in the server. I also want to see more from K-Serato. We were really highlighting him a lot, pushing that storyline coming into this series. Left us wanting a bit on Nuke, but maybe here on Inferno that changes.
We take a look at the GG.bet odds. They're going to just show that Liquid is still a favorite to win this one, still a favorite to walk away with the series. You bring up an interesting point right there. That is the AWPs over here on the side of Furia. What and where will they apply them that they're starting on the CT side?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out, Trace. We're getting into the action. It's what we've been waiting for, what could be the last map of the night. It's Furia, it's Liquid, it's Inferno, and we're heating things up. Let's get into the action.
Yeah.
Great dance moves in the studio right now.
Yeah, it's a shame that we cut off before the dancing begins, honestly.
It's probably for the better, to be honest. But don't worry, EVS is always running, so surely they can do something to ruin our lives. There you have it. Pistol round. It's going to be a push from Furia, formerly known as an angel push. Twist taking a look there from the middle ditch. How does he stay alive? Twist just barely gets out of there with 53 HP. And now a lot of pressure is being put on Banana.
Yeah, flash in. Ooh, Stewie, he gets the entry. Henny's still here. He's blinded back and he's pushed towards the ruins. Furia was trying to send an early rotate into this site, and that is Art. He's coming through a smoke. Will decide against it, committing to being inside of ruins instead as Liquid take B. It's going to be a hard retake to get back in for Furia. 3 in through the choke point. Twist is lining up kills with the Glock. Nitro trades 1-for-1. K-Serato has been supporting this entire time.
Yeah, now just a Legion Stewie left. Half the time ticked off of this bomb. Stewie removes Yuri. K-Serato gets put down as well. And Team Liquid, they're going to go 1-0 up. The pistol round locked on in here for the Team Liquid side. And now Furia going to come in with a force buy here to try and throw a bit of a curveball into the mix. Not so much, I mean, it's pretty standard in the meta nowadays, but, you know, I can call it what I want.
You can?
I've got the microphone.
What's up now, haters? That's Harry Russell, not me.
Yeah. Quickly uncosign that one. Yeah, now the force fight on the cards from Furia. Let's see what they can get done with it, right? Vinny over here towards top banana has Henny lying in wait. Lots of smokes purchased up here for Furia. They're going to try and go for this iconic Inferno smoke delay play. You want to try and hold on to as much of this utility as you can and just try and expel it later in the round. That's why they're kind of going through the rest of the motions, the flashes, the nades, but there's one of the smokes dropped already. Henny will come in and throw one down from CT. Now, that was spotted by Stewie, and he's actually going to start to push and prod this B site. If you're Team Liquid, you have a pretty good idea as to what Furia are trying to do here, right? This smoke delay play is not revolutionary, something that we see a hell of a lot, and so going to be a bit more pressure on Liquid maybe to force a couple of gunfights just so you bait these smoke grenades out from Furia. And they've done a great job of that, right? There's only one left, and that's over towards the B site right now. That's not where this play is looking to end up for Liquid, though. They get top mid control, they leave banana, they head towards A, and it's only Yuri here.
Holding it down in the library. All them books. But right now, it's Liquid that are schooling Furia. They're going to get this bomb planted, and Furia are going to have to head on out. Hold on to what they've purchased. Sometimes you got to hold on to what you got, Harry.
You do indeed, and that is the advice that Furia are taking right now. They don't want to give any of these oh yeah, I thought there'd be more players with armor. I kind of forgot that this was a bit of a light force buy just because they were putting a real emphasis on holding the utility. Nitro's going to save over here in the pit. And that's not where the action's going down. Liquid are trying to hunt these guns away. It's only the scout that they would actually have much to gain from dropping. And yeah, Queserato just stops taking fights. So nothing really happens at the end of the round. We could have just skipped that whole bit. Team Liquid 2-0 up now. And Furia still keeping 4 players alive, right? They're going to reinvest in those smokes. They're going to try and do the delay play again. I actually quite like this idea for a buy on CT Inferno. You know, smokes are pretty cheap to reinvest into. So they still have one into the future. And they kept the majority of them. Or at least the weapons. You know, only having to drop the $300 getting those smokes. So it actually gives Furia a pretty good chance to do some damage in this round as well.
Yeah, pretty standard setups here from the side of Liquid. Or at least how they approached early round. I say that, Stewie just eats a grenade. Just absolutely found himself in the old meal meme review. Molotov's going to force Art out of position of the window. Meanwhile, Liquid are going to be occupying that position. It's going to be Liege, the first one in. Just to be catching him a little bit later, though, in the hall, so he's not by his lonesome, and on-looking is Naf with the Galil in middle. Furia not pressuring this. They're not going to walk out in here into the shots. They do not have the weapons yet. Smoke over towards Arch, at least the Cubby side. It's going to force Queserato to reposition. At least keeping these A players honest, keeping them on their toes. Meanwhile, there's nobody there. They've all elected to go towards B. And that does create the B setup that we're going to see from Liquid. They're going to try to take this B site with force. Just a smoke to keep them at bay for the time being. Here we go. Fleur-de-lis smokes. Vinny catches the pass, fumbles, backs off. Meanwhile, Alicia's ran straight through. That news is not going to be traveling well.
Oh my good lord. Vinny and Henny, they get it done with the Deagles. They have done all Furia could have hoped for in this round. Yuri and Art have got a fighting chance now as they head in towards Banana for this retake. Double Galil on a Liege and Naf to try and hold down the bomb site. Naf playing in the pit. This position's a bit of a double-edged sword, because now that they know he's here, they can double peek this. They can try and deal with him, and that's where Elige's flash has helped out massively, but not enough, perhaps. Yuri, 1v1, spotted, and just about dealt with. Elige and Naf keep that in their hands, and Liquid will take a third round, but the Deagles get away with a hell of a lot, and that's something Furia are going to be more than happy with.
through, kills Queserato. Vinny just has to go at that point and somehow gets an unbelievable mow down with the Deagle. 2.5 kills. Henny finishes the third, and it gets close, but Liquid do shut it out in the one-on-one. It's now going to be guns out for Furia. Orb here for Queserato as well. Early into the CT side. Flash into Banana. No one to play off the back of it. There is a molly down for Liquid to keep them at bay. He spots middle and he falls off. Liquid begin to move on. At least it was the Galil, I guess.
There's always a silver lining somewhere around there, Hugo. Just gotta find it. You gotta look for it.
Let's keep our eyes peeled.
Yes, sir. Eyes peeled currently over here towards the A site. Not a single player from Liquid have found banana control, and no one's really contesting it inside of Fury either. A flash is coming through the smokes at the arch side. Stu's gonna smoke that off and wait out another smoke. This is Inferno. It's a game of smokes.
Oh, Stewie. He just walks right through it. He doesn't care. Going through the archway and into the CT spawn, killing one of the B players. And look at the reaction. Liquid know that that was a B player. They're going to double back. Henny gone. And only one man at the back of the site. It's Vinny. He's got a Molotov to buy time, but he doesn't want to give away his position just yet. Hiding at the coffins, making sure he's not being flanked. Now Liquid making their presence known. The flash in. Vinny finding the bomb. He drops it at his feet. Molotov can delay the coffin plant as well, but it's actually not a perfect molly. They can pick it back up and get it down on the coffin. Stewie catching rotation. So much damage onto Art as he takes down Yuri on that A side lurk. Liquid now just having to hold the post plant.
Stewie continuing this wrap and Vinny getting timed a bit there. You imagine that was communicated that a man was existing in the CT spawn area, but not able to get away in time. And this is just the save for Furia. 4-0 lead now for Team Liquid. Once again, it's Stewie doing a hell of a lot of work for Team Liquid.
The reason that's great as well is, you know, if you get a man into Arch or CT, you often just send them in on a suicide mission to flank B and get a kill. And often they'll just die there because Furia will know Arch has been given up. Stewie doesn't do that. He just stays at long. He stays at CT spawn. And instead, his team, three-man rush the B bomb site. They get the kill. They trade onto Vinny. They get a plant. And then Stewie's able to kill all the other players that are stuck in an A. You can see this. He gets a spray. He damages Art down to 10. He kills Yuri. And then he comes in late and does the job that many would have done a minute earlier. It's a late lurk from Stewie, and he wins Liquid the round.
Very menacing thing there, too. You have to just imagine as a CT how annoying it is to know that your line has been compromised, that your defensive setup has been compromised. There's an example of it. He's going forward. Art's going to be able to pull this AWP out, but not finding any shots down towards T-ramp so far. Okay.
Was it worth it? That's the question you've got to ask yourself. The nade not finding any damage. A bit of a shame, right? It could have been sick, but sadly, Liquid were already pretty deep up top Banana. Henny was not to know that, though. And now this three-man hold assembled over here towards B. There's an AWP on Queserato, there's an M4 on Art, and I'm listing a bunch of weapons that are never going to get to fire a bullet if Team Liquid commit to this A play, which, as it looks like, is probably the case, considering that they haven't left anyone to float around Banana, which is often what you want to do. If you plan to go back to that side of the map, they just got to... Oh. Okay.
Well, Stewie's on his today, and Furia will be finding that out the hard way. Meanwhile, Banana clear, but guess what, Furia? No one is home. Liquid are going to have the A site rent-free with a plant, and more than likely, Queserato Art saving these weapons. Perhaps Vinny can try to find himself one as well.
Yeah, Fury even knew that was going to be an A play. The second the flash went off on the A site, you saw Fury get aggressive with the Banana, and they cleared it out. And at that point, you're like, oh, well, we know, but you know, you can't really do anything about it unless Yuri gets multiple kills on the A site. So Furia, you know, I understand the gamble stack towards B. Liquid have hit B in the majority of these rounds. So Furia trying to play the numbers game. Unfortunately, they roll a 1.
It's there's a timing where if Vinny gets into the alt mid, he might be able to retrieve that M4.
Well, Stu, sometimes you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, bud. Rest in peace, Kenny Rogers. However, he's already done enough in that round. He is certainly on a tear right now throughout Inferno. And those numbers are not going to deceive you. 8-1 there for young Stewart. And even more respect for the AK that he's wielding.
The orb's out for Keserato, taking a quick fight down Banana, but the flashes in for Liquid will render him useless. We have a double orb on B. That is a surprise to see. Keserato taking the spawn will rotate off the back of that shot. Doesn't actually use his utility there, funnily enough, so we'll just be holding it on as Liquid play another slow T-side round up top middle. Flash is good for Yuri, but he doesn't capitalize. And Liquid make their way out through the brackets.
Yeah, they're making a ton of noise. They do the trademark walk back while Twist stays in halls. Perhaps they can force a player out of position here on Fury. You can tell that Fury are tired of losing banana control. You opt to put a lot of pressure there as a CT, and that's because you just can't keep giving it up that way. However, Art getting teased by Twist.
Did he see the barrel? I'm trying to work it out. I feel like he did.
Yeah. There was just the tip of that one, yeah. Not able to capitalize, although now he is emerging from his little hidey hole, but he only gets himself one kill. Keserato in the meantime. Oh, there's the lineup. Stewie and Nitro, they get the full brunt of that AWP shot. Elige comes in with one, but he needs to get a bit more done here over in top mid. There is still Twists. Now there is no Twists. And there's no Elige either. All the kills come in for Furia. This AWP in the hands of Keserato finds itself 3. Won't be making a home on Keserato's back, you imagine. Although, you know, hey, if he can do that. Why not? Exactly. Why not Trace from the other side of the room?
No, I said why not. You guys didn't hear me? I must have accidentally pressed my cough button.
Who would do that?
Yeah, who
would
do
lean
that?
on their cough button mid-sentence?
That was a bit.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate your support.
There's no subtlety around here, is there?
Yeah, well, you know,
you really make me feel confident.
Because it's like early on,
so much
we were being really early on we were being really supportive of one another, and that's just gone now.
When?
Oh, Henny. That was definitely a world in which he takes that shot. Sadly, not the world we live in. Keserato gonna come on over for an early rotation. Joins his teammates outside of B and now decides, actually, no. And goes back towards A. Gonna rejoin the rest of the gang there. No, says Keserato as he moves back towards the library side to hold down long. And this has come at a pretty opportune timing. Now, something to bear in mind in this round is Nitro still waiting back at Banana. This is why, to me, this doesn't have to be the A commitment from Liquid. They've left their options open. Not like, all right, Lee, you're all good there, bud. There's anyone up there. But there is Keserato back there. And now here is Art over towards short side, turning this round sour for Team Liquid. Stewie playing with smokes, hides on the back of that flash. Keserato doesn't know that he's here. And Stewie's played this so well. Catches the timing on Keserato and now moves into library. You can bet that he's not going to be ready for this. Oh, he even hears the rotation. Oh dear, Stewie has fluffed it. Keserato misses as well. Nitro gets dropped over towards the B side of the map. 10 seconds, look at the time. Stewie, this time not in the B bomb site. He's the man attacking it. And this round is done. They're going to try and hold on to these weapons, but they're not able to get away. Oh, Stewie even going down after time.
Yeah, $600. Big money in the bank for Stu, who I do believe is still North America's highest earning player thus far. But I'll have to double check my facts sheet. Or actually, Harry, pull that up. Look like that's what you were doing. Sorry, man.
And Naf, over 7 maps, a 1.37 rating, top performer of the Pro League so far. He's going to run rampant towards the top of Banana. Henny, though, will take him down with a quick shot on the AWP. Again, we've been seeing this double orb stay at B every single time. If Liquid, actually get a successful rush off towards B and they have that double orb there, it's going to be a bloodbath for Furia. But for now, they double rotate off. Henny has a full sight line of the Banana, so Furia can afford to stack 4 on that A site. Liquid have their work cut out for them on the Seeker round.
Liquid really love faking these sound cues on this map. Now they're going to eat a grenade for it. Stewie, yet again, drawing the short straw. And the rest of Liquid will also be cleaned up. Still not a great money situation for Stu. He's going to go with a Deagle. Looks like the rest of the team's going to go ahead and just flat out purchase into the round, which does make sense, all things considered. He died after time. The round before last, and that does not leave your money where you want it.
I went to crunch the numbers for you, Trace, and you were dead on.
Oh, okay.
First in NA for Counter-Strike Global Offensive is Stewie with $1 million.
Hot damn.
Just over.
A milli.
That's a lot of O's.
Oh.
And that's a lot of no's.
Oh, there's
baby.
too many O's right now. Elise takes down 3 over here in middle. And yeah, I mean, as the 1s and 0s come on in, this round goes the way of Liquid. It's just going to be the save for Vinny and Henny. Vinny's up here on top of the well, but he's not feeling swell with how this round has gone. Still plenty of cash over in the Furia bank account. 6 rounds on the board for this Liquid T side, and this one is courtesy of Elige.
Are you guys there?
It's called, you know,
Wait,
Dead
no.
Air Rush.
What was that? Was that the Rushly?
Yeah, it's just a bit low. I thought you guys disconnected or something.
No, have you DC'd Rushly?
No,
Let's see your face. Let's get you up on the camera right here so that everybody
give him a bit of
knows
work here. We'll
who's
see.
talking. That's Rushly chiming in.
Oh, look at this. That's why Elige took the glow over the AK a few rounds ago. Makes some sense now.
Perhaps Rushly has left his microphone open, and that's completely okay, too. Would love to talk with you more, Rush. You want to hang out with us?
Yeah, I can do for a little bit then. How are you guys?
Okay, man. Just want to kind of bring you in here. What's your current take on this game? Are we going to be seeing a third map?
I think they're playing it really well. I think Elige and Stewie really are doing very well. Elige getting in those weird spots all the time. But I do like when Art goes here. This is pretty nice. Caught Twist off guard, but he's playing way more passive, so I don't know. We'll see, though. Look at him. He's...
What?
He was midair.
Yep.
Bonkers.
That's wild stuff. Now say it with me. Vac.
Did chat say it?
I don't know. We're on a delay.
Oh, yeah. We'll know in a minute or two.
We'll know in a minute or two. However, for the time being, Rushly, what about this execute? What are you seeing? Let's see it. Let's hear it, rather.
I don't know. Let's do this. See what they're actually setting up. I feel like Stewie's... Ooh, but I think Henny's not going to allow him to set up, though, so I think it's going to be tough. He might get flashed off, and if he does, Stewie's definitely going to kill him, but he didn't even see him.
Old nasty nap, picking it back up. There you have it, the smokes yet again. Bring us to a pause on Inferno. Vinny, Vici. He disappears into the smoke. He backs up, looks for one. Is able to grab that at the very minimum. Stewie on the trade, good on him. Now we're going to see a bomb plant for Liquid. One grenade would have even stopped that, but looks like another Liquid round here. I don't believe that Furia is going to be going for this, considering Caserado has not moved out of the pit. And, well, there you have it. Here are the numbers.
This is the scary thing for Furia, right? Is with Elige and Stewie just popping off right now and getting these openers 9 times out of 10. On a map like Inferno, if you're not either ahead of the game in terms of your rotations or you're not able to delay these pushes, which thus far Furia have kind of struggled with, the only other alternative that leaves you is finding the man advantages, and that's something else that Furia have been struggling with. So Liquid are just letting these players that are very, very clearly feeling it. I'm looking at Elige and I'm looking at Stewie, just kind of lead the charge. And if they get 2 kills over towards B or they force a rotation, you know, the round's kind of in their hands. Furia, they're very much getting the pace dictated to them at this point in time. Even in this, oh my God, even in that round there, they try to peak. They're trying to go for the right kind of plays here on the Furia side, right? They're going for these information grabbing plays, trying to steal back man advantages, and every time they do, it feels like Liquid either have the read or have just kind of completely dodged the things that Furia have tried to throw on in.
It's kind of crazy that we are 7-3 up for Liquid, and right now, Twist and Nitro both have 1 kill and 6 deaths each. That just shows how much work that Stewie and Elige are doing on these entries, and how on a map like Inferno, 2 or 3 opening kills in a round can guarantee you the round, because Furia are just going to save, because they are in a position where the economy is more important than the risk of winning a 2-on-4 retake. And that's right where Liquid have left them in so many of these rounds. Double AWP again. Double B AWP as Furia hope, beg for a B rush. Liquid won't give it to them.
Yeah, there's way too much utility flying around in Banana. I think I dubbed it the most violent place on Earth earlier before the year changes.
Here's something that's wild.
Oh, that was 2 connecting shots.
There's 20, well, I guess now it'll be 27 kills on Furia. Pretty sure I did that right. And Liquid, they have 25. Despite being 7-3 up.
Inferno, man.
What are you trying to say, Harry?
I'm just saying, you know, that shows what's been happening quite well. I think it illustrates the point. You know, a lot of these rounds have just had to be saves for Fury. You know, even when they're putting up numbers, even when they're doing the damage, and they certainly are. They're matching Team Liquid. They're actually outdoing Team Liquid on the frag counter at this point in time.
5 out of 7 of the rounds that could have won have been bomb detonations. That means rounds that Furia have either failed to retake or saved, more likely saved. So, Furia, yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys saw this before, but Team Liquid having the worst T side 5v4 percentages lost in the last 6 months on Inferno. So, craziness right there, but if you consider it 5 out of 5 right now, they're doing all right.
Well, this is a 4-on-5 right now, and at a disadvantage, they're going to have to turn it around. 2 players in B, standard setup for Furia, both inside of the site, though. That could create complications. Molly on this position, smoke landed by Furia. They cut it off. They don't let Vinny get forced out of position. He can get a kill before he drops off. The AWP is here as well. Henny going wide and buying time for the rotates. 13 seconds, Vinny out with a flashbang. This utility is impeccable from Furia. Those rotations, throwing the flashbangs to set the 2 men up inside of the site, and they will find all the kills required to put Furia on a 4th.
So now we're looking at a 5 out of 6 for that conversion, or at least that statistic that we were looking at. One thing I'm looking for is Twist to step back up like we have saw him previously in this series. He was laying waste. Maybe he's trying to play with his index on. Don't even know if that's possible, but it could be cool.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. I think there's like a plugin that lets you play non-VR games in VR. But it's not really in VR. Like, it's like having a mouse and keyboard, but wherever you turn your head, you look. And I feel like that would be very disorientating.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that. That's too much.
Fast flicking, breaking your neck in the process.
maybe that's the future, though. Well, you know, maybe it definitely is.
Your neck?
No. Maybe that's in my future. Who knows?
Well then, guys.
Anything is possible here at the Pro League. Anything.
That's right. Now we're seeing the seesaw effect here from Liquid again. They do have a little bit of utility to work with. Some smokes. 4 of them to be exact. Make it just 3 now. So we're going to drop a smoke over there towards Arch and the library side. We're not going to be alone. Quesarado quick on the flick. Quick on the AWP kill. He's going to set himself up for another one through Arch. It's just not there. It gets smoked off. Liquid are going to keep trying to march onto this site.
Oh, the wrap's in though. Elige, he gets taken down through the smoke. He actually found a connecting shot onto Quesarado before that bullet came in, so the trace is giving him up somewhat. 4-on-2. Another situation Fury should have with no question, with the bomb dropped at their feet on the wrap round catches Naf, and Twist has got to jump out of the apartments. He spots 1, but he doesn't get the kill. Fury 5 rounds. They get a couple here. They're starting to come into their own on the CT side. The question is, how many more? Because Liquid's money is on the chopping block right now.
Yeah, Quesarado getting that kill is also a big thing. Fury to stay up in that round in terms of man advantage. He does it all through a smoke. Think he can't clutch through a smoke while streaming in 1080p? Watch this. Shout out Jordan Nothing Gilbert. Pistols here for Liquid, fellas. What are we looking at?
The old Deegs trace.
Ooh.
The big old headbangers.
The Dirty D.
Pop. kind of weapons that, you know, if he existed to this day, Clint Westwood would
he does
maybe use.
Exist to this day.
No, that's Clint Eastwood. A common misconception. You're right. Completely different person.
36 kills to the 26 kills on Liquid now. Furia starting to pull ahead by a pretty big margin. And it was really only a matter of time with these kind of numbers that Liquid would have to take an eco or a partial investment round like we see here. They do deal with one, but Art, who I feel like they surely should have known about already, re-emerges from his little hole back in the pit. There's K-Serato to secure the round for Furia, 6-7 now, as they take 3 in a row, trying to end this first half in style. Let's not forget, it was 7-3 in favor of Liquid at one point in time. That was after a 5-0 run in the opening, unsurprisingly, 5 rounds of this map.
No way.
Yeah. Buy back in now for Liquid. Investment on the cards for either side. Look at the money, not a problem for Furia. They are just sweating cash over on this CT side. They are totally good looking at the future. Liquid not in that same boat, and they are jealous of those on board. Henny runs through a barrage of bullets, a hail of fire, and still puts up a kill down towards Banana. Man advantage taken for Furia, and now they can just anchor back in these bomb sites. They can hunker down. They ain't moving anywhere.
And not the man you want to lose at the start of the round. Stewie has been instrumental in opening and closing these rounds for Liquid. Him and Elige are the only players fragging right now on this T side, despite the scoreline. 11 kills for each of them. 3 on Naf, 1 on Twist, and Uno on Nitro. It's certainly not looking good for the individuals of Liquid. And you have to worry moving into the second half whether they can step it up or not. It's fine right now, but it can't continue. The smokes, the wall down here for Liquid, and Furia, they're going to have to pay for it. Yuri hiding in the pit right now, trying to dodge inside of the smokes. Art dropping one of his own, delays his push from Liquid, and means he smokes will expire. Liquid have to go through, and they have to do it now. Nitro getting shut down. Art's doubled up deep in his hands. Spam will not connect, and Naf has been given a chance. He'll take another kill. Bomb getting planted inside of the site, and it's a retake for Furia for 7.
Yeah, Twist down here in the pit has a crossfire with Naf. This is more designed to deal with short side though. Twist has got this this double peak potential from Furia, and they spot him, they see him, they know that he's here. They're gonna try and close the distance. Twist shrinking himself down. Naf hidden in the corner, not giving anything up. Vinny gonna drop on in, and that's to his demise. Henny now the only man left, and he gets mopped up.
He gets caught on the tree, I think. The little tree right there, the little bush. Unfortunate. Oh well, last round of the half.
Yeah, Naf had 3 kills going. 3 kills going into that round. He gets 3 kills. So exactly what we needed from him. Coming alive and tucked in this corner. Vinny half checked it. He looks in the back. He doesn't see him. Naf is tucked close to the wall. Once he realized that both were coming from long, instead of playing that crossfire with Twist, he just he tucks in and plays the bomb.
Unfortunate. Either way, full purchasing power. Everything that they've got will go into this round.
Oh, that's not the best Molotov. Not the worst either, but...
Not the best Molotov.
Certainly not going to win any awards. See Twist is having to deal with Art's aggression, and the timing is awful for Twist. He looks away, Art comes around the corner. Goodbye, Twist. Nice meeting you. Grenade lands at his feet. And now Liquid just hitting B, but there's a triple setup here for Furia. Oh, sorry, there was.
How does Nitro win that? We'll never know. Vinny gonna try and take up position here. Burns Nitro down in the Molotov. Ooh. Tries to get the rest done on the back of the M4. It falls a little short. Naf gonna be plugging in those numbers. Gets that bomb planted, and it's Elige and Naf. Naf making an appearance once again in a 2vx now for Team Liquid. This time, it's all on his back, and Yuri, well, he gets both. That's gonna be 7 rounds solidified for Furia at the end of this first half. Furia, more like Yuria, as he gets both of those kills there to round this one out. 8-7, we are as close as we can possibly be. We'll find out if Inferno ends here, or if we'll go the distance. Join us after a quick break to find out.
so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even
We actually took the timer off just to keep you on your toes because this one has gotten that close. At the end of the half, we saw an 8-7 resurgence there from Furia, who began to take the fight to Liquid a little bit later on. I'm here with Harry and Hugo. Now, before we jump into this game, I should actually just ask Harry about some of the lyrics he was just quoting. I don't know exactly who he was talking about. I think it was Lord. Is that right?
It was Lord, yeah.
Not the CS player,
no.
But go on.
No, the singer.
Okay.
I don't know. The line was just, you know, the great whites, they have big teeth. And I hope they bite you, Trace.
Wow. I don't even know if I should be offended or upset by that or just, yeah, it's kind of poetic in a way. Also, she's got another line where it's like, I'm kind of getting tired to throw my hands up in the air or being asked to throw my hands up in the air. Anyway, GG.bet odds, you can be asked about those all day long. You get a 200% deposit bonus or something like that. Looks like get 200% to deposit. There we go. That's better. Pistol round, second half, second map. Next one will be Mirage. Should we need it?
Little mid push, but the flashes in response from Liquid, they'll blind everyone in alt mid. They take all the gunfights and they win them all. Naf gonna shut down Vinny, trying to get out through the T-ramp. Keserato comes prepared and drops the smoke to get him by.
Now Stewie on his own at the back of B. He knows they're coming. He knows he's got to get two as Furia look for a bomb plant. If Liquid could deny that, that would be great for starting off this half. And Stewie will take the head swiftly off of Henny. Keserato trapped, and by now, the rotations are already in. There are players in CT to support, and the flash keeps Keserato honest. There's almost nothing he can do here. They're coming for him, though, and he's giving them a run for their money, but it's not going to be enough. Liquid shutting it down, and Keserato, whew.
Why does it always have to be like that? They had such a great round right in front of them, everything that they needed, and then it just gets scary for no reason. I stopped watching horror flicks. I didn't sign up to watch a horror flick.
The dub is what matters, though. So they get the win. You know, that would have been worse if this happens and then the banana players just fall off and don't trade. Like if they back off and give Keserato the B site and a plant and a chance, that's when big problems arise. Like once you lose one, once you lose two, you just got to commit. I think if you're Liquid there. And so they do a good job of committing. Nitro gets that kill despite having a pretty rough performance right now. He's up to 4 at least. Pistol round is nice to him. And Liquid are back on board.
Yeah, that little shoulder peek from Elige nets him the information that Furia have gone for this force buy. He hears the scout chime out with his shot down through mid, and now we're going to see Stewie go aggressive into the front lines here. I guess the back line of Furia, they're set up to try and take this mid control. Team Liquid, very aware as to what's going on in this round, right? Not only because they have 2 players push down Banana, but this means that these rotations are going to come in very, very fast, and that frees up these 3 players inside of the A bomb site to just anchor this down and, you know, like really dig themselves in. Henny goes unchecked, both the Banana players die, and now everything I just said is basically irrelevant because the B site is now wide open.
It's the way she goes sometimes, Bubs. It's the way of the road.
Oh.
Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. This time, it's going to be a B hit for Furia. That's where they're going. 4 deep. Nitro playing for the Coffins.
Oh,
no. Very hurt. Meanwhile, this has gone swimmingly well for Furia, who did lose the first round. Twist just left by his lonesome. They backed out. They're heading on into A at a Fury pace.
Furious pace, Trace.
Furias.
It was sitting right in front of you the whole time.
Yeah, man.
Gold star for effort. Twist, he wants more than just a sticker. He wants a 10th round. 1 on 3, though, on this A site. Furia double inside with a crossfire towards Pit and no kit.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to be too fun for Russ. But let's see what he's got. Absolutely nothing. Planted against the A cart there by Yuri. We still have a game on our hands. Don't discount it. Don't discredit it. Furia are still here, and they're still playing.
Yeah, honestly, I think their second half has a real potential to get out of Liquid's hands. You know, Furia already beating them hands down in just the frag total department. I haven't actually done the maths on it this time around, but I mean, you can just see it, right? Everyone knows numbers. They're pretty familiar to us. And, you know, over on the T side, that's going to make all the difference. The fact that every single one of these players is finding success in these head-to-head duels and winning them out could spell some disaster for Liquid. You still have really 3 players kind of missing on the scoreboard. It's very much the Elysian Stewie show. And over on the CT side, you cannot rely on just a handful of players to be stepping up. It's got to be a team effort, as Furia found out back in that first half.
Ooh. Playing with fire and smoke. Naf avoiding bullets, dodging death. And Tucky in the cubby. The resmoke comes down for Furia. The bomb is back in spawn, but they don't have to commit. With a man and Banana, they can always leave. They can always double back towards that B site. There is only a single CT there, and even they are considering a rotation. Stewie playing inside of the spawn. Well, he might need to hang around because Furia... No, they're not going back to B. They were walking back out of mid, but instead they'll commit towards the A site with that bomb coming as well late. Naf is tucked, and check it, the spam is there. Oh, he's doubled it. He has made this round somewhat winnable for Liquid with the pistols. Stewie is on a flank, he's on a rotation down Banana, and if Furia don't speed up, they're gonna have a thorn in their behind.
Oh, and now that bomb dropped. Has Vinny at least getting the trade and retrieving that package? Stewie's come up through the bottom of mid. Is this still the A commitment? 20 seconds, it's gotta be. They try and go in and they shut down Stewie. Nitro has to now try and deny this round from inside of the bomb site. And Vinny's gonna swing wide to check it. Oh, but they don't believe in the check. And Nitro gets both players there in the nick of time. 10-8 now. Liquid gonna answer back. They take the lead. They take matters into their own hands. And Furia, the Force by Wars are set to continue.
It's so important that Nitro wins that because, you know, not only is he tucked in the site, but one of the players ran up short, jumped cart, and then jumped in apartments to trade that CZ kill that dropped the bomb. You know, Nitro, not that he was baiting, like, you know, of course, that's crazy. A team never does that. But, you know, Nitro playing a hidden position gets his teammate killed. So him winning the clutch is huge there.
Just as you said, within the nick of time. I like that, Harry. Not even sure it was intentional, but it does make sense. Very well done.
Of course it was intentional, Trace.
Of course it was. What was I thinking?
I think some of the best ones just, you know, happen accidentally. Happy accidents, as Bob Ross would say.
Happy accidents. And I do love the man Bob Ross.
Well, he's been known to create some art, so let's see if he can do anything in this round. I'm not talking about Bob Ross, I'm talking about art himself. As he pushes into the site, he's only got block and armor. And that might not matter. He's able to do a lot of damage. Yuri helps out. Deagle and Vinny not quite able to deliver that kill onto Nitro. Back into this 3-on-3. The B site belongs to Furia, but Nitro's here with an eviction notice and he's ready to kick them out. Keserato and Art 2-on-3 to try and hold down this site in what was a force buy from Furia. Down goes Art. Keserato now. Gave it a good attempt a couple of rounds ago in the pistol. Here, this clutch could be answered. The call ringing out for Keserato, and he's trying to stand above it all, and he does exactly that. A 9th round for Furia, and I'm dead now.
19-7. What a legend, Harry. You wanted him to step up coming into this map, and he has done that and gone above and beyond. Furia, yeah, they need a pause after that one. That was not according to plan. They went an eco. Even with Nitro's patience and getting multiple kills coming back in on the retake, Keserato, he uses the fountain as cover for players coming through the coffins, and Twist kind of just drops right into him there. I would have loved to see Twist jump across and get on the second oranges and come in from above, but he walks into the front of his crosshair, into the face.
This tactical timeout was called by Furia, brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Surely Liquid are enjoying that time as well. Back to the drawing board before they lose control of this game. Looking at 3 Deagles, 2 CZs. The utility necessary for a CT side of Inferno. I do like that spray. Gonna have to check that one out. So applicable, you know?
Yeah. Still there, you know, a little memory for Team Liquid to remember. A little memento from Keserato. That's the scene of the crime. Now to find out if Liquid are going to have to do the time, as they've gone in with another force buy. Losing this leaves them with no money, and that can be how Furia springboard themselves into the lead here on this second map.
Very scared of Liquid playing a close corner setup, allowing them to flash aggressively back into the banana. That won't be the case. Art is clearing that out, getting the guarantee in for Furia. This looks like it's going to end in a late B. They are passive on A, throwing smokes, throwing utility, keeping Liquid here, but the majority of Liquid are inside of this B site. Got a double boost towards quad. That is a commonly molly position, but Nitro can smoke it off. Sorry, he's on the A side. It's Naf, rather, ready and waiting. The push is in. Stewie's been spotted, but he gets dropped, falling back down behind the boxes. Art followed up. Do they expect the third man here? Doesn't matter. He's shown his hand. Naf not going to get anything for it either. And it's going to be a clean round, at least so far for Furia. This is a bit messy, but oh dear, that's a bomb thrown forward. Luckily, Twist and Nitro are doubling back to save, so it won't get punished. But with how low some of these players are for Furia, that was a round where Liquid could have done a little bit more. CZs, though, not known for that ammo.
Yeah, or efficiency on the reload, right?
Or really anything.
Maybe, in, like, you know, a good 5 years ago.
Yeah.
People just sliding around, crouch peeking with CZs. Really was a disturbing time to be alive, but
yeah.
For some of you that were there, you could probably attest to that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people think the Krieg is bad. CZ was kind of, you know, the pocket AK, and of course, coming in at such a low price point with how powerful it was, it was.
It's happened again. It's like the way Keserato just looks down at it.
Yeah,
It's
just
like,
looking
well,
down. Oh dear,
I'm dead now. Here we go. Liquid, what are you going to do? Don't have the money for it. You don't have the money for the weapons. And again, we're going to see some CZs coming out. Smoke Molotov on Nitro. Perhaps they've got something up their sleeve right here they want to give a try. 4 players heading over towards A. Just Nitro left by himself at the B site. A boost coming in from Liquid. Perhaps they'll put 2 up there. They'll just double, triple up this this mid side and try to get a good crossfire going. That's what looks more likely, I suppose.
Nitro solo B because he has a smoke incendiary, so he can stall this push. Not for long though. Furia waiting at the door. They want to get in. Knock, knock.
Who's there, Hugo?
Furia.
Furia who?
Didn't even plan this far ahead, Trace.
Come on, man. Anyway. Still no kills exchanged. Nitro the only one to take any damage over there towards the B side. He's already just gotten away from that. He said, no, not for me. Meanwhile, full on stack here, top middle. This is going to get real dirty real fast.
Yeah, but they haven't seen anything over towards B, so Furia have kind of worked this out. They've read this whole round very, very well, and they've dodged the stack in its entirety. Team Liquid, maybe they catch Yuri. Uh-oh. Run, or crawl, I guess. Crawl away, Yuri. Try to escape, but no, Twist has found him. The search crew were out in full force for Team Liquid, and the results, not fantastic. They do deal with Yuri, and that should be it. Art's even here to get a bit cheeky. Him and Stewie exchange a passing glance, and it wasn't love at first sight. Instead, Art's actually turning these boys to mincemeat over here in the library.
Chugging away with the $600 money printer.
That's what they call them back then, I suppose.
Yeah. Literally Prince Profit.
Not to be confused with Prince Harry. Also a prince.
That he is. And I am not him to everyone that always messages me on Twitter thinking I am him.
I mean, you do have your name set as Prince Harry, so...
That is true. You have done that.
You know, and it's obvious.
Yeah, but so surely when they look at the account and they go... I mean, to be fair, I guess they go, yeah, Ginger, Prince Harry, sure, send a death threat. But it's it's a weird one, because I do think Prince Harry would have more than 8,000 followers. I like to believe that.
Well, if people wanted to message and talk to the Prince himself, where would they go on Twitter, Harry?
It'd be just Harry GG.
There we go.
And if it's that other guy you're after, I don't even know him.
Never heard of him.
Stewie over here. Not going to be royalty of his own over at Top Banana. As he tries to keep this throne belonging to Team Liquid. Knocking on the door is Furia. They're keen to take it away. They'll start to clear out Top Banana now. They're very methodical in this approach, leaving no stone unturned. Now the fast B play commitment here for Furia. 2 players in the site are immediately mopped up. This round's over. There you go. 12 on the board for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Liquid were doing on the T side, right? Constantly hitting that B bomb site and then boom, triple save, double save, whatever it is. It's not a pretty day for Liquid. They've got to give up the round. They've got to hold on to the guns. And Furia, well, they've taken the round. They don't want to leave the guns out in the open. They are going to start hunting.
Put Art in front with the FAMAS. Liquid are holding tight in the A stronghold, the A fortress. How tight can they hold on? Because they're about to have some company. Drawbridge has been raised, and here comes Art trying to swim through the moat. Not great so far. Nitro takes down 2. The bomb explodes, and it's going to be Twist that holds on to an AK going into the next round. Round 23. Furia 12-10 now. Liquid thinking about their entire lives before going into this round. Or at least this game.
Right down mid for Twist, but that's some of the very limited utility that Liquid have to work with in this round. This one AK is going to do the heavy lifting. Ooh, the spam is there. I guess maybe a gap in the smoke, or Fury at least somewhat aware of the possibility they won't allow it to happen here for Liquid. And that gun will have to hold on for later.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Alige They didn't get the kills, so maybe they're thinking that it's probably clear, because what man could withstand a volley like that from the Krieg? Elige is no ordinary man, though. More man, or rather more machine man. Turns out they are just as vulnerable to bullets as anyone else, though. And he gets turned up pretty easily there.
Full blind, of course. Yuri takes down Nitro. And the show continues. Twist with this AK tucked inside of the site. Yuri drops off in a pit. The rest of the hit from Furia is over towards B. Bombs there as well. Twist has absolutely no shot to be had there as Yuri is on fire right now. Takes out Naf as well. Starting to smell like a third map. Not always a third map, but it's starting to smell like we're going to Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, what else do we have here so far? This has been 5 rounds in a row for Furia and Liquid. They found the first round, they lost to a Force, then they forced back, and they won that with a solo gun and 4 CZs. And since then, it's been all Furia. So a great T side in this map, really just hitting B repetitively. And Liquid with no answers to it yet. Double orb coming out, could that be the solution? And is it in time for Liquid? Naf and Nitro wielding those weapons. Naf on the B site, Nitro long side.
55 kills in total over on the Liquid side, 75 for Furia. They are leaps and bounds ahead of the competition here. I mean, Serato, 24 kills. He is almost double the frag leader over on the Liquid side of things. It really is just a case that a few individuals, a couple of key players here aren't really showing up to the party. And on top of that, Furia are looking stellar. Since getting onto this T side, they have dictated the pace so damn well. You know, like Liquid have always had to try and play reactively to what's going on the Furia side, and that's left them completely open to this manipulation that Furia have been throwing in, right? They keep faking top mid. Liquid, this standard kind of play that they've been doing in a few of these rifle rounds where they just play passively back in the bomb site, doesn't give them any information, and it also gives so much map control up to Furia. It's a bit of a grave error as well. There's a gap in this smoke, and that allows Yuri to just spot the short side and make sure no one's aggressing. And so that kind of takes the threat out of this smoke, really. They can't go any deeper than it, but they at least know that there's no one waiting on the other side. And now 20 seconds, this play's got to come in now for Furia if they're going to make it happen. 15 seconds. You can see Liquid is so antsy about rotating this 4th man around. He's only just come in now. It's Stewie on his way into this A site, but the shutdown is in. Twists and Nitro answering the call. Elige steps up with 2. And Team Liquid will take an 11th round.
Yeah, the AWP is the answer here for Liquid. Nitro with a double kill. Not only that, but the passive play that you mentioned, Harry, that hasn't really benefited Liquid because it has been these B hits from Furia. It finally works out. Furia, they are committed towards the A site with 5 players, and Liquid being boxed in inside of the site gives them crossfires and gives them a bit of safety as the timer ticks down too low for Furia to secure anything. Well, Nafsorb get a chance to shine now in this one as B gets back on the cards here for Furia. We're going to see this A presence early, but don't be confused. There are grenades going into Banana for Furia. And I think if they want a safe round here, that might be the ending zone, the landing zone for this bomb.
Ending zone works too. End zone, so to say. American football, but you guys, do as you please.
Yeah, I don't even know English football jargon, so...
You never hit it top 90? You ever bent it like Beckham?
I know who Beckham is. That's about the limit of my football knowledge.
What about like Ronaldo, Ronaldinho?
Yeah, I mean, I know the names. I couldn't pick them out of a lineup, but...
Okay. Well, Wayne Rooney, of course, nowhere to be found in this matchup or have any bearing on this whatsoever. We're going to be taking a look at the hold by Liquid over on their CT side. They are in a dangerous way. Scary way, considering the rounds they've let slip by.
Yeah, no B progress yet, but you can already see Yuri is running back to lineup utility. They are going to be looking towards this A site again. Liquid with another passive boxed-in setup. 3 players here. One of them being cut off on long side by the utility and Moto. It looks like Furia want to double back, but they have yet to do so, and they've got no one in Bananas, so just constantly checking the backline, making sure there's no mid-flank. Serato, crucial entry towards that A site. Elige is gone, and now Twist has to hold the line. He does.
Yeah, a bit of a menace down here in the pit. They're trying to assemble this boost. Keserato peeking above the smoke, and Nitro missed shot. That's going to cost him his life. Stewie and Naf, 2 on 3 in the retake. If they die here, the money is gone for Liquid. They can still field the buy, but it's not going to be great. So this is a high-risk, high-reward play. Stewie trying to close the distance. Spots Keserato, but isn't able to get the kill. And so for Naf, all that's left to do is run away and give it a go in the next one. 14 rounds for Furia now. About to take this one over the line and lock in that Mirage third map, unless Team Liquid can put together some sort of stellar defense here and now. Which, if this second half is anything to go by, they've struggled with, to say the very least, only managing 3 CT side rounds thus far.
Yeah, Furia go back to that A site, but this time the difference is they have time to do what they want. They slow down in the 4-on-3, and they boost up a player on long. Keserato with the Creed goes above. He has been hitting shots this game, and that is safe to say. And once he's on the boost, he's able to take down Twist in the pit. You can barely see it from Twist's perspective. You can't even see it from Twist's perspective. And Nitro missing a shot with the AWP. Well, that kill alone is everything for Liquid. And they lose the A site, they lose a round. This is their last chance to stay in this map. Otherwise, we may just be seeing Mirage after all.
That's what it's starting to smell like.
Oh.
Stewie with the aggressive B push gets punished by Art. However, Naf on the follow-up. He takes down Art, also does a considerable amount of damage to Keserato, who's got to back out there now, and 4 HP, caught a bit of a grenade as well. It's going to be a full-on traverse here from Furia. They're going to look towards middle for an answer.
Yeah, they haven't actually seen the AWP on B, despite Naf and Nitro running this double AWP in the last couple of rounds. Of course, Furia have been on A and back-to-back rounds, so they didn't have this info, and maybe weren't expecting Naf to just wallbang them there. I wouldn't be surprised if Stewie made that call and told Naf to go for the shot. He saw players up close, and they may see more as Furia set up towards a banana. This was treating them so well in how they initially got their 5 rounds on this T side, and Elijah made the wrong read. He's rotated CT. He has no flashes to set his teammate up either, just a molly and a smoke, but those will be coming in too late as Furia look to make a near contact play on this B site, about to burst it. Elijah sneaking back. He could be here in time, but it's going to be very, very close indeed.
Yeah, Nafa's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Doesn't quite manage to block that smoke. Furia, 25 seconds now, where they have to go through this defensive smoke that the CTs threw on down. And that leaves them at the mercy of this AWP. Alicia's dealt with and mopped up pretty much straight away. Nafa's repositioned onto Emo. Oh, they've got him pinned. First man goes round. Vinny meets his maker. Naf trapped. 10 seconds on the clock, and that kill comes in just in the nick of time for Keserato. Twisted Nitro now all alone at 2 on 3.
Nitro does have this grenade, though. If he does place it properly, he'll find at least one. Keserato on 4 HP and Yuri on half. Be right there planted on top of the bomb. Keserato watching down banana. Nitro on his way back through construction. He's going to meet resistance of Kenny to start things off. Kenny is just way too quick with it.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my goodness, how that all fell apart there for Team Liquid.
Trigger hungry for Keserato, but it works out wonderfully. That patience as well. He scopes up on the man at the back of the site with the AWP. It was Naf, and Keserato just waits and waits and waits and waits. And eventually he gets the wallbang onto Naf, even killing his teammate at the end in the post plant, but guaranteeing the round at the same time. So 15-11, and money is no problem for Furia.
And the awkward part about this is Stewie pushes down banana to begin the round. Should he have found kills or found success there, that entire round turns out differently.
Yeah, I mean, Keserato got wallbang down to 20 health, and he gets 3 kills in the post plant. So you're right, Trace. You know, the tiny details do matter. The wallbang that put him on low, well, if only it killed him, could have been a 1 round for Liquid. Not that they could know that. And now overtime is the only way they win this map. That or Mirage. Furia just a round away from taking us to that point. This buy from Liquid is certainly not pretty. Couple of rifles, couple of SMGs, and certainly not enough utility.
Yeah, it pales in comparison to these T rifles, or trifles as they're sometimes known.
Are they known as that? Trifles?
It just could be, because I'm trying to think of something. I'm trying to build something. Trifled layers, jelly. I don't know. It's all in there. But there's
trifling.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of words that involve it. But we'll have to see, because the proof is in that pudding here for Furia.
Like a nice chicken pot pie.
My favorite dessert.
Yeah, what do you
just happens to be my favorite 3 things, to be honest. Here we are.
Oh, they hear Stewie start to roast the toast in the Molotov. And Naf's trying his best to stay alive on the retreat. Yuri still lurking in the apartments. Could be a real problem when it comes to denying these rotations from Team Liquid. Down goes Nitro. The rest of this round feels like it should just be a formality for Furia, but they're keeping it informal. They're laying down the pain. Twists all alone. And he's just got to do the honorable thing. And that is let them take this one.
It's all about the stats, though. Get some numbers, get some kills. That rating, oh, jokes. Fury's coming in on the back line. There it is. Furia take it, 16-11. What an impressive performance still here in the Pro League. Teams can't win their goddamn map pick. It is all up in the place. It is all over the, all up in the air, rather. And we have the 3rd map in Mirage coming up in just a moment.
And never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dance with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. And come alive, go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this
I just step up and make it happen, it's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. Try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah.
There's all kind of numbers right here on the page in front of you, and they're going to tell you a storyline, one that is K Serato and company pushing Liquid around on their map pick of Inferno. As you can tell, 31-9, pretty good day in the office for K Serato. Meanwhile, we look over here on the Liquid side of things, and really, they got the car started, but eventually, you know, kind of like the battery died maybe while it was moving or something. Kind of rarity, but nonetheless, a rough one for Liquid.
They ran out of gas.
It was Stewie, Nitro, and Elise trying desperately to like push that car back to a rolling start while, you know, Twist is like sat there in the driver's seat, which obviously gets important role, but not doing much of the shoving to get things moving here for Furia. Naf had a pretty tumultuous time as well, considering that he's the guy topping the charts right now here in the Pro League. Pretty uncharacteristic performance from Naf. You know, the rest of the guys, they were all right. One thing I will say is Stewie, like, I swear he came into this second half with 12 kills or thereabouts. I feel like he finishes it 12 and 20. I don't think I saw him really put up anything over on the CT side, which is a bit of a shame.
I mean, he kept putting himself out there on Banana, right? He kept trying to get ahead of that fight that they were just taking to Liquid, and that proved to be a fatal error from time to time, and ultimately, this was an entire error for the side of Liquid. They dropped their map pick. But overall, let's give credit over to Furia, though, because they did come out swinging.
And not just Furia, but K Serato specifically, man. He had quite the map there, dropping over 30 kills and rarely dying as well. Multiple Krieg entries. Every round, it felt like he almost got his second 1-on-5 pistol round as well in Inferno, which felt, you know, pretty ridiculous, getting 3 kills at the top of the banana and then not closing it. But yeah, I mean, it's just a highlight movie for him, man. On the AWP, on the rifle, doesn't matter where he was holding his own for Furia. Harry, a stat that you were constantly pulling up, especially in the first half, was how Furia had more kills than Liquid despite being down at 1.8 to 3. That continued, of course, as Furia started to pick up the rounds and take the lead, but it just showed that, you know, Liquid weren't necessarily having the best of maps individually. They were just, you know, playing well, playing good CS, forcing Furia to save, but moving over to the CT side, that's when the same happened to them.
Yeah, and you know, I think for Furia, there was a bit of there was almost like a moment where they decided they were going to stop being respectful. They were going to stop playing the kind of numbers game. And obviously that kind of really comes into its own when you get over into the T half of things, right? You can play disrespectful. You can get in the face of Team Liquid. And once Liquid kind of fell behind, they just fell further and further behind, it felt like, right? Furia doing a great job of keeping morale low, keeping the pace going in their favor, and just kind of dictating that entire second half to Team Liquid on their terms.
Now, I'm going to go to a break, but I do want to know what you're thinking about in terms of, you know, keeping morale low. That's a whole different area, a whole different avenue we haven't begun to drive down. Rather, sorry. Words escaping me at this late hour. We're looking at about 1 o'clock in the morning here local, but we are ready to jump back into what is a South American versus North American bout. We will be going into that when we come back. Mirage decides it all.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He wasn't a classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song. Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Well, would you believe that? Furia push us into a third. We're going to Mirage. It's the Brazilians that seemingly want to keep putting up a fight here. It does make sense considering Liquid are giving them all the ground to run on. And now is our time to run it into the ground. We do have that of some meme review. And we're going to take a look at some of the hot, fresh memes, or probably lacking thereof, that you guys have put together. Now, look at this. Now, this is interesting. Not gonna lie, I see the Supreme bag there on you. Also AWP on your back. What the heck is this?
I love this. You know, we're just hanging around the B site. This is old school Vertigo before those boxes became red trades.
What am I doing back there, though?
Just sulking, just skulking.
Yeah, this was actually
sulking in the back.
Not sulking, skulking, peering over the corner.
This is actually a screenshot from our ESCA games. Trace back there locking it down, as we can see. And Hugo and I just kind of milling around, doing what we do best.
Not much.
I do like the sunglasses, though, guys. I wish I would have gotten a pair, but that's completely fine. That is pretty good. And again, your submissions are all sent over via Twitter using hashtag EPL meme review. Now, we also asked you to send pictures of food, and that one's gone pretty well for most of you. Some of you, my goodness, there's one that I hope gets played a little bit later that really does just captivate my attention. It's got all the answers in one photo. We'll get to that. Don't you worry. In the meantime, we need to start talking Mirage and how this series ends up.
Yeah, we have a middle ground map now for both teams, right? Obviously, you know, Nuke was the pick of Furia. Liquid took it, vice versa on Inferno, as the Pro League predicts. But Mirage, this is a map that both these teams, at least in 2019, frequented. So, you know, it's going to be aggressive. It's going to be fast. But, you know, much how we saw yesterday, contrary styles. Liquid very slow on the T side of this map, very calculated. Furia, a lot more fast-paced, and they are an enjoyable team to watch on this map. It does certainly tend and cater towards their playstyle.
Yeah, you know, I'm really hoping that we get to see them come out of the gate with a T-side start. I think that would set the pace for this very, very well, right, coming into Mirage. And I think another thing to bear in mind, Liquid, they really got to pick it up. Yeah. You know, I think for them, it started to feel a bit flat there in that second half back on Inferno. And you cannot carry those same kind of jitters over here to this third deciding map, obviously, especially not with K-Serato and co. looking in such good form.
Dude, K-Serato, 31-9 on Inferno. That is kind of disturbing, especially when you consider the comparison as to what's gone on over on the Liquid side. Their stats are just run aground. We're talking about Twist on 39 ADR, 10-18. That's a guy that we normally look to for the answers. Naf also down there on the bottom of the board. These are guys, you know, obviously that they're trying to play their heart out here, but they need to find the answer for what is the current Furia problem.
Yeah, and you know, you can see the GG bet odds there shrunk right on down in response to all of this. You know, I'm still edging it in favor of Liquid. Maybe a safe bet, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing. On paper, it might put Liquid as the favorites. However, doesn't always work that way in the server, does it, Trace?
No, it certainly does. It does not always go the way that you forecasted it to. But what we're forecasting right now is a little precipitation. Liquid over the top here. We're going to get a knife round out to at least determine the size. Furia looking to bite back, looking to have the answer here, and looking to actually really hurt Team Liquid's feelings. They've already taken a loss in the Pro League thus far to an unsuspecting, I guess, what would you even call Swole Patrol at that point? They haven't really done anything.
Underdog.
Underdog, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll go with that. Swole Patrol takes down Liquid. Can Furia do the same? It's going to be settled here on Mirage, the third and final map of the series, of the night. And we're here to bring it to you right now on Mirage.
And Liquid on the T side as well. I honestly think if Furia started T side, this could have been terrifying for Liquid. Those Kriegs are scary on the best of days. Yuri hiding inside of the A site, Art nearby on the balcony, getting spammed, getting tagged, and he will be dropped as well. Yuri got to hold his own with only a kill. It's a Liquid round so far. The bomb can get planted in the A site.
We've seen these pistol rounds with advantages get out of hand for Liquid before. This time, one thing that gives me some confidence is this double setup over towards window. You get a lot of versatility from this, especially with two players here. They're able to work together, trade off of one another. And now Furia, even as they know there's a man over in jungle, they won't expect a double hold. Vinny taps down one, but that's where Nitro swings out from the position in question to cement that pistol round for Team Liquid. They'll go 1-0 up. 3 kills from Elige. Naf and Nitro getting up on the board as well.
Yeah, I love the idea of smoking off the connector on the outside there, or getting aggressive towards a jungle. We see so many teams do it. We saw a pistol, I think it was from Big, where they would throw a jungle smoke and then run connector to window to CT. Loads more teams coming up with new ideas on how to approach these pistol rounds on Mirage. Double drop, it was spotted. The second man was gained, and K-Serato will game Sui. Finding a kill up underpass, rather. Liquid just going to double down with losing that man to the A site. Twist, a crucial kill. If that was a 5-on-3, then oh dear. But Liquid maintain their position in this round. Good spray through the smoke as Elige takes down Art. And now Liquid have an advantage. A bomb coming late out of ramp. Vinny, the only man here, but he is holding his own.
Oh, Furia trying to get ahead of the curve. Oh dear, they hedged their bets and they've hedged them wrong. This entire round hinged on this hunch that it was going to be the B play. And this was very much by design from Liquid, right? They take a moment to disengage, to back away. And that put the seed of doubt in Furia's mind. That seed is now growing into a full-blown tree, and they've over-rotated all the way over here towards B. They're just going to look to hold on to these SMGs and Scout combination now. All in all, not that bad a save, right? The Scout can definitely set up these two SMGs. A Deagle can get dropped onto somebody else on the team. Henny saved extra money to allow for that AWP to come out. Obviously, with the AWP, I'm talking about round 4, when that first buy round will come in for Furia. I still wouldn't underestimate them, though, holding on to these 3 weapons into the next round. They've been very, very proficient with these kind of weak buys all series long.
Well, successful save is about the only success Furia have in that round. Guns held on for the follow-up eco. Liquid should be going 3-0 up though regardless.
Well, here we are. Nitro gonna wield an AK as well. Gleals and Stew and Twist. In control on the cards for this Liquid squad.
Ooh.
That's going to be a meaty one. I say that, and it really is underwhelming.
Yeah, 30 damage, up dude. Nothing amazing. That's the bomb, though. Art spots Nitro on ramp. He doesn't get a kill, but a lot of damage. Nitro commits the balls on this man. Just going to run into the site. Will get decked by the Deeg, but the Deeg only finds 1. Liquid are all over A, and it's up to MP9s to save the day. Unsuccessful, you would assume. Okay, Serato coming in on a ticket. But he's given away his position.
Yeah, Stewie was here to get this trade, and I was about to say, yeah, he still has this belt of utility, but throwing it in gives up his position. Elige is already on the angle, and Team Liquid, they're going to dig themselves out of that hole as they start to lose a few players there towards the end of the round. They get it all locked in, and it shapes up exactly how it should. The pistol round found, the conversion's locked in. A 3-0 lead for Team Liquid, but here is the buy from Furia, the AWP on Henny. We touched upon that. He saved extra money in that second round force buy to allow him to bring it out here. And he's going to look to try and lay down the pain early on. You could see him taking that big green gun over towards the A-bomb site. Not going to try his hand at any sort of early peek. Didn't really have to spawn for it. So he'll just play back inside of the A site over there on the triple box. Has R over here in connector, holding close. Vinny boosted up as well. This mid area is a real danger zone right here for Liquid. Are they looking to take the highway to the danger zone, or will it be the die way as they get shut down over here in middle? Man advantage taken for Furia. But Stewie, tricky little Stu, has worked his way into the back line, and nobody from Furia is aware of this. Que Serato didn't spot him, and this should be a guaranteed kill. There it is. Vinny still exists over on short side. That should have rather been comm to Stu as he tries to push on up. Vinny's going to have his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, I like this. Stewie doesn't go and try and take the fight to Vinny. He instead waits for his team to group up. He has the market under control, and Furia can't rotate through the most common point as a CT. With that bomb going down, they might just save. Henny and Yuri backing on out. They've got no kit. And this is a pretty decent save with the AK and the AWP in round number 4. But that's still around for Liquid with a little to work with. They had Galils, etc. So very successful one. Boost up, finds the timing, gets it behind the enemy lines, and Liquid go 4-0 up on the T side. Furia, they're going to have to eco around these guns as well. So Liquid, a real chance to run out into first place here. Or they take it by the horns.
Gotta be careful about grabbing those horns. Animal
Finals are a little wild. Unpredictable even. 4-0 so far, no response for Furia. AWP still back in the hands of Penny. Perhaps we'll be treated with another performance here from K Serato. He was tearing it up last map rather. 16-10, 16-11. Now we're on Mirage.
Mid-control attempting to be the order of the day. Also, an important thing to note is that previous round was a bonus round from Liquid, running a lot of Galils into it. So money is great now for this T side. Flashes into the connector, gonna leave Art blind, but he's able to get himself out of danger and navigates this whole situation very well. Doesn't go down, concedes mid at the last possible minute, and this means that Vinny only has to be responsible for Catwalk. Is that responsibility, though, a little too much to ask of this man? It looks like it, as Elige has been able to slip on into the backline once again, dealing with a B-side player to begin with, now doubling up. Not content with one, always prefers two. And speak of a man who we know loves that, it's Stu, out towards this B site. Bomb now planted, Henny and Yuri, they're gonna try and save.
I love how Liquid are capitalizing on these kills so quickly. The fact that Elige doubles down as well means Furia can't rotate. They lose the first player towards B, that's one thing. Then they lose a jungle player, and suddenly your A site is weak as well. And by the time that Furia realize it's not actually the A site, Liquid are already in B. They've committed to apartment. So exits found as well. A 5-0 lead for Liquid. Guns being taken. This is a great start to the map. Furia out of answers for the time being. It's going to have to be a low buy for now as Liquid take a considerable lead. Well, Furia can buy up in this one. I'm pretty sure I saw enough money on the majority of the players. No, ignore me. Art had enough, Vidi had enough, but they'll double rifle and the rest will eco around them. So, of course, the two players that saved that all from the previous round have a chance to do something in this one, but even then, that's been tagged up early. Vinny's been dropped down underpass. Stewie getting the better of him this time at least.
Yeah, a bit of weapon trading going on. K Serato now left with that responsibility. He might try and put this in the hands of Yuri, but he actually looks like he's going to be the first man in, and maybe the first of many men down as Naf kickstarts the mowdown up in the apartments. They spot the ramp player. They do one step better than that. Information is one thing, and they'll take the kill. K Serato, that's just unfortunate, man. There's like a couple of pixels of Molly on the ground. He's going to get caught with it. Gonna check him. Twists. Locking in a 6th round for Liquid. 6-0 as it stands, in case you can't read the scoreboard or perhaps are listening to this radio style. Team Liquid yet to drop a single round in this game. Furia yet to field one. Investment coming back in and a US Air Force tactical timeout. Furia Esports have one of the lowest trade percentages on Mirage in the last 6 months, 17.6%. Watch out for the solo plays. I love that. The stat,
yeah,
more like, not... I don't love the stat, I love the way it's written.
Tell us how you really feel, Harry.
How do I really feel? A great deal of pleasure right now, because it's a 6-0 lead for Team Liquid, and if that isn't something worth getting excited about, then I don't know what is. Furia, they're going to look to try and up the pace a bit here, maybe.
Furia
try and take the fight to Liquid.
Furia have a really nice BX sector. I hope they run. They barely ever run it. It's like a scrim strat. They rush a dude into B, and they have wall smokes all over the B site. This guy jumps out the window, and with the utility, he ends up in the middle of B without any CT seeing him.
You know what, Hugo?
Yeah.
I'm kind of throwing you under the bus here. I'd love for you to have a little Telestrator segment to illustrate that, perhaps, at some point before we get into the second half.
If they run it, I can, but if they don't run it, I can't, because I don't have the round. I don't know when they last ran it. Like, I don't have the demo.
But not on Skybox, just, show us the smokes.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. I don't understand the metrics on it, clearly. Hugo is the numbers man. Twist here, trying to put up some numbers of his own in towards the A-bomb site, but he gets dealt with there by Art. Yuri's here for another. And suddenly, we're into this man advantage scenario for Furia. Naf has bailed as Team Liquid trail behind in this round. Stewie's going to try and rejoin his teammate over here in Palace. Yuri taking an aggressive stance down towards the ramp. Stewie, is he going to be ready for this close player, this point man?
Oh no,
the jig is up. The jig is up now and wiggling on the angle. Stewie comes up short in the fight. Naf all alone, far from home, and a 1v3 to make his own. Alternatively, he could set up a whole new life and address over here in the apartments at the B bomb site and just hold on to this Krieg. Because how's anyone to know?
You might look for flanking kills, you know, take a peek onto A from Catwalk, see if you can find anything with a scope. But as you can see, Furia tucked in, on lockdown right now, quarantined inside of the A site, and not giving an inch away for NAF. So, first round of the ball for Furia, they finally break the curse, they get on the CT side.
Quiet before the storm. We're going to see what Liquid can piece together here. Just gave away their first round of the game so far. And certainly they're not going to allow that to happen again, you would think. Or at least if you're a Liquid fan, you'd hope. Art's going to put himself in the window early on. The smoke's going to come in from the side of Team Liquid, but a good grenade from him. Does a ton of damage on the Stu. And he has some plans of his own. Takes Naf out. Not his knife out. He does take Naf out over there towards A-Ramp. And there must be something to say here about Furia and how they can adapt to what Team Liquid's throwing at them. When you think about the first half of play of the last map, they looked at the same here. Meanwhile, Vinny just turning him into artwork against the wall.
Put him in a frame, and he stared them down. It's Twist trying to get out the apartments. Stewie coming up Catwalk with the bomb. Twist not being given a kill here. The man on the site jiggling. Queserato gets the info, but he's got support at the back of the site. Twist looking to get rid of one of these two players. A spray is there. Doesn't even need the support. Queserato takes a kill, and Stewie spots a second. You think he hits the shot as well. There's a chance here for Stu. An ace would be required.
Ah, but he's ready. He's wise to the fact that another player could be near. Oh my word! He's playing with fire. Henny is already on this angle, and
oh my God,
he's back out again, and now he's going for it back to Steady, and that's enough for the frag to go the way of Furia. The defuse comes on in. Oh, it's a butt-clenching clutch there.
Did the demons come out in that
They
round?
did a little bit. They did a little bit. I try and keep them in as much as I can. Thanks, Mouz, for reminding us what demons sound like.
The Velociraptor is also out, so that's cool. But yeah, good stuff there. And what was around that could have been turned around with Stewie and some heroics. It's Vinny that really does silence Liquid on Catwalk in this.
A great spray with the AUG. I can't use that gun, man. So, you know, watching anyone be able to convert any kind of spray with that is impressive enough. Furia doubling down 2 rounds to this CT side. Liquid with their first pause, brought to us by the US Air Force.
You know what? I'm not giving up, guys. I think I'm going to try to call that number again from the other day.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. For those unaware, this, oh, you're doing it, Trace. You're giving us the...
I'm going to give that number another call. It's the number on, what is it?
The Porta Potty on Vertigo, yeah. Oh, it's ringing.
You know, because if they weren't open on a weekday at a reasonable time, they will be open at Monday at 1 a.m.
Hello? Hi, I found this number written inside of a porta potty stall. Who is this? Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to bother you right here, right now. You do sound awfully familiar, though. Can you identify yourself, sir?
Oh, well, you may know me. I'm sideline reporter. Jordan Dustin Gilbert is another tagline, but my main job is art curator, so I wasn't sure which you were calling about.
Is that what you're doing these days? You've stopped CS, you're now curating art. That's pretty nice, Jordan. Thank you so much for joining us here on the ESL Pro League broadcast. Are you watching the game from home?
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit. Liquid's looking a little shakier after that Inferno game. I thought, I'm going to keep composure a little bit here, but, wasn't able to watch the full game. Been kind of pricing out some of my finer art pieces and figuring out that aspect of things.
Well, that does make the most sense, Jordan. I would love to have you on the show sometime. Perhaps I can get you to verbally commit now in front of 100,000 people.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much, and perhaps we can get you on the show at some point. Maybe if we go to a 4th map. For the time being, though, that is Jordan Nothing Gilbert, and you can find him over where? Plug your social channels.
www.valorant.com/
Cut it off. Go.
Let's get some interference in the call right there. We're going to go ahead and get away from that. Thank you so much, Jordan, for being on the other end of the...
So the numbers in the porta potty belong to that of Jordan Nothing Gilbert.
Now, did he put them there himself? That's the real question.
Well, trying to put some more numbers up in the game are Liquid. Naf here, trying his due diligence to win this 1v2 as he deals with Yuri, but there's only 7 seconds, and time is not in high supply for Liquid. A 3rd round for Furia secured as we make prank phone calls here on the desk. They're working hard in the background.
Yes, they are. Shout out Jordan Nothing Gilbert of all sorts of fame, from Evil Geniuses all the way to Cloud9, all the way to now an art curator, as I've learned. I wonder what his favorite pieces are. We will find out. Perhaps he can send me some photos. Nonetheless,